Equitable Life Assurance Society presents, This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Almost everybody worries about the future. Now, you don't have to be rich to make sound plans for the future, but you do have to know how to plan. Why not consult a man who can help you best? He's your neighbor, your local Equitable Society representative. He's a helpful man, a friendly man, and a straight-talking man. In about 14 minutes, we'd like to tell you more about your Equitable Society agent and how he can help you to plan for the future and enjoy the many advantages of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, armed robbery. Its title, The Telltale Camera.
Every criminal in the country is a menace to you, the decent citizen. But of all criminals, perhaps one type is more dangerous than the others. He is the lawbreaker who operates behind the front of a legitimate business. That kind of man is more dangerous because he frequently is shrewd to the point of cunning, and also because he never actually commits the crime himself. He leaves that to hired hands and protects himself with perfect alibis. It is never a secret to the law enforcement agencies in a community that such a man is operating. But knowing a criminal is at work and getting evidence are two different things. For one of the basic principles of our way of life is that the accused is innocent until proven guilty. This evening we bring you part of the case history of one of those super hoodlums, a man who tried to live his life of crime by remote control. Tonight's FBI file opens in a large Midwestern city. Two men sit in a downtown theater watching the end of a movie.
I told you you'd wind up with a dame.
Okay. I owe you another $1.
That's 6.
Let's go, huh? Them cartoons are next.
The newsreel's next.
The cartoon always comes after the picture.
2 to 1 it's the newsreel.
For a fin.
The camera views your movie theater news.
It's $11, young.
I ain't won anything today.
It's a big day in Dixie as the New Brunswick Dam opens, and the water comes through the giant turbines for the first time. Don't get wet. Here it comes. And above the dam, the water is now deep enough for trout fishing. And are the folks taking advantage?
Even money, the guy don't catch anything.
Well, sure he will. Otherwise he wouldn't use his picture.
You got 6 to 5.
Nod your head.
The dam isn't too much of a success the first day. The opinion of the game warden is that the fish are staying away till they get used to the new riverbed. Oh, what a shame. All these fishermen and all anybody caught was a cold.
That's 16 you owe me.
These bathing suits are filled with the prettiest girls in Lakeville, competing in a beauty contest.
I like the third one from the left.
Yeah?
I'll take her and give you the field for even money.
I'll try $10, wife.
Each club in the city sent an entry to the contest.
Hey, that's Willie.
Huh?
Willie Troy.
Where?
In the picture.
Background?
In back, talking to one of the dames.
You sure?
You can have 10 to 1. There's another picture of him.
Looks pretty good,
Yeah.
doesn't it? It looks good to the
Brother
girls,
Little
too.
Steve hears about this.
Can you read that ribbon on the dame?
No.
There's one
Where'd
rule
they
for
say
girls
this thing was?
contests like this.
Lakeville.
They must appear
Wonder
in
we
bathing
never
suits.
nailed them around
They
here.
must never go
Hey,
into
the
the
dame's
water.
ribbon says Miss Barbecue.
Uh-huh.
When did they say this contest was?
I don't know.
Let's find out.
Hey, Chuck, let's have another hunk of ice.
Okay.
No, thanks.
6 to 5 the piece, and your glass melts first.
Nah, no bet. I'm staying stuck for the night. You tell Steve we had word on Willie?
I couldn't in front of those legits.
What was he sitting with?
I don't know. He's getting up now.
Sure takes him a long time to say goodbye.
It's part of the deal when you own a joint like this.
Hey, pour a little more grog in here, will you?
Yeah.
Evening, boys.
Oh, hi, Steve.
Big news. We saw Willie Troy.
Where?
In a newsreel. He's in Lakeville. He was a week ago, and they took the pictures of some beauty contest.
What was he doing in a beauty contest?
He was on the sidelines talking to one of the dolls.
Was she wearing any of the jewelry?
Oh, she was in a bathing suit.
Lakeville. I wonder why I went there.
I hear they got action going 24 hours a day.
I know, but there's no fence in town. Nobody big enough to handle that much jewelry.
Maybe he still got the loot. After all, he only ran out 2 weeks ago.
Steve, you got any pals in Lakeville?
Nobody I could ask to knock Willie off for us. Tell you what, you two go out there yourselves. Stay till you find him. Later that evening, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor reports to Agent in Charge Prescott.
You sent for me, Mr. Prescott?
Oh, yes, Taylor. I'm putting you on a new investigation. Interstate transportation of stolen property.
Oh, what kind of property?
Jewelry. The police in Acton raided a suspected fence a few days ago and recovered about $100,000 worth of stolen jewels.
Well, big operator.
Yes, and he may have been dealing with some big operators from around here.
Oh?
Your police sent a list of the jewelry to Washington. Half a dozen of the pieces were listed in our stolen property file.
Uh-huh. Has the fence been questioned?
He's refused to make any statement, but we know from our files that the pieces were loot from 3 different jewel thefts across the state line, yet all within 100 miles of here.
Do we have any details?
Only the names of the victims. Here's your copy.
Fine. Thank you, sir.
Check into all 3 thefts and see if you can find any link.
Isn't that barbecue joint supposed to be on this block?
That's what the guy said.
Maybe they moved.
10 to 1 they didn't.
Well, you ain't giving that price unless you know something. Uh-huh. You saw it, didn't you?
Not till right now.
It's a drive-in. Guess the dame's a car hop, huh?
What else? Even money, I can pick her out.
No bad.
Get a load of that. While you're waiting for your sandwich, they wheel a slot machine right up to your car.
I don't like it.
What?
Gambling where it's legal.
Hey, there she is. The dame with the tray. Just putting it on that gray convertible.
Huh? You think that's her?
For 50.
I'd know better if she was in a bathing suit.
Say, miss,
Did you call me?
were you in a beauty contest?
Uh-huh. The girls were all jealous when I won. And then when my picture was in the paper and everything, why, one customer even asked me for my autograph.
What do you know?
I wish I could wait on you, but I can only serve people in cars.
We didn't come here to eat. We want to talk to you.
Yeah, we're talent scouts.
Honest?
From Hollywood.
And you want to talk to me?
Yeah, you see, one of our men sent in a report on you, and we came to check it.
He said for us to give you a screen test. His name is Willie Troy.
Oh, gee, I didn't know that's what he did.
The studio gave us Willie's address here, but we left it on the plane. Where's he living?
Well, I don't know, but when you see him, tell him I'm sorry about getting so mad. But how did I know he was a talent scout? And what would you do if you was a girl and you went out and your date left you standing at a bar while he went to talk to some singer and he stayed away over an hour?
Girl singer?
Yeah, that big blonde at the club jackpot.
What's her name?
I don't know, but... say, can you get my picture in the paper again? They had it in when I was in the contest, and all my friends saw it.
Yeah, sure. We can handle that.
Come on. Let's get over to the club jackpot.
An investigation such as the one assigned to Special Agent Taylor takes time, effort, and patience. Each victim had to be interviewed. The police reports on the 3 jewel thefts had to be requested, obtained, and analyzed. When those things were done, Agent Taylor returned to the office of Agent in Charge Prescott.
Mr. Prescott, I found a link on those jewel thefts.
Oh, what's that?
The same modus operandi was used in all 3 robberies.
Oh?
In each case, the victims were in a car which was forced over to the side of the road by a black sedan carrying 3 men. After the robbery, the jewelry was taken by one of the thieves, and he left immediately.
How about his accomplices?
They stayed to tie up the victims, then stole the victim's car for transportation. In the robbery up near Whitestone, one of the women started to scream and was shot.
Fatal?
No, sir. I got the bullet from the Whitestone police and sent it on to Washington.
You get any descriptions of the bandits?
No, sir. Each time the victims were stopped on a dark, lonely stretch of highway, and the only thing they could say is that the 3 men were tall and wore handkerchief masks.
How about the car? Did you get anything else on that?
Not on the make, sir, but one of the men said he saw the thief's car in his rear-view mirror. Thought they were following him. When he got to this dark stretch of highway, he speeded up to 85. But the thief's car drew up beside him with no trouble at all, so it must have a supercharger.
I see.
Oh, and a familiar name has also come up in all 3 cases. Steve Ludlow.
How does he fit in?
Although the robberies took place about a week apart, in each instance, the victims had spent part of the evening at Ludlow's club.
Wow.
Would have been simple for him to tip off the bandits. I understand he spends the night going from table to table, allegedly making people comfortable.
It'd be a change if we could finally tie him into something.
Yes. I don't suppose there'd be any point in interviewing him.
No, he'd have as many answers as he always has.
Mm-hmm.
Have you written a memo on that modus operandi?
Yes, sir. I got it right here.
Circularize every police department within 50 miles and see if they've had any similar robberies within the last month.
Hello?
Mr. Steve Ludlow?
Yes?
Lakeville calling. Here's your party.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Steve.
Yeah.
This is Chuck.
Oh, how'd you make out?
Well, we came up with that dame who was in the newsreel, but she didn't know where Willie was stopping.
Uh-huh.
Then we got to a singer in one of the joints out here, and she said Willie gave her the brush for $1 in the chorus of one of the hotels. The chorus dame didn't know where he lived either.
Chuck, never mind the play-by-play. Did you find Willie?
Yeah. He's living in a little bungalow just outside of town.
You been through it?
Not yet.
You seen him?
No, he's out fishing on some lake near here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know.
You go on over to his place and try to find that merchandise.
Okay.
Then wait around for him to come home.
Even if we find the stuff?
Yeah. And be sure to give Willie my best regards.
Let's try the back door.
Okay.
Locked.
Should we try to pick it?
No, let's try a window. We can come back here if we have to.
All right.
Let's try this one. Hey.
Wow. This was real nice of Willie.
Go ahead.
Can I give you a hand?
No, I can make it. Hey, you better close that window.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty nice crib.
Yeah. High class. Piano and everything.
You case that side.
Okay.
Nothing so far.
No luck over here either. Hey, Chuck.
Yeah. Car coming.
Stopped out front. It's Willie.
Yeah. That's the car he stole from Steve.
He's coming in. We better get in the closet.
Wait. You feel lucky?
Why?
3 to 1, I get him with the first bullet.
return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. No one can foretell the future, but everyone can protect himself and his family against future hazards. That's why more than 5 million families are members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Take, for instance, the family of Mr. James G. Bates, one of our members whose experience may be helpful to you. Mr. Bates, what made you interested in Equitable?
Well, Mr. Keating, my wife and I wanted to own our own house free and clear. And we heard you describe a way to do that years ahead of time on this program.
That's the Equitable Assured Home Ownership, or AHO plan.
That's right. We called our local Equitable representative and he came right over. We told him our problems. He described how the plan covered a low-cost first mortgage with special life insurance protection, and how one convenient monthly payment took care of everything. It was a relief to know that if something happened to me, my wife would get the home immediately free and clear. Our Equitable representative was friendly, helpful. He talked straight. And he made it all seem so easy and sensible.
Well, now, that's typical of Equitable representatives everywhere. It's reassuring to know, too, that every Equitable man is backed up by a staff of trained experts in the Equitable Home Office, actuaries, technicians, and economists. So, please remember, no matter what your insurance problems may be, your local Equitable Society representative will be glad to discuss them with you, analyze them, and present a plan without any obligation to you. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative, or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station. You'll be glad you did.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Telltale Camera.
In an effort to help prevent more crimes of the type which brought about the investigation of the case you are now hearing dramatized, your FBI asks those listeners who possess valuable jewelry to exercise caution in carrying and displaying it. For criminals who specialize in thefts of jewels are always at work. Last year, for example, according to your FBI's annual Uniform Crime Report, criminals stole jewelry and precious metals valued at more than $8.5 million. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office as Special Agent Taylor approaches the desk of Agent in Charge Prescott.
Get any answers on your circular?
The Watertown police wired about a robbery a few weeks ago using the same modus operandi.
Also by a three-man gang?
Yeah, it matched the other robberies in every detail. 3 men, black sedan, tying up the victims, everything.
You spoken to the victims?
I just interviewed them on the phone. The man who was driving said he suspected what was happening and refused to stop when the bandits cut in front of his car.
You fire any more shots?
No, but the black sedan's right front fender was badly dented in the collision.
How much jewelry was stolen?
$15,000 worth. The victims were robbed approximately an hour after leaving Steve Ludlow's club.
Hardly a coincidence.
Oh. All these victims also told me about the speed that the black sedan showed. This time it must have been doing better than 100.
Have you got a complete description of all the stolen jewelry?
Yes, sir. Right here, yeah.
Ask Washington to check it against the jewelry recovered from the fence in Acton.
Welcome home.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh, hi. Let's go into my office, huh?
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, how'd it go?
We gave Willie your best regards.
Fine, fine.
Yeah, he was real surprised.
Did you get the jewelry?
No.
You're kidding.
After I cooled him, we went through the whole joint. He must have stashed it someplace else.
Did you frisk him?
Uh-huh. No pawn tickets, no bank books, and he was only carrying $37, so he couldn't have sold it.
How about all those dames you told me about?
Well, we went to see every one of them.
All Willie gave them was the right time.
I thought you two were pros.
We are.
Then how could you come back without the stuff?
What'd you want us to do?
Stay there till you found it.
Steve, we did find your car.
Yeah. We drove it back.
Where is it?
In the garage. That fender we told you about's pretty banged up.
You have the garage guy put on a new one.
And be sure it's ready for Friday night.
Why? What happens Friday night?
Your next job. Prescott, we just got a teletype from Washington.
On the jewel thefts?
That's right, sir. The Lakeville police found the body of a man named Willie Troy in a bungalow on the outskirts of town. He'd been shot with a .38. The laboratory says the slug came from the same gun that shot that woman during the robbery near Whitestone.
Who was this Willie Troy?
He's a hoodlum from around here. Here, this is a transcript of his record, sir.
Oh. Quite a long one.
Yeah. You'll notice the last time he was arrested, his bail was posted by Steve Ludlow.
I wonder if Ludlow had anything to do with the killing.
He might have. After Troy's death was announced, one of his neighbors called the police and said he had seen Troy digging a hole in the backyard the day he rented the place. The police checked. They found the loot from that last robbery.
All of it?
Yes. So Troy might have been killed because he refused to share the profits.
The police have any lead on the killer?
No, sir, not yet.
Well, get the next plane to Lakeville and see what you can find out.
Pardon me, miss. Miss, are you Gladys Dawson?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Well, the police told me you brought them some information about two men who came here and asked you about Willie Troy.
Well, if you think I'm stupid enough to believe you're a talent scout, too, you got another guess coming.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh. Can you get my picture in the paper?
Well, I don't know. I'd like to ask you a few questions about those two men.
Well, I'd rather not talk about them.
Oh, why not?
Well, if there's anything I can't stand, it's somebody who lies to me. I should have known they weren't from Hollywood. They weren't wearing sports jackets. And they told me that they
Miss Dawson, I can understand you're not liking those men, but there's a chance they committed a crime, and you may be able to help me catch them.
Then would I get my picture in the paper?
Yes, probably. Is there some place around here we could go while I ask you a few questions?
Sure. Oh, that man wanted a quick hamburger. I better go get it.
Prescott, we made some progress in Lakeville.
Good.
And the police gave me the name of a drive-in waitress who knew Troy. She said two men came to see her the day that Troy was killed. They wanted Troy's address.
She give it to them?
No, but she gave them a lead to another girl, and then step by step they located him.
How about idents of those men?
Well, the drive-in waitress and the other girls all gave me the same general descriptions, but the waitress had a snapshot that might help us.
Snapshot of what?
Herself standing beside Troy's car. Car's a black sedan with a badly crumpled right front fender.
You have that picture?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Oh. Car have a supercharger?
Well, I don't know. It was gone when Troy's body was found.
If those killers were Ludlow's men, they might have brought the car back here.
It's possible, sir.
Find out everything you can about this car. If we can locate it, we might get a lead to Ludlow.
An examination of the photograph determined that the black sedan was a 1952 model of a popular make. A check of the records at the Motor Vehicle Bureau revealed what seemed to be a good investigative lead. A 1952 model black sedan of that make was registered in the name of Steve Ludlow. The license number was obtained, and an all-points alarm sent out.
Prescott, can I see you a minute?
Oh, yes, Taylor.
We just got a report on the car.
From where?
Riverdale. It stopped there for service.
Riverdale's about 300 miles this side of Lakeville.
That's right, so it could be headed here.
Who was in the car?
Two men, same general descriptions as the pair the waitress told about.
When were they in Riverdale?
3 days ago.
They might have stopped someplace else. Keep checking. Yes, Taylor?
Car was seen day before yesterday in Park City.
Lakeville, Riverdale, Park City.
They're all on Route 30.
And in a straight line for here.
Uh-huh.
Have copies made of that picture.
How many, sir?
Enough to send one to every garage and repair shop in town.
We just had a call from a garage.
Where?
On 69th Street. The car was left there Monday.
By Ludlow?
No, two men brought it in. Same general description.
The garage man know who they were?
Just that they work for Ludlow.
Go up and see what else you can find out.
I got a deal for you.
Yeah? What kind?
Even money. The next guy who comes in is wearing a soup and fish.
What am I, crazy?
Okay, even money ain't. Just so we got action.
I wouldn't bet you I'm alive.
Where have you two been?
Right here.
Car all fixed?
Hey, sure. Looks great.
Okay. See the party at table 6?
Uh-huh.
2 women must be wearing 30 G's worth of ice.
They, got a car outside?
Yeah, they're from upstate.
Hey, they're getting up to dance.
No, they're leaving. They already paid their check.
Good evening, Mr. Ludlow.
Oh, sorry, I'm busy now. See the head waiter if you want a table.
Oh, that's not what I'm here for. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What is it you wanted?
I have a warrant here for your arrest.
Steve, we gotta go.
Just a minute,
What?
please. I've also got warrants for both of you.
What are we charged with?
Jewel theft and conspiracy to commit murder. Oh, don't try to run. Those men right behind you are also special agents.
I'm not saying anything until I talk to my lawyer.
Come on. You can call anyone you want when we get to headquarters.
Ludlow, Vinton, and Brunswick were turned over to state authorities, and following a trial, they were each sentenced to a life term in a state penitentiary. Special Agent Taylor was able to arrest the 3 criminals in tonight's case because of help from the FBI laboratory. The repairman at the garage where Steve Ludlow kept his car gave Agent Taylor the damaged fender he removed from the black sedan. Technicians at the laboratory examined the fender and reported that embedded in the metal were paint chips from the victim's car, which had rammed it in an attempt to escape. Ballistics experts from the laboratory made a further contribution. They reported that the gun found on Chuck Brunswick at the time of his arrest was the same gun which had been used to kill Willie Troy. It was therefore also the same weapon used in the robbery where one of the victims had been shot. When confronted with that evidence, all 3 men confessed. And thus your FBI removed 3 more dangerous criminals from circulation and further carried out its assignment, its job of protecting you, the American people.
If you have worries about security, about the future, do something about them. Get acquainted with a man who can help you get the right kind of protection and without a strain on your budget. Whatever your protection problem, home ownership, education for your children, retirement, health and accident, talk it over with your local Equitable representative. He's friendly, he's helpful, and he knows the answers. If you'd like to enjoy a new feeling of freedom from worry, consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The 5 Fathom Stick-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Harry Carey Jr., Tony Caruso, Isabel Jewell, Gil Stratton Jr., and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The 5 Fathom Stick-Up on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you have a feeling of insecurity, if you worry about the future, chances are the problem is money. Now, financial security is the Equitable Society's business. It's the business of every one of the representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. These equitable men have brought peace of mind and better life insurance service to more than 5 million families. They know all forms of life insurance thoroughly. They believe in life insurance. Now, in about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about Equitable Society men and how they can help you enjoy peace of mind as a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, The 5 Fathom Stick-Up.
Most psychologists agree that there is no such thing as a definite criminal type. Criminals vary in their personalities just as do all human beings. But there are certain common denominator qualities you will find most criminals possessing. They are emotionally childish and apt to swing violently and abruptly from one mood to another, are selfish to the highest degree. Above all, they rarely know what it means to be sincerely grateful or obligated to others. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, we meet a criminal who personifies these qualities. Tonight's file opens in a cottage located in a sparsely settled section of the Florida coast. It is night. In the living room of this modest dwelling, we find Leo Compton and his wife, Anne.
Leo?
Yeah?
It sounds like the storm's letting up.
Yeah. Should blow over before morning.
What are you doing?
Just working on some figures. Not very happy about them either.
What's wrong?
Well, what with the weather and all, I was only able to work 10 days last month. According to my arithmetic, we only cleared enough to make the final payment on our boat.
That's fine.
I don't think so at all.
Why not?
You've been skimping and saving for years so as I could buy that boat.
You needed it to make a living.
Yeah, I know, but I hope by now to be able to do something for you.
Oh, Leo.
And to buy you clothes, things for the house.
You will. I know you will. I can wait.
Sure. Meantime,
Who's that?
I'll see. It's pretty late for the company.
Yeah.
What?
Let me in, will you?
Wait, yeah, sure. Here. I better give you a hand.
Thanks.
Just lean on me. That's it. Now, come on.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know, Ann.
Well, who is he?
I've never seen him before. Yeah, you sit there.
Okay.
He's wearing a life preserver.
Yeah. What's happened to you, mister?
Our boat's a couple miles out. We hit a reef. It's been tough getting in.
Oh, my goodness.
Ann, you go fix him something hot to drink.
Sure.
I'll get these wet clothes off him right away.
That same evening, at an FBI field office some 20 miles away, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at a typewriter just finishing a report.
Jim, have you seen Mr. Barton?
Yeah, Tony. Down at police headquarters.
No. I found a message at home for me to report here at once. This is my night off.
It was.
Oh.
You've been assigned to work with me.
Something big?
Yeah. Jewel robbery at one of the largest states out on Ocean Drive.
You been out there?
Yeah, I just came back.
What's our angle?
2 men who did the job posed as FBI agents.
Oh.
What are the details?
A family named Williams are giving a party tonight.
Uh-huh.
2 men dressed in dinner clothes presented fake credentials. They asked to see Mrs. Williams alone.
Yeah.
She took them into the library. One of the men threatened her with a gun, forced her to hand over her jewels, and she was bound and gagged, and the men ran out.
How much were the jewels worth?
Over $50,000.
Mm-hmm. When was the robbery discovered, Jim?
Oh, about 5 minutes after the men left. By that time, the thieves had made a clean getaway. They stole a car belonging to one of the guests.
Any further word on them?
Yeah, the car was just found abandoned at a dock about 3 miles from the house.
And who turned that up?
Local police. They also found a witness who saw 2 men in dinner clothes get out of the car and into a boat lying alongside the dock.
They stole the boat, too?
No, the witness said they seemed to know their way around the boat, so evidently it belonged to them.
Did he catch the name of the boat?
Yeah, it's, the Dolphin.
Mm-hmm. I imagine you already alerted the coastal authorities to be on the lookout, huh?
Yeah.
Have you got a description of the 2 men, Jim?
Mm-hmm. I've already put it on the teletype.
Well, what do we do now?
Just hope that we get a quick report back on that boat.
Morning.
Oh, good morning. When did you get up?
A couple of minutes ago. Seen these clothes by the bed, so I put them on.
Well, that's what they were there for. How do you feel?
Okay.
Well enough for breakfast?
Sure.
How about some eggs? I just got 'em, right fresh from the hens.
Swell.
Well, sit down. I'll have something for you in a minute.
Can I watch?
Oh. If you like.
Where's the fellow that was here last night?
My husband?
Is that what he is?
Yes.
Kind of old for you, ain't he?
He went to the store. He'll be right back.
I see. What do you folks do here?
My husband has a boat. He dives for sponges.
You mean he dives with one of them helmets and suits?
Yeah?
Well, that's good to know.
Is that you, Leo?
Yeah.
I'm out here in the kitchen.
How about the stranger?
Morning.
Morning. How you feeling?
Okay now.
And cooking you up some breakfast?
Yeah.
Well, that should put you right back up on top. If you excuse me now, got to go back down the boat.
Oh, wait. I'll walk a ways with you. I got time, ma'am?
Go ahead.
Just holler for me, man.
All right.
Go ahead.
Right. Mister?
Compton's the name.
Mr. Compton, your wife tells me you're a diver.
That's right.
Have you got all your equipment there in the boat?
Yeah.
Then I got a proposition for you. Just listen to what I have in mind.
Morning, Tony.
Oh, hi, Jim. What'd you do, stay here all night?
No, I came in about 20 minutes ago.
Uh-huh. Anything break?
Yeah, I was just on the phone with the sheriff up at West Cove.
And?
The body of a man was found washed up on the beach there early this morning.
Uh-huh.
From his description, he sounds like one of the missing jewel thieves.
Then something must have happened to the boat.
According to the sheriff, that's been pretty well established.
How?
Well, there'd been quite a bit of debris washed up on the beach from last night's storm, including a life preserver and a number of cushions on which was stenciled the name Dolphin.
Well, how'd this man die, Jim? Drowning?
Yeah.
What about his companion?
Sheriff found no trace of him.
Well, how about the boat? Any idea where it sank?
No, not so far, but the sheriff down there said he'd get in touch with us if anything else breaks.
How we doing, Mr. Compton?
Well, we should be getting near that reef. That is, if you remember the position right.
Well, I told you. There was a buoy in the more than 100 feet from where the boat sank. I heard the bell ringing.
We'll be there pretty soon, then.
Okay. I think I'll go below and see if your wife will rustle me a little food.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm kind of hungry.
There's some sandwiches. Help yourself.
Okay. We'll be getting there soon. Ain't you excited?
Why?
Why? There's over $50,000 worth of jewels in that boat. The deal I made with your husband, half that goes to him and you.
I know.
You still ain't excited?
No.
Why not?
There's something wrong with this whole thing.
I already told you. I was working on a boat. There were jewels on that boat. The owner ran on a reef and it sank. And according to the laws of the sea, if we salvage the jewels, they belong to us.
What happened to the owner?
When we went down, I lost track. You got anything to drink?
There's some water in that jug.
Oh. You know something? You know what's the matter with you? You just don't like nothing. I guess that's what comes from hooking up with an old guy. You get mixed up, scared.
That's not so.
What you need, honey, is a young guy.
Look.
Hey there. Come up on deck. We're near the buoy.
Okay. See you later, sugar.
Special Agent Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, this is Sheriff Miller down at West Cove.
Oh, yes. Hello, Sheriff.
Something turned up down here, and I thought you should know about it.
What's that?
Well, I got a report that a man swum ashore last night and went to the house of a resident down here, a man by the name of Leo Compton.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like the man we're looking for.
Yeah, he does. Have you contacted this Compton?
No, I just got the report. He told the story to a neighbor of his. He doesn't have a telephone, so I'm going to get me out there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I'd better come down to West Cove, too, Sheriff. I'll get a car and leave here within 10 minutes.
What's the story on your husband?
Huh?
Has he talked to you?
Yes, just a few seconds ago.
What did he say?
He's down about 30 feet, walking on the reef.
Well...
And?
Yeah, Leo.
I've located the boat.
Good.
Did he find the boat?
Yeah.
I'm on deck. I'm going down into the cabin now.
Right.
What's he saying? Tell me, will you?
He's going down into the cabin.
Good. Shouldn't have any trouble from now on. The jewel's in a bag right on one of the bunks. I hope he remembers that.
He will.
Want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
You don't like me much, do you?
No.
Why?
I don't trust you.
Nah, that ain't the real reason. You just scared to like me.
And?
Yeah, Leo.
I've found the jewels. I'm coming up.
Okay.
What's he saying?
He found the jewels.
Hey.
Coming up.
Swell.
Start the winch.
Okay. Will it take him long to come up?
No.
And that don't give us much time, does it?
For what?
We're getting us straightened out.
Look, I think we should settle something once and for all. You seem to have worked out an idea that because my husband's an older man and you're young, that makes you more attractive to me. Well, you're wrong. All wrong. I love my husband very much.
No kidding.
Help me bring him over the side. You hear me?
Okay. I'll take that bag.
Let me help Leo.
Let's see if it's all here. Real pretty.
There you are.
Thanks.
Nice work, mister.
Oh, it wasn't hard.
You better head right in. It's getting dark.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Sorry, but we ain't going back to your place.
What do you mean?
You just get on that wheel and go where I tell you.
Now, just a minute.
You heard me.
Huh? He's got a gun. Your gun.
That's right. I found it in your cabin. Now kindly do like I say.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Most people worry about how they may enjoy future financial security. If that is your problem, then why not consult a man who knows best how to help you? A friendly, helpful man who knows the answers. Your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Perhaps you may have had the same experience Mr. Paul Guidesman had. What was your problem, Mr. Guidesman?
Well, my wife and I are pressing 40, Mr. Keating, and I don't make big money. We began to wonder what would become of us when we were 60. And then we heard you describe a plan that would give us freedom from money worries and freedom from job worries when we got to be that age.
That sounds like the Equitable Independent 60s plan.
Well, that's the name of it. So we telephoned our local Equitable man, and he came right over. It was certainly a good day for us when we got acquainted with him. He showed us how we could provide for our future, live wherever we wanted to, and go and come as we pleased. And how my wife would get all these advantages without any more payments if something happened to me. And he proved that we didn't have to be rich to build up our retirement fund over the years. Yes, I'm sure glad I met our Equitable representative.
Well, that's just the reason that 5 million other families joined together in the Equitable Society to provide for future security. They wisely consulted a man who could help them best, their local Equitable Society representative. He's not only specially trained to help you build any insurance plan that's right for you, but he has the backing at all times of a staff of experts in the Equitable Home Office. So if you want to take the guesswork out of tomorrow, simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative, or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the 5 Fathom Stick-Up.
No decent person would for a minute deny that Leo and Anne did right in helping a stranger in trouble. But beyond that, they should not have gone. Aiding him was one thing. Trusting him quite another. It's a good, natural human instinct to go to the help of those in distress. But in doing so, we must never lose sight of the fact that criminals often ask for help as a trap to get the upper hand on their victims. It's unfortunate but true that tonight's Good Samaritans came to grief because they were not constantly on their guard. Your FBI again urges you to exercise caution in your contacts with casually met strangers. Our FBI file continues aboard Leo Compton's boat. It is night. Compton and his wife are standing by the wheel. The jewel thief is seated behind them, giving orders.
Just keep heading due south. I'll let you know when to turn in the shore.
Now look,
Leo, he has the gun. You gotta do as he says.
Boy, this is pretty dangerous, though, running on a night dark as this with no lights.
If we ain't got lights, nobody sees us. That's how I want it.
You didn't tell us the truth before, did you?
About what?
That sunken boat and the jewels.
No, I didn't.
I knew it.
What's the real story?
My brother and I stuck up a party the other night. We made a getaway in that boat. We hit the reef and sunk.
Where's your brother?
I don't know. When the boat went down, we both did the best we could. But I'm sure he made it. Bill's tough, real tough.
Police must be looking for you for that robbery.
Sure. But they ain't looking for you. You're the best protection I got. That's why we're sticking together till I'm in the clear.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hello.
I'm Jim Taylor.
Oh, hello there, Jim. I've been waiting for you. Sit down.
Thanks very much.
I think I got quite a bit to report.
Oh, you've been out to see this man, Compton?
Yeah, but arrived too late.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, a neighbor told me that Compton, his wife, and the man we're looking for all put out to sea in Compton's boat early this morning.
They haven't returned yet?
No. But I think I got a motive for their going, too.
Oh, what's that?
Now, look here. Compton is a professional diver. He has full equipment.
Yeah.
Now, if the jewel thief's boat did sink, which certainly seemed logical...
The thief enlisted the diver's aid to recover the jewels.
Yep, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Did you get a description of Compton's boat?
Yeah. I've already sent out an alarm on it.
Fine. Is anyone out at the Compton house waiting for the boat's return?
Yes, I left 2 deputies out there.
Good.
By the way...
Yeah?
I found these tuxedo pants in his cabin. They obviously belong to the thief.
May I see them, please?
Sure, yeah, there. Take them.
Thanks.
There's a label there on the waistband.
Yeah, I see it. French and Company. They rent tuxedos. Their shop is just around the corner from our office.
Yes, I called them already.
Oh?
The store didn't answer, but I got French's home number.
And?
Well, he was out to a movie. Wasn't expected home till midnight.
Well, let's see. It's 10:15 now.
Yep.
This could be a valuable lead, Sheriff. We might find out from Mr. French who the 2 thieves were. I think I'll drive back to town.
You can swing due west. Head for that light.
That's Midway Lighthouse.
That's right.
It's right at the mouth of West River.
That's where we're heading.
Up West River?
Mm-hmm.
We can't do that.
Why not?
That river's dangerous enough in the daytime. I'm not running up it with no lights at night.
Just do like you're told.
Look, this boat is all we have. We don't want to lose it.
I'll guide you up the river. This is home base for me. I know it like a book.
How far up do you aim to go?
About 20 miles.
20 miles? That far up is nothing but swamp.
We stopped just before we hit the swamp. Bayou City. That's my home.
Why can't you get off at the mouth of the river?
Because it's safer this way. I made a deal with my brother that if we got separated, we'd meet at home. I want to keep that deal.
Well, I'm not running up there without lights.
Yes, you are.
My boat means too much to me.
Stay at the wheel.
No.
Gee, wise gun.
Oh, Leo.
If you didn't have that gun on...
But I do have it. Now get back to the wheel.
Jim, are these the clothes?
Yeah, the men left them here when they rented the tuxedos. Mm-hmm. Here, you take that suit.
Okay. What about hats?
They didn't wear any. No neckties either.
Suit's pretty well worn. Nothing in the jacket pocket.
This suit was bought at Neal Brothers, here in town.
So is this one.
No. Doesn't give us much, though. Neal Brothers do too big a business to remember any individual customer.
Yeah. Any dry cleaning marks in yours, Jim?
Take a look. No, I don't see any. Mr. French gave me a pretty good description of the men.
Had he ever seen them before?
No.
Nothing in these pants pockets either.
Yeah. Here's a shirt, Tony. Look for laundry marks.
Yeah, right.
French said both men looked and talked as if they came from back in the swamp country.
Mm-hmm. This shirt must have been home laundered, Jim. No laundry marks.
Well, here. Let's take a look at the shoes.
Okay.
This pair was bought at a shoe store in Bayou City.
So are these.
Oh? Tony, the pair you got there, are they mates?
Yeah.
Are both soles worn?
Yeah, why?
Well, here, take a look at these. Sole on one of them is practically new. Yet none of the witnesses said anything about either man being crippled or that they limped.
I know.
Let's get to a phone.
Head over there for the left bank.
Is it safe to go that close to shore?
I took you all the way up the river okay, didn't I? See that little dock?
Yeah.
Pull alongside.
this where you live?
Yeah.
Thank heaven.
I don't see no lights on in the house. Maybe I beat Bill back here.
Alongside.
Mm-hmm.
There. Get off.
Not yet.
Why?
I got something to tend to first.
Look, we've done as you asked. We brought you home. Now get off and leave us alone.
It ain't gonna be that easy.
Well, why not?
You both know too much.
All we know is that we want to get away from here.
Sorry. I gotta make sure you keep quiet.
What are you talking about?
I gotta kill you.
Put down that gun.
Stay right where you are.
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Compton. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh, my hand.
I don't know what brought you here, mister, but I'm sure glad.
Well, Harper himself was responsible for that.
What do you mean?
You left your clothes behind at that rental shop, Harper. When I examined your shoes, I saw that they'd been bought in Bayou City, and one of them was practically new.
So what?
So that meant that either you or your brother had trouble with one leg.
That ain't so.
I contacted the doctors here in Bayou City and gave them your description. One of the doctors remembered treating you for a broken ankle, and he gave me your address.
Why would he do...
All right, come on, Harper.
Get on your feet.
You're coming along with me.
Vic Harper was sentenced by a federal court to serve 5 years for impersonating a federal agent. At the conclusion of this term, he will then serve a 25-year sentence imposed by local authorities for robbery and assault. The two Harper brothers thought they had committed the perfect crime, and for a while it must have seemed to them as if they had. But no crime is perfect, for somewhere in the devious machinations which produce crime, there is a clue left on some unsuspected point. Many times it is not an apparent clue, but while it is true that crime as a business has not progressed in 50 years, it is equally true that in the field of scientific investigation of crime, there has been great progress. In tonight's case, for instance, the very manner in which a shoe had been worn was the undoing of a criminal who had planned very carefully. But that small clue was turned into the criminal's capture by superior knowledge of a special agent. Superior knowledge he had received as part of his training as a member of your FBI.
If I should ask you, what do you want out of life? What would your answer be? Own your own home, give your kids a good education, have enough money to retire on? If those are some of the problems you haven't licked, then why don't you talk to a man who can help you lick them? Get acquainted with your local Equitable Society agent. Insurance is his business, providing you with the right kind of insurance that doesn't put a strain on your budget. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, Killer for Hire.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Walter Catlett, Whitfield Connor, Sam Edwards, Georgia Ellis, and Barney Phillips. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Killer for Hire on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Most people spend their lives worrying about how to make more money. Actually, the more you make, the more you spend, unless you have a plan, and most people don't. Now, if you are interested in planning for the future, interested in avoiding unnecessary worry, why not consult the man who can help you best of all? Consult a specialist, your local Equitable Society representative. In about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about your Equitable Society representative and how he can help you enjoy the many advantages of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, bank robbery. Its title, Killer for Hire.
We often hear crime referred to as big business. This is not an accurate comparison. To a certain extent, the underworld has adopted some methods of large businesses. It controls huge amounts of capital, requires keen management and planning, demands efficiency of its employees in carrying out its orders. But here the similarity ends. Whereas businessmen can survey and graph their future prospects with some degree of accuracy, criminals cannot. For the simple reason that slip-ups, disloyalty of their underlings, unanticipated moves on the part of law enforcement officials, all these are unpredictable hazards. The underworld can never close its books, knowing for sure that all the figures are in. Tonight, your FBI presents another case from its files. It shows how a well-planned crime can go wrong, even years after its apparently successful completion. Tonight's FBI file opens in a smart nightclub located in a large Midwestern city. In a small office in the rear of this establishment, Dan Preston, the owner of the club, is just greeting a visitor.
Sit down, Mr. Graham.
Okay.
You cigars?
No.
When'd you get in town?
A couple hours ago.
Well, you made good time.
Yeah, I want to get out just as quick.
Very well. We'll get right down to business.
Good.
Are you familiar with this town?
Not very.
Do you know where the Central Hotel is?
No, but I'll find it.
It's over on the west side. It's a small hotel. You may have
Look, can a cab get there?
Yes.
Don't forget the directions. Just give me the address.
Okay. Here it is.
Right.
The party I want taken care of lives in the Central Hotel, room 819.
Uh-huh.
Here's the key.
What's the party's name?
Burton.
I get it.
Graham?
Yeah.
How do you intend to handle the killing?
Why?
Well, I just thought, inasmuch as this is a hotel, you're going to...
Look, Mr. Preston, let's get something straight, huh? You own this nightclub, don't you?
Yeah.
Am I telling you how to run it?
No.
And don't tell me how to run my business.
I'm sorry.
What about money?
I'll pay when the job is done. You can come back here tomorrow night.
I don't want to wait around that long. What's the matter with tomorrow morning?
I won't be here.
Well, where do you live? I'll come there.
All right. Here's my card.
Thanks. Guess it's time I went to work. Don't rumble, sweetheart.
Who are you?
It don't matter.
How did
Look,
you get...
I got a gun here. Now let me ask the questions, huh?
Go ahead.
You live in this room?
Yes.
What's your name?
Burton.
Where's your husband?
I don't have one.
Well, where's your brother, then? Your father?
That's a blank, too, mister.
Who else lives in this room with you?
Nobody.
You live here alone?
Yeah.
This is no good.
Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here.
Wait.
Out of my way.
I want to ask you one question.
Well?
Who sent you here?
Nobody.
Honey, I've been around. I know a hired gunsel when I see one.
Is that a fact?
Yes. That is your touch, right?
You're right.
Now tell me who paid you to come here.
No dice.
Was it a guy named Preston? Was it?
Sweetheart, in my business, we always protect the client.
I know it was Preston. I should have figured he'd make this kind of play.
Look, what difference does it make who it was? You came off lucky, didn't you?
Yeah.
And forget her. Now let me out of here.
Wait. One more question.
What now?
You were paid to get rid of me. Why didn't you do it?
Look, I
want to know.
I don't kill dames.
Oh. Do you buy dames drinks?
Sometimes.
I'm awful thirsty.
In the same city, a bit later that evening, in the FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from an assignment.
Jim?
Yeah, Paul.
A call came in for you less than 5 minutes ago. I took the message.
Oh, what was it?
Interstate Bus Company. A driver you wanted to see is out of town. He'll come over here to see you first thing in the morning.
Oh, good.
What are you working on?
Boy, it's kind of a strange assignment.
What's the story?
A thief named Wally Lander was convicted 2 years ago for sticking up a bank messenger. Over $78,000 was stolen on the job, and this money was never recovered.
Yes?
A few days ago, Lander sent word to the warden at State's prison that he wanted to give some information as to the whereabouts of the money.
What brought that on?
Well, it turned out to be revenge. Lander revealed that he had 2 Confederates on the job, a man and a woman. They evidently promised to take care of Lander's family out of the loot, and when they reneged, he talked.
Who were these people?
Man's name was Dan Guthrie. The woman, she was Guthrie's girl. Her name was Gwen Burton.
And you're looking for them?
Yeah, that's right.
What progress have you made?
Well, we've established that Guthrie and his girl were living in Cleveland at the time of the robbery. Immediately after it, Guthrie disappeared.
What about the Burton girl?
No, she stayed on there. Evidently, Guthrie walked out on her. She was living in a cheap room, working as cashier in a restaurant.
He apparently wound up with all the money.
Yeah, looks that way.
Has the girl been picked up?
No, she left Cleveland 2 days ago. Believed to be headed for here.
I see.
From what we could gather, she's looking for Guthrie. She'd been tipped off that he was here.
Do you know where to find her?
No, not yet. This bus driver I sent for may help us on that, though. She was on his bus.
Have you alerted the local police?
Yeah, gave them the girl's picture, and they're starting a check on all hotels. Should get something on her very soon.
Harry, I could go on for hours with all the details, but that's more or less the story.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Charming.
Look, when he walked out on you, didn't he leave you any part of that $78,000?
Nah.
How about the guy in the can? Did he do anything for him?
Wally Lander?
Yeah.
Not a nickel's worth. Harry, can we have another drink?
Oh, sure, honey. Waiter.
Yeah?
Let's have the same thing, huh?
Right.
Look, honey, how'd you tail him here?
Well, like I told you, I was a cashier in this joint in Cleveland.
Yeah.
An old-time grifter came in one night, slipped me a note when he paid his check.
Uh-huh.
The note said he'd seen Guthrie in this town, that he was using his old name, Preston.
Oh.
It also said he was doing what he always wanted to do. Well, I knew that meant he was operating a nightclub. So I called enough joints till I finally nailed him.
Did you ask him for your cut?
Oh, of course. He said he'd bring it to me tonight. Instead, he sent you. He did send you, didn't
Yeah.
he? I knew it.
Are you sorry?
Not now.
Here you are.
Oh, just set him down.
Right.
Harry,
Yeah, honey.
how much was he paying you?
For knocking you off?
Yeah.
5 bills.
Did you collect?
No.
You know, he owes me a pretty good chunk. My end of that job was over 20,000.
Oh, solid numbers.
If you'll take a marker, how'd you like to work for me?
You just made yourself a deal.
Jim, did you talk to the bus driver?
Yeah, he just left here.
Give you anything?
Well, I showed him the Burton girl's picture. He definitely identified her, said that she'd come in on his bus.
Did he have any idea where she went?
No, unfortunately, he didn't.
Oh, these pictures just came in, Jim.
No, what are they?
Pictures of Guthrie.
Oh, fine.
Washington also sent a copy of his record.
Good. Can I see it, boy?
Surely. Here you are.
Thanks.
I read through it. There's nothing there at all to indicate where he's been for the last 2 years.
No, I didn't imagine there would be. After all, he wound up with that $78,000. That's enough for a man to retire on for a few years at least.
Do you think he's gone into some legitimate business?
Yeah, could be.
Well, even if he's here in town, he won't be easy to find. Probably changed his name, even his appearance.
Yeah, it figures.
Jim, I sent Guthrie's pictures and a copy of his record to the police. They might have something on him.
I hope so. It'll make it look... No, I gotta go. Special Agent Taylor. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yeah, wait till I write that down, will you? Okay. Good work, Sergeant. Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye. Paul, we're getting some action.
What, Jim?
That was police headquarters. The Burton girl is registered at the Central Hotel. I think I better get right over there.
Hello, Mr. Preston. What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
How did you get into my apartment?
You told me to come here.
Not while I was out.
I don't like to hang around in hallways.
I don't like intruders.
That makes us even.
Did you, go to the Central Hotel last night?
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what?
Did you take care of that party?
Nope.
Why not?
You didn't tell me it was a dame.
What difference does that make?
That's out of my line.
Look, I made a deal with you.
I got a better offer.
What do you mean?
Better let me tell him, Harry.
When?
Hello, Dan.
Gwen, where did you come from?
Mr. Graham brought me here.
Huh?
Yeah, he's in a brand new business. Now he brings them back alive.
What's this all about?
Why don't you give him the rundown, honey?
Mr. Graham here is now working for me.
Now, look.
I told him our whole story, Dan. He figures I'm a lot more reliable to do business with.
What are you talking about?
$78,000. That's the amount you ran out with, remember?
Now, Gwen, in the first place...
Save the alibis. We ain't got time for that. Ain't got time for any chatter. We just came here to collect.
Collect what?
My end. I figured it out on the way over. It comes to $26,000.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
I want my cut, Dan, now.
You're not getting anything.
Mister, you're in no position to talk that way.
You keep out of this.
I've got to protect my interests. I'm on the payroll.
Now get out of here, both of you.
Harry, show him we mean business, huh?
Yeah, sure, honey.
Now, wait a minute.
A few more treatments, honey. You'll collect.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. But right now, I'd like to explode a popular notion. Making big money is not always the answer to a successful future. People with average incomes are able to protect their families, provide for their children's education, own their own homes free and clear, and provide freedom from worry after 60. Now, the experience of Mr. George Gaines may show you how you, too, can enjoy greater peace of mind. Will you tell us, Mr. Gaines, how an Equitable Society representative solved your problem?
Well, I'm a working man, Mr. Keating. While I have Social Security, I knew that wouldn't be enough to keep my wife and kids well housed, well clothed, and well fed if something happened to me. And it worried me. And then I heard you talk about a plan that would protect my family, no matter what.
That's the Equitable Family Security Plan.
Yes, the Family Security Plan. So I called up our local Equitable representative. The first time he came to see us, he gave us a chart. Now, this chart helped us to figure out how much more we'd need in addition to Social Security to protect our family.
Well, that's the famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. It's free to anyone interested in providing family security.
Well, it certainly was a big help. And now, if anything happens to me, my family will live comfortably until my youngest child finishes high school. Believe me, I'm glad I took your advice and called our local Equitable Society representative.
That's good advice for everyone whose problem is future security. Get acquainted with the man who knows best how to help, your local Equitable Society representative. Ask him for your free fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. No matter what your insurance problem, building the right plan is simple when you know how. And your friendly, helpful, Equitable representative knows how. There's no obligation. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, Killer for Hire.
Time and time again, you've probably heard the expression, honor among thieves. Case after case from FBI files reveals, just as does tonight's story, that there's not much. There just isn't room in the criminal mind for honor in our sense of the word. In order to be a criminal, one must crush all normal moral codes, must develop a new set of rules to live by. It's a lonely life, living in the shadows of the underworld. Never for a moment dare a person trust completely his fellow criminals, nor for one moment can he relax his vigilance to protect himself from betrayal. Just as Gwen Burton, Dan Preston, and Harry Graham have to be always on guard in tonight's FBI case. Tonight's file continues in Dan Preston's apartment. Preston, still unconscious, is stretched out on the floor. His erstwhile girl, Gwen Burton, and her gunman confederate are searching the premises.
Find anything in that desk, honey?
Not yet. Let's see what's in this drawer.
I figured there'd be a wall safe behind one of these pictures.
Oh, this is full of nothing but letters. Why, that dirty cheat. These letters are from dames.
Well, what's the matter?
Look at this. This letter was written 3 years ago. Oh, we're still going with him then. My darling Dan, our date last night will be remembered always. How do you like that guy?
Will you stop being a female? We got work to do.
Oh, well, there's no dough on his desk. Where else can we...
Wait a minute. He's coming, too.
How do we handle it now?
We'll find out where his dough is. Otherwise, he gets the full treatment.
Good.
Oh, what hit me?
You were standing right on the track, mister.
Oh.
Next time, you don't get off so easy.
Can I get up?
Stay where you are.
And let's continue our discussion. Before you left us, we were talking about $26,000, Dan.
I know.
The girl wants her money, mister.
But I tell you...
Look, let me tip you off. From now on, I use a gun. Now get it up.
I haven't got it here.
Where is it?
In my office at the club.
Where in the office?
In a safe.
Okay, I want you to call the club. Tell them I'm coming over. Tell them I'm getting something out of the safe to bring back to you. You'll do that, won't you?
Okay.
How about the combination?
I'll give it to her.
Well, honey, let me have it now.
Jim, I've been looking all over for you. The hotel manager said you were on the floor below.
Oh, did you get the search warrant?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Good. This is the Burton girl's room. I got a pass key.
No sign of her, Jim?
No, she left the hotel early this morning. Hasn't returned since. There's a man with her, but he didn't answer to Guthrie's description. Nah, it doesn't. Go ahead, Paul.
Right.
Well, it might be a good idea to search her room, see if we get any leads.
There's a small bag over there.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
I'll see what's in that closet.
Okay.
Could the management give you any line on what she's been doing?
No, not much. He said she made quite a few phone calls. Just getting the slips together. We'll pick them up on our way out.
Nothing in here.
But I got something.
Yeah? Well, what is it?
It's a note.
What does it say?
Well, it's addressed to her from a man who signs himself Pete.
Yes?
Says he saw Guthrie here. Guthrie's using his old name. Also states he's doing what he always wanted to do. Well, the Burton girl must know both these things.
In that case, Jim, she's probably already found him.
I know, which means she may never come back here. Well, we'll post someone here to watch for her anyway.
Right.
Let's get on and pick up those slips and the telephone call she made.
Graham.
Yeah?
Why don't you put that gun away? It makes me nervous.
I'd be nervous without it.
You handled me quite effectively before without a gun.
You didn't know the score then.
Tell me something, will you?
What?
Why did you double-cross me?
What do you mean?
You started out in this deal working for me. Why did you switch?
I didn't like the way you operate.
Was that the only reason?
Yeah.
I thought it could have been because you got a better offer.
That had nothing to do with it.
What has she promised you?
What's it to you?
I'd like to enter my bid.
I don't get it.
If I were to top her offer, maybe you'd come back to my team.
Mister, that's just why I can't do business with you.
Okay. Can we have a drink?
Yeah, I guess so.
There's some scotch in the cabinet there. Would you get it?
Where?
On the lower shelf.
I don't see any scotch.
Well, that ties the score.
Hey, Jim, warden at State's Prison just called me back.
And?
He questioned Wally Lander about Guthrie.
He come up with anything?
No, he had no idea what Guthrie's old name was.
How about the business he always wanted to be in?
He knew nothing about that either. How are you making out?
No, I've combed through Guthrie's record. That didn't give us anything.
Any word from the hotel?
I just called there 5 minutes ago. Girl still hasn't returned.
Excuse me, Jim.
Yeah, Bob.
Here's a report on his telephone numbers.
Oh, thanks. Oh, Bob, they get a location on all of them?
Yes, it's all there.
Fine. Thanks, Bob.
Are these the calls the girl made from the hotel?
Yeah, that's right. She made 21 calls.
Let's see them, will you?
Okay. First one's a nightclub called the Ace of Clubs. Next is a Bar 8, Angel Room.
Are they all nightclubs?
Well, so far they seem to be. The next three are.
Jim, I think we've hit something.
Yeah? These four clubs, too?
This could be the business Guthrie always wanted to be in.
Uh-huh. All these calls were the nightclubs.
Did the manager of the hotel give you those calls in the sequence they were made?
No, I said they were all mixed up.
That's too bad. Obviously, the last call she made was where she found him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I guess we'll just have to go to each place and bring Guthrie's picture with us. That should give us...
No, wait a minute, Paul. I don't think we'll have to do that.
Why not?
Well, look, all these clubs begin with either the letter A, B, or C. Now, she must have worked from a classified phone book. Called each club in the order was listed. In that case, the Circle Club is the last place she called. Come on, Paul, that'll be our first place.
Come in, Gwen.
Where's Harry?
He's inside. Did you get the money?
Yeah.
Hope you didn't have any trouble.
No, I thought you said Harry was in here.
There he is.
Where?
Right there on the floor.
What happened?
It was just my turn to hit him.
What is this?
It's my party now, Gwen. Let me have my money.
Wait a minute.
Give
now,
it to me, I said.
It's
Gather, it's in that bag.
not your money. It belongs to me, and you know it.
Honey, we're not going into that again. Besides, you'll have no need for it.
Why not?
One has to be alive to enjoy money.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to have to kill you, Gwen. In fact, I'm killing you both.
Now, wait, Dan.
It'll all be very legitimate, too. I'll say I came in, found you rifling my apartment, and I had to let you have it.
You'll never get away with it.
Now, you forget, honey, in this town I'm an honest man. Now, would you like it first?
Dan, don't. Put away that gun.
I'm sorry, Gwen.
Drop that gun.
Huh?
Drop it, I said.
I'll pick up his gun, Jim.
Sure.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
You heard him. You heard what he was going to do?
Yes, Miss Burton, we know all about both of you. That's why the manager let us in the back way. All right, Paul, let's revive that man on the floor and take them all down to the office.
Gwen Burton was sentenced to serve 10 years in a federal penitentiary for bank robbery. Her former accomplice was given a 20-year term for the same crime. Harry Graham was turned over to the local authorities to be prosecuted on an old murder charge. And thus your FBI thwarted the plans of 3 criminals, and also apprehended one for whom they had been looking for more than 2 years. 2 years is a long time in the life of a criminal, but not to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, for their patience never runs out. Your FBI never gives up in the search for a criminal, even if it takes 2, 10, or 20 years. No file is ever closed unless it is marked convicted or dead.
Did you know that most people, no matter how much money they make, are often in financial hot water? The trouble is, not many people know how to make the best use of the money they have. Now, there is one man who does know how to help you make the best use of your money. He is your local Equitable Society representative. His job in life is to help you take the uncertainty out of tomorrow and assure protection for yourself and the ones you love. Why not consult him? There's no obligation. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, extortion. Its title, The Bridal Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Jim Backus, Betty Lou Gerson, Tony Hughes, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bridal Shakedown on This Is Your FBI. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If your plans include sending your youngster to college or providing for a pleasant, comfortable life after 60, owning your own home free and clear years ahead of time, we have a plan. By we, I mean the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and its 8,000 representatives from coast to coast. It will pay you to get acquainted with your local Equitable representative. He's friendly, helpful, and he knows the answers. In about 13 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about him and how he may help you, too, enjoy the many advantages of membership in the Equitable Society. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Homicide. Its title, The Death Cruise.
It is the proud record of your FBI that 97% of those the Bureau apprehends and takes to court are later found guilty and sentenced. That record indicates a thoroughness and a basic respect for detail in every investigation, because it often happens that the only testimony for the prosecution is given by special agents of your FBI. After conviction, the file on that case is marked closed. Those files are records of jobs well done, records of which the Bureau is justifiably proud. For that reason, it is understandable that your FBI does not like to reopen a file that has been marked closed, does not like to have to do its job all over again. That does not happen very often, but as you will see in tonight's case, it does happen. Tonight's FBI file opens on the mouth of a river located in one of our eastern seaboard states. A cabin cruiser courses slowly down this stream. Rounding a bend, it noses into a weather-worn dock. Its pilot, a young man in his middle 20s, ties the boat to a stanchion and walks down the dock to a dilapidated waterfront hotel. He opens the sun-warped screen door and enters the lobby.
Hello? Anyone here?
Just a minute. Well?
Hello.
What do you want?
Are you in charge here?
Yes, why?
I'm looking for information.
What about?
One of the boats that's tied to the dock out there.
Which one?
Seamaid's Second. Who owns it, you know?
No.
Isn't that dock connected with your hotel?
No, everybody uses it.
Oh.
Well, look, mister, if you just came here to ask questions, I haven't got the time.
Oh, wait, please.
Well, what is it?
The Seamaid passed me an hour or so ago upstream. I thought I recognized its pilot. Did you see the boat tie up?
No, I didn't.
Well, perhaps you know this man. He's about my size, blonde hair, mustache. His name is Sanderson.
I never heard of him.
But if he uses this dock, you...
Well, I told you anybody can use it.
Well, he couldn't have docked more than 10 or 15 minutes ago. Where could he have gone from here, do you know?
Oh, to town, maybe.
What town?
Fairport, Clear Falls, Cedar Point, they're all near here.
I see. Well, I guess I'll just have to wait for him.
Sometimes people leave their boats here for days.
I'll wait.
Who's there?
Alice.
What is it? What do you want?
Well, I've got to see you.
All right, come in. I told you, Alice, that I wanted to take a nap.
I know.
Well, why do you disturb me?
Well, a man was here looking for you.
Who was he?
I don't know.
What did he want?
He didn't say.
Did he ask for me by name?
Yes. He said you passed him in your boat upstream. He thought he recognized you and followed you down here.
Where is he now?
He left. He returned to his boat.
What did you tell him?
That I didn't know who you were or where you'd gone.
I see.
But he's going to wait for you anyway.
This is bad.
Well, I tried my best to get rid of him, John.
Raise the window shade.
Sure.
Just a trifle.
How's that?
Fine. Now, which one is his boat?
Well, it's at the very end of the dock there, you see?
Yes.
He must be below.
Where's your husband?
He went into town.
As soon as he returns, send him up here.
Hello, aboard there.
Yes? Someone hailing me?
Yep.
What do you want?
Are you the owner of this boat?
Yeah.
Let's see your license.
Boat license?
Nope. License for using this dock.
Oh, I didn't know one was necessary.
It's a town ordinance.
Who are you?
Deputy Sheriff.
I see. Well, look, could I arrange to get a license from you?
Nope. Got to get one in town.
Are they open this time of night?
Nope.
Well, then what do I do?
Leave the dock.
I couldn't do that.
Look, mister, that's an order.
Sheriff, I might as well tell you why I'm here.
All I'm interested in is a license.
Listen, that boat right over there, the Sea Maid Second, I followed it down the river this afternoon. There was a man aboard it I think I recognized.
Huh?
I know that government agents would be very anxious to apprehend him if he's the man I think he is.
Are you a government agent?
No.
Any kind of policeman?
No.
And why are you so interested?
I was in Army intelligence during the war.
Buddy, the war is all over.
Yes, but...
Look, which boat are you talking about?
That one down there, with the black hull.
Her name ain't Sea Maid Second.
Yes, it is.
That's the Ebony Queen.
I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Come on, have a look for yourself.
Very well.
I'll prove to you that's the Ebony Queen, owned by a man named Smith who lives at Cedar Point. He ain't been in no trouble with the government ever.
This Smith about my size? Blonde hair, mustache?
No, sir. He's short, fat, and bald.
Well, would anyone else be using his boat?
Nope. Well, what does that say there?
Ebony Queen.
Yep.
I don't understand. That's the boat I followed.
Look, mister, your story just don't make no sense. You go on back to your boat, cast off your lines, and pull out of here.
No, sorry, Sheriff. I'm staying.
Some 50 miles away in an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just approaching the desk of the agent in charge.
Mr. McComb?
Yes, Jim.
Could I see you for a minute, sir?
Well, surely. What's on your mind?
I received a phone call late this afternoon from a friend of mine named Ed Bartlett.
Yeah?
Ed was in Army intelligence during the war. We worked together on a number of cases involving enemy aliens. That was when I was with the New York office.
I see.
One of the men we picked up at the beginning of the war was a Nazi named John Sanderson. He'd been engaged in subversive activity. He was convicted on several counts and sent to a federal prison.
I remember hearing about him.
Well, you may also recall, sir, that Sanderson was released at the end of the war and deported to Germany.
Yes, I do. But what's this got to do with your friend's phone call?
Well, Ed's been out on his boat on a fishing trip for the past week. This afternoon, a small pleasure cruiser passed him. Ed was almost certain the man at the wheel was John Sanderson.
What?
Yeah, he said he followed the boat to a dock down near Cedar Point. No one was aboard her, so he inquired at a nearby hotel as to where the man had gone. He couldn't learn anything there.
Well, Jim, this sounds more like a case of mistaken identity.
Well, I thought so myself at first, sir, but Ed insisted he had the right man. Knowing him, I'm inclined to believe him.
Well, we have a file on Sanderson here. Check it. It's possible we're both mistaken. Maybe he wasn't deported.
Well, sir, I've already checked. He was sent out of the country over 5 years ago.
I see. Where's your friend now?
He's standing by down there, waiting for the man to return.
Has he contacted the local police?
Well, I advised him to. I'm not so sure that he will. Mr. McComb.
Yeah?
I wonder if you'd give me permission to go down there. If this is a false lead, I'll be back by tomorrow night.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yes?
It's me, Henry.
Come in. What happened? Weren't you watching from the window?
It was too dark to see, but I didn't hear his boat pull away.
He ain't going.
Why not?
He just said he was going to wait until you came back.
Did you impersonate a deputy sheriff?
Yep.
Well, didn't you threaten to arrest him?
Yep. He just said go ahead.
What about the boat? Did you repaint the name?
Mm-hmm. But he's still going to stay.
What did you find out about him?
He said he was in Army intelligence during the war.
Oh.
Also said the government agents would be very happy to grab you.
He's really going to be difficult to get rid of.
Yeah.
Where's Alice?
Downstairs.
Bring her up here.
Can you see all right, mister?
Yeah, just lead the way. When did this man come to your hotel?
About 20 minutes ago. He took a room for the night.
His name is Sanderson, huh?
That's right. And he's got blonde hair and a mustache, just like the fellow that you were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I came right down to your boat to get you.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Oh, here's the back door. You can go in this way.
Right.
Now, his room is right at the head of these stairs.
Thanks.
Oh, wait.
Yeah?
Well, I just happened to think, now, there ain't going to be any trouble between you two, is there?
Well, to tell you the truth, there might be.
Oh, well, then I'd better get the sheriff. He's right out front in the lobby.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. Bring him up to the room.
Okay.
Come in.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Sanderson.
Hello?
You remember me?
Yes, of course. You're the young man who was in Army intelligence.
That's right.
What brings you here?
Your boat passed mine on the river today. I recognized you.
So?
You were deported from this country about 5 years ago, weren't you, Sanderson?
That's right.
Then how did you get back here?
Illegally.
Well, you admit that, huh?
Yes.
I'm going to have to see to it that you're deported again.
Really? How?
By turning you over to the FBI?
Have you the authority to make an arrest?
No.
Then how are you going to do it?
Well, this should be your answer. Come in.
Here's the sheriff.
Good. Come in, Sheriff.
Okay. You, wanted to see me?
Yes, Sheriff. This is the man I was looking for.
Well?
He's in this country illegally. He should be arrested and turned over to the FBI.
Did you hear that, Sheriff?
Yep.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, now, let me see.
You should obey the man, you know.
You think so?
Of course.
What is this?
Show him, Henry.
Okay.
Nice work, Sheriff.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. But right now, here's a question. When was the last time you saw your doctor for a complete physical checkup? Everybody should see his doctor regularly. Keeping healthy is protection for your family, just as the right kind of life insurance is protection for your loved ones no matter what happens in the future. What is the right kind of protection? Perhaps the experience of Mr. Frank Murphy may help you. Mr. Murphy, before you became a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, what was your problem?
Protection for my wife and kids. You see, I make a comfortable living, but not big money. My Social Security would help, but it certainly isn't enough to keep my family well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed until my youngest gets through high school. So when I heard you talk about a plan that would provide me with that kind of security, I got interested.
That's our Equitable Family Security Plan.
Right, and a good name for it, too. So as you suggested, I called my local Equitable representative, and he came right over. He didn't try to sell me anything. First, he gave me a chart and made it simple and easy for me to figure how much more income my wife would need to keep her and the kids in comfort.
And that's the famous Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for fathers and mothers. Incidentally, there's no charge for this chart. It's available to everyone who wants to know exactly how much protection his family needs.
The chart was a big help, and our Equitable man was a bigger help. Now that my family's secure, I'd advise anybody to call up his Equitable man. They're good men to do business with.
They are. You see, Equitable men are more than life insurance men. They're interested in your problems and in presenting a plan that fits your needs and your budget. So please remember, no matter what your insurance problem may be, talk it over with your local Equitable Society representative. Ask him for your free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of this friendly, helpful neighbor, your local representative of the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Death Cruise.
The desire to see that justice is done is strong in almost every one of us. But sometimes that desire leads to trying to take the law into your own hands. As tonight's case from the files of your FBI illustrates, that is the wrong course of action. In every city, there is a local police force. In every state, there are state troopers. And in every section of the country, there are field offices of your FBI. It is their job to see that laws are enforced, that justice is dealt out fairly. Your job as a citizen is to respect and obey those laws. And when, as will sometimes happen, you know of a crime that has been committed, or a criminal who has gone unpunished, do not assume the responsibility of seeing justice done. Your responsibility ends when you have done your duty, when you have notified your local police. Tonight's file continues at the police station in the town of Cedar Point. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just introduced himself to the Chief of Police.
Sit down, Mr. Taylor. Thanks. Now, what can I do for you? Did a man named Ed Bartlett contact you any time yesterday or this morning?
Bartlett? No, he didn't. Why?
Well, he called me yesterday afternoon. He'd been out on his boat on the river. He thought he recognized a man who had been deported from this country some 5 years ago.
Where was this?
On the river. This man was in another boat, and he trailed him to a dock about 2 miles north of here.
The one near the Ocean View Hotel?
Yeah, that's right. I told him to contact the police. I thought he might have come to you.
He didn't. Have you tried the Fairport police?
Yes, sir, I have.
How about Clear Falls?
No, I hadn't heard from him either.
Have you looked for him?
Yeah, I went down to the dock. I couldn't find any trace of his boat, though.
Maybe the man took off again and Bartlett followed him.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Did he give you a description of the other boat, the one the suspect was on?
No, he didn't.
Well, I'm afraid... Excuse me.
Sure.
Chief Jenkins? Yes? Yes. What's that? Where was this? I see. What's the name of the boat? All right. Thanks a lot. I'll be right down there. Mr. Taylor, what does Bartlett look like?
He's about 6 feet tall, dark hair.
Was the name of his boat the Lucky Star?
It sounds like it, yeah.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for him.
What is it?
The body of a man of that general description was just found in a boat named the Lucky Star.
Oh, no.
We can't be sure that it's Bartlett, of course.
Where was this?
About 10 miles downstream. It drifted into shore.
Well, let's get down there at once.
That you, Henry?
Yeah?
We're here in the back room.
Did you go into the village?
Yep.
Any news of the boat?
Nope.
It'll probably be found sometime this afternoon.
That soon?
I imagine so.
Well, what'll we do?
I'll leave tonight, just as I planned.
Suppose the police should come here.
Why should they?
When they find his body, they could also learn that he had docked here.
My dear sister, we took great pains to make it appear that his death was accidental.
Well, yes,
Look, Alice, stop worrying. Everything is going to be okay.
There's the body right over there, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, I see.
Well?
Yeah, it's Ed Bartlett, all right.
Too bad.
I guess we'll have to examine him.
Look at the back of his head.
Yeah, I see.
Say, there's blood on the back of that boat hook there. From the position of the body, he could have very easily slipped and fallen against it.
Yeah, he could have, but I don't think he did. I'd say this is very carefully staged to appear that way.
You think he caught up with the man he was looking for?
If he'd only contacted you, Chief, instead of trying to do the job alone.
Yeah. Well, shall we go below?
Oh, wait, I want to search his pockets first. It's just barely possible he might have left a note of some kind.
Telling you more about this man he was following?
Uh-huh.
If we just had a description of his boat.
Yeah, I know.
Find anything?
Oh, just this book of matches might be of some help to us, though.
How's that?
Well, they're from the Ocean View Hotel. That's the place by the dock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, then you must have gone in there at some time. You know the people who run it?
Yes, a couple named Fowler.
Well, they might be able to give us some information.
Well, we can...
Hold it.
What is it?
Some blue paint here on the deck. See it?
Yeah.
It's a very odd shade of blue. It didn't spill here. Looks like it rubbed off or something.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to scrape a few flecks of it off.
You want a knife?
No, I've got one, thanks. Oh, Chief, why don't you go ashore and notify the coroner? I'll finish up here.
Go ahead, Miss Taylor.
Thanks.
Who's that?
Chief of Police Jenkins, Mrs. Fowler.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jenkins.
Hello. This is Mr. Taylor, Mrs. Fowler.
How do you do?
Mrs. Fowler.
Mr. Taylor is a special agent of the FBI.
I see.
You might be able to help him.
How?
Well, yesterday afternoon, a man named Ed Bartlett put his boat into that dock outside there.
Ed Bartlett?
That's right. He's a man about 6 feet tall, dark hair, slightly broken nose. You see him by any chance?
No, sir.
We have reason to believe he came here to your hotel.
Well, I didn't see anybody that looked like him.
Did you see his boat? It was called the Lucky Star.
No, sir.
Oh, here's Mr. Fowler. He might be able to help us. Mr. Fowler?
Oh, hello, Chief.
Hello. This is Mr. Taylor. He's from the FBI.
Hello, we're looking for information, Mr. Fowler, about a man named Ed Bartlett who docked his boat outside here yesterday afternoon. It's called the Lucky Star. Did you see it?
No, didn't.
Maybe you saw him. He was 6 feet tall, dark hair, slightly broken nose.
Nope, didn't see him.
Oh, Chief, I'm afraid this is a bad lead. We'd better be going.
But,
thanks a lot anyway, folks. Come on, Chief.
Okay.
After you.
All right.
Henry? Get upstairs and tell John who was here.
Let's head out here to the end of the dock, Chief.
Okay. Say, don't you think we should have questioned the Fowlers a little more?
I purposely cut that interview short.
Why?
You notice Fowler's trousers?
No, I didn't.
Well, there was a streak of blue paint on the right leg. I'm certain it was the same color paint that I scraped off the deck of Bartlett's boat.
Well.
It reminded me of where I'd seen that paint before. I noticed a can of it yesterday when I came out here onto the dock.
Whereabouts?
Well, it's right alongside this boat up here. Shine your flashlight around, will you, Chief?
Sure. Hey, there's a paint can.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Hey, it's that same odd shade of blue.
Yeah?
Now, I wonder if you... Wait a minute. Shine your light again on the stern of the boat there.
Right there?
Yeah, hold it. Look, Chief, the name on that boat's been freshly painted.
Ebony Queen.
You suppose it was called something else before? The name was changed to avoid suspicion?
Could have been.
Well, if it was, then that's Sanderson's boat. This whole paint cycle ties together.
You think Fowler's mixed up in it, too?
Yeah. Look, will you go aboard and search the boat?
Okay.
I'm heading for the nearest phone to call my office. I want to see if anyone named Fowler has ever been mixed up with Sanderson.
Is that you, Mr. Taylor?
Kindly put up your hand.
Huh?
What are you doing on this boat?
I'm Chief of Police Jenkins.
You haven't answered my question.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter.
Would your name be Sanderson?
Yes.
And you know why I'm here.
Yes, but it isn't going to do you any good.
What do you mean?
I'm about to take a trip down the river. I need a change.
You won't get very far.
I will if I travel alone. Is that you, Henry?
Yeah.
Come below. We have company. You undoubtedly know the chief of police.
Yep.
He was nosing around down here. We're going to have to take care of him.
Mm-hmm.
Go above and cast off the line first. I would prefer that this happened while we were out in the river. Well, do as I say.
I can't.
Why not?
Because I've got a gun in his back. Drop yours, Sanderson. I pick up his gun, Chief.
Okay, thanks.
My office told me that Fowler was Sanderson's brother-in-law. I dropped by, picked him up, and brought him down here.
Sure glad you did.
Now we can place them both under arrest.
It was proved that although Ed Bartlett was assaulted in the hotel, his death occurred on the boat. Therefore, Sanderson was convicted in federal court for murder on the high seas and sentenced to be executed. Henry and Alice Fowler were convicted as accomplices and given a life prison term in a federal penitentiary. This time, your FBI marked its file not closed, but dead. And it was able to do that only because of the shrewd powers of observation of a special agent who remembered where he had seen an off shade of paint. Those powers of observation are not a talent that anyone is born with, but they are a talent that can be developed, that has been developed in the course of study that every special agent must pass before he becomes a qualified member of your FBI, before he goes to work for you, the American people.
One primary cause of much needless worry is money. Husbands worry about the future security of their wives and children. Others worry about poverty in old age. Others worry about assuring their children's education. Now, there is one man who can help you enjoy freedom from such worries. He is your local equitable representative, the friendly, helpful neighbor who knows the answers to your problem. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, homicide. Its title, The Astrological Breakout.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Lamont Johnson, Bill Johnstone, Mary Ann Cape, Lou Merrill, and Vernon Rich. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Astrological Breakout on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Money seems to be the hardest thing in the world to get hold of and the easiest thing to get rid of. That's because most of us don't know how to handle money. If that's your problem, then why not consult a neighbor of yours who can tell you how to use your money to build a more secure future? He's your local Equitable Society representative. You can count on him to see your problem from your point of view and see that you get the most for your life insurance dollar. In about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about this friendly, helpful man and how he can help you enjoy the many advantages of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Homicide. Its title, The Astrological Breakout.
From time to time on these programs, your FBI discusses the criminal mind. Perhaps you have wondered why. You may have said to yourself, I don't know any criminals, and I'll certainly do my best never to meet one. It is sincerely hoped that you will always be able to say that. But the point is that, unknown to you, there may be criminals who want to meet you, and will. That's why it seems important to put you on guard. Unfortunately, criminals aren't labeled as such. They don't look like the colorful thugs you see in the movies or illustrated in magazines. They're very apt to have extremely pleasing personalities, can even look you straight in the eyes when talking with you. That's why it's necessary to warn you that behind all this may lurk a twisted mind. In tonight's FBI file, you will meet a person who once again proves the truth of the old saying, appearances are deceiving. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small, dimly lighted room. Ralph Stark, a slight, studious-looking man, is seated in one corner of this room, busily writing. A companion nervously paces the floor.
Ralph.
Yes, Charlie?
Got a cigarette?
There's some in my jacket there. Help yourself.
Okay. You want one?
No, thanks.
Ralph, does this bother you?
What?
My talking like this while you're working.
Oh, no. Not at all.
You mind if I maybe watch a while?
No. Go right ahead.
Not that I'd understand any of it.
Astrology is really quite simple.
Not the way you work it.
What do you mean?
All them charts and things.
Oh, they just look complicated, Charlie. Actually, when you understand what the position of the stars mean, what relation they have to the individual, then it's not involved at all.
To me, it is. If I want to know what my fortune's going to be, I'll invest a penny and get my correct weight besides.
You'd be wasting a penny.
Why?
This is a very exact science. Look here.
Yeah.
Here you see the planets as they are at the present time. The accompanying graph is their relationship to me. This is determined, of course, by the year and day of my birth. I've been working on this chart for a very specific reason. Trying to determine what the immediate future holds in store for me.
How you doing?
Fine.
What'd you find out?
This coming Wednesday will be a most favorable day for us to break out of this jail.
2 days later, in a large city some 50 miles away from the jail holding the two astrology-minded criminals, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is just entering the office of his agent in charge.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Jim?
I see you for a minute, please.
Yes, come in.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
Well, I was going down to Elton County Jail this afternoon to interview a man named Charlie Wallace.
Wallace?
Local police picked him up down there, but we have a detainer on him. He was involved in the Scobie extortion case.
Oh, yes, and we never recovered the money he collected.
That's right, sir. That's what I was going down to question him about.
Why do you say was going down?
I received a call from the warden of the jail about 20 minutes ago. Wallace and another convict just escaped.
How did that happen?
Two men were cellmates. They complained of feeling ill, so they were given permission to see the prison doctor. Once they were in the doctor's office, they overpowered him, used his keys to get out, and what's more, they even stole his car.
I see. When did this break occur?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Any trace of them yet?
No, the warden hadn't received any word when I spoke to him.
Local and state police have been alerted, I imagine?
Yes, sir, they have.
Oh, we have an interest in finding Wallace, too. Send out an alarm on our teletype, Jim.
I've already done that, sir.
Good. Let me know as soon as something breaks.
Relax, Charlie.
Huh?
Relax and enjoy the scenery.
Are you kidding?
Look, as long as we stay on these back roads, we're perfectly safe. Believe me, nothing can happen to us.
I know. Says so in the stars.
Exactly.
Look, Ralph, I don't want to put the whammy on your astrology deal, but I'd feel a lot safer if we were holed up someplace right now.
Well, we will be shortly.
You mean if your mother done like you told her?
I'm certain she has.
When'd you give her the word?
Last week, when she came to visit me.
What'd you tell her?
That she should find a cabin in some isolated spot.
How do you know she got it?
Charlie, I told you. She sent me a note describing the place. Said she'd wait there for company. Company meaning us.
Oh. How far is it from here?
Oh, about another 30 miles.
What's the name of the place?
Pineville.
Never heard of it.
It's about 10 miles from Quincy.
Oh.
You know Quincy, don't you?
Where?
In fact, I seem to recall you're telling me that you hid that extortion money somewhere near there.
That's right, 20 grand.
Quite a sum.
What good does it do me? Can't pick it up while the heat's on.
Say, Charlie.
Huh?
I just thought of something.
What?
Perhaps my mother could help you out.
How?
Just tell her where the money is, let her pick it up.
Oh, I couldn't have anybody's mother do a job like that.
Well, mine is quite exceptional. Just wait and see.
Hey, what are you turning here for?
I see a car parked down on the road there. There's no one in it.
So?
Charlie, this doctor's car is pretty hot by now. I think we should work out an exchange.
Special Agent Taylor.
Well, hello there. This is Sergeant Hampton, State Police.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
I worked with you last year on the Milford case.
Oh, sure, Sergeant. I remember you very well. What's on your mind?
I understand that you fellows are interested in this man Wallace who escaped from the county jail.
That's right, we are. We have a detainer on him.
Well, we located the car that he used in the prison break. It was found on the outskirts of Quincy.
Oh, abandoned?
Yes?
Any sign of Wallace and the other convict?
No, but a second car was stolen right near the place where they left the first one.
Evidently decided to change cars and take some of the heat off, huh?
Yes.
Has an alarm been sent out on the second car?
It has, but they may have gotten quite a start. According to the owner, it could have been stolen any time within the last 4 hours.
I see.
If we come up with anything, Jim, I'll call you immediately.
Well, thanks, Sergeant.
Well, here we are.
This is really hidden away.
I'll get out on your side.
Okay. What'll we do with the car?
Just leave it here for now. Oh, look.
What?
That lamp in the window. That's Mother's touch. She's such a sentimentalist.
You mean wandering boy stuff?
Exactly.
Who is it?
It's I, Mother. Ralph. Hello, Mother.
Oh, son, it's so good to see you. Come right in.
Sure. Come ahead, Charlie.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Mother, this is Charlie Wallace.
Hello, Charlie.
Hiya, Mrs. Stark.
I've heard so much about you. You were Ralph's roommate, weren't you?
Well, yeah.
Now tell me, how did everything go?
Very well.
No trouble at all?
Just with the doctor.
Goodness, I hope you didn't use any guns.
No, I just slugged him.
Oh, fine.
I owe a great deal to Charlie, Mother.
Really?
If it hadn't been for his muscular skill, we'd still be cooped up in that cell.
Oh, stop, will you? It was your brains that got us out of there.
Don't forget the astrology.
Oh, yeah, the stars.
Oh, now don't get him started on that. Sit down, both of you. I've had dinner on the stove for hours.
Hey, that sounds okay. I'm real hungry.
I'm sure you are. I can remember once when Ralph's father broke out of jail. The poor man was starved. Some more pie, young man.
No thanks, Mrs. Stark.
How about you, Ralph?
Oh, no, thank you, Mother. I'm full.
Well, I'll just clear the table.
What a dinner.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm afraid that roast will have to go a long way, though.
Why's that, Mother?
Well, son, I spent practically everything I had on getting here and renting this cabin.
Oh.
I'm afraid one of you is going to have to do a job real soon if we're going to go on living here.
Wait a minute.
What?
I got plenty of dough.
Really? How wonderful.
Mother, Charlie is referring to some loot from a former job. He has it hidden away over in Quincy.
Oh.
Well, look, didn't you say before that your mother would go get it?
Well, yes, but I didn't know if you wanted her to.
Oh, sure I do, if it's okay with her.
What do you say, Mother?
Why, I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Charlie has $20,000 buried over near Quincy.
Yes?
I can give you the directions where it's head.
I see.
How would you feel about going over tomorrow morning and getting it?
Where did you get this money, young man?
On a job.
Well, what kind of a job?
Extortion.
How clever. Why, I'll get it the very first thing in the morning.
You busy, Mr. Jackson?
No, come in, Jim.
I'd like to give you the latest report on that escaped convict, Wallace.
What's happened?
Well, as you know, the state trooper called me yesterday. He reported that Wallace and his companion had stolen a second car. Well, they've set up roadblocks for it, but nothing turned up all night.
And they've evidently gone under somewhere in that neighborhood.
Would appear that way. It's too large an area, though, to do any house-to-house checking.
Have you gone into the background of these men, Jim? See if they have any friends or relatives living in the vicinity?
Yes, sir, I have. As far as I could learn, Wallace has no known friends or relatives near where the car was stolen.
I see.
I checked on the man who escaped with him. His name is Ralph Stark.
Yeah?
Now, he has a mother who has a criminal record herself. They've always worked very closely together. I put a tracer out on the mother, found that she had moved from the last address just a week ago.
Did you learn where she'd gone?
Well, I talked to her landlady. She said that her daughter had bought the Stark woman a bus ticket to some place in the vicinity of where the car was stolen.
Well, that sounds like a lead, Jim.
That's what I thought. See, landlady's daughter was out when I talked to her, so I'm going over there later and interview her.
Ralph?
I'm in here, Mother.
Oh,
How did you make out?
just fine.
Did you get the money?
Of course.
Oh, good for you.
It was the funniest thing. I went... Well, goodness, what happened to him? Your friend Charlie, he's tied up in that chair.
That's right.
Well, who did that to him?
I did.
Oh.
Where's the money, Mother?
Well, I have it right here in my shopping bag. Now, let's see. Ralph,
Yes, Mother?
why did you tie him up?
Well, to begin with, Mother, according to the stars, his future was very dark indeed.
Oh, poor boy.
Then there was a selfish motive, too. Money.
This money I have here?
Yes.
I see.
Did you have any trouble getting to Quincy?
No, I found a bus that took me right there.
You made very good time.
Didn't I, though? Son,
Yes.
what are you going to do with your friend here?
Well, I've just been thinking about that. I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill him.
Oh, goodness. He seems like such a nice young man.
I know, Mother, but $20,000 can make life very pleasant for us.
Yes, that's true.
Look, I think I'll get this over with now. It may not be very pleasant, Mother. You'd better leave the room.
Oh, don't mind me, son. I'll just stay here and count this money.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. But right now, I'd like to ask you a personal question. Will you be enjoying life on a comfortable income when you are 60 or 65? Will you be able to live where you want, go and come as you please? That was the problem confronting Mr. Robert Grange before he became a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. That's true, is it not, Mr. Grange?
Absolutely. Next year I'll be 40, and I suddenly realized that I hadn't laid very much by for that rainy day. My wife and I got to worrying what would happen to us when we hit my retirement age.
How did Equitable solve your problem, Mr. Grange?
We heard you talking about a plan on this program, a plan that would give us freedom from money worries and job worries when we hit the 60s.
That's the Equitable Independent 60s plan. Then what did you do?
Like you advised, we called our local Equitable agent, and I'm mighty glad I did. He explained that this plan would provide for our future, get a handsome check every week, go and come as we pleased, live where we want, and how my wife would get all these advantages if something happened to me. The big surprise was the low cost. Well, nowadays when my friends talk about their worries, I tell them to call up my friend, the Equitable Man.
That's good advice. If you have life insurance problems like owning your own home free and clear, education for your children, independence after 60, protection for your wife and family, talk it over with the man who can help you most, your Equitable Society representative. There's no obligation. To get in touch with this friendly, helpful neighbor, simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
And now back to the FBI file, the Astrological Breakout.
Tonight's case is an example of so-called mother love carried to the point of viciousness. Obviously, the mother is a psychopath, a sick person, probably mentally unbalanced. Undoubtedly, Ralph is a criminal because he grew up under the influence of such a mother. There are laws protecting children from brutal physical punishments or wanton neglect. But, as far as we know, none against being just a plain, bad, careless parent. It's true that most people who do a bad job bringing up their children do so through ignorance. And the pity is that many parents who are fully aware that all is not well feel reluctant to ask for outside help in guiding their children. They fail to realize that it's no disgrace to admit that they don't know all the answers in rearing their children. There are many agencies capable and anxious to help parents in child guidance. Mothers and fathers would do well to seek them out before it's too late. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is talking to the agent in charge.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Jim?
I think we're beginning to get someplace in that Wallace case.
Good. What have you got?
I told you I was going to check up on Stark's mother.
That's the man who escaped with Wallace.
That's right, sir. I went to the place where she last lived and interviewed her landlady's daughter.
Yeah?
She said she bought a bus ticket for the old woman to a place called Pineville.
I see.
Now, Pineville's only 10 miles from Quincy.
Sounds like she's involved, all right.
Yeah, I have a hunch she set up the hideout.
That's logical.
I contacted a state trooper I know down there, and I gave him a description of Stark's mother. I asked him to check with real estate men, tourist camps, to find out if she's been seen.
Good.
Mr. Jackson, I think I should get down to Pineville.
I agree with you, Jim. Get going right away.
Ralph,
Yes, Mother?
what are you doing?
Working on a chart.
Oh, what do the stars have to say today?
They're quite favorable, Mother.
Isn't that nice?
They seem to indicate that a trip's in order.
Good heavens, son, I wouldn't need the stars to tell us that.
They seem to point to either a boat trip or the seashore.
Please, let's make it the seashore. I don't like boats.
Very well. That's where it'll be. Did you finish counting the money?
Yes,
How much was there?
exactly 20,000, just as your poor friend said.
Fine.
By the way, Ralph, what are we going to do about his remains?
We'll bury him.
How sweet. When do you intend to leave here, son?
As soon as possible.
Well, are we going to use the car you came in?
No, Mother, that's too hot. I want you to go into town and buy one. Go to a used car lot.
Buy one?
Yes.
Well, it's against my principles, but I'll do it.
Sergeant? Sergeant Hampton?
Yes?
Been looking all over for you.
Oh. Hello there, Jim.
Hi. Had quite a job finding you. First to headquarters to a real estate man.
And he sent you here.
That's right.
Too bad we both didn't arrive a little sooner.
Why? What do you mean?
It's the hideout, all right, but two of our birds have flown.
Wallace and Stark?
Stark and his mother. Wallace is still here.
Oh, good.
Not so good, Jim. He's dead.
Oh.
I just discovered the body a few minutes ago.
Is it in the cabin?
No, he was buried out back. I noticed a fresh mound of earth. That's how I found him.
Have you searched the cabin yet?
No, just gave it a quick going over.
Oh, let's go in and look around, huh?
Surely.
How's Wallace killed, Sergeant?
He was stabbed. Knife was buried with him. I'm holding it for prints.
Evidently killed by his Confederate, huh?
Looks that way. Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks.
There's just 2 rooms here, Jim. Stark's mother rented it just a week ago.
Huh? Well, let's have a look around, huh?
All right.
They couldn't have left here too long.
I know. I didn't take the second car they stole either. That's still parked
Sergeant?
up. Yes?
Look here.
What is it?
That's a newspaper dated last May 17th. Now, if I remember correctly, May 17th was the day that Wallace's extortion victim paid him off.
Really?
Yeah. You notice the way this newspaper's folded?
Uh-huh.
Could easily have been wrapped around a package of money.
Yeah.
You know, if he recovered that money, that could be the motive for his murder.
You mean Stark and his mother used it for a getaway?
That's right. Hey, something else might be a lead.
What, Jim?
Writing pad. You can see indentations where something is written on here. Well, I'll get it to our laboratory.
Jim, I know the FBI has no jurisdiction on
but
this.
But we do want to recover that extortion money, Sergeant. So we're still very much in this case. Been waiting for you, Sergeant. I've got a report here from our laboratory. It's on that indented writing we found on that pad.
Yes?
Report states the writing was a letter Stark sent to a book company requesting they send some astrology books to an enclosed address.
An enclosed address?
Yeah, that kind of stymies us. We can contact the book company, though. They should be able to help us. Sergeant?
Yes, Jim?
That book company just called me back.
Yes?
They recall getting the order. It was sent to Ocean City General Delivery.
In Stark's name?
Yes. I'll check General Delivery down there at once. Well, we've kind of hit a stone wall, Sergeant.
How's that, Jim?
I contacted the Ocean City Post Office. Package was picked up yesterday.
Oh, that is a tough break.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know where they are. We can get the local police down there to help us look for them. Give them general descriptions.
Hey, wait a minute, Sergeant. There may be a quicker way of getting to them. I've got an idea.
Who is it?
It's me, son.
Oh, just a minute. Come in, Mother.
Thank you. I had such a wonderful morning shopping. I brought some of the things home with me. I'm having all the groceries sent.
I see.
Son, are you working on one of those charts again?
Yes, Mother.
Don't you think you should quit that for a while? After all, we're at the seashore.
Mother, please.
Son, what's wrong?
It's this chart. I'm quite worried about it.
Why?
Well, it's right on the cusp. I don't know if we're about to be very lucky or unlucky.
Oh, now, don't you go worrying over some little cusp. Put those papers away like a good boy and relax.
Mother, I'd rather...
Oh, that must be the groceries. I'll answer it. Just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Stark?
That's right.
The grocery store sent me over here.
Oh, well, where are the groceries?
Oh, I'm not the delivery boy. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
What?
What's wrong, Mother?
He's from the FBI.
Close that door.
Just a minute.
How did you get here?
Well, that money you took from Wallace was extortion money, and all the bills were marked.
Oh.
So you see, you led me here yourself.
Ralph Stark was turned over to the local authorities, tried, convicted, and sentenced to be executed for the murder of Charles Wallace. His mother was prosecuted as an accomplice to the murder in a state court and was given a life sentence. And so another file was marked closed because of the facilities that are available to law enforcement agencies today, like the FBI laboratory. And also because of the fact that the special agents of your FBI have trained minds. Minds that remember things like the fact that the extortion money was marked. Those things are not accidents. Your FBI did not win its international reputation quickly or accidentally. It attained the status it now holds because it is made up of men who have dedicated their lives to public service, to the protection of every one of us, every minute, every hour, every day.
If you worry about the future, then the chances are you haven't made the right plans for the future. Building the right plans are simple when you know how. Now, there is one man who really knows how to help you build for the future. He is your local Equitable Society representative. If you have an average income, he can show you how to protect your wife and family, provide for your children's education, own your own home, retire on a comfortable income. Why not get in touch with him today? Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, The Dime-a-Dance Stick-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, Ted DeCorsia, Jeanette Nolan, John Stephenson, and Tom Tully. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Dime-a-Dance Stick-Up on This Is Your FBI. This is your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, bank robbery. Its title, The Dime-a-Dance Stick-Up.
The special agents of your FBI are drawn from many different sections of the country. Some come from well-to-do homes. Others are the type of men who as boys did odd jobs after school to augment the family income and then went on to work their way through college. But whether their background is luxury or hard knocks, the men of the FBI have two common denominators. These are courage and mental alertness. Courage to face the armed killers of the underworld. Mental alertness to seize on the one clue in a carefully planned crime which leads finally to its solution. In tonight's case, we see special agents of your FBI proving once again that they possess mental alertness and courage. Tonight's file opens in a shabby second-floor dance hall located in a large western city. It is early evening. One of the hostesses is seated at a corner table as another hostess approaches.
Hi, Jane.
Oh, hello, Grace.
Mind if I sit here a minute? Ooh, my feet are killing me.
It's a shame.
How many tickets you got so far, kid?
3.
3, huh? Look, you mind if I tell you something?
No.
Well, you're brand new here, honey. I've been at this thing a long time, so I feel entitled to give you a little advice.
I wish you would.
Yeah. You don't sell enough.
Sell?
Uh-huh. Laugh, talk, turn it on.
But, Grace, I try.
Nothing comes out, sweetheart.
Well, what do you suggest I do? I mean, what should I laugh and talk about?
Talk about him. That's all the guys are ever interested in.
Oh?
Butter him. Laugh up his jokes. Don't look so sad. You just got to remember there'll always be nights like this.
Well,
Wait a minute. Here comes a guy now. Turn on the charm and nail him.
No, you dance with him, Grace.
Nah, none of that. Stand up and let's see you go to work. Come on. Come on, go on.
Hello there.
You want to dance?
Well, sure.
Here's a ticket. Come on.
Excuse me, Grace?
By all means.
My, but you're an awfully good dancer.
Uh-huh.
You just seem to have so much rhythm, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you come here often? I certainly hope so. You just dance so wonderfully.
Is there another way out of here?
Huh?
Is there any way to get out besides those front steps?
Well, yeah, fire escape.
Where is it?
Right behind those curtains in the back.
We'll dance over there.
Why?
Please, just do like I say.
You want to leave?
That's right.
But we just started dancing.
Look, just let me... Huh?
Oh, you're hurt.
It's nothing.
Your shoulder, it's bleeding.
Is this where the door is?
Yes, but...
Take the rest of my tickets. Just let me get out. And do me a favor. Forget you ever saw me.
Wait.
Huh?
That shoulder, I can't let you... Look, I'm coming with you.
The following morning, in the local field office of your FBI, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just greeting his fellow agent, Chet Logan.
Hello, Chet. Welcome back.
Thanks, Jim.
How's your vacation?
Great.
You been in to see the boss yet?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. He wants me to work with you.
Good. I can use some help.
What's the story?
A bank job. 4 men held up the Traverse National.
How'd they work?
Well, 1 man went into the bank and did the actual job. 2 others stood guard outside. 4th man stayed in the car.
Any identification?
Well, the teller at the bank saw the one who did the actual stick-up.
No mask?
Yeah. He had a handkerchief over his face, but he got a coughing spell and it slipped down on him. Teller's downstairs now going over our file of pictures.
Any idea on the others?
No. There's one thing about the holdup that puzzles me, though.
What's that?
Well, the bank is situated on a corner. The getaway car was parked right in front of it on Main Street.
Yes?
When the bandit ran out of the bank, he didn't make for the car. Instead, he turned the corner onto 3rd Avenue and ran into the railroad station.
What happened then?
Well, according to a few of the eyewitnesses, one of the men in the gang ran after him, but he got away. The other 2 drove off in the car.
That is odd. Mm-hmm. Anybody think to get the license number on the car they used?
Yeah. The car turned up abandoned this morning. There's not a good fingerprint anyplace on it.
How much did they get?
$18,000. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor. Yeah, Mark. He did fine. Yeah, thanks very much. That was ident section. Teller just definitely identified a thief named Gibson as the man who did the job.
Are they sending up Gibson's record?
As soon as it gets here, we'll go to work.
Hello.
Hmm?
Do you feel any better?
Who are you?
Jean.
Jean? Oh, you're the girl from the dance hall.
That's right.
Where am I?
This is my place. I brought you here last night.
Oh, what? Oh, the shoulder.
I bathed it, put a bandage on. You made me promise not to call a doctor.
Did you call one?
No.
Thanks.
Can you eat something?
No, not just yet.
I've got to be getting to work pretty soon.
What time is it?
About 6.
At night?
Uh-huh.
I've really been out. Wait a minute. What'd you knock yourself out for?
What do you mean?
Bringing me here.
Well, you needed help.
I can't pay you nothing.
I didn't expect anything.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know what it is to be alone and need somebody to help you.
Oh. I suppose you've been wondering what this is all about. Why I got shot.
I didn't ask you, did I?
No. There's some guys who want to get their hands on me.
Gangsters?
I guess you'd call them that.
Why don't you call the police?
I can't.
Why not? They'd help you.
I'll explain some other time.
You better get some more sleep.
You leaving?
Yeah, I'm going to work.
Jean.
Huh?
I'm going to ask you one more favor. Will you call the place I work? I'll give you the number. Tell them I won't be in.
Well, sure, but...
But what?
You never told me your name.
Oh. It's Gibson. Larry Gibson.
Anything happened while I was out?
Bill called. He went out and examined the car that was used in the bank job, but he couldn't find a thing.
Any news from the police?
No. How'd you make out, Jim?
I finally found the hotel where Gibson was living.
Was living?
Yeah, he checked out the morning of the stick-up. One of the bellboys said that he took Gibson's bags down to the railroad station, checked them, but he never came back for the claim checks.
That's funny.
I got the claim checks and went down to the station. The bags were still there.
Did you go through them?
Yeah, but there wasn't anything in them that might be a lead, just some shirts and socks and 2 old suits.
It sounds like he intended to come back for the checks, but never got a chance.
Yeah, I guess that must be it. He must have just grabbed a train when he ran into the railroad station.
Do you have any friends at the hotel?
No, Chetty was a loner, but the clerk told me he was sick a lot. He used to use the house doctor.
Did you get to see him?
Yeah. He told me that Gibson had quite a bad case of tuberculosis.
Well, that would explain the fit of coughing during the stick-up.
Yeah. But it doesn't explain why he didn't use the getaway car.
Jim, I'm convinced he ran into that railroad station on purpose. It wasn't just the first safe place.
I'm inclined to go along with you on that. I've got the switchboard working on something now that might prove you to be right.
What's that?
Well, the doctor up at the hotel told Gibson to go away to a sanitarium up in the mountains.
Any particular one?
No, he gave him a list of places.
I see.
Special Agent Taylor. Yeah. He is, huh? Yeah, thanks very much. Now, will you put through a call to police headquarters up there for me? That's right. Thanks. Switchboard, Chet. They've located Gibson at one of the sanitariums.
Good.
Will you hold down the office? I'm going to take a run up there right now.
Gee, what happened to you last night?
I went home.
What happened to that tall kid you were dancing with?
Who?
Your last customer.
Oh, he didn't feel good. He needed some fresh air.
Mm-hmm. So you went out the back door with him and down the fire escape.
How do you know?
I saw you.
Oh.
Hey, look, Gene, I don't want to run your life, but be careful, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, that tall kid's red hot.
I don't understand, Grace.
There was a guy in here last night after you two left. He was looking for him.
A cop?
No, a hoodlum. And he's here again tonight.
Where?
Walking toward us right now.
In the brown suit?
Uh-huh.
Grace, what'll I do?
It's too late for anything now, honey.
I got some tickets here. I want to dance.
Yeah, with me, honey?
No, honey, with her.
Oh, well, she's kind of tired.
Shut up. Come on, sister.
But...
Dance, I said. That's it.
My, but you're an awfully good dancer. You just seem to have so much rhythm.
Stop the routine. Where's Larry Gibson?
Who?
The guy you took out of here the back way last night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You took him out of here. He didn't go home, so he must have gone to your place. Where you live.
That
That's none of your business.
Look, you better answer me.
I don't have to. And I don't have to dance with you either. Find yourself another girl.
That's you, Jean?
Yeah.
Ain't this pretty early for you to be home?
Uh-huh.
You didn't get fired on account of me, did you?
No, Larry. I came home because you're in trouble.
What do you mean?
A man came up to the dance hall. He was looking for you.
What was his name?
I don't know. Danced with me. He asked me where you were.
What'd you tell him?
I said I didn't know.
What'd he look like?
Short, with black hair and a mustache.
And a scar on his right cheek?
That's right.
That's Russ Crowley. He's the guy who shot me.
What does he want?
Nothing. I gotta get out of here, though. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Larry.
What?
Please let me call the police.
No.
But he'll kill you. I know he will.
Let me take care of myself.
But they shot you once. Please, Larry.
Honey, there's an awful good reason why I can't.
But you've got...
Look, Jean. I got a brother. He's older than me. His name is Fred. And he's been in trouble ever since I can remember.
Trouble?
Yeah, with the cops. Last week, he and 3 of his gang held up a bank.
What?
They held up a bank. Fred found out the other 3 guys were going to double-cross him, so he beat them to it and ran away with the loot.
Were you mixed up in it?
No. But they came to my house and talked to my landlady. She told them I'd gotten a phone call from my brother.
Well, how'd she know?
The phone's in the hall. She answers it. These guys want to know where Fred went with the money. I'm not going to tell them.
Larry, I think it's swell that you're nice to your brother, but if it means getting killed...
Fred's sick. So sick he's only got about 6 months to live. That's why I can't go to the cops. I'd have to tell him where he is. I don't want him to spend his last few months in any prison.
What are you going to do, Larry?
Well, one thing I've got to do for sure, and that's get out of here.
You're safe here.
You don't know that, Mom. They'll find out where you live.
We already found out, Larry.
Russ.
How did you get here?
I followed you.
Oh.
Okay, Larry. Start talking.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI.
And now back to tonight's FBI file, the Dime Dance Stick-Up.
Tonight's case was chosen in order to point out the danger of assuming responsibility for strangers, particularly those who avoid help through the regular channels. The mere fact that Larry, although painfully wounded, had failed to report either to a hospital or the police should have aroused Jean's suspicions. She should have reflected that a man who has been shot through the shoulder and who is obviously trying to hide it from the authorities is either a criminal himself or closely connected with criminals. She should have remembered also that harboring a criminal is an unlawful act, and that one who does so thereby becomes what is legally known as an accessory after the fact. FBI agents are certainly not anxious to make people suffer because of their ignorance or good intentions. But they can't always protect such people against results of their own foolishness. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from a visit to the sanitarium and is relaying his information to his fellow agent, Chet Logan.
Jim, did you find Gibson?
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's still up at the sanitarium, Chet. I had him placed under protective custody.
I see. What'd you get from him?
Well, he admitted taking part in the stick-up. Oh, I brought back his written confession. It's in on the boss's desk now.
How much did he tell you?
Everything.
Including the names of his accomplices?
Yeah. He named the 3 others who worked on the job with him, and I've already sent out alarms on all 3 of them.
Isn't it kind of odd that Gibson talks so freely, Jim?
No, he had a reason for talking.
What's that?
Well, he says that he found out the gang was going to double-cross him, so he decided he'd double-cross them instead and run away with the loot.
Uh-huh.
This morning he just received word that the other 3 hoodlums are gunning for his kid brother and may kill his brother if he doesn't tell them where he's hiding.
That might be the truth.
I think it might for one reason. Gibson still has that money someplace, and he offered to make us a deal.
What kind of a deal?
He says that if we capture the other 3 and in that way remove his kid brother from any danger, he'll turn in the money.
Larry?
What is it?
You know I'm a nice fella. I don't like to hurt nobody. But I may have to start if you don't open up soon and tell me where your brother is.
He has been telling you. He doesn't know.
You keep out of this.
She's right. I don't know where Fred is.
Okay, kid. Let's forget about where he is. Make believe I'm not interested. We'll change the subject, okay?
Fine.
Suppose you just tell me where he stashed the dough.
I don't know that either.
Look, Larry, believe me, if it was just me, I'd just walk out of here and forget the whole thing.
Then why don't you?
What would I tell my partners? That I came here, you told me a story, and I was a big slob and said forget it? They wouldn't understand, kid. So why don't you make it easy for both of us? Tell me where we can find Fred or the dough, and let me get out of here.
For the 100th time, I don't know.
Look, kid, I never belted nobody who was laying in bed. Don't make me break my record.
You leave him alone.
You hear what I'm saying, Larry?
I hear you.
This is your last chance. Where's your brother?
I don't know.
Okay. I guess you gotta get full treatment.
Jim, we just got a phone call from police headquarters. They arrested 2 of the 3 men who worked with Gibson.
Which one's missing?
Russ Crowley.
Russ Crowley, I know him. He's a killer.
Did you have any luck?
Well, when I left here, I went up to the rooming house where Larry Gibson lives. I spoke to his landlady. She told me Larry hadn't been home last night at all.
Did you know where he works?
Yeah, it's in a garage over on 11th Street. I went there. I spoke to the night man. He said that a woman called earlier tonight about Larry. Said that he was sick and that he wouldn't be into work.
Did you get her name?
Well, just a first name. It was Jean, but the garage manager remembered that she said she worked at the Rainbow Ballroom.
On Main Street?
Yeah, that's the place. I called them, and they have a hostess named Jean, but she wasn't there. I think we should go over to the Rainbow Ballroom. Pardon me. Are you Miss Grace Wilbur?
Yeah.
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Okay, what do you want with me?
We'd like to ask you a few questions about a girlfriend of yours.
Jean Hayward.
What about Jean? What happened to her?
Nothing, we hope.
Oh, no riddles, mister.
Well, from what the manager says, Miss Hayward just came to work here last week.
That's right.
And he says that because you girls get paid on the 1st and the 15th of the month, he still hasn't gotten her address.
Could be.
Well, we thought since you seem to be the only friend that she had up here, that you might give us her address.
You came to the wrong store, Mr. Taylor. I don't turn in my friends.
We don't want to arrest Miss Hayward, but she might be in very serious danger. We'd like to help her.
Are you Loveland?
We have absolutely no reason to want to arrest Miss Hayward. Please, you can take our word for that.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Where does she live?
I don't know. I went there last Thursday night with her after work, but we went in a cab, and we were talking all the way. You know how it is. You don't pay much attention.
Well, do you remember anything about the house?
Yeah. It was number 333.
No.
But I don't know what street it was because there was so much excitement.
So much excitement about what?
Well, there was a big fire right across the street, so we got out of the cab and ran right in the house.
Can you remember what kind of a building was on fire, Miss Wilbur?
I think it was a store. Why?
Well, we may be able to check the fire department records and see what fires they covered on Thursday night.
Oh.
Now, one other thing, Miss Wilbur. Did you take the cab to Miss Hayward's home from in front of the dance hall here?
Yeah, we did.
Now, this is very important. Do you remember how much the cab fare was?
Yeah, I remember, because I paid it. The meter read 60 cents.
Thanks. Chet, that means it's less than 2 miles from here.
Yeah.
Let's get a map of the city and check with the fire department on what fires they covered within a radius of 2 miles of here last Thursday night.
Larry.
All right, break it up. Get away from the guy. It's time I went back to work.
No, you can't hit him anymore. He's unconscious now.
I just want to bring him to.
No!
Look, I told you before about that screamer. If anybody comes in here, your boyfriend never gets off the bed. Now get away.
Don't hit him anymore, please.
I ain't gonna hit him. I give you my word. All right, Larry. Come around. Come on. Is there water in that glass?
Yes.
Give me it.
Here.
All right, Larry. Come on. Come on. That's it.
What is it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I ain't working out on you anymore, kid. You hear that?
Yeah.
I got a better way to get my information. I'm using your girlfriend here.
Huh?
Here, let me lift you up a minute. There. I want you to have a ringside seat for the main attraction.
Leave it alone, Russ.
Now, come here, sweetheart.
No, let go of me.
Now, watch this, Larry. This'll keep up till you decide to do business. You wanted to take any more?
She's taken enough, Crawley.
No, who are you?
FBI. Look out, Jimmy's making a break. Come here, you.
Thanks for trying to get away.
Mister, you're not going to arrest Larry.
No, Miss Hayward. We'll take care of Crowley. You take care of Larry.
Russell Crowley was given a 25-year sentence in federal prison for bank robbery. The other members of his gang were sentenced to 15 years each for their part in the crime. And thus, by careful deduction and painstaking investigation, your FBI was able not only to round up the 4 criminals who wantonly robbed a bank, but also to save 2 young innocent people from further sadistic torture meted out by a brutal thug. In this case, as in so many others, time was an all-important factor, and for that reason, the special agents assigned to this case worked through the night. Criminals have no office hours, and as many of them have learned to their regret, neither does your FBI.
This has been a Jerry Devine presentation, distributed by the Colas Hoffman Organization.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
Do you and your wife worry about what will happen tomorrow instead of getting the most out of life today? There is one way to take the uncertainty out of tomorrow, and that is to plan for it. If you have the right plans, much of your worry is over. Now, there is a man who knows how to help you plan for the future. He is your local Equitable Society representative. In about 13 minutes, I want to tell you more about this helpful, friendly neighbor of yours, your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Homicide. Its title, The Jolly Widow.
Law-abiding citizens become shocked when they learn of the existence of an almost unbelievable organization whose business is murder. Murder skillfully performed by experts at reasonable prices. Law enforcement has met this menace in the past and will continue to vigorously fight it. The lawlessness and gangsterism which produce gunmen for hire have not suffered total defeat. In this country today, as is shown by tonight's case from the official FBI files, there still exists a class of professional killers, men who will cold-bloodedly shoot down a fellow human being they have never laid eyes on before. Their charge for so doing is, of course, higher than a decade ago, but it is still not regarded as exorbitant by those who patronize its services. Tonight's FBI file opens in a smartly furnished studio apartment in one of the better residential districts of a large western city. The young lady who lives in the apartment is just entering.
Molly?
Yeah, Carl.
Did you go to the lawyers?
Of course. I told you I would.
Yeah, what's the story?
They want to have the marriage annulled.
For how much?
10,000.
Not enough.
Carl, that ain't bad.
What do you think you're playing, Jax?
Well, it's better than
The Seward family is loaded. If they want to have your marriage to their pride and joy annulled, they've got to up that figure. Plenty.
But, Carl, don't forget we did frame the guy into marrying
That's
me.
not true.
Oh, stop. We got him so drunk he'd have married you if you'd asked him.
Very funny.
Look, what do I tell the lawyer?
About the money?
Yeah.
Tell him it's not acceptable.
He said that was their final offer.
Forget what he said. I've got other ideas. Where's your husband now?
On a hunting trip
Where?
at his camp.
Have you ever been there?
Yeah, why?
You know the way up there well enough to direct somebody to the place?
Sure. Look, what is this?
We're not going to take the 10,000. And we're not going to have your marriage to Mr. Seward annulled.
We're not?
No. I know how you can get all of Mr. Seward's money.
How?
It's very simple. Instead of being his wife, become his widow. Answer the door, will you, Molly?
Okay. Just a minute.
Hello.
Oh.
Is Carl Jackson here?
Are you Lester Colby?
That's right.
Come in, please.
Well, hello there, Les.
Hiya, Carl.
Oh, there's Miss Corning, Mr. Colby.
How do you do?
Hello.
Well, long time, huh?
Yeah.
You look fine, Les. Fine.
Carl, let's get down to business, huh?
Oh, sure. I've got a job for you.
I can use one.
Horse has been running bad?
Well, they've been running fine, but too slow.
Can I make you fellas a drink?
Oh, swell. Scotch and soda for me, honey.
I'll have the same.
Okay.
What's your deal, Carl?
I've got a client. I can't tell you his name. He wants to have a certain party disposed of.
For how much?
1,000 in cash.
Where'd you come up with that kind of a client?
Les, I don't ask you anything about your business, do I?
Sorry. Where is this guy?
He's up in a hunting lodge about 30 miles from here. Miss Corning has drawn a map for you with all the directions.
Okay. When do you want the job done?
As soon as possible.
Tomorrow?
Fine. Oh, one thing.
Yeah?
It should appear to be an accident. A hunting accident.
It will.
Swell. Now, here's the guy's picture, Les. Don't make any mistakes.
I never have.
Here's your drinks, boys.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Mr. Colby?
Thanks.
I have a toast.
To what?
To Les and a successful mission.
The following evening at the local FBI field office, a sergeant of the state police is just introducing himself to Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Mr. Taylor,
I'm Sergeant Welch.
Oh, hello there, Sergeant.
Your agent in charge sent me in to see you.
Fine. Well, sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
My regular patrol includes a pretty remote section of mountain country about 30 miles north of here.
Yeah?
There was a hunter found dead up there this morning. He'd been shot through the head.
You identify him?
Yes. His name was Walter Seward. He comes from a well-to-do family here in town.
Mm. Was this a hunting accident?
I don't think so.
Oh, why not?
Well, there were several factors in the case that make me seem to think he was murdered.
Hmm.
First of all, examination showed that Seward was killed with a .38 caliber bullet.
Oh?
Now, I've never heard of anyone going hunting with a .38.
No, not unless they're hunting people. Well, what other factors have you?
We found a car abandoned not too far from the scene of the crime. It had Oregon plates on it. Our office wired to see if it had been stolen.
Did you find any trace of the weapon?
No.
How about footprints?
Well, it's pretty dry country this time of year.
Uh-huh. Well, Sergeant, what would you like the FBI to do?
I'd like some help on these. That's a shell I found near the body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the bullet the coroner removed from Seward.
All right, I'll have them sent on to our laboratory in Washington, and I'll get a check against the National Unidentified Ammunition File, too.
Oh, what's that?
Well, that's a file of guns and ammunition found at the scenes of unsolved crimes. Now, they'll check the markings on this particular bullet with other .38 slugs that they have on file, see if the same gun was used in any other crime.
Mm. How long do you think it'll be before you get a report?
Well, I'm afraid that depends on how busy they are. However, I'll be in touch with you just as soon as I hear from them.
Carl?
Yeah, Millie?
Any word from Les?
No.
You think he'd call or something?
He doesn't have to.
Why not?
He did his job. Very successfully, too.
How do you know?
I just read the morning papers. They all carried an account of a very tragic hunting accident.
The Seward?
Of course.
Was he killed?
Naturally.
That's wonderful.
They gave the story quite a play. One of them even had an editorial warning all of its readers to be more careful when they go hunting.
No kidding. Hey, maybe we did some good with this.
Oh, darling, that was the whole idea. To help the community.
What happens now?
I think you should go see Seward's lawyer.
Okay.
On your way, stop off at the bank.
What for?
Draw out $900. I want to give it to Les.
You promised me $1,000.
I'm holding out 10% for my commission.
How can you charge a commission?
I was very careful to tell him the job was for a client of mine.
Oh, look, how cheap can you get?
Darling, this is merely good business.
Okay. What do I say to the lawyer?
Just tell him you'd like him to make all the necessary arrangements for you to collect your husband's estate.
Carl, I wonder how much it'll be.
I'd say at least $250,000.
No kidding. Gee, being a widow is wonderful.
Busy, Mr. Taylor?
No, come on in, Sergeant.
Thanks. I just got your message a little while ago. Have you heard from Washington?
Yeah, I received a report on that bullet. It's in this file here. Here it is. The bullet used to kill Walter Seward matched two others in the unidentified ammunition file.
Two others?
That's right. In October of 1946, there was a petty racketeer killed back east with the same gun. And in June of this year, the same gun was used to murder a bookmaker.
Almost sounds like the owner is a professional.
Sure does. There's one thing that puzzles me, though.
What's that?
Well, the other two known murders that were committed with this gun were killings that involved other criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you told me that Walter Seward was from a well-to-do family. So how does he fit in?
I don't know. We've checked on Seward, but he was never in anything that wasn't legitimate.
But if we're correct in assuming that he was killed by a hired gunman, Sergeant, he had to be mixed up in something.
That's true.
I think the first thing to do, then, is go and talk to Seward's family. See if he had any enemies.
Right.
Gee, it's good to be back here. So hot downtown.
Was it hot in the lawyer's office?
No, his place is air-conditioned.
That's not what I meant.
Huh?
I mean, how did you make out with him?
Oh, I don't think he likes me very much.
Really? Why not?
I was so charming. Nothing happened.
You mean he didn't go for the widow routine?
Oh, yeah. He admitted I was a legitimate widow.
Did you ask about the estate?
Yeah.
How much?
Over $300,000.
Oh, that must be less. Let him in.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Colby. Come in.
Thanks.
Well, hello there, Les.
Hello, Carl.
Well, allow me to congratulate you. That was a fine job you did.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I suppose you've come here about your fee.
That's right.
Millie,
Yes, dear?
did you bring back that cash?
Yeah, have it right here.
Miss Corning cashed my client's check. As you know, he requested secrecy.
I know.
Here's the money.
Thanks. Well, here you are, Les. You're 1,000 less 10% commission for me, making 900 net.
Okay.
Guess that closes the books, huh?
Not quite.
What do you mean?
Well, let's review a few of the facts.
Well?
When you first talked to me about the job, I thought I was going to knock off some stale nobody.
So?
So I pick up the papers and find I've worked on a guy named Walter Seward who's worth a bundle.
Well, what's your point, Les?
I'm getting to that. I also find out that Miss Corning here is Mrs. Walter Seward.
Who told you that?
It's in the afternoon papers.
Oh.
Les, what difference does that make to you?
I can figure as good as you can. She comes into a chunk of dough now as a widow.
That's right.
And you're going to get a piece of that dough for seeing to it that she became a widow.
I still don't see why it matters to you.
Carl, I did the dirty work on this job, and according to the papers, you two figure to split about $300,000. Where's the whiskey?
Why?
Well, you two were nice enough to drink a toast to my success when I left for the mountains. Let's drink another toast to our new partnership.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Right now, I want to talk about your case, your problem. Perhaps the experience of Mr. Walter Wilson, one of the 6 million members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, may help you. Mr. Wilson, I wonder if you'll tell me what your problem was before you joined the Equitable Society.
My wife and I bought a home, but we wanted to own it free and clear before we were too old to enjoy it.
Yes, millions have that same problem, Mr. Wilson. Now, could you tell us what did solve your problem for you?
We were listening to this program one evening, and we heard you describe a way to tear up our mortgage years ahead of time.
That's the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the AHO plan.
That's it. So next day, I phoned our local Equitable representative, and he dropped around that evening. He showed me how the plan provided a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. He showed me how my wife would own the home free and clear without any further payments if something happened to me. Believe me, if all Equitable men are as helpful as the man I talked to, you've got a fine organization.
You can count on Equitable representatives to be friendly and helpful. They see your problem from your point of view. They help you get the most from your life insurance dollar. You see, Equitable men are experts, specialists in insurance, and they're backed up at the home office by a staff of trained technicians, actuaries, and economists. So please remember, no matter what your insurance problem may be, there is an answer. And your friendly neighbor, your local Equitable representative, knows the answer. Why not get acquainted with him? There's no obligation. Consult your local telephone directory for your local representative of the Equitable Society. You'll be glad you did.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Jolly Widow.
Of all modern inventions, the one which has probably been of greatest benefit to the underworld is the automobile. Getting away in a fast car, a criminal can be many miles from the scene of the crime a few minutes after its commission. But while science sometimes gives aid and comfort to gangsters, it has also developed scores of new and improved methods of crime detection, all of which are constantly employed by your FBI. Tracing a bullet by means of minute markings on it to the gun from which it was fired has led to the conviction of scores of gunmen. In tonight's case, we see the FBI's National Unidentified Ammunition File make an important contribution to the solution of a particularly vicious murder. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Sergeant Welch of the State Police is just approaching Special Agent Jim Taylor's desk.
Hello, Sergeant.
Hello, Jim. Did you contact Seward's family?
I talked to his lawyer. He said he didn't know any enemies Seward might have had who would want him murdered.
I see.
He did tell me something that might help us, though.
What was that?
Well, he discussed young Seward's secret marriage.
Yeah?
It seems the marriage was the result of a frame-up, or so the lawyer said.
Why didn't they have it annulled?
Well, the Seward family hates publicity, and they were in the process of dickering with the girl to get her to agree to an annulment.
What was her reaction to that?
According to the lawyer, she seemed about to accept their offer of $10,000 when the murder occurred.
I see. She against the whole estate now, I guess.
Yeah, that's the size of it. Oh, and she's already been in to see him about it.
Wouldn't say she was exactly in deep mourning, then.
No.
Who is she? Or who was she before she married Seward?
A nightclub singer.
Uh-huh.
She met Seward in one of the places where she was working. According to his lawyer, she got him quite drunk one night, drove him to a justice of the peace outside the city, and married him.
Mm-hmm. Did you find out where we can locate her?
Yeah, she lives in an apartment hotel. I checked over there before I came back to the office. She'd left word at the desk that she wouldn't be back for an hour.
Can I use your phone, Jim?
Surely.
I want to report on this to my office.
Okay, I'll go over and talk to the widow, and we'll meet back here.
Millie, any word from the lawyer?
No. But while you were out, I had a visitor.
Les?
No. This was a man named Taylor from the FBI.
What'd he want?
Well, he asked a million questions about Walter. When we got married, how, who was there.
What else?
He wanted to know if I ever heard Walter talk about any of his enemies.
Why'd he ask you that?
Well, he said that they knew that Walter was murdered. It wasn't a hunting accident.
That's not so good.
What do you think went wrong?
Well, how do I know? I'm not working with the police.
I just thought you might have an idea.
Look, don't make me such a big man. You were a full partner when things were good. Have you heard from Les?
Not a word. He said he'd get in touch with us when his money ran out.
Must have had a couple of winners at the track.
I hope he stays lucky. Maybe he won't bother us then.
Well, that's wishful thinking, honey. He'll be back whether he goes broke or not.
Carl, suppose he gets picked up by the cops. He might decide to talk.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be so good for us.
Wait. I just thought of something that might cover everything.
What?
You got any stationery in your desk?
Sure.
I want you to write a letter.
To who?
To the FBI. Now get some stationery and write what I tell you.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Sergeant. I was in talking to the agent in charge about this case.
Oh, that's all right, Jim. You get to see Mrs. Seward?
Yes, I did.
Get anything from her?
Well, that's what I was in talking to the agent in charge about.
About what she told you?
No, she didn't tell me a thing I didn't know before I went over to see her.
I don't understand, Jim.
Well, after I interviewed her, I came back here to the office. And about an hour later, I got this note from her.
What does it say?
Well, when I was talking to her, I asked her whether or not she knew of any enemy that Seward might have had who would go so far as to kill him.
And she said no.
That's correct. Now, in this note here, she says that she used to go with a hoodlum named Lester Colby before she married Walter Seward.
And she thinks that Colby may have killed Seward?
Yeah. She says that Colby was insanely jealous of anyone she even spoke to, and that in some way he found out about her secret marriage to Seward.
Well, who was Colby?
We checked up on him. Got a very bad record. Fortunately for us, he's wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution.
You going to pick him up?
Yeah. Having a warrant drawn up now for his arrest. And another one so that we can search his apartment. Mrs. Seward included his address in the note.
When do you want to go over there?
What time is it now?
About 3:15.
Well, those warrants ought to be ready by now. Let's pick them up and get going.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Seward. This is one of your partners.
What do you want, Mr. Colby?
Well, it's a long story. I went up to a bookmaker a little while ago, and I bet on 3 horses that were sure things.
How does that concern me?
They lost.
That's too bad.
Well, it's worse than that. I lost 1,000 more than I've got.
You shouldn't gamble.
Look, I didn't call you for any lesson.
What did you call for?
Well, I want another 1,000. Today. I gotta pay that bookmaker.
Can he wait?
Well, it's not his business. He plays for cash. Now, I don't care how you do it, but dig me up 1,000 by 6 o'clock.
Where am I going to get $1,000?
Call Seward's lawyer. He'll go for it.
I can't call him.
Look, I just told you. I don't care where you get it.
Are you calling me from your apartment?
No, I'm at the bookmaker's now.
Are you going home from there?
No. I'm going to stay here until after the last race, and then I'm coming over to your place. I'll be there at 6 o'clock. Be sure you're home. And be sure you have that dough.
That you, Jim? Yeah. I got the keys. Good. Showed the superintendent the search warrant. He handed them right over.
Huh? Let's go in.
All right. Does it? Oh, go ahead, Sergeant.
Thanks.
Wow. We got one break anyway. Only got one room to search.
Yeah.
Let's take a look through this dresser, huh?
Okay.
Let's see. Shirts, socks, pajamas. Hey, this might be what we're looking for.
What is it?
A 38.
That's what was used on Seward.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Sergeant, take a look at this firing pin.
Off center, huh?
Uh-huh. You remember the peculiar markings on that shell that you found near Seward's body?
Uh-huh.
Well, this could easily be the gun that was used. Well, we send it along to the laboratory and let them check. They can tell us for sure. Take a look at this one here.
Give me the gun, Jim. I'll wrap it up.
Oh, okay. Here you are.
Thanks. Anything in there?
No. Try this one.
Mr. Colby doesn't have many possessions.
No. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
There's something under these. Hey, Sergeant, look here.
What is it?
It's a hand-drawn map, and there are directions written here on it.
Hey, let me see that, Jim.
Yeah.
Well, that's the territory where Seward was shot.
Oh?
This ties Colby into it, all right.
Yeah. It does more than that, Sergeant. Let's get back to the office.
Carl, where have you been?
What's the matter?
I got a phone call from our partner.
Les?
Who else?
Where was he?
With a bookmaker.
Did he say if he was going home?
No, he's coming over here.
Well, then your note to the FBI won't work.
I know.
Did he say why he was coming here?
I'll give you one guess.
Money.
Naturally.
When did he say he'd be here?
It's 6 o'clock.
Well, 6 now.
I called the FBI a few minutes ago and told them Les would be here.
When did Les call?
2 hours ago.
Well, why didn't you call the FBI then?
I was too upset. I didn't think. Carl, if he gets here before the FBI does, what'll we do?
I'll handle that.
Do you think we should call it?
Answer it.
Okay.
Hello.
Come in, Les.
Thanks. Well, all partners present, huh?
That's right.
I won't waste much of your time. Did you dig me that money?
Well, it's not here yet.
Would you call the lawyer?
Yes, she did. He's sending it over.
Oh, okay.
Well, that must be the messenger now. Let him in, Millie.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Mrs. Seward.
Oh, come in.
Thank you. I received your message.
That man there is Les Colby.
Huh? What is this?
Stay where you are, Colby. I have a gun.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. I've got a warrant here for your arrest for the murder of Walter
I'm
Seward.
so glad you got here before he made any trouble.
I'm grateful to you, too, Mrs. Seward. Hadn't been for you, we might never have known about Colby.
Why, you double...
We also might never have found the map that you drew for Colby to get to your husband's hunting lodge.
Huh?
I found that in his room. The written directions on it matched the handwriting in the note that you sent me at the office.
Oh.
Well, there must be some mistake.
Well, I'll give all of you a chance to correct it. I'm taking you in now for questioning.
Lester Colby was convicted in a state court for murder and sentenced to be executed. Carl Jackson was convicted as an accomplice to murder and sentenced to be executed. Mildred Corning, his female companion, was also convicted as an accomplice to murder and given life imprisonment. And thus, 3 more criminals saw their careers ended because of thorough investigative work by a special agent of your FBI. And the important thing about the arrests was that they removed from circulation a professional killer, a man who made his living by murder. His conviction also closed the files on a number of unsolved murders, thanks to the unidentified ammunition file, a little-known but very important section of the laboratory of your FBI.
Would you like to make sure your children get a good education? Would you like to retire in peace and comfort when you're 60? Would you like to own your own home free and clear? You can, and you don't have to be rich to do it. Your local Equitable Society representative, without any obligation to you, will be glad to show you how almost anyone with an average income can make his dreams of a secure future come true. Get acquainted with this helpful, friendly neighbor today. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, larceny. Its title, The Big Frame.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Bill Johnstone, Lynn Stallmaster, and John Stephenson. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Big Frame on This Is Your FBI. This is your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, impersonation. Its title, The Traveling Swindle.
The criminal mind, while warped and maladjusted, still functions in much the same manner as any other mind. It observes, it memorizes, it forms opinions. And one of these opinions seems to be that the American public is very gullible. Basing many of their activities on this theory, criminals constantly endanger the public through the evils of fraud and misrepresentation. Many of these crimes seem more serious than others, but from the able-bodied beggar, who masquerades as a cripple, to the fly-by-night stockbroker, their stock in trade is fraud. And, as in tonight's case, your law enforcement agencies must depend on your cooperation to wipe it out. Tonight's FBI file opens in a Midwestern state. It is late afternoon. A travel-worn sedan labors faithfully along a tree-shaded road as it pulls a heavy house trailer behind it. In the front seat of the car sits a man and woman, both in their early 40s. In the back seat, their 2 young children play a game to pass the time.
I see something green. The grass. No. Those leaves. No. Hurry, we're almost past it. Door on that house up there. No, and I win. We passed it. That big signpost back there, Smarty. I didn't see no signpost. There wasn't green.
Laura. No, keep your voices down or I'm going to
Yes.
send you back to the trailer. Your papa's tired and he's driven a long way.
But it was green, Mom.
Never you mind. You just sit there and be quiet for a spell.
Marty, a considerate wife is the nearest thing to peace a man can find on this old earth.
It's just you look so tired, Herb.
Well, when you work for the government, you keep right on the job, tired or not, Marty. That's why they only take men willing to sacrifice a little personal comfort.
Your brother Fred don't seem to be sacrificing no comfort. Sleeping back there in the trailer while you drive all the way.
Now, Marty, Fred's new with the government and never try to rush what experience can teach. That's my sentiment.
You're a good man, Herb. Government's lucky to have a man like you.
There's the camp, Papa. I seen it first. I just wasn't killed.
Oh, no, you
kids
just sit
still.
still. That looks like a spot right over there, Herb.
So it does.
Why didn't you...
I'll just ease her in past the tree.
Oh, look out for the tree, Papa. Oh, he can see it, Smarty.
There. All right, now, one of you kids run back and wake up your Uncle Fred.
I'll go. I'm already going. Told me to go.
Both of you go. Go on.
Look at those trees. Nothing brings a man closer to nature than traveling, Marty.
Do you and Fred have to go to work right away, Herb? Couldn't you wait and get a good night's sleep?
Marty, the government don't hire fellows who'd rather sleep than stick on the job.
You count on us being here long, Herb?
It all depends. 2 or 3 days, maybe. Got to see a man back in Marysville at the Star Hotel. If everything's in shape, we should...
Bob, you should have called me earlier.
Have a nice sleep, Fred?
I've been reading. Gee, I'm sorry, Herb.
Well, it never hurts to try to improve your mind, Fred. Marty, get some water while we unhitch the trailer, will you?
All right.
I'll want to wash up. When you're in our kind of work, appearance means an awful lot.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. Double room?
Well, no, we'd like to see the manager, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, not at all. I am the manager and the owner. You see, we're a little short of help this time of the year.
Yes, and now you're Mr...
Clinton, Harvey Clinton.
Well, we're government men, Mr. Clinton, here to look at your books.
Oh.
My badge?
Oh, well, nothing wrong, is there?
Oh, it's just a routine check, Mr. Clinton, as much to your advantage as ours. Now, if you don't mind showing us the books, we'll get right to work.
Well, now, I don't mind you looking at my books, but I'm afraid I'll have to stay on the desk here for at least another hour.
Mr. Clinton, a man never does himself a bit of good by being always in a rush. My partner, Mr. Johnson, here can come back in about an hour.
Fine, fine. And I'll do all that I can to help them.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Fred, I wish you'd get a more pleasant expression on your face when we talk to men like that. Man can't trust another man if he looks like the face of doom.
Well, I didn't feel so pleasant, Herb. You almost scared the life out of me pulling out that badge. Why not just keep using that plain leather wallet?
People only look at the wallet anyway, Fred. Badge there just gives it an extra little touch.
Well, if you're going to use one, why can't I have one, too?
I have no objection to that. Only I hope you're hungry tomorrow morning. It takes 10 box tops to get a badge like this one.
Meanwhile, at the FBI field office in the nearby city, Special Agent Taylor approaches the desk of Supervisor Tom Fulton.
Hello, Tom. You send for me?
Oh, yes, Jim. I have a report here on 2 men posing as federal agents. They flashed phony credentials at a hay and grain store over in West Barrington. It's run by a man named Lloyd.
And Lloyd didn't bother to check their credentials, huh?
No, they pretended to check the books, then told Lloyd they were disallowing some claims he'd made for business expense.
Then they got big-hearted and told Lloyd they could make a settlement. Is that it?
That's it. Lloyd paid him $45.
How'd he find out it'd been taken?
He received a letter from the government a few days later concerning these mistakes in his tax form. He raised a beef, said he'd already settled with 2 agents, and the story came out.
What about leads on these 2 men?
Just the descriptions Lloyd could give. I've already sent them on to Washington.
Down in the water, Nora.
But I got soap in my eyes, Mom.
Well, wipe it away with your hand.
Papa?
You a little afraid you're next, Earl?
Oh, no, sir. I was just thinking about something.
Well, that's good for you, boy. The man who thinks is the man who gets ahead in this old world.
I was playing with another boy from the trailer across from us. He's the same age as me.
I'm glad to hear you made a friend, Earl.
He goes to school, Papa.
Just keep that head down.
Well, that means they live here at the camp all year round. That means he doesn't travel around like you do.
But he goes to school. He doesn't have to see new places. He can read about them.
Anybody can read about things, Earl. It's the doing that counts. You just remember that experience is going to teach you a lot more than that boy's going to school will teach him. Now, you run along and play.
Can I go back outside?
Sure, go on. Only just don't go far.
Earl, you come back here.
I told him he could go on outside, Monty.
Oh, Herb, I wanted to get that head of his, too.
I want to go outside, too.
You just take that towel and dry your head, Nora.
But Earl didn't have to get his old head washed.
You can go out after your hair dries.
Here, sit down, Monty.
I believe I will.
Yeah, that's a girl.
Herb, this is a real nice camp. Met a woman has a sewing machine in her trailer. Said I could use it any time at all.
Well, that's nice, Monty.
I wish we could stay here a little while. You've been working so hard, and the government ought to let you have a vacation now and then. It's been almost...
Herb, can I see you outside right away?
Why, sure, Fred. You just keep resting, Monty. I'll send Earl in soon.
Can I come too, Papa?
Not when Uncle Fred and I discuss government business.
Herb, you know what I found in Clinton's books?
Fred, a man's a fool to guess answers when he's got someone right here to tell him. Now get to the point.
Clinton claimed $6,340 worth of deductions that we can disallow.
Is he still at the hotel?
I left him there not 15 minutes ago.
Well, wait till I tell Marty I'll be gone for a while.
Jim, here's a teletype from Washington answering the descriptions of those 2 swindlers.
Oh, what's the story, Tom?
They're suspected of being responsible for a wave of phony tax investigator cases. Here's their record.
Thanks. Herb and Fred Grinnell, brothers. Herb has 2 previous arrests for impersonation. Is there any location on these 2, Tom?
Their last known address was in Ohio. Our field office there checked it, but they'd moved, and there's no indication of where they went.
Herb Grinnell's married, has 2 small children. I wonder if his family's traveling with him.
Don't know, Jim, but maybe that Mr. Lloyd they swindled down in West Barrington can give you some additional information.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, it's a starting point. I'll get down there.
And over here we have a depreciation allowance of 75%.
The government only allows 25% on that item, Mr. Clinton.
Well, I just don't understand. I don't know what to say. I had no idea. I mean, well, I was certain I could get away with 75%. Man next door to me said that he read that I could in the paper.
Too many people take the advice of the man next door, Mr. Clinton.
Yes, but all these things that you pointed out seem to come to a considerable sum.
Quite a considerable sum, Mr. Clinton. $6,340 to be exact.
Well, I had no idea. I mean, I hope that you don't think for a minute that I was purposely trying to, cheat the government.
The government isn't interested in your motives, Mr. Clinton. It's only interested in getting this matter settled.
Yes, but over $6,000.
Mr. Clinton, you've been very cooperative. I think we can make a settlement that will please both you and the government.
Well, now, I do appreciate that, and I'm glad that you understand that this was entirely unintentional.
Of course, of course. Now, let's see. 6,000. If we could receive 1/3 of that promptly, I think we could settle this account right away.
1/3. That's $2,000. $2,000.
That's right.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Very reasonable.
You're lucky to live in a country with a very reasonable government, Mr. Clinton.
Yeah. True. But look, I'll have to wait until the bank opens tomorrow. I hope that'll be all right.
Oh, no rush. I imagine the government can get along without your $2,000 for another day, Mr. Clinton.
Yeah. Yes. Very good.
Well, come on, Mr. Johnson. We'll drop in around 11 tomorrow, Mr. Clinton.
Yes, I'll have the money waiting.
Good night.
Good night, and good night to you, sir, Mr. Johnson.
Good night. $2,000. Oh, boy, how did you have the nerve to ask for that much?
A man has got to see his opportunities, Fred, and when he sees them, don't hesitate.
Yeah.
You know, Maudie had a fine idea today. She said the government should give us a vacation.
$2,000 can pay for one swell vacation.
Just what I was thinking about. Did you notice those travel folders in the rack beside Mr. Clinton's desk?
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow when we go for the money, you pick out one each of those folders. Then we'll pick a really ritzy place for our rest. Oh, and also, remind me to stop at the bank after we get the money. I'll want to get some of those bills changed into smaller ones.
What for?
Why, Fred, I'll have to leave Maudie and the kids a few dollars to spend while we're gone.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. And now back to the FBI file, The Traveling Swindle.
In tonight's case, the hotel owner accepting Herb and Fred Grinnell as government agents can certainly be accused of negligence. Your government urges each citizen to check his tax return carefully before filing it to avoid mistakes. But when a mistake is made, a Treasury representative will contact you, show the proper identification, then proceed to show you just where the mistake was made. In no case will you be asked to rectify this mistake by immediately handing this representative any sum of money. In most cases, should the mistake require additional payment on your part, you will be presented with a bill from the Treasury Department. And should you disagree about the alleged mistake, you are free to appeal to your local tax collector's office, and your case will be given a thorough hearing. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office. It is the following day.
Thomas, Jim Taylor.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Lloyd identified the Grinnells as the two men who swindled him here in West Barrington.
Did he know where they were staying?
No, but after I checked the hotels and rooming houses without finding them, I found a gas station on Highway 30 where they had stopped. They were living in a trailer.
Did you check the trailer camps in that area yet?
Yeah, I found out where they had been staying, but they'd moved on. Owner of the camp was out, but I left a message for him to call me here.
Oh, what about their car?
Well, it was a 40 or 41 sedan. No one could remember the make or the license number. I did find out that Herb Grinnell has his wife and two kids. Excuse me, Tom, will you? The other phone's ringing. Taylor? Yes, sir. That's right. Yes, we're very interested in locating them. Yes, sir, go on. Right, sir. Right. Thank you very much, sir. Tom, that was the trailer camp owner. The Grinnells asked him how the highway was west of here. Next town west is Marysville. I think I'll check the trailer camps there.
Now, Maudie, don't you worry. This government job will only keep us away a week or so.
But $60, Herb, we won't need that much.
It's not a matter of needing, Maudie. It's a matter of deserving. Now, I want you and the kids to enjoy yourselves and have a nice time while we're gone.
Oh.
All right, Fred, let's go.
Right.
So you take care
Bye.
of yourself, Herb. Don't work too hard.
All right, Maudie, and don't you worry. Goodbye. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
A week of rest and a man's mind is as good as new. Where are the travel folders, Fred?
I put them in the glove compartment.
Well, now, let's see what we have here.
How much do you figure we can spend, Herb?
Oh, maybe half. That way we save half and we can't go wrong. A man who saves half of what he has never has to want.
Any of those folders look good?
Yeah, here's one from Lake Sterling that sounds nice. Quiet. Luxurious.
Oh.
And not too far from here. Yes, sir, I think it's just what we want.
Let me see the folder.
I'll stick it in my pocket. You can read it on the train.
You think it'll be really ritzy?
$10 a day.
Wow.
We'll park the car at the railroad station. Wouldn't look so good to drive up there in this jalopy.
$10 a day. That comes to $70 a week just for a room. Oh. Herb, maybe if you were to flash that badge at the end of our stay, maybe we
Fred,
could...
This is a vacation. There's a time for work and a time for play. He who takes each in his stride will live a richer life. That's my sentiment.
Hello there.
Hi.
You live in that trailer over there?
Mm-hmm.
Is your daddy home?
Papa's away. But Mama's home, though.
Oh, then maybe I can speak to her.
I'll take you over if you'll take hold of my hand.
Thank you very much.
Are you a friend of my Papa's?
No, not exactly.
My Uncle Fred?
No.
Don't you have any friends?
Yes. I'd like you to be one of them.
Well, here's the trailer. My name's Nora. You just knock and my Mama will come. I have to go and find Earl. I love you.
Thank you, Nora.
Yes?
Mrs. Grinnell, my name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials. May I come in?
Oh, why, of course. You
Thank
must
you.
want to see Herb.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Come in. I'm sorry my husband isn't here now. Mr. Taylor, is it?
Yes, that's right. Mr. Grinnell be back shortly?
Well, I'm afraid he won't be. He's working on a job, and it might take over a week.
Mm-hmm. Is Fred Grinnell with your husband?
Why, yes. They've been assigned to work as a team.
Do you have any idea where they've gone?
No, Herb didn't say. They just finished up that job in Marysville at the Star Hotel, and this assignment came up so sudden, Herb didn't have a chance to tell me.
You know what year and make your husband's automobile is?
Why, certainly. It's a 41 Plymouth.
And would you happen to know the license number?
I didn't till Herb made me memorize it. U9077T. Herb says there's so many people around to steal automobiles, you have to know the number so you can report it right away to the police.
Mrs. Grinnell, your husband hasn't been telling you the truth about his work.
I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Taylor. I'm sure Herb's told me all he can.
Well, your husband and his brother are not government agents.
What?
They're wanted for impersonating federal officers.
Mr. Taylor, I bet Herbie's put you up to this old joke. Or maybe it was Fred.
No, it's no joke, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Mama, Earl pushed me down and I skinned my knee. Mama.
You come on over here, honey. I'll fix it. Don't you cry.
Swindled? But I can't understand. I gave them $2,000.
Well, you should have checked their credentials, Mr. Clinton.
Yes, but how was I to know that they weren't government men?
Well, that was the only way to know if they were or not.
Yes, but $2,000 gone.
Well, I'm sorry it had to happen, but if you'll cooperate, we'll do all we can to locate and apprehend them.
Oh, yes. Anything. What can I do?
Well, now, in conversation, did these men make any statements that might give us a clue as to where they've gone?
Let me see. Yes, they mentioned something about taking a vacation. I remember because one of them took some folders from that rack right over there.
Well, they didn't say where they were going, did they?
No.
Well, thanks, Mr. Clinton. I'll let you know just as soon as we've apprehended the Grinnells.
Yes, indeed. I'd appreciate that. $2,000.
Jim.
Yeah, Tom.
Any results on the Grinnell case?
I sent out an alarm on the car. Police at the large nearby resort centers have all been alerted.
What about some of the smaller places? This state is full of little resort areas.
I know, but I'm afraid there are too many to cover in the time we have. Tom.
Yes, Jim?
They've located the Grinnell car at a railroad station garage about 10 miles from Marysville. Left there yesterday at 1:35. Now, 6 trains left the station within a half hour, and they all made stops at various resorts. Let's get over to the station. There's nothing in the car but these travel folders.
What did the ticket seller have to say?
He didn't remember the Grinnells. Hey, wait a minute, Tom, all these folders.
What about them?
Let's get to a phone booth.
Good shot, Herb. Puts you in a swell position.
Your shot.
How about that?
One good shot doesn't make a good player, Fred, not in croquet. Consistency, that's what counts. Now then. There's your ball game.
Oh, gee, Herb.
This is a great week. Good bed, good food, freedom, free people in a free land, the right to do what you want, the right to change your mind if you want. Fred.
Yeah, Herb?
About changing your mind. You know, maybe that wasn't such a bad idea of yours after all.
What idea?
Using the badge to get out of paying the bill here. Let's go see the manager.
Oh, let's play another game.
Fred, your manners. That gentleman there seems to be waiting to use the court. Right, sir?
Well, I'm sorry, but I haven't got time to play, Mr. Grinnell. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Herbie's got a badge.
That's right. This one isn't phony. I also have warrants here for your arrest.
Well, now, see here, there must be some mistake, young man.
There certainly is, but you've made it, Mr. Grinnell. Shall we go?
Herb and Fred Grinnell were found guilty of impersonating federal officers, and each was sentenced to 3 years in a federal penitentiary. Special Agent Taylor was able to locate the Grinnell brothers in tonight's case because of the travel folders found in the glove compartment of their automobile. Taylor called the hotel in Marysville and received a list of all folders sent to the hotel. Checking that list against the folders found in the car, Taylor quickly noticed that all but one of the folders were present. He went to the place advertised in the missing folder, Lake Sterling. Thus, through the diligent efforts of your FBI, the danger of these 2 impersonators continuing their fraud against unwitting citizens has been eliminated. And as long as there are criminals hiding behind the veil of false identification, the FBI shall continue to do everything in its power to combat this threat.
This has been a Jerry Devine presentation, distributed by the Colas Hoffman Organization.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Many doctors agree that worry is often the real cause of what seem to be physical ailments. The cause of much needless worry is money. Some men worry about the future security of their wives and children. Others worry about poverty and dependency in old age. Others wonder how they'll ever give their children a good education. If any or all of these problems bother you, get in touch with a neighbor of yours. He's your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. In about 13 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about him and the freedom from worry that comes with membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, extortion. Its title, The Seagull Shakedown.
The professional criminal, almost without exception, depends on some kind of protection which will, he hopes, keep him out of prison. Sometimes this takes the form of gun and getaway car, or an attempt to establish alibis, or buy witnesses. However, there is one lawbreaker who counts on getting his protection from the very victims of his crime. This is the extortionist. Statistics in the FBI files show that, as in the case you are about to hear, many of these criminal parasites have been able to operate for years without their activities ever being reported to law enforcement agencies. Once the payoff starts, the hapless victim of the extortionist finds himself an accomplice in a conspiracy against his own pocketbook, his own peace of mind, and perhaps even his life. Tonight's FBI file opens at a fashionable beach club located in a small resort town a few miles from a large West Coast city. An attractive young woman lies stretched out on the sand watching a pair of husky twin boys who race the waves toward shore.
Look at Mommy, we're seals! Look at us!
Yes, darling, I'm watching.
Well, in that bathing suit, my dear, you hardly look old enough to be anyone's mother.
What?
Much less the parent of a pair of seals.
Oh, hello, Mr. Worth.
Now, Mary, not Mr. Worth.
Oh?
The boys call me Uncle Albert, you know.
Uncle Albert, then.
Ah, that's better.
What you say?
Thank you, my dear. Isn't often a man my age gets to spend time with such a pretty girl.
No, Uncle Albert.
You know, vacation's done you worlds of good, Mary. You look positively radiant.
I wish I could stay out this season.
Well, why not,
Well, Chris didn't leave us that well provided.
Oh, too bad. You know, it'd be fine for the boys.
Are you staying long, Uncle Albert?
Indefinitely, I hope. You see, I live here now.
How wonderful. You're retired then, huh?
Ah, one can never retire from life, my dear. Let's just say that I've withdrawn from the main arena.
Well, all the same, I envy you. So quiet here. So peaceful.
But the sea's not peaceful. In these very waves, the tragedy of life goes on. Big fish eat little fish, and are in turn eaten.
Uncle Albert, look at the seagull's catching fish. Look at he's got one.
I see, dear.
They're fighting. The birds are fighting.
You see, my dear, fish to gull to jager.
Jager?
Yes, that's a remarkably smart variety of seagull. You see, he lets the other gulls find the fish. Then he frightens them and steals their catch.
That's horrible.
No, that's natural.
There it goes. Look at the fish.
Oh, dear. I almost forgot. The carnival.
Carnival?
Mm-hmm. One's open down the beach. Now, I thought the boys might join me in a ride on the merry-go-round.
Oh, I bet they would.
Well, how about it, Chris? Want to go on the merry-go-round?
Can we, Uncle
Why,
Albert?
of course you may.
Mommy?
Oh, it's all right.
Hey, come along. Your Uncle Albert will show you how to catch the brass ring.
What's that?
Well, it's a very important thing in life, knowing how to catch the brass ring. Come on, boys. We're off to catch the brass ring, the brass ring, the brass ring. We're off to catch the brass
Mary?
life of me, I just can't understand it.
Understand what, Sue?
How your twins and my Jean can keep riding that thing.
I gotta get him, Clover.
Boy, Chris. Well, that's the third time he's got the ring.
I get seasick just watching him.
Oh, Sue.
Well, you've no need to worry about your offspring, Mrs. Bradley.
I don't?
You know, it's a proven fact that the stomach of the immature Homo sapiens is lined with cast iron.
Honest? Oh, Mr. Word. There she goes. Straight for the ice cream stand. Excuse me, everybody. Jean, honey, you want to spoil your dinner? Now, don't.
Oh, dear me. The protective instincts of motherhood. It's good to sit down.
Uncle Albert, you're wonderful with the children.
Well, I can't help it. I just naturally love them.
Uncle Albert.
Yes, dear?
I've got to talk to somebody.
Well, if I can help you,
Well, I don't know. Read this.
Shocking. No signature?
No. There's been one in the mail every day for a week.
Like this?
Worse.
Well, is it true? Any of it?
Of course not. My husband was a fine man. A fine officer. To claim that he took money and sold out his men.
Now, you've nothing to worry about, as long as you can prove his innocence.
Prove? They're all dead. How can I? What shall I do?
Well, I'd advise paying off.
But it's all a lie.
Well, so is much of what you read. Truth isn't important. It's what people believe to be true.
And they'll believe the worst about Chris?
Inevitably. So, well, I should pay the $5,000 if I were you.
5,000?
Well, that would be sufficient, I should think.
But the letters don't say how much.
Well, I'm sure that 5,000 will do.
Well, how can you be? The man who wrote the letters may
Mary? I wrote them.
You wrote them.
Yes, like the Jager, I, too, must let others do my fishing for me. Well, my dear?
I don't know what to say.
Well, you'll be at the club dance tomorrow night?
Yes.
My joints are a bit creaky for the samba, but I often stand on the pier, you know, and listen to the music and watch the sea.
I'll be there.
I'm sure of it.
Mommy!
Hey, wait, Chris! Save the white horse for your Uncle Albert.
The following morning at the FBI field office in the nearby metropolis, Special Agent Taylor reports to Agent in Charge Robert Woods.
Oh, yes, Taylor. Here. Take a look at this photograph.
Thank you, sir.
Mean anything to you?
Well, I'd guess she's somebody's rich aunt.
Name's Anna Allen, local society leader, prominent in half a dozen charitable organizations.
And?
Her body was found at 9 a.m. yesterday. Coroner lists cause of death as coronary thrombosis.
Where do we fit in, sir?
Her death may or may not have been attributable to a series of threatening letters found in her effects.
Which classification? Bodily harm or personal scandal?
Some of both, according to her lawyer.
She pay off?
Mm-hmm. Here's the file, what there is of it.
Thanks. 10 years. And in cash.
That's right. Regular withdrawals, small bills. Attorney for the estate is Frank Harriman down in the First National Building. He has the letter, so you might as well start there.
All right, I'll get right on it. You know, it's funny, Mr. Woods. She'd come to us 10 years ago. She could have saved herself a lot of money.
Yes, a lot of money and maybe a heart attack.
$3.20. You're served, Mary. Of course, I told her it's none of my business, but while we're talking about the dignity of the club, you'd think the board would do something about those bikini bathing suits Betty Booth is always wearing.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's my game. Like I was saying to Jeff last week, of course he's a man. He doesn't look at things quite the same, but... Shugs, it's your sir.
Sue, remember that fur cape of mine? Pastel mink?
Sure, what about it?
You always liked it, didn't you?
Honey, I've been green with envy for 2 years.
Would you be interested in buying it?
What?
You can have it for $1,000. It's worth twice that.
Well, I don't know,
It's in
man.
perfect condition.
Yeah, but there's Jeff. He's kind of conservative. About money, anyway.
You could ask him.
Okay. Well, how come you want to sell it?
I need the money.
Oh?
It's for a friend. She's pretty desperate.
Well, how desperate?
$5,000.
Wow.
I promised to help her.
Is she sick or something?
No, it's, well, I guess you'd call it blackmail.
Well, she's going to pay it?
Well, what else can she do?
Well, I know what I do.
What?
I tell my husband all about it. Jeff's always getting me out of trouble. Like the time I drove the car through Carson's plate glass window.
Well, this girl can't do that.
Why not?
She hasn't got a husband. She's a widow.
Oh, I see.
Turn up anything on the extortion, Taylor?
Well, looks like these notes were an outside job, Mr. Woods. They're all typed on the same machine. An Adler, model 37.
Foreign?
Manufactured in Frankfurt. There's not many around this part of the country.
Well, we'll send out photographic samples, check the distributor. And all you got?
Well, I think the writer was a man, close friend of the deceased.
She had a lot of friends.
Yeah, I know. 3 address books full.
Well, get on it. Maybe you can narrow them down.
All right, sir.
Good evening, Mary. I expected you sooner.
I couldn't get away.
My, what a lovely gown. You shouldn't have come without a wrap, though. The sea air is chill.
Thanks.
Oh, but I am concerned about your health. It's very important to me, my dear.
I know.
Mary, I'm afraid that you don't understand. I bear you no malice, my child. As a matter of fact, it's quite the contrary. It's because I'm so very fond of the boys and of you that I selected you to be my family.
Your family?
Yes. See, I'm not young anymore, and I have a certain standard to maintain. Since I haven't any children or grandchildren to support me in my old age, I've had to adopt them.
Oh.
I'd hoped it wouldn't be necessary to call them. I had an old friend who kept me in, shall we say, fish and chips. But she had a bad heart, and, well, I've only a few more years at best. You want them to be happy years, don't you, Mary?
Oh.
Now, Mary, wait. Wait. You haven't given your old Uncle Albert his fish.
Let go of me!
Mary!
Keep away from me!
Be careful! That railing! Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. One way to get the most out of life is to have a good, solid education. Now, you want that kind of education for your child, but you may not be sure that you're making enough money to see the child through. That was the problem that had Mr. William Warden bothered until he became a member of the Equitable Society. How about that, Mr. Warden?
That's true, Mr. Keating. I have 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, and I wanted them to have a good education. What had me sitting up nights was this. How in the world could I do it on the kind of money I make, or if something happened to me?
And how did you solve your problem, Mr. Warden?
My local Equitable representative solved it for me. You see, I heard you describe an educational plan on this program that seemed to fit my pocketbook.
That's our Equitable Education Fund.
That is correct. Then my Equitable man showed me how I could spread the costs for my children's education over 15 years while they were growing up and without putting a crimp in our budget.
And it was mighty reassuring to know, too, that if something happened to me, the entire fund became established with no more premiums to pay. Lucky day for me and my children when I called my Equitable man. He's a real credit to Equitable, and he's a good man to do business with. If there are any other fathers listening in who want to give their children a real break, it's easy. Call up your local Equitable representative.
Yes, you'll find your local Equitable representative a helpful neighbor and a good man to do business with. He knows life insurance. So no matter what your life insurance problem, security for your wife and youngsters, an independent old age, ownership of your home free and clear, talk it over with your friendly and helpful Equitable representative. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Seagull Shakedown.
Figures in the possession of your FBI clearly show crime to be America's poorest paid occupation. Added to this factor are hazards, imprisonment, nervous strain, bodily injury, degenerative illness. Yet, as in tonight's case, the FBI files frequently reveal a professional criminal of apparent superior intellect and education. This so-called smart crook thinks the world owes him a living, that he's too smart to work for it, too smart for the law. He has to find out the hard way the futility of playing a lone hand against the intelligent, scientific, thorough army of law enforcement agents. By then, it's too late. A mind that might have served mankind has been used only for its own destruction. Tonight's FBI file continues at headquarters, where Special Agent in Charge Woods receives a phone call.
Woods speaking.
Hello, Mr. Woods. This is Rich Franklin, County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, Rich. What can we do for you?
Need a little help.
Glad to do what we can. Anything in our jurisdiction?
Yes.
What's the case?
Down at the Shorebird Club. Girl drowned last night. Found her body under the club pier.
Foul play?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, where do we fit in?
I picked up her purse floating in the surf. Had a couple of threatening letters mailed to her.
Threatening bodily harm?
Yes.
I'll get an agent on it. Where will you be?
At the club. 12,000 Coast Highway.
Well, then you think Mary Cornell's so-called friend was really Mary herself.
Well, I'm just positive of it, Mr. Taylor. In the first place, that stuff about her having no husband and being a widow, and just ain't no woman in her right mind try to sell her only mink coat just to help out a friend.
Mrs. Bradley, you're sure Mary didn't drop any hint about who might be trying to extort money from her?
No, not a whisper. But I know who it was.
You do?
The man who killed her, that's who. Well, that's right, isn't it? That's why she was murdered.
Well, we don't know that she was murdered, Mrs. Bradley. That's one of the things we're trying to find out.
He killed her, all right. One way or another, he killed her. Those poor kids of hers.
Yes, I know.
If I ever lay my hands on him,
Well, suppose you leave that to the law, Mrs. Bradley. That's our job.
Hold it, Rich, will you? You found something?
Yeah, I think so. There's some blood on its piling. Coroner's report showed skull fracture as cause of death, didn't it?
Well, that's right.
Rich, you got a pocket knife?
Oh, yeah. Here, Jim, catch.
Thanks. Get a lab report on this blood smear and see if it types out like the dead woman's.
You figure she fell through that railing and hit her head on the way down?
Yeah, it sure looks that way.
Which could rule out murder.
Yeah, it might.
You want to check anything more out here?
No, let's shove off. I want to get this specimen in the laboratory for examination right away. Here's the lab report on the Cornell extortion notes, Mr. Woods.
Show anything?
Done on ordinary typing paper, 25% rag content bond, common brand.
Mm-hmm. What about the machine?
Old office model Remington, elite type, capital A off center.
And?
And that's it so far. Oh, I spotted an old Remington in the lobby at the Shorebird Club. Rich Franklin's picking up a specimen for us now.
Well, this one sounds full-time. You want to ship someone else onto the Allen case?
No, sir, I don't.
You think there's a tie?
Could be. Mrs. Allen belonged to Shorebird, along with a dozen other clubs.
Notes reveal the same method of operation?
No, I'm afraid not.
The women know each other?
Well, not well, anyway. Mary Cornell wasn't on my list. There's no Allen in the drowned woman's address book.
Different typewriter, different M.O.
Well, I know there's nothing tangible, sir. It's just that there's something about those notes. They're smooth and literate, almost too literate.
How do you account for the switched typewriters?
Maybe he was short of money, pawned or sold his own. Then used the club machine to go after his next victim?
Sounds worth a try. I'll put Phillips on the pawn shops. You correlate the two sets of address books and run down the duplications.
Right.
While Agent John Phillips checked local pawn shops and second-hand stores for a recently disposed of Adler, Model 37, Agent Jim Taylor made a tedious comparison of address books. 20 names were duplicated, starting with Anderson Marie and ending with Worth Albert, each a potential suspect, each to be investigated, checked, and, if innocent, cleared. Meanwhile, on the pier at the Shorebird Club, Albert Worth went fishing.
Hello there, Mr. Worth. Catching anything?
Well, it seems, Mrs. Bradley, that the fish have already had their lunch.
Right over here. That's where they say the accident happened, right here.
Oh, it was an accident then.
Well, I guess so. That's what the police say.
Oh, a tragedy, a real tragedy. I wish there was something more I could do.
Why, you were just wonderful to the boys, taking care of them till the aunt came from Cincinnati.
Poor lost twins. Just like Romulus and Remus alone in the wilderness.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
I wonder why she was on the pier that time of night.
Well, the way the FBI figures it...
FBI? I thought you said it was an accident.
Oh, sure, but... Well, I guess it's all right to tell you and her being so friendly and all. It looks like Mary came out here to meet a man.
Oh?
An extortionist.
Really? You mean someone was trying to blackmail her?
Uh-huh. Well, that's why the FBI's on the case.
Well, how do you know?
Well, Mary told me all about it that afternoon before...
All?
Well, not exactly everything. Well, I don't figure the FBI would like me to be talking about it.
Dear. Poor Mary. Who was this man? Is someone out of her past?
Well, I don't rightly know. She didn't say.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Well, I figure the FBI will find out pretty quick, though. They most always do, I guess.
Do they?
Oh, I guess your luck's improving. You got a bite.
Yeah, so I have.
Oh, he got off the hook.
I'm afraid so.
Well, you don't seem very concerned.
Well, when you've lived as long as I have, my dear, you'll learn that there are always other fish in the ocean.
All right, Mrs. Evans. Yes, thank you very much for your help. We appreciate it. 12 down, 8 to go.
Who's next?
Next one's Mervyn Richards, dealer in antiques, married, 3 kids, lives over in the...
I'll get
it. Okay.
Wood speaking. What? Oh, fine, Phillips. Good. Yes. Okay, shoot. Jack's Typewriteria, 218 West 3rd Avenue. Stick around. Someone will be right down.
Is that our Adler?
Sounds like it. Salesman remembers taking one as a trade-in on a Corona Portable. Seller was a fellow named Goldsmith. Emil Goldsmith.
Not on the list. Oh, did Phillips check the machine's identity?
Store jobbed it to an Eastern wholesaler.
Okay, here I go.
Oh, Mr. Worth, are you moving out?
Oh, no, my dear. These bags are just for a little trip. I have to go away for a few days.
Golly, kind of sudden, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Business?
Well, not exactly. To tell you the truth, it concerns Mary.
Oh, really?
Yes, I think I know who was, shaking her down, so to speak.
Well, gee, Mr. Worth, that's wonderful. Who is he?
Well, I prefer not to say, my dear. I'd rather that the FBI checked into it first.
I see what you mean.
Oh, that's my cab, I think.
Taylor, that's his name.
Who?
The FBI agent who was here, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, yes. I remember to ask for him. Cabby, I want to go to the air.
Why, Mr. Taylor, I was just mentioning you. Mr. Worth here was just going downtown to see you. Mr. Worth, this here's the FBI man I was telling you about.
How do you do?
Hello, Worth. It's quite a coincidence. I came all the way down here to see you. Why don't we ride back to town together? Maybe we can have a nice long talk.
Oh, dear. Well, I don't suppose I have much choice in the matter.
No, Worth. No choice at all.
Albert Worth was found guilty of violating the Federal Extortion Act and was sentenced to 5 years in a federal penitentiary. Detainers were filed against Worth by state authorities in connection with the deaths of the 2 victims. The typewriter shop provided Agent Taylor with the address of the man who had traded in the Adler. Interviewed at FBI field headquarters, he revealed that he had bought it from a friend, Albert Worth. FBI lab reports on the Adler typewriter clearly showed this to be the machine used in writing the extortion notes received by Mrs. Anna Allen. The case of Albert Worth demonstrates the way law enforcement agencies operate against extortionists and blackmailers. If you or any of your friends or family receive extortion threats of any kind, immediately notify your local police department or the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Don't pay off. Without his victims to shield him, the extortionist will soon be extinct.
No matter what your income may be, the chances are you think you'd be happier if you made more money. Actually, your future security depends on how you handle the money you do make. If your problem is how to take care of your money, then make a date with a neighbor of yours. He's your local Equitable Society representative. If you have an average income, he can show you how to protect your family, provide for your children's education, own your own home. Why not talk it over with him? Consult your telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Internal Security. Its title, His Brother's Keeper.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Robert Yale Libet. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Richard Beals, Georgia Ellis, Betty Lou Gerson, Lou Merrill, Vernon Rich, and Victor Rodman. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. His Brother's Keeper on This Is Your FBI. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. There is one thing every husband and wife want to do for their children. That's to see that they get the finest possible education. Now, some people think you've got to be well off to provide such an education. That's not true. Your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States knows the answer. No matter what your insurance problem may be, future security for your wife and children, owning your own home years before you thought you could, providing for an independent life after 60, ask your friendly Equitable representative. He can help you.
In about 13 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about him and how you, too, may enjoy the advantages and freedom from worry that come with membership in the Equitable Society. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Theft of Government Property. Its title, The Comic Strip Bandits.
Of the many criminals threatening you, the American citizen, the thief ranks among the most dangerous. The professional thief will steal anything of value from any person at any time. In tonight's case, you will hear of thieves operating on a large scale. But these same criminals began their careers with thefts of less valuable objects. The petty thief does not always remain a petty thief. The criminal who has completed a theft of great value will not necessarily pass up an opportunity to steal an object he must sell for less than his former theft. The car thief may steal a bicycle next. And, as in tonight's case, a thief may steal government property and become the subject of a relentless search by the agents of your FBI. Tonight's file opens in a large Midwestern city. It is night, and at a waterfront pier, a refrigerator truck drives onto the pier and stops at the edge. A sedan pulls up behind it, and a tall man leaves the automobile and joins the driver of the truck.
You leave the emergency off? Yeah. Get on the other side. Let's get this over with.
The tall man moves into position. Both men shove the truck toward the water. As the truck submerges, the two men climb into the waiting car, which is being driven by a woman. And as the car pulls away, a fourth person appears on the scene. A middle-aged man who has been sprawled against a crate slowly lifts himself to his knees and looks after the disappearing car. Then he rises to his feet and staggers to a saloon across from the pier.
What'll it be, Bentley?
Something to keep the hand steady and the memory clear, Roy. Make a gin.
That's what you had last night to keep the tongue ready and the wit sharp. Unquote.
Yeah, so I did. Roy, would you believe what I just saw?
All depends. How many elephants?
Crude, but funny. A truck, my friend. A truck pushed into the water from the pier across the street.
Yeah.
Yes, an amazing way to wash a truck. There were two of them, two men, 1, 2. One truck, one. One car and one woman. Add them up, and what'd you get? Splash!
Oh, brother, the cork goes on for you tonight.
Yeah. Hand me that menu.
Yeah. It's about time you remembered to eat. Take a sandwich.
Now, what did I do with that pencil? Where's my pencil? Here we are.
Hey, what gives? Stop marking that up.
The marks, my friend, are the beginning of art. If my tongue can't explain what I saw, my talent shall.
Oh, for Pete's... Look, it's late. Why not head for a nice soft bed?
Shh. No, boy, sleep can wait, and the world can wait. But the pen, once moving, must follow through.
On my menu yet.
Now, let's see, the shading. Right in there, the shading.
Hey, that ain't half bad.
A half thank you for a half a compliment.
No, I mean it. You're pretty good.
Now, the car was right over here, and the woman in it.
Hey, you draw the faces of them guys good. Why are you making the dame so dark?
Well, I couldn't see her very well, Roy, and I refused to improvise. This picture is the negative, and the camera is my eyes. There.
Hey, that's okay.
Well, it's not quite the caliber of the work I did for the paper, but it'll do.
Paper? You ever work on a paper?
Socko the Clown, the Gazette, their leading strip.
Well, I remember that strip. My wife was crazy about it.
Well, then I respect your wife's sanity. But look at this, Roy. I turned this latest endeavor into the paper, and they're sure to hire me again. And all because I saw a truck go swimming. A refill, Roy, to celebrate.
If you're still on that truck kick, you've had enough.
Roy, my tongue may lie, but my pen, never. Yeah, look at that picture, man.
So it's good. So what?
So I shall take this graphic expose to the Gazette, where I shall be greeted with appreciation. Farewell, my friend. Farewell, Roy. May Sacco the Clown again improve your wife's humor. And she, in turn, yours.
The following morning at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor reports to Agent Bill Crawford, just assigned to the case.
That's real good to see you, Bill.
Same here, Jim, only you look beat.
Well, I've been up most of the night. A truckload of meat was hijacked while the driver was having coffee in a diner.
Oh, where do we come in?
It's theft of government property. The meat was for troops overseas and already paid for by the Army.
I see. Any leads?
Yeah, a few. Truck driver had the key in his pocket. The thief couldn't have had time in front of the busy diner to fix the ignition wire, so he must have had a duplicate key.
Yeah, inside job?
Could be, Bill. Local police got a report last night from a night watchman at a factory on Water Street. They called us. Seems the watchman saw 2 trucks parked near the factory. One answered the description of the meat truck.
2 trucks, transferring?
Yeah, the watchman only saw 2 men, but they apparently transferred the meat in a hurry. Yeah. By the time the police got there, the trucks had gone.
Was the watchman able to describe the second truck, Jim?
No, not too well. He did notice which direction they left in, though. One turned and went down 9th.
Back toward the city?
Yeah, that's right. And the other headed toward water. Well, I checked. There's no street wide enough for that truck to turn off between the factory and the river. I found a broken guardrail down at the end of the pier.
That was a cinch that truck's at the bottom of the river.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I've hired a diver to go down to the pier and take a look, Bill. Meanwhile, here's the name and address of the truck driver who's carrying that meat.
All right, thanks.
Look him up and get his story, will you?
Right.
I'll meet you later at the pier.
Jim?
Oh, hello, Bill.
You located the truck yet?
No, Fulton just went down. Pretty sure thing to be there.
Mr. Taylor.
There he is. Yes, Fulton?
I found the truck. It's a little to the left of the pier.
Good. Now, Fulton, will you be able to get inside the cab?
Yeah. Yeah, one of the doors is open.
Fine. Take a look inside, will you?
Yes, right.
How'd you make out, Bill?
Well, I interviewed the boy who drove the truck. He has a good record. Been with the company 7 years since he was discharged from the Army.
That's what his employer said when I spoke to him. He vouched for the boy. Looks as if the kid's...
Oh, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Fulton?
I'm inside the cab now. The ignition key is still in the switch.
That's a break, Jim.
Yeah. Fulton.
Yeah?
Bring it up, will you?
Yes.
Jim, here's the lab report on that key.
Good. All right, we may have another break. A man named Roy Graham is on his way back here from the reception room.
Oh?
Says he saw a story about the meat theft in the papers. May have something for us.
Well, I hope so. As you can see, all the lab could raise off that key was the letter T and the words key service.
Yeah. This T must be the last letter of the firm name, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Bill, you want to take it from here and check all the key-making services that fit that category?
Right.
Fine.
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, right in there.
Thank you.
Mr. Graham?
That's right. I hope I haven't come here on a bum steer, Mr. Taylor.
Well, we appreciate you trying to help. Won't you sit down, please?
Thanks.
Just what kind of information do you have, sir?
Well, like I say, it might be haywire, but Bentley said something the other night, and I thought I'd better let you know.
Bentley?
Oh, he's a guy who hangs around down where I work. I'm a bartender at the Cove, right across from where the truck was dumped.
Oh, I see. Well, go on, please.
Well, Bentley comes in late the night the papers say the truck was pushed off the pier. And he begins telling me the story about seeing 2 men shove the truck off.
Oh, he was close enough to see them?
Oh, yes, sir, real good.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe him. So he draws me a picture. He used to draw cartoons for a paper, see? And his picture's real good.
Yeah.
But I still don't believe him. Then he leaves and says he's going to give the picture to the Gazette.
Uh-huh. Any idea where this Mr. Bentley lives?
Oh, he lives at different rooming houses all along Skid Row. Hard to tell which one he's in these days, though.
I see. Well, we'll check them all. Thanks again, Mr. Graham.
Bentley. Oh, yes, here we are.
Good.
Brother checked him in last night. He's got the second bed right in the dry dock.
Dry dock?
Yes, the big room right through that door.
Oh, I see. Thanks very much. Mr. Bentley? Mr. Bentley?
Huh?
Mr. Bentley, will you please wake up, sir? Come here. Mr. Bentley, I'd like to speak to you. I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI.
Well, young man, the world is full of speech. The cartoons are full of speech. Give me pantomime any day. My boy, sleep is pantomime. Put up a bed.
Oh, come here. Oh, Mr. Bentley, look. Mr. Bentley, a man named Roy Graham told me you saw a truck pushed off the Water Street Pier.
Yeah.
He also said you drew a picture of what you'd seen. I'm interested in seeing that picture, if you don't mind.
Yeah. That's right. The picture.
That's right.
The picture. Oh, yes, it's coming back. I remember that. Oh, of course. Oh, you're from the paper. The editor of the Gazette sent you, right?
No, I'm afraid not. I'm a special agent of the FBI, sir.
Well, what about that? The Gazette didn't have to go that far to find me. Not that I don't appreciate it. But look here. If they want me back, they must agree to print my cartoons the old way.
Well, now, Mr.
We
Bentley,
must make the picture. The comedy, the thing.
I know, Mr. Bentley.
All this
what I'd
stupid
like to ask...
emphasis on story.
Bentley, please.
Nowadays, you have to have suspense.
You just listen to
mystery,
me, sir.
Tragedy. There's a lot of phooey. Comedy. Wham, bam, stop. Wow.
Mr. Bentley.
That's this thing.
Mr. Bentley, look, please.
Hmm?
The paper didn't send me, sir. That truck was stolen. This call is official business for the government. Now, about that picture, sir. Did you sketch the actual details of the men you saw by the truck?
Of course. I saw them well, and I drew them well.
Good. Now, Mr. Graham said you took the picture to the paper. Well, I've checked at the Gazette, and they hadn't received it. And they said you hadn't been there either.
Now, wait a minute. As I remember it... Oh, yeah, I was too tired to make the trip. I came directly here, I think.
Uh-huh. Well, could you describe the men for me, Mr. Bentley?
Describe? Well, I see. Now, young man... Now, gin has always sharpened my memory. But unfortunately, sleep has always dulled it. And as you see, I have overindulged in sleep.
Well, then, perhaps the cartoon, you must have it with you, sir.
Of course. The cartoon, of course.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where is it, Mr. Bentley?
Safe, young man. I put everything under my pillow. The creation's under the pillow, the creator above the pillow. Now I shall remove this wall between art and artist, and presto! And it's not there.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. But right now, I'd like to ask you a personal question. What will you be doing when you're in your 60s? Will you be dependent on your children or relatives? Or will you be able to live where you like and do as you please? That was the problem that Mr. Edward Fallon had to face until he became a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Am I right, Mr. Fallon?
Yes, indeed. A couple of years ago, I suddenly realized I was getting close to 40. I didn't have much money in the bank and not an awful lot coming in. My wife and I were both worried about what would happen to us when I had to retire, or if something happened to me.
Well, that's quite a problem for a lot of us. Would you mind telling us how Equitable solved the problem for you?
We heard you describe a plan that would give us freedom from money worries in our 60s.
That's the Equitable Independent 60s plan.
That's right. So I took your advice and called up my local Equitable representative, one of the smartest moves I ever made. He explained how the Independent 60s plan would give us a comfortable income, a handsome check every week, how we could live where we wanted, come and go as we pleased, and how my wife would get money if something happened to me. The pleasant surprise was how little it cost. Nowadays, whenever my friends discuss money troubles, I tell them to call up my good friend, the Equitable man.
That's very sound advice. If you have life insurance problems, if you want to own your own home free and clear, if you want to provide an education for your children, talk it over with your Equitable representative. He's neighborly, helpful, and he knows the answers. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Comic Strip Bandits.
Because of the dangers thieves present to the American public, your FBI urges every citizen to be aware of the ease and cunning ways in which the thief will operate. Large sums of money should be kept in a bank. Valuables should be stored in a safe and burglar-proof spot. When leaving your home, the doors and windows should be locked securely, and the automobile driver who leaves his key in the ignition switch is playing into the hands of the many car thieves on the lookout for just such carelessness. In the event of a theft, no matter how large or how small, the alert citizen should immediately contact the local police, state clearly the extent and approximate time of theft, and give a complete and detailed description of the stolen article. Remember, the danger is present. The thief awaits your carelessness. Tonight's FBI file continues in the rooming house where Agent Taylor has located the old cartoonist.
No, my friend. Not under the mattress either. No. Well, search is complete. Cartoon is missing.
You can't remember what you might have done with that picture, Mr. Bentley? Could you perhaps have left it with a friend?
No, young man. The only thing I ever leave with my friends is an occasional IOU and the sweet memory of my company. Wait a minute.
Yes,
Wait a minute. The mail. When I was on the paper, I'd always make sure my copy was safe.
Uh-huh.
If I'd imbibe a little too freely, I'd mail my work to myself. The next morning, I'd wake up and wait for my work to arrive by the first mail.
You think you might have mailed this cartoon here, then?
I don't think it. I know it. To the front desk and the end of the search. Young man, after these culprits are in custody, there'll be no reason why my cartoon can't appear in the paper, will there?
Oh, I can't see why they should be, Mr. Bentley.
Good. Aha! Friend Adams, come, my man. My morning mail, if you don't mind.
Who are you kidding, Bentley?
Now, Mr. Adams, would you check and see if there was any mail for Mr. Bentley, please?
Well, sure, only...
Only time is passing and the mail is waiting. Come, if you please, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
I'm sure he'll find it. I mailed it at the drugstore. Yeah, I distinctly remember the trouble I had licking that stamp. You see, gin and glue don't seem to mix.
There's nothing here for you, Bentley.
You're quite sure of that, Mr. Adams?
Sure, I'm sure. You can check for yourself if you want to. Oh, excuse me.
No mail, that's fine. There must be some mistake.
I think so, please. Could you have mailed it anywhere else?
Yeah?
Maybe you
so.
forgot to
Your
drop it
name,
in the
Taylor?
bucket.
No,
Yes, that's right.
This is for you.
Oh, thanks.
Can't imagine.
Taylor speaking.
It's Crawford, Jim.
Yeah, Bill.
I found the key service that made that duplicate truck key.
Good. What's the name?
The Everest Key Shop on Broadway.
Okay, I'll be right over.
This is Mr. Jackson, Jim. He says he made the key all right.
Fine. Do you remember who you made the key for, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I remember, because I got those special blanks in a week ago, and this woman came in right after they arrived.
Now, you say it was a woman.
That's right.
You know who she was?
No, but she works around here someplace.
No, how do you know that, sir?
Well, she was in today, early this morning, for another key.
Uh-huh.
After I made it, she opened a bag to pay me, but she left a change purse at her office. She left, but came back just a few minutes later with the change.
I see. Can you describe this woman, Mr. Jackson?
Well, she has red hair, medium height, blue eyes, I think. Mighty pretty girl.
Working from the description of the woman given them by the key shop owner, Agents Taylor and Crawford kept a close surveillance on every building in the area around the key shop. Pictures were taken of all redheads and then shown to the key shop owner. The fifth picture showed a woman who the owner identified as the woman who had purchased the key. Investigation showed her name to be Lucy Carter, a stenographer who worked for a real estate broker. On her way home from work that evening, she was followed by Agents Taylor and Crawford.
Yes?
We're special agents of the FBI, Miss Carter. Here are our credentials.
What? I don't understand.
May we come in, please?
Really, I just got home. My place is
Well, we
a mess.
won't mind at all, Miss Carter. We'd just like to talk to you.
Well, it's all right, I guess.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll move some of these clothes so you can sit down here.
That won't be necessary, miss. Thank you, though.
Well, just what is it?
We understand you had a key made at a shop not far from your office, the Everest Key Shop. Is that correct?
A key?
A week ago, miss.
I don't remember.
Well, the shop owner remembers you. He's a man named Jackson.
Oh, no, I'm afraid there's been some mistake.
No? You've never had a key made?
Well, I have in the past, yes. Copy of my door key.
Well, I wonder if we could see both keys that fit your door, then.
But I only have one.
I thought you had a copy made.
Well, I did. That's why, you see, because I lost the original.
Well, then how did you have Mr. Jackson make a copy without the original, Miss Carter?
My landlady gave me her key.
Mm-hmm. And how long ago did you have this door key made?
It's been a good year ago, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You haven't had a key made since?
No, I haven't. Oh, I'm sure there's been a mistake. Really, I haven't been in a key shop for a year.
Well, there's always the possibility of a mistake, Miss Carter. Sorry to have bothered you.
Anything, Jim?
Yeah, I checked with the landlady. She's been living here 6 months.
She told us she'd had her apartment key made over a year ago. That was pretty clumsy.
Is that her apartment window up there?
Yeah, she turned her lights out about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, let's call the office for a relief watch. We'll take over again in the morning.
Calling car 9.
This is car 9.
Suspect has just gotten home from work, Jim. On her way, she went to a furrier store. She put in an order for a $650 fur coat.
She really knows how to stretch that stenographer's salary.
Jim, she just came out of the apartment. All dressed up. Hailing a cab now.
Stick with her, Bill. When she reaches her destination, I'll take over.
Calling car 7.
This is car 7.
I'm calling from in front of the Crystal Club, Bill. I've been inside. Suspect is sitting at a table with 2 men. How soon can you get Bentley and bring him over here?
Give me 15 minutes, Jim. Right over here, sir. Hi, Jim.
Bill. Hello, Mr. Bentley.
A cordial greeting to a gentleman who chooses to show me such an expensive evening. Fine. Shall we choose a table in order?
Mr. Bentley, this is work, not play. I want you to take a look at that table right over there. One by the arch.
My vision has slipped a lot in the last few years. But perhaps we get a better view from the bar.
Wait a minute, sir. I'm sure if you'll try, you can see from here. So those 2 men and the girl right over there. They look familiar to you? Well, sir?
It's pretty difficult for me to remember. Now, the only way I could know if they were the same people would be if I had my cartoon.
The cartoon still hasn't come in the mail at the rooming house, Jim.
Oh, Mr. Bentley, how long have you been staying there now?
Oh, been over 6 months.
Did you live there when you worked on the newspaper?
Oh, good heavens, no. Shall we sit at the bar?
Mr. Bentley, please, this is very important. Could you possibly remember your former address? Where you were living while you worked on the paper?
I not only can, but I shall with considerable ease.
Good.
Many fond memories are associated
Mr. Bentley,
with my former
Mr.
habitat.
Bentley, please,
I shall never
just
forget.
the address now, sir.
Huh?
You can talk on the way over.
Oh, yeah. Well?
Go ahead, honey.
Thanks.
Al?
Right.
Come on, Al. Come on.
Look, can't I even take time to light a cigar?
That truck pulls into the diner at 11:45 sharp. It's almost 11:30 now, and it takes exactly 12 minutes to drive from here to the diner.
Let's move.
I'll have to ask you folks to hold in a minute, please.
Yes, halt, or you'll be shot down like dogs.
Oh, Mr. Bentley, please.
Al,
Hello,
these
Miss
men...
Carter. I'm sure you remember me.
Yes,
Mr. Bentley, are these the men you saw at the pier?
Well, I didn't see the woman, but the men look exactly like they do in the picture.
Picture? What picture are you talking about?
Show them the cartoon, Mr. Bentley.
Indeed, I will. With great modesty, I present a masterpiece.
What's this?
Genius, madam, genius.
Well, this cartoon was sketched as you dumped the meat truck off the Water Street Pier.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Please, don't argue, my friends. Let's keep the plot simple. Wham, bam, pow. End of strip. End of story.
Lucy Carter, Al Dawson, and Fred White were tried on charges of theft of government property and sentenced to terms in federal penitentiaries. Special Agent Taylor was able to arrest the three criminals in tonight's story because of positive identification. He went to Bentley's old address and there found the mailed envelope containing the cartoon. The characters were well drawn, and Special Agent Taylor returned to the office where positive identification was made from other pictures of suspects on file. And so your FBI carried out one of its major duties, that of protecting government property, and in doing so, removed three dangerous thieves from circulation. For while the thieves in tonight's story had stolen from the government, their next theft could very well have been your property. Your FBI fully realizes the dangers presented by the thief, and it further realizes the importance of its chief assignment, the job of protecting you, the American people.
Would you like to retire an independent comfort in your 60s? Would you like to make sure your children get a good education? Would you like to own your own home free and clear years ahead of time? There's a man who can tell you how, and he's a neighbor of yours, no farther away than your telephone. He's your local Equitable Society representative. Without any obligation to you, he'll be glad to show you how to make your dreams of future security come true, no matter what happens. So get acquainted with this friendly, helpful neighbor of yours. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, The Little Tin Box.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Dick Carr. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Tony Caruso, Walter Catlett, Whitfield Connor, J.C. Flippen, J.A. Hughes, Tony Hughes, and G.G. Pearson. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Little Tin Box on This Is Your FBI. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. People are forever worrying about tomorrow instead of enjoying today. Now, the best way to enjoy today is to be prepared for tomorrow. If, for example, you are worried about your family if something happens to you, if you wonder how you will ever be able to send your youngsters to college, if you'd like to own your home free and clear years ahead of time, if you wonder what's going to happen to you 20 or 30 years from now, then do something about it today. If you don't know how or what to do, the answer is no farther away than your telephone. Simply call your local Equitable Society representative. In about 12 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about this friendly, helpful neighbor of yours and how he may help you to enjoy the many advantages of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, bank robbery. Its title, The Little Tin Box.
FBI prides itself on the fact that one of the things which has helped to make the Bureau an internationally famous crime-solving agency is that it has made a study of the criminal mind. One of the results of that study has been the realization that in the case of most criminals, they commit many crimes according to the same pattern, time after time. That knowledge has helped your FBI in many of its most difficult cases. But occasionally a criminal appears who is more difficult to catch, who varies not only his pattern but his crime. He does not fall into the obvious trap. He uses his cunning to avoid being caught. And sometimes his plan works for a while. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small town in one of our Midwestern states. On one of the tree-lined streets of this village, a car is parked. A woman is seated alone behind the wheel. The car motor is idling. Suddenly, from a nearby side street, hurried footsteps are heard. A man appears. He runs swiftly to the car, opens the rear door.
Get moving.
Where's Ed?
He didn't make it. Move, will you? Head for the highway, then drive north.
Right.
I'm going to stay on the floor here. Don't drive fast. We don't want nobody stopping us.
Okay. What happened?
We blew everything.
Didn't you even get into the bank?
Sure. Almost at the door on our mitts.
What went wrong?
Local cop was in there. He pumped 3 slugs in the head.
Did he get it bad?
They were in the head.
Oh.
I squared a little, though. I got the cop.
That's no help.
How's the road look?
No trouble.
You know, this puts us in a tight box. We ain't holding.
No dough at all?
Not even enough to bail us out of that rooming house.
Fine.
You on the highway yet?
Couple of more blocks. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
Big Ed might bail us out.
Sally, I told you, he got 3 slugs in his
I don't mean personally. He has a tin box that he always carried around with him. There must be something of value in it.
I never seen it.
It's back in his room. Could be full of cash.
All we need is getaway dough. When we get back there, we'll chop it up.
How's it coming?
We should do it now. There. Now, I don't see any mountain of green stuff.
Let's see what's under these papers. Dump the whole thing out.
Okay. Still no cash, Sally.
Now look in some of these envelopes.
Hey, look here.
What?
Bunch of pictures, snapshots of a young dame.
Look for the money.
Honey, I don't think you'll find any.
Why did Big Ed carry this box every place? Must have some value.
Sally, there's nothing but pictures, newspaper clippings. Look at this, a birth certificate.
Thought sure we'd score for something.
Hey, what do you know?
What?
This birth certificate. It says, Harriet Dickinson, daughter of Ed and Marie Dickinson. Big Ed had a daughter.
Really?
Yeah, all these pictures must be of her. These must be letters he got from her.
I never knew he had a kid.
Well, nobody did. Probably why he put this stuff in the box. He wanted to keep it a secret.
Well, none of this gets us out of town. That's what we've got to do in a hurry.
Wait a minute. Look at this newspaper clipping.
Nick, you're wasting time.
Look at it, will you?
All right.
It's a picture from the society page of a paper back east. Thomas Granger, prominent socialite, and his bride, Harriet Colton. Look at her picture. Compared with these snapshots here.
Same dame.
Sure. That's Big Ed's daughter. Must have changed her name from Dickinson to Colton.
Nick, none of this is helping us.
Honey, if we can hawk Ed's clothes, get enough for our fare back east, this can help us but plenty.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, hello, Stan.
Jim, I've been looking for you. I want to go over that file on the Everett case with you.
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't got time right now, Stan. I've just been out on a job that requires some immediate attention.
Oh, what is it?
Attempted bank robbery down in Vernon. I've just come from there.
What's the story?
2 armed men entered the First National Bank at approximately 10 o'clock this morning. They slugged a teller, but before they could get any money, a local policeman came in.
Yeah?
The bandits opened fire on him. He shot it out with him. He killed one of them, and the other one killed him.
What happened to the surviving bandit, Jim?
Got away. Evidently, he had a Confederate someplace in town with a car. There's been no trace of him since.
Has an alarm been sent out?
Yeah, but we've only got a very vague description on him. I don't think it'll be any help in turning him up.
Did you identify the thief who was killed?
Mm-hmm. His name was Ed Dickinson.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's an old-timer. He's been mixed up in a number of bank jobs in the past.
Oh, did you pick anything up down there that might lead you to this man who got away?
Oh, nothing too good. I found this book of matches in the dead man's pocket. They advertise a bar and grill right here in town.
Mm-hmm. You think maybe Dickinson hung out there?
Well, there's a slight chance that he did. I'm going over there now and find out.
Hey, get a load of this house.
Yeah, real class.
Surprised Ed didn't put the tap on his daughter himself. Instead of going around sticking up banks.
Yeah, no.
Do you know what you're going to say to her?
Yeah, just let me handle it.
Yes?
I want to see Mrs. Granger.
I'm Mrs. Granger.
Harriet Granger?
That's right.
Swell. We'd like to come in and talk to you.
Well, who are you?
Friends of Ed Dickinson.
What?
Ed Dickinson. Your father. Do we come in?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead, Sally.
Right.
Anybody home here?
No.
What about servants?
Well, we have a couple. They're on vacation.
Well, that makes it real nice.
What's this all about? How'd you know who I am?
Your pop told us. He said if we ever needed anything, we should look you up.
I don't believe you.
He gave us these old pictures of you. Said that would be proof enough.
Well, let me see them.
Sure.
Now, do you believe us?
What do you want?
Well, we figured we might sort of move in here for a while.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, my husband knows nothing about my father. He's a respectable businessman.
So what? We won't tip him off.
You can't do this.
Honey, you don't have much choice.
What?
If you don't take us in, then we tell your husband.
Oh.
Now, let's sit down and talk this thing over.
Stan?
How'd you make out, Jim?
Well, that book of matches was a good lead.
Really?
Yeah, I went to the place it advertised, Bill's Bar and Grill.
Yeah?
I showed the bartender a picture of Ed Dickinson. He recognized him immediately.
Good.
Said he'd been in there quite a good deal in the past 3 weeks. His constant companions were another man and woman.
Evidently his Confederates.
Yeah. The bartender also remembered that Dickinson lived in a rooming house just around the corner.
Well, that's a break.
I went over there. I talked to the landlady. She told me that another couple had lived there with Dickinson, but they had packed and left around noon today.
And the bank robbery was at 10?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Just about gave him time enough to get back from Vernon.
Yeah, I know. I got a good description of them from the landlady. The man had a scar on his right cheek, and from his general physical appearance, he sounds like an ex-convict named Nick Ames.
Nick Ames?
Yeah, I'm getting his picture from the files. I'm going to take it back now and show it to the landlady.
Did you get anything else, Jim?
Yeah, I found this old snapshot on the floor of the room. Obviously belonged to one of the bandits.
What is it?
It's a picture of a girl in a graduation gown. Here, take a look.
Love to Daddy, signed Harriet.
I don't know what significance it would have, if any, but we'll hold on to it anyway. Well, I'm going to get back there now with Ames's picture.
Look, don't you think you've done enough of that crying?
Why did you come here? Why?
Honey, we already told you. We needed a hideout.
Well, you're not staying.
You mean you don't care if your husband knows about you?
No.
Who are you kidding?
Well, I mean it.
Honey, he's a respectable guy. This could upset him plenty.
Well, I don't care. I'm not...
Hey, there's a car outside.
Huh?
There's a guy getting out.
It's my husband.
Nick, what'll we do? She's going to tell him.
No, she ain't.
Yes, I am.
Harriet.
Yes, Tom?
Where are you, dear?
I'll be right there.
Hello, darling. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Well,
You've been crying.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I have something to tell you.
Well, can it wait, honey? I've got something to tell you first. It's the biggest news of the year.
But
Guess who you're talking to right now? I'll give you one guess, honey.
Tom,
You're talking to the new assistant to the vice president of the bank. What do you think of that?
Oh.
Yeah, they just told me right before I came home. Isn't it wonderful, honey?
Yes.
I couldn't wait to get
Hello?
rid of... Hello?
Aren't we going to meet your husband, honey?
Tom, this is Mr. and Mrs. Ames.
Oh. Well, how do you do?
Hello.
Hello.
The Ames know my father. I've asked them to stay a few weeks here with us.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Are you buying a house? Would you like to own your home years ahead of time? Could your wife make the payments if something happened to you? Well, that was the problem that Mr. James T. Young was worried about until he became a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. That's true, isn't it, Mr. Young?
Very true. A friend of mine bought a home about the same time I did. Then, one day, he met with a fatal automobile accident, and his family lost their home. And I thought, there but for the grace of God go I.
Would you mind telling us what helped you solve this problem?
Why, you did, Mr. Keating. On this program, I heard you talking about a way for folks like me to own our homes years ahead of time, and how my wife would own the home free and clear without any more payments if something happened to me.
That's the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the AHO plan.
Yes, the Assured Home Ownership Plan. I telephoned our local Equitable Society representative, and he came to see me. He showed me how the home ownership plan included a low-cost first mortgage plus life insurance protection, and all of it covered with the same monthly payments. Believe me, I'm certainly glad I got acquainted with him. You know, he seemed more like a friend than a life insurance salesman.
That's a pretty good description of all of our Equitable representatives. They are friendly and helpful. They want you to get the most out of your life insurance dollar. You see, Equitable representatives are experienced in all kinds of life insurance. If occasionally they don't know the right answer, they can get it instantly from the Equitable Home Office. There's a staff of trained technicians, actuaries, and economists to help them. So please remember, if you have a life insurance problem, the best way to start solving it is to pick up your telephone and call your neighbor, your local Equitable representative. He's friendly, helpful, and he knows the answers. You'll be glad you got acquainted with him. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Little Tin Box.
It happens every so often that a decent, honest citizen is called upon to make a choice between some unpleasant publicity and the condoning of a crime. In many cases, the decent citizen becomes a victim of fear and panic, loses his ordinary sense of judgment, and decides to do business with the criminal. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is an example of that. The experience of your FBI has shown that year after year, in case after case, the decent citizen who chose to do business with the criminal was hurt because the criminal failed to keep his part of the bargain. Morally, that is wrong. But what the honest, law-abiding person forgets is that criminals have no morals. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office. It is early evening. Special Agent Jim Taylor is talking to his fellow agent, Stan Mitchell.
Well, what'd you get from the landlady, Jim?
She definitely identified Ames as the man who lived at her rooming house with Ed Dickinson.
Mm-hmm. I've got further confirmation for you.
Oh, how's that?
One of the local police down in Vernon came in here right after you left. He had an employee of the bank with him.
Yeah.
I showed him Ames' picture, and he recognized him as the other bandit.
Yeah, that's great.
I immediately sent out an alarm on him.
I know where he's gone, Stan.
Really?
Yeah, as soon as I knew who we were looking for, I went to the railroad station, bus line, and airport.
Well?
Ticket seller out at the airport recognized Ames from his picture. He sold him 2 tickets to Center City on the 1 o'clock plane.
Well, let's see. It's after 8 now.
Yeah, but it's too late to contact the airport there now. He's already gotten there.
What's the next move?
Well, we'll notify the Center City office, send out an alarm on Ames, and tell them we're on our way.
Tom,
Yes, dear?
will you have some more coffee?
No, thanks. I will. Are the Ames still sleeping?
Mm-hmm. How about some more toast, dear?
No, I have plenty, thanks.
Tom, if you get a chance today, I
No,
wish...
wait.
Huh?
This picture here on the front page. Harriet, look at it.
What is it?
It's your friend Ames. I'm sure of it. Look.
Huh?
He's wanted in connection with a bank robbery. He tried to hold up a bank in Vernon yesterday. He and a female companion eluded the police and took a plane here. Another bandit named Dickinson was killed on the job.
No.
Honey, we've got to call the police at once.
Just stay where you are, mister. You're not calling any cops.
Why didn't you tell me my father had been killed?
Didn't want you to feel bad.
Harriet, what's this all about? Answer me.
You want me to tell him?
No. Don't tell him.
Harriet, what is this?
The man who was killed, the other bank bandit, was my father.
What?
That's why these people are here. They wanted to hide out from the police. They threatened to tell you all about my father if I didn't shelter them.
Honey, why didn't you tell me?
I was going to. I'd made up my mind to tell you as soon as you came home.
What stopped you?
When you told me what had happened at the bank, that you'd been promoted, I knew then that if the truth about my background came out, you'd be ruined.
She had a good point there, Mr. Granger. Just think that over.
Stan, I just talked to the agent in charge.
Any developments?
No, the police have contacted all hotels, tourist camps, roaming houses, and no one answering Ames' description has been seen.
Well, he must have had some specific reason for coming here.
Yeah, probably a hideout.
Yeah.
The local papers have cooperated. Most of them carried his picture on the front page.
Mm-hmm. That might get results.
Oh, no, excuse me. Sure. Special Agent Taylor. Yes, sir. Yes, I see. What was that address again, please? 58 Stone Drive. Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. We'll get right out there. Got a break, Stan.
What?
One of the local agents had been working all morning out at the airport. He finally ran across a cab driver who identified Ames' picture. His trip record shows that he took them to an address out in the suburbs late yesterday afternoon.
You have the address?
Right here. Let's go.
What's the name of the man who lives here again, Jim?
Tom Granger.
Pretty impressive-looking house.
Yeah.
Strange place for someone like Ames to come to.
Yes?
Hello. Is Mr. Granger here, please?
Well, who wishes to see him?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh,
Here are my credentials.
I see.
Are you Mrs. Granger?
Yes. Just a moment. I'll call my husband.
What?
Tom,
Yes, Harriet?
there's some men from the FBI to see you.
FBI?
Yes, they're at the front door.
And it looks like that's where we're going to stay.
Hello. What can I do for you?
Hello, Mr. Granger. We're looking for a man named Ames. We have information that he and a woman came here to your address yesterday afternoon.
Ames?
That's right, sir.
Sorry, I've never heard of him.
Would they have come here to see anyone else?
No, I'm afraid not. My wife and I are the only ones here. Our servants are on vacation.
Oh, looks like we got a bad lead.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Thank you anyway, sir.
Not at all. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Stan.
You think we should get a warrant and come back here?
I just remembered something. We've got some work to do at the office first.
Nice work, Mr. Granger.
I didn't relish it, believe me.
Oh, Tom, I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
No, it's no one's fault, Harriet. But I'm not putting up with it any longer.
What do you mean by that, mister?
You and your husband are getting out of here.
Are you kidding?
No. Regardless of the consequences, you're not spending another night in my house.
Look, we're staying at
Hold
Ron-
it, honey. I think we'd better do like he says.
Oh, thank heaven.
It ain't for your sake, it's for ours.
What do you mean, Nick?
The heat's on. Those guys will be back. Next time they'll have a warrant.
Where do we go?
I don't know yet.
What do we use for money?
Well, that part's easy.
How?
Mr. Granger here is in the banking business.
What do you mean by that?
You're giving us some getaway dough.
Oh, no.
We need $5,000. We want it this afternoon.
You're not getting it from me.
Look, I'm letting you off easy. For $5,000, you get rid of us.
I'm getting rid of you the way I should have right from the beginning. I'm going to call the FBI and tell them you're here.
Oh, no, you're not. Keep away from that phone.
Get out of my way.
Not a chance. We'll talk business again when he comes to.
Jim?
Yeah, Stan.
I checked up on Tom Granger.
Huh?
Yeah, he's legitimate, all right. He works for one of the banks here in town.
Did you get all the details on his background?
Yeah, I have him right here.
Oh, fine. Is there anything there about his wedding?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here's a news clipping on it. I got it from the morgue at one of the local papers.
Fine. Can I see that, please?
Sure.
Thanks. Thomas Granger, prominent socialite, his bride, Harriet Colton.
What's this all about, Jim?
Well, do you remember that graduation picture that I found in the rooming house?
Mm-hmm.
I brought it along. Here it is.
Well?
I'll compare it with this picture of Granger's bride. Hold them up together there.
Hey, it's the same girl.
That's right. Now let's see if this newspaper article tells where the bride went to school.
Yeah. There it is, Jim.
Yeah.
State College.
Okay, let's contact them at once, see if they can give us anything on her background. Should have a good deal of bearing on this case.
Tom, dear. Don't try to move, dear. Just lie still.
How's he doing?
Oh, please get away.
Look, we got some business to take care of, remember?
Leave him alone.
Is he coming too?
Yeah.
My head.
Oh, just take it easy, darling.
You ready to talk yet, Mr. Granger?
What?
I'd like to know about that $5,000.
No. Oh, you're still here.
Naturally. Now, how about that dough?
I'm not giving it to you.
Maybe he'd like another treatment.
Yeah.
Keep away from him.
You ain't got much time. How about it, mister?
No.
Okay.
Wait. I'll get you the money.
Harriet?
I can't let him hit you again.
Where is the dough?
It's in that desk.
Harriet, come back here.
Tom, I've got to do this.
No.
Just stay put, mister.
Let me go.
Take it easy.
Mister, you better do like he says. You'll only get hurt again.
How you coming with that dough?
I'm getting it.
Harriet, don't.
Here's your money.
Well.
It's a little over 4,000. That's all there is.
Okay.
Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. We got something to tend to first.
Please go.
And have you blow a whistle on us the minute we're out the door? No, we ain't that stupid.
I promise you we won't.
That's worth exactly nothing.
Harriet, he has a gun.
That's right. And I'm using it, too.
No, wait.
Hold it, Ames.
Oh, the FBI.
That's right. Stan! Stan, are you in there?
Yeah, Jim. Can you open that window?
Yeah, I can manage. Get his gun, Stan?
Yeah.
Oh, what made you return?
Oh, we checked at your school. We learned there who your father was, and that more or less explained everything. Well, I'd say we returned just in time.
Nick Ames was tried for a violation of the federal bank robbery statute and was sentenced to 25 years in a federal penitentiary. Found guilty of the murder of the police officer in state court, Ames was sentenced to life imprisonment to be served upon the completion of his federal prison term. Ames' accomplice, Sally, was found guilty of bank robbery and was sentenced to 5 years in a federal women's reformatory. And thus, two people who had committed bank robbery, murder, and blackmail were stopped from pursuing their criminal careers any further by your FBI. Because they changed their crimes and their patterns, they were difficult criminals to catch. But they were caught because your FBI does not discourage easily, nor quickly. Once a criminal escaped and remained at large for 16 long years. But your FBI never closed the file on him. And in due time, that criminal, like the ones in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, learned that so long as law enforcement agencies like your FBI are on the job, crime will forever be an unprofitable occupation.
Some people spend their lives being afraid. They fear for the future of their loved ones. They are fearful of being a burden on their children when they're old. They're afraid of mortgage foreclosures. They fear they'll never be able to provide an education for their children. If any of these fears are yours, then why not right now stop worrying and start living? You have a friendly, helpful neighbor who can help you solve your worries. He's your local Equitable Society representative. He's no farther away than your phone. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, homicide. Its title, The Sightseeing Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Alice Backus, Tom Brown, Dick Crenna, Ted DeCorsia, and Charlotte Lawrence. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Sightseeing Killer on This Is Your FBI. This program came to you from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representatives in your community. Did you ever say to yourself, gee, I wish I could make more money. Then I could do what I want to do. Well, I have news for you. In a recent survey covering people earning anywhere from $3,000 to $50,000 a year, 90% said that if they made more money, they'd be happier. That means that the problem is not how much you earn, but how to manage what you have. Now, there is one man who can help you, your local representative of the Equitable Society. He can show you how to build future security for your wife and children, how to make sure your children get a good education, or how to own your own home years ahead of time. In about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about your local Equitable Life Assurance Society representative. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, homicide. Its title, The Sightseeing Killer.
In the solution of crime, the Federal Bureau of Investigation makes use of every modern scientific aid. Microscopes, spectrographs, chemical analyses, and laboratory tests of infinite variety are part of the daily FBI routine. But no instrument has or will be invented which can replace human intelligence and dogged determination. The constant alertness and proven skills of the special agent himself are the true basis for all investigations conducted by your FBI. Without him, science would be helpless. Together, they form the combination which brings the criminal to inevitable justice. The case you are about to hear is an example of these two forces acting in conjunction to ensure the arrest of a killer within a few hours of his crime. Tonight's FBI file opens at a small eastern resort lodge. In the sitting room, the owners of the inn, two elderly gray-haired women, are placing white sheets over the stiff Victorian furniture which lines the walls.
Oh, be quiet, Jenny. Quiet, quiet. You'll have to cover her up, Cora Sue.
But Clara, she isn't bothering anyone. They've all checked out. Now, Jenny, you be a good bird. Come on, dear. Come on. There, that's better. You're just lonesome, aren't you, poor Jenny? You get used to having people around all summer, and then when the season ends, there's nobody to talk to. Jenny, want a cracker? Well, of course she
Cora
does.
Sue, I'm waiting for you to help me with this sheet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tuck your end under the cushion.
Yes, of course.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter, Clara?
Oh, the upholstery is almost worn through. We'll have to get this sofa recovered next spring.
Hardly seems worth it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we barely make a living out of the lodge as it is, and with that new motel opening up next year...
We'll still have our regular customers. People who've been coming to stay here since before Father died.
I guess so, but they're fewer every year.
And I'll wrap these miniatures in tissue paper, and I'll pack them in this box.
All right. Oh, it's cold tonight. Winter seems to come earlier every year.
That's your imagination.
I don't like it here when we're all alone. I wish we could close up now and stay overnight in Meadville.
We'll leave tomorrow. For 20 years, this inn is closed on the 1st of October. And I see no reason to change that schedule because of some whim of yours. Cora Sue, that was Mother's favorite picture.
I couldn't help it, Clara. I saw something.
What?
At the window behind you. It looked like a face.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. There's no one out there. Will you be quiet, Jenny? Now get hold of yourself, Cora Sue. See if you can find the broom and clean up this mess. Oh. Now you see you've got me upset, too.
Don't answer it, Clara. Don't let anyone in.
We aren't in a position to turn down customers, Cora Sue. Every $3 helps. Good evening. Can I help you?
I hope so. I need a place to stay tonight.
Please come in. I'm sure we can take care of you.
Thank you.
You'll have to forgive the way things look. We close up tomorrow.
Oh? Well, that's a shame. I was hoping I could stay on for a few days.
Well, I'm sorry, but we always close on the 1st of October.
Well, I guess I'm lucky to get in at all, even for one night. Oh, hello.
This is my sister, Mr.
Johnson. Sam Johnson.
How do you do, Mr. Johnson? My name is Clara Dalton, and my sister is Cora Sue Dalton.
Pleased to meet you both.
How do you do?
Is there something wrong with me?
Oh, no.
You were giving me such a strange look, I was beginning to wonder.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Cora Sue, Mr. Johnson. She's been carrying on all evening. Just a few minutes ago, she thought she saw a face at the window.
Clara.
Oh, she saw a face all right. It was mine.
What?
I took a chance you'd have a vacancy and put my car in the garage. Then I happened to glance in the window as I came up the path. I'm sorry if I frightened you, Miss Dalton.
You see, Cora Sue, I told you were fretting about nothing.
Well, who's this? Another member of the family?
That's Cora Sue's parrot. Her name is Jenny.
Hello, Jenny. How's the girl?
Oh, I hope she didn't bite you, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, she just took a nip. It's my own fault for putting my finger in the cage.
I told you to cover that bird, Cora Sue.
Yes, Clara. Come on, Jenny. That's a good girl.
Now, Mr. Johnson, you just sit over there by the fire and warm up. I'll uncover a chair.
Well, I left my suitcase in the car. I'd better bring it in before I settle down for the night.
Oh, you can go out that side door across the porch.
Oh, thanks. Be right back.
Seems like a nice young man.
Do you think so?
Well, of course I do, don't you?
Well, he acts sort of shifty to me.
Now, why on earth do you say that?
I don't know exactly. Jenny didn't like him either. She doesn't usually nip people. She's very friendly toward...
Oh, you know, that wind's darn cold.
Oh, there's some coffee left over from supper. I could heat up a cup if you'd like, Mr. Johnson.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you. As a matter of fact, I didn't get a chance to stop for dinner tonight. If you could fix up a sandwich, too, I'd be glad to pay for it.
Why didn't you say you were hungry?
I don't like to be a bother.
It's no bother at all. Cora Sue, would you go out and get him that sandwich I made for you earlier? The one you didn't eat.
Clara, I would
If you please, Cora Sue.
No.
You don't live around here, Mr. Johnson?
No, I drove up from Pennsylvania.
Oh, did you stop at that cave on the way?
Cave?
Yes, Echo Cave. It's just down the road. You must have passed it.
Well, I think I did see a sign, but I didn't turn off. It was so late.
Oh, that's too bad. It's really quite a remarkable phenomenon.
Well, maybe I can find time for it on my way back.
There you are.
You can use this end table to eat on, Mr. Johnson.
Aye, that looks wonderful.
I'll turn down your bed and take your suitcase upstairs.
No, leave it here. I'll take it up myself.
Oh,
Just
but is it...
leave it where it is.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, this is good, Miss Dalton.
Down the road at Echo Cave National Monument, Park Service Ranger Evans leads Special Agent Jim Taylor along a blood-stained trail which winds into a clump of bushes.
How'd you happen to stumble onto this, Evans?
I was making a routine patrol about an hour ago, saw some blood up there near the road and tracked it down.
I'm glad you called the FBI field office right away.
Well, this being a national park, I knew it came under your jurisdiction. Jeff Hoffman was liked by everybody.
You know him?
Just to speak to. Worked at the souvenir counter over by the cave entrance. Well, here's the body, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, it's not very pretty, is it?
No. Looks like it was robbery as well as murder.
I wonder, Hoffman carry much money?
Probably the day's receipts from the souvenir stand. It's pretty late in the season. Wouldn't amount to more than $30 or $40.
Killings for less than that. Hey, there's something over there behind that bush. Man's cap.
Oh?
I may have some fingerprints on the shiny visor. There's a name band here on the inside. G. Collins. Well, let's get back up to the road, huh? I'd like you to help me make some plaster casts of the tire tracks up there.
I must say, Mr. Johnson certainly was hungry. Oh, don't just stand there, Cora Sue. Dry the plate and put it in the cupboard.
Oh, yes.
What are you daydreaming about now?
Nothing, really. I was just wondering what he has in that suitcase that's so important.
The same thing most folks have in suitcases, I imagine. Clothes.
Then why did he get so upset when I started to take it upstairs?
It probably was too heavy.
It wasn't heavy at all, Clara. Oh.
What are you so jumpy about?
The phone startled me.
But it isn't our ring.
I know, but it still startled me.
Now, don't you go out there and listen in. I've told you time and time again, the Logans don't like it.
Maybe somebody's sick or something. I only want to find out if the call is important. That's funny.
Well, as long as you're going to eavesdrop, you might as well tell me what they were saying.
But I only heard a couple of words, and then the phone went dead. Like it was out of order.
Mrs. Logan probably heard you come on the line and hung up.
No, she was right in the middle of a sentence when it happened.
Oh, here, let me try it.
All right.
Hello? Hello? Operator? Operator? There's something wrong with it, all right. Must be the storm. They're supposed to disconnect it tomorrow anyway, so it doesn't make any difference.
What was that?
Now, Cora, I've put up with all the nonsense from you tonight that I...
Shh. He's out and back again. I can hear him.
He's upstairs asleep. You saw how tired he was.
There. You heard him too, didn't you?
Well, it did sound like somebody closing the barn door. But the way you've been acting up, it's a wonder I'm not seeing things instead of just hearing them.
Maybe that's why the phone went dead. Maybe he did something to it.
Gosh. Where are you going?
Upstairs. I want to see what's in that suitcase.
Cora Sue, I won't stand for this. Do you hear me, Cora Sue? He's a perfectly respectable young man.
Is he? He isn't in there. Well, let's see now. Oh, there's the suitcase over by the bed.
If he comes up and catches you...
Oh, I don't think it's even locked. No, it isn't.
Well?
There's a jacket, and a shirt, and a souvenir from Echo Cave.
That's strange. He said he didn't stop there.
Oh, there's something else. It feels like metal. Clara, it's a gun.
Oh, it looks like it's covered with blood.
That's right, Miss Dalton.
No.
You'll pick it up, please, and give it to me.
Oh, yes, of course. Stay where you are.
It isn't loaded, Miss Dalton.
Don't come any closer.
I told you to give me that gun. There.
Oh.
Now, that's better. Now, both of you better do exactly what I say. I don't like to frighten you, but even though this pistol is empty, I used it to kill a man. And if necessary, I'll use it again.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's dramatic case from the official files of your FBI. Did you ever see older people completely dependent on their children? Well, that can happen to anybody who doesn't prepare for retirement. If that is one of your worries, then perhaps the experience of Mr. Abner Willard may be helpful. Mr. Willard, I wonder if you'd mind telling us how membership in the Equitable Society solved your problem.
Well, I'm only 39 years old, and I make a comfortable living. But the way prices are today, I can't lay an awful lot by. So my wife and I started to talk about where we'd be when we're in our 60s.
Did you solve your problem?
Our local Equitable representative did. You see, I heard you talking about a retirement plan on this program.
That would be the Equitable Independent 60s plan.
That's right. I called our Equitable man, and we talked it over. He explained how the Independent 60s plan would provide for our future, how we could go and come as we pleased and live where we wanted, because we'd draw a handsome check every week. And he also showed me how my wife would get all these good things if something happened to me. What surprised me most was how little it cost. Now, whenever somebody tells me he's worried about the future, well, I tell him to call up my friend, the Equitable Society man.
You couldn't give sounder advice. If you want to be independent at 60, if you want to own your own home free and clear, if you want protection for your wife and children, or assurance your children will get a college education, then talk it over with your local Equitable representative. You can count on him to arrange the most for your life insurance dollar. The solution to your life insurance problems is no farther away than your phone. To get his advice without obligation, consult your local phone book for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Sightseeing Killer.
In the apprehension of a killer, time is a paramount consideration. Any delay may give the criminal an opportunity to kill again. Your FBI is always ready to move at top speed to bring the guilty to justice. But a mistaken arrest would only delay the final solution of the crime. The Federal Bureau of Investigation never acts unless and until it is satisfied that the right person has been found and that the evidence against him is overwhelming. Statistics show that convictions in FBI cases brought to trial average well over 95%. Both swift action and cautious investigation are the factors which have produced this remarkable record. Tonight's file continues a few hours later at the Meadville FBI field office. Special Agent William Bates has just entered the office where Agent Taylor is working.
Jim, Supervisor Davis assigned me to work with you on the Hoffman case.
Oh, I'm afraid I can use some help, Bill.
I've gone over your report. Anything new turn up?
No, not much. We got a description of Hoffman's car, and I sent out a 5-states alarm, but there's nothing on the killer so far.
How about fingerprints?
Well, there were a couple of sets on the visor of a cap that I found in the body. We've checked them against the dead man's, but they don't match. I sent them and the plaster cast of the tire tracks on to Washington on the 11 o'clock plane.
Ought to be hearing something soon.
Oh, the coroner's report came in. Here, if you'd like to look at it.
Yeah, thanks. Time of death about 6 p.m. Blunt instrument. Probably the butt of a pistol.
That's what's got me confused. Why didn't he shoot if he has a gun?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Maybe I got the answer for you.
No?
A report came in from Chief Watson here in Meadville this afternoon. I checked through to see if our office had any jurisdiction.
And?
We didn't, at least not on the face of it. But it may tie in. The filling station on Davis Street was held up about 4 p.m. The man forced the attendant into the washroom. Attendant jumped him, but the man didn't fire, just ran off. Apparently his gun wasn't loaded.
Did you get a description?
Not much detail. Medium height, medium build, brown suit, and a cap with a shiny visor.
That fits. The cap I found fits that description. I think you've got something, Go.
Isn't Davis Street where the tourist buses leave for Echo Cave?
Well, sure. All he had to do was lose himself in the crowd, get on a bus, and ride out there.
Probably didn't want to take a chance on coming back through Meadville, so he stuck around until Hoffman drove by, got rid of him, and stole his car.
Yeah?
Jim, this just came in on teletype. It's a report on those fingerprints you sent down to Washington tonight.
Oh, fine. Thanks very much. Here we go, Bill. Listen. Gerald Collins, 34, 5 feet 8, 162 pounds, black hair, convicted assault with deadly weapons, served 5 years, wanted in California for burglary and violation of parole.
Sounds like our man. I'll send out an alarm.
Bill, if he wanted to avoid Meadville, he must have headed south. Not too far, though. He's smart enough to know that car's red hot by now.
Yes, he's probably holed up in one of the motels or tourist camps right in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it's a good chance anyway. Let's check them.
Where do you think you're going, Miss Dalton?
Why, I wanted a drink of water.
I'm sure you're not really very thirsty.
Aren't you ever going to let us get some sleep? It's nearly 2 o'clock.
You'll be able to sleep in the car.
What are you talking about?
We'll be leaving when the highway traffic quiets down.
But you don't intend to take us with you.
Well, I can't very well let you stay behind, can I?
Well, that's kidnapping.
I know. Oh, by the way, we'll have to go in your car. I don't think it'd be wise to continue on in the one I've been using.
Oh, Clara.
Don't make any noise.
Whoever it is has seen the light. He knows there's somebody here.
I'll answer it myself. Don't either of you move. Yes?
I hate to bother you this late, but I ran out of gas about a mile down the road. I wonder if I could use your phone.
I'm very sorry the lodge is closed for the season. Phone's been disconnected.
Oh. Well, then maybe you could let me have a little gas if you can spare it.
I'm afraid not. There isn't even a car here. We're completely shut down.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks anyway. I guess I'll have to hoof it down to the next station.
Wish I could have been of more help. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I think we can start getting underway now. I'll bring down my suitcase. You'd better put on your things.
Clara, what are we going to do?
I don't know. Whatever he says, I guess. I'll get our coats out of the...
What's the matter?
I just remembered the hall closet. That's where Papa always kept his pistol. It must still be there. I saw it when we were doing our spring house cleaning.
But, Clara, you couldn't fire a gun. You couldn't shoot a man.
Maybe I could, Cora Sue. At least maybe I can frighten him off. He told us his pistol wasn't loaded. No, where did I put Papa's gun? I thought it was on the top shelf, right behind this hat box.
Is this what
Clara?
you were looking for, Miss Dalton?
What? Where did
I thought you might have an overcoat I could wear, so I glanced through that closet while you were in the kitchen. You should never leave a loaded gun lying around. It can be very dangerous.
Here's your Java.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, waiter.
Yeah?
Where's the next tourist camp or motel, someplace we can get a bed for the night? We've been hunting all over. Everything seems to be filled up.
You headed south?
Yeah.
Well, then I'd suggest Echo Cave Lodge. It's about a mile further on. A couple of nice old ladies run it. The Dalton sisters. They'll have lots of room.
Fine, thanks very much.
Say, I don't mean to interrupt, but you're giving them a bum steer there, waiter.
Huh?
Well, that lodge is closed up tight for the winter. I stopped there about a half an hour ago. Phone ain't even working.
Oh, you must have been someplace else, mister. The Dalton sisters never close before October 1st. It's been that way ever since I can remember, and October 1st ain't until tomorrow.
I don't know nothing about no sisters. It was the fellow who talked to me, but it was Echo Cave Lodge. I saw the sign right out in front.
There ain't no fellow there, unless he's a guest. You must have the wrong place.
Excuse me, mister, what'd this man look like?
I don't know, kind of youngish, medium build. I didn't pay much attention. He was wearing a brown suit, it seems to me.
Let's go, Bill.
There's a sign, Jim. Echo Cave Lodge, 100 yards ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I see the place now. Hey, look. There's a car pulling out from the lodge road.
Yeah. That may be Collins. 2 women with him.
Yeah, I'll swing around.
He's turning off toward the cave.
Hang on.
Looks like we lost him around that last curve.
Well, he can't get very far. This road dead ends right at the cave entrance. There's a car. It stopped. Better take it easy, Bill. Watch yourself.
Ladies are getting out. Guess they're all right. But I don't...
There he goes. Running up into the cave. Come on.
Know anything about this cave, Jim?
Just that it's pretty big. This is the only entrance. Well, I'll see if I can raise him.
Collins! Collins, we're special agents. FBI. Come out with your hands up.
He's got bullets this time.
Yeah.
Collins! Give yourself up. You'll never hit us in the dark. Give yourself up.
All right. I'll come out. Where are you? I can't see.
We'll turn on a flashlight.
I'm going to lay my flash on that rock. Get out of the way when I turn it on, Bill.
Right. I think you hit him, Jim.
Yeah, come on, let's move in.
Here he is. Out cold.
How bad's he hurt?
His shoulder.
Yeah. Okay, let's take him outside.
Gerald Collins was found guilty of murder in federal court and was sentenced to death. In tonight's file, you heard another example of the cooperation and teamwork which enables your FBI to serve you. The report from a local chief of police furnished the killer's motivation. The quick action of a member of the National Park Ranger Service enabled the special agent to get an immediate start on the case. And the laboratory blood tests, plaster casts of tire tracks, and fingerprints in Washington made Collins' conviction a certainty. This is the kind of teamwork which no criminal can circumvent. And you are part of the same team. Your willingness to cooperate with local, state, and federal authorities is absolutely necessary for the prevention and discovery of crime. Remember, if these agencies are to serve you, you must help them do it.
Worried about home ownership? Talk your worry over with your neighbor, your local Equitable representative. He's a man who can help you solve almost any life insurance problem you may have. Perhaps you want protection for your wife and children against eventualities. Perhaps you'd like to find a way to enjoy life in comfort and independence when you're 60. Maybe you want to assure a college education for your youngsters. Well, call that friendly, helpful neighbor of yours. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Flight to Avoid Prosecution. Its title, Roundup.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Burt. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were B. Benaderet, Walter Catlett, Dal McKinnon, Helen Cleve, Steve Pendleton, Barney Phillips, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Roundup on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Nobody likes to take unnecessary risks. That's what the word assurance in the name of the Equitable Life Assurance Society means to its millions of members. Some members are assured that their wives and children have future security, that their youngsters will get a good education. Others are assured of owning their home free and clear, or of a comfortable and independent old age. Others are assured of all these things combined. If you need such assurance, any or all of it, then call your Equitable Society representative. In about 15 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about this friendly, helpful neighbor of yours and how he may be able to help you enjoy the freedom from worry that comes with membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Flight to Avoid Prosecution. Its title, Roundup.
Who is a criminal? How does he get that way? What does he look like? Is he a snarling delinquent with a gun? A slick swindler working the society parties? A big-time racketeer dealing in bribery and protection? Every year, law enforcement agencies contend with cases of otherwise honest, substantial citizens who, under heavy emotional or financial pressure, try for some easy money. Too late, they learn that in the half-world of crime and violence, there is no easy payment plan. That stolen funds bear a high rate of interest, collectible in the coin of worry, discomfort, fear, imprisonment, or sometimes of life itself. Tonight's FBI file opens at a rodeo near a small southwestern city. A slender girl mounted on a pinto mare races after a squealing cat, expertly whirling a looped lariat over her head.
has roped her calf in 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Hey, Mesquite. Here she is. Come get her.
Afternoon, Idiot. I was just watching your ad.
Oh, it wasn't much to watch today.
But I thought it was fine, just fine. Here, let me help you, miss.
Oh, thanks. Hey, you better walk Dragon Lady out easy. She's about as hot as the rest of us.
I'll look after her.
Thanks.
You go take a rest.
You got a cigarette, Mesquite?
Got the makings.
Well?
Yes, of course. Let me see. I hold the paper in this hand.
Yeah?
And I put the tobacco pouch between my teeth, like this.
Oh, no, not that way. How many times do I have to tell you? You curve the paper like it was a cradle, see?
Oh,
and
this way?
Oh, no. Here, hand it over. It's like this, and then you twist. See, that's all there is to it.
Oh, it looks easy when you do it.
I think maybe you better go back to that pipe.
Well, I'd sure like to learn, though. Rolling your own somewhere Western.
Oh, what have you got in that pocket?
Oh, nothing. I just...
Oh, yes, I thought so. True Western stories, Wild West adventure stories, ranging right... Honest, you don't read these, Mesquite.
Howdy, folks.
Oh, hi, cowboy. Hey, how'd you do?
All right, I reckon.
Good.
Bulldogged them 19 seconds.
19 seconds? Well, that's good.
Well, it won't be good enough to win me no prize money. Just can't seem to get into the money nohow this season.
That's too bad, Tex. It isn't fair.
Yeah. I had some tobacco here somewhere. Boy, here it is. Hey, old-timer, how about rolling me a cigarette?
Why, sure.
Roll your own, Tex. You better take Dragon Lady back to stall, Mesquite. She's cooler now.
All right, Miss Idiot. I'll give her some sugar.
Fine.
Now, what did I do? I was just asking him for laughs.
Yeah, for laughs.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't mean nothing.
Didn't you?
Now, look, Eileen.
You look. To the little girls in pigtails sitting up there in the back row, you may be a big hero in cowboy boots, but to me, you're just...
braiding your hair again, huh? Looks pretty cute.
Lay off the old man, Tex.
Sure. I ain't got nothing against him, honey. It's just that, well, he don't fit in. That suit he's wearing, for instance, he must have been in the chips. Wonder why he hooked up with this outfit anyhow.
Could be lots of reasons.
Could be. Bet it's quite a story, huh?
That's his business, ain't it?
Yeah. All same, I'll bet it's quite a story.
Approximately 2,000 miles east by north, at the FBI field office in a New England industrial city, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk studying some engrossing material.
They went that away.
What? Hello, Tom.
Glad to see Uncle Sam's keeping you in reading matter, Jim. Thrilling Western adventure. Huh? Life as an agent getting too tame for you?
Oh, these are out of the Caldwell file.
Oh, yeah. That's a rugged one.
You're telling me. 6 months now. We're still right where we started.
You talked to that firm he embezzled from?
East Shore Building and Loan, yeah.
No leads?
Chauncey Caldwell was their most trusted employee. Been with them over 30 years. They'd even given him a gold watch. And one morning, no Chauncey, no watch. And according to the auditor, no $10,000.
What about his private life?
It's an open book, and a dull one. Took the 8:15 to town every morning, 6:10 home every night. Read the Star Tribune, played gin rummy, smoked a pipe. Lived in the same town, on the same street, and in the same house for over 30 years.
Oh. He must have had some vices.
Yeah. Cowboy magazines.
I wonder what made him do it.
Well, his wife was sick. He had heavy medical expenses, and then after she died, why, he skipped.
Must be pretty tough to start a whole new life after all those years.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom, I think you've got something.
I have?
Yes. A methodical man like Caldwell can change his name, his place of residence, the way he makes a living, but his habits are part of him. He's bound to revert to one or more of them sooner or later.
Makes sense.
All right, suppose he goes back to, well, reading the Star Tribune. I could find him through out-of-town subscriptions.
Could be.
Or he smoked a local brand of tobacco. I could check on that.
Sure. Only,
Only what?
What if it's gin rummy?
Here's Dragon Lady, Miss Elliot, all saddled for you.
Oh, thanks, Mesquite. How much time have I got?
I had my watch. I seem to have misplaced it.
Is this what you're looking for, old-timer?
Yes. Look, thank you.
Yeah, I found it down by the corral. You lucky it wasn't trampled.
Yes, very lucky.
It's a mighty fancy watch. That real gold?
18 karat.
Must be worth plenty. Reckon it was a gift, huh?
That's right, a gift.
From your wife?
Yes. Bye. Now, if you'll forgive me, I'd better be moseying along.
You better keep an eye on that watch. It's kind of important to leave lying around.
Yes, I will. And thanks again, Dick.
Don't mention it. Glad to oblige. Wife, huh? What did you say his name was? Boyd?
Oh, something like that.
Thought so. Funny thing about that watch, it's got one of them there trick backs kind of come open in my hand. Had some writing. Said, to Chauncey Caldwell, Assistant Treasurer in appreciation of 30 years of faithful service. And had to name some outfit. East Shore Building and Loan, I think it was. Something like that.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong in changing your name. He could have had a reason. Lots of folks do.
Yeah, sure could have. Assistant Treasurer, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Tex. Just because he didn't tell the truth about the watch, it don't mean
I ain't saying it does.
He don't want to talk about it, that's all. He quit his job when his wife died, and he run away.
I'll bet he did.
Meaning?
Nothing. Watch is worth more than fresh money down in Roswell.
Where'd you say you found it?
By the corral.
You're sure?
You think I stole it from the old guy? What kind of character you think I am?
To tell you the truth, Tex, I'm beginning to wonder.
Meanwhile, at the Star Tribune, Special Agent Jim Taylor checked out-of-town subscriptions. 108 had been filed during the last 6 months. All suspicious signatures were sent to the FBI laboratory for study and comparison. Field agents in New York, Chicago, and Cincinnati forwarded similar specimens culled from the list of Cowboy magazine subscribers. The entire close-meshed scientific organization of Your FBI was following Taylor's theory.
Yes, sir. What may we do for you? Pipes, cigars, tobacco?
That's it.
Well, we have some choice mixtures. We put them up ourselves. Would you care to try a pipeful?
Well, a friend of mine used to smoke something pretty nice. I think maybe it was here that he got it. His name was Caldwell. Chauncey Caldwell?
Caldwell? Caldwell. I don't just recall. Oh, yes. Now I remember. A little man with eyeglasses.
That's right.
Well, I believe he used our Beacon Hill mixture. Delightful blend of light Virginias. Just a trace of Latakia. For excitement, you know. Yeah, just have a sniff.
Mm-hmm. Has he bought any lately?
Oh, no. No, I haven't seen him for months. I understand he left town.
Oh. What about mail order?
Well, we do ship quite a bit of Beacon Hill, you know, all over the world. But I don't seem to remember seeing Caldwell on the order list.
Order list, huh? How about taking a look at it?
Oh, no, sir. That would be quite impossible. Our clients' tastes are kept strictly confidential.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials. I'd like to see that list.
Oh. Yes, Mr. Taylor, I should think you might.
Nice shot, Tom. Oh, hi, Jim. Thanks. You planning to get in some pistol practice?
Yeah. I'm getting pretty rusty. Here goes.
Sure wish you could come that close to finding Chauncey Caldwell.
I think maybe I have.
Really? Western Magazine angle paid off, huh?
No, seems he bought them from newsstands, but we did get a lead from that tobacco shop.
Oh?
Lab reports show the handwriting on 3 order blanks has a marked similarity to that of the fugitive.
Sounds good. What about an address?
All general delivery. 3 different cities. Cheyenne, Wyoming, Roswell, New Mexico, Tucson, Arizona.
Been moving around a lot. Might give us a line on his occupation.
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Really?
Yeah, the shop filled the last order for Beacon Hill blend just 3 days ago. I've teletyped our resident agent in Tucson. With any luck, he should be able to pick up our embezzler. General delivery.
Easy, girl. Take it easy now.
Why, Tex, didn't expect to see you riding in the horse car. You came to check on Thunder?
No, he travels good.
There was something special you wanted?
No, not exactly. Just thought you might like some company.
Well, that's nice of you, Tex. Right nice.
You like being out here in the West, don't you, old timer?
Yes, I do.
Changed a lot, though. Ain't much like it says in them magazines you read.
I guess not.
Time was a man could come out past the frontier, lose himself, lose his past. Ain't so easy anymore.
No? Well, I suppose it isn't.
Got all kinds of new inventions like long-distance telephones. Pretty handy gadget, that telephone. Didn't take me more than 10 minutes to get through to a friend of mine back east. Checking up on a fella. Fella named Caldwell. Chauncey Caldwell. Way I hear it, this Caldwell's got money. Quite a piece of cash. Near $10,000. You know anything about it, Mesquite? Do you?
Yes.
Then what do you got to say?
Call the police at the next stop.
Well, I ain't planning to turn you in.
What?
I couldn't do a thing like that. You're a friend of mine. Of course, I think I ought to have something for my trouble, say about half.
Oh.
That makes 5,000, doesn't it?
Now, wait. That's blackmail.
Ain't a very friendly way to put it.
I haven't got the money.
No?
I spent it on my wife.
You're lying, Mesquite.
No, Tex. I'm telling you that... Oh!
Where's the money?
I don't have it, I tell you.
You ought to tell me where it is, Mesquite. You really ought to.
No. Okay. Oh.
Come on. Come on, old timer. Come on. Quit stalling. Mesquite? Well, what do you know? Too bad, Mesquite, but I reckon you might say that this time you was really going west.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's dramatic case from the official files of your FBI. But right now, I'd like to ask you a very blunt question. Is your family protected if something happened to you? If they are not, who will take care of them? That's a question that sooner or later every good husband and father must ask himself. And that's the question Mr. Theodore Reuters asked himself. Before you became a member of the Equitable Society, that was your problem, wasn't it, Mr. Reuters?
Yes, it was. I don't kid myself. Unless I strike oil, I'll never be wealthy. Now, if something happened to me, my Social Security would help. but it certainly wouldn't keep my family comfortable. So when I heard you talk about a plan that provided that kind of security, I got interested.
That's our Equitable Family Security Plan.
That's right. So as you suggested, I phoned our local Equitable man, and we talked it over. He didn't try to sell me anything. But first, he gave me a chart.
That's our famous Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for fathers and mothers. There's no charge for it. It's free for the asking.
Well, it helped me a lot. It made it simple for my wife and myself to figure how much more income would be needed to keep her and the youngsters well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed until our youngest was through high school. Yes, the chart was a big help, and our Equitable friend was a bigger help.
All of our men are selected for character, Mr. Reuters. You see, Equitable men are real neighbors. They're interested first in your problems. So please remember, no matter what your insurance problems may be, talk them over with your local Equitable representative. Ask him for your free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of this friendly, helpful neighbor, your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, Roundup.
Just as ballad and legend have made semi-heroic figures of the brutal highwaymen of the Old West, so certain forms of fiction have attempted to glamorize the modern criminal, imputing to him a kind of group morality based on the traditional notion of honor among thieves. Yet case after case in the files of your FBI prove that nothing could be further from the facts. Like the spotted hyena, the lawbreaker preys on the weaker of his own kind. In particular, the fugitive from justice offers a prime target for the more unscrupulous and more practiced denizens of the underworld jungles. Since the wanted man is unlikely to turn to law enforcement agencies for protection or redress, the vast majority of crimes in this category go unreported. Nonetheless, statistics in the FBI uniform crime reports clearly show that, as in tonight's case, the runaway lawbreaker is very likely to find himself the victim of planned extortion, blackmail, assault, or even murder. Tonight's FBI file continues at New England Field Headquarters.
Taylor speaking.
This is Leo Sherman, Jim.
Oh, hi, Leo. You're the resident on the Caldwell deal, aren't you?
That's right.
Will that post office surveillance pick him up?
No, didn't show.
Oh, that's funny.
Local authorities ran a check. Nothing came in.
Well, he should have been in Tucson day before yesterday.
How do you figure that?
I got a copy of Billboard here on my desk someplace. Hey, hold on a second, will you?
Hey, you think he's in show business?
No, not exactly. Here it is. Listen to this. Great Southwest Rodeo. America's top collection of top hands, thrills, spills, chills.
That's right. It opened Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, there were rodeos in Cheyenne and Roswell, too. And the dates tally exactly.
Makes sense. Lots of hands follow the rodeo circuit, just like a racetrack. Want to fly out and pick him up?
No, you'll spot him all right, Leo. The way I see it, in a rodeo, Chauncey Caldwell ought to stand out like a pot of Boston baked beans. Well, it doesn't make sense, Tom. The rodeo people told Sherman that Caldwell got on the train to Tucson, but he never got out.
Well, men have disappeared off trains before.
Sure, but that's pretty desolate country. There's not many stops.
Pretty slow sector, though. He might have jumped.
Any sign of it?
The railroad's cooperating with the field office, checking the right-of-way.
But it still doesn't add up, Tom. A man doesn't leave a moving train without a pretty good reason.
Think the rodeo people are concealing something?
Sherman thinks so. There's no way of cross-checking it, though. Hey, wait a minute. Wasn't Caldwell working as a groom?
That's right.
Well, his job must be open. Maybe I could land it.
Think you can handle it?
Sure. I'm not known in that part of the country.
What about the work? You know anything about horses?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to ride one every weekend.
Really? Cow pony?
No, merry-go-round. I still think I can handle it.
While Resident Agent Leo Sherman operated with railroad police in searching the area traversed by the train from which the fugitive Chauncey Caldwell had mysteriously disappeared, Special Agent Jim Taylor flew to the Southwest and, under a cover identity, obtained employment with the Great Southwest Rodeo Company. A few days later, while a bucking bronco exhibition is in progress, Agent Taylor is approached by a spectator wearing a typical Western cowboy outfit.
Hey, buddy, how do I get to the stable area?
On past the corral, turn left. Wait, I'll walk you over. How are you, Leo? You got something for me?
Yeah, Jim. We found Caldwell.
Good. Where'd you pick him up?
Ravine by a railroad embankment, about 10 miles north of the border.
Did he make a statement?
No, he won't.
Oh. Did you get a coroner's report?
Yeah, cause of death, skull fracture.
Jumped from the train, huh?
Doesn't look that way. Head and face are marked up pretty bad, but no bruises in the body.
That means he was dead before he fell. That sounds like murder.
That's the theory.
I guess that means the local boys take over, huh?
Not necessarily. What about the money Caldwell took? Is it all showing up?
Well, about 1,000's still out.
Pockets in the course have been cleaned. Found a satchel on the tracks, personal effects, no cash.
Theft in interstate commerce, huh?
Might have been the motive.
Sure might.
Got a lead?
No, not yet, but I think I know where I can get one.
Oh?
Right from the horse's mouth. Steady.
Hi there.
Oh, hi.
Say, you working late.
Well, I thought I'd give Dragon Lady an extra rub down.
Oh.
Coat's pretty dusty.
I brought her an apple. She earned it this afternoon, didn't you, girl?
Sure is a sweetheart.
Yeah.
I guess all the hands make a pet out of her, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, they tell me the fellow who had my job before was nuts about her.
Mesquite?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. She was his favorite, wasn't she, girl?
Poor old guy, it's a rough way to go.
What do you mean?
Didn't you know they found his body yesterday?
Body?
Yeah, one of the wranglers was telling me. Seems like he's murdered on a train and tossed out in a ravine.
Murdered?
Uh-huh.
Are you sure?
Guess so. Seems the FBI is already on the case.
I knew it.
What?
Here, you give Dragon Lady her apple. I forgot. I promised to meet a fella. I forgot. Tex, where are you?
Here by the steer pens. What's the matter?
I gotta talk to you.
Sure.
Why did you kill him?
What are you talking about?
The old man, Mesquite. He was murdered. He was tossed off the train.
That's too bad, but it ain't got nothing to do
hasn't it? What about taking his watch, checking up on him?
Curiosity ain't no crime.
You went to the baggage car that night, Tex. You passed my berth. I saw you.
That don't prove nothing.
Maybe not, but I'm going to call the FBI. They might make it prove something.
I guess they might, only you ain't going to call them.
Try and stop me. Let go, Tex. Let go.
Wait, I figure you're going to have some kind of an accident.
Oh, no.
Wait, you figured wrong, Tex.
You better keep out of this, fella.
I'm sorry, cowboy.
Gee, thanks, mister.
My name's Taylor, Miss Elliott. You were saying something about having a story to tell to the FBI?
Oh, yeah. I was going to call him, and you mean you're really honest to gosh?
That's right. Honest to gosh. No kidding.
Tex was tried and convicted for the murder of the embezzler, Chauncey Caldwell, and received the death penalty. In the story you have just heard, life extracted from Chauncey Caldwell a far heavier penalty for embezzlement than the law would have provided. Had he surrendered to the authorities and sincerely attempted to make full restitution of the money he had stolen, the courts, taking into consideration his past record of good citizenship and the compelling motive for his action, might have felt some compassion and dealt leniently with him under the terms of the statute. Instead, this man chose to become a fugitive, throwing himself on the mercies of chance and dangerous companions. He learned too late that the penalty paid by the hunted does not always fit their crime, and that men who live without the law live without justice. For this knowledge, Chauncey Caldwell paid with his life.
Have you any idea what will become of you when you're in your 60s? If you're worried about it, there's one man you really ought to see. He's a neighbor of yours. He's your local representative of the Equitable Society. He can also show you how simple and easy it may be to provide for the future security of your family, to assure your youngsters a college education, to make it possible for you to own your own home free and clear years before you expected to. Get acquainted with him. There's no obligation. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, auto theft. Its title, The Hot Sedan.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Robert Livett. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Walter Catlett, Eddie Firestone, Alice Morse, Bob O'Connor, Vernon Rich, Victor Rodman, and Tom Tully. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Hot Sedan on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representatives in your community. You have heard people say that money is the root of all evil. But it's a fact that money properly handled can be the source of much good. Properly managed, it can protect your wife and children against the future. It can assure your youngsters of a college education. It can help you own your own home free and clear. It can provide for a comfortable, independent old age. I say money properly handled. Most of us don't know how to handle it. But there is one man who can show you how. He's your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. In about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about your local Equitable representative and how he may help you, too, find security and peace of mind. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, auto theft. Its title, The Hot Sedan.
During the past quarter century, the automobile has become a big business for the factory, the service station, the repairman, and the criminal. Figures compiled by your FBI from the reports of local law enforcement agencies show that last year alone, nearly 197,000 cars were stolen. More than the total motor vehicle registration of Minneapolis, New Orleans, or Cincinnati. Last year, auto theft was up 15%. Accounted for a high of $190 million worth of stolen property, and was one of America's most profitable criminal activities. To combat this motorized crime wave, conferences are being held during the fall of 1952 at key points throughout the nation under the auspices of your FBI. Attending are representatives of state and local police, various motor vehicles departments, and the National Automobile Theft Bureau, a non-profit agency maintained by America's insurance companies, as well as special agents of the FBI. Here, master strategy is being developed to make universal the kind of techniques and cooperation which, as shown in tonight's case, can run the car thief off the roads and into the penitentiary. Tonight's FBI file begins on a suburban highway near a large eastern city. The road is deserted save for two cars streaking south toward the state line. The leading vehicle is a Cadillac sedan, current model, light green in color. Directly behind it, a 1948 Mercury convertible, black, with natural canvas top. Both cars are proceeding at a speed in considerable excess of the legal limit. Approximately 3 miles north of the boundary, their progress is observed by 2 troopers occupying a highway patrol car.
Ooh, will you look at them?
Hold your hat, Chuck. Here we go.
The drivers of the offending vehicles react to the red light warning only by increasing their speed still further.
Looks like they want to race, Mac.
Yeah, they're doing 90 easy.
The cat has out-of-state plates. Driver might be hot.
He will be when we catch him.
Approximately 3/4 of a mile from the state boundary, a gravel surfaced road intersects the highway. The driver of the green sedan extinguishes his lights and turns sharply to the right. The Mercury, acting as decoy, continues down the road.
Heads or tails, Chuck?
I say the cat.
So do I.
The poorly surfaced, steep graded road runs along the edge of a precipice, creating extremely hazardous driving conditions. However, the green sedan, running without lights, maintains a high level of speed. Too high.
Chuck, he's leaving the road. Over the cliff.
When State Troopers Charles Humboldt and Orrin McHenry reach the spot where their quarry has left the road, the green sedan is wedged between 2 boulders near the bottom of a 50-foot ravine. It has burst into flames.
Hello, Chuck.
Oh, hi, Mac.
That our Cadillac?
What's left of it. Boys just towed it in.
Sure ready for the junk heap.
Yeah. How about the driver?
He's dead, Chuck.
Oh, that's too bad. He looked like just a kid.
Yeah, 18, 19.
Any identification?
No, not yet.
I got a partial print off the rear view mirror.
Oh, good deal. I'll drop it off the FBI office on my way uptown. Did you get a report on the plate yet?
Yeah. They checked with the motor number, but...
Yeah, but what?
The registration shows a 52 Cadillac sedan, all right. Color beige.
Could have been a repaint.
Not unless they stripped it clean. Look here. You see? Besides, it's a new car.
Yeah. Might be hot at that.
Well, that kid sure wasn't running for his health.
Well, I'll check it right away, Chuck. You better have the boys mark this wreck Do Not Disturb till they've gone over it.
Will do.
32 hours later, at the local FBI field office, State Trooper Orrin McHenry receives a full report on the green sedan and its driver from Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Well, here's the way it shapes up, Mac. Car was stolen. Order number's been recut. Dyes don't match the company.
Were you able to get the old number, Jim?
Ah, no such luck.
How'd they grab onto a registration?
Well, maybe a pretty big operation. They're probably buying up wrecks and switching the papers.
It's going to be pretty hard to identify, then.
Yeah, sure is. Of course, if we can turn up the owner, he may have some special way of spotting his own car.
Oh, right.
Not very likely, though, considering the condition this one's in.
Got any leads?
Yeah, man in Hillview over the state line reported the theft of a green Cadillac. His name's John Rensselaer. I'm going out to see him this afternoon.
What about my fingerprints? Report in yet?
Yeah, came back this morning.
Good, that's service.
Somewhere. Here it is. Driver's name was Robert Emmett Watkins, called Bobby Watkins. Born Cincinnati, Ohio, March 18th, 1934. Served 4 months as juvenile in Cincinnati, petty larceny, a year and a half ago.
That all?
Disappeared after that. No family, no forwarding address, no trace. Cincinnati office is still working on her.
1934. It's just 18.
Yeah, they start them young these days.
Yeah.
18. Mac, we might pick up something from Selective Service.
Do you think a kid mixed up in a thing like this would register?
Yeah, could be. His bosses wouldn't want investigators on his trail.
You figure this for a ring, don't you, Jim? Big-time operation?
Yeah, it's beginning to look that way. We've had over a dozen reports in the last 3 weeks, all involving registration switches in the same tri-state area.
Have you figured out their method of operation?
No, not yet. That's what I'm hoping to find out at Hillview.
Wrecked, huh? A total loss, huh?
It's criminal, Mr. Taylor. That's what it is, criminal. That store should be prosecuted.
Store?
Yes, Mason's. It's all their fault. That's where it happened.
Oh.
Told my wife she shouldn't go to that sale, wouldn't listen.
The vehicle was stolen while your wife was shopping?
Of course. Don't think she stood there and let them take it, do you?
Had she left the key in the ignition?
Naturally. That's how they work. The attendant parks the car, you pick it up, turn in the ticket when you drive out.
Mm-hmm. Well, had your wife lost her ticket?
Certainly not. When she emerged from the store, burdened with packages, I might add, the car was gone, simply gone.
Now, this was at the local branch of Mason's, or was this...
Certainly. Never go into the city. Too much traffic. Too hot on the nerves.
I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Rinsler. You've helped a lot. Now, about your car. Have you some way of identifying it?
Of course. License number,
No, I'm afraid they won't help. Isn't there some other way? What I mean is some purely personal way.
Green sedan, standard model, nothing special
Well,
about
can you think of anything else?
Wait a minute. There is one thing.
Yes, sir?
My wife has a peculiar habit. Folds her registration certificate into a little wad, sticks it behind the ashtray. Might still be there.
Yes, sir, it might. We'll check it. Teletype room, Taylor.
Hi, Jim. They rang me through to you.
Oh, hi, Mac. How'd you make out?
It's Rensselaer's car, all right. Found the certificate wadded up behind the ash receiver. Thieves never touched it. It's pretty charred, but the FBI lab should be able to bring it out all right.
That's fine. That's the first break we've had.
Yeah, now here's something else.
Yeah?
Chuck Humboldt just came back from the local office of the National Auto Theft Bureau. They've had 15 stolen cars reported as lifted from department store parking lots during the last couple of months. All in suburban branches, all on sale days.
That's great. Now we've got evidence and an M.O.
Yeah, all we need is a line on the gang.
Now, hold on. Maybe we got that, too.
Oh?
Our Washington field office is sending through a report on our selective service check right now. Mac, listen to this. Watkins was registered with his draft board, and he was due to report for medical next week. He's living at 318 River Street.
That sounds hot, Jim. You gonna check it?
Yeah, I'll meet you there.
Better try the doorbell again, Jim.
Yeah, I guess I did. Oh, hello.
Hello, gentlemen. Good afternoon. You come about the room for rent?
Well, this isn't about a room, ma'am.
Oh, we're looking for a man named Watkins. Bobby Watkins.
Yes.
Oh, does he live here?
Maybe, maybe no. Why you want to see him?
Well, I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh.
Here are my credentials.
Oh, yes. Yes, but you want to find Bobby here. He's not at home. His wife may be at home. I didn't see him for 3 or 4 days. Maybe you find him at the work.
Oh, where's that?
The garage. 2, 3 blocks. Let me see now. The riverfront garage. That's the one.
Garage? That sounds like our setup, Jim.
Sure does.
Want me to drive over and take a look around?
Yeah, will you, Mac? And be careful, huh? I'll talk to his wife.
Yeah?
Is this Bobby Watkins' room?
Who wants to know?
I'm a special agent of the FBI, miss. Here are my credentials.
Oh.
Well, may I come in, please?
Yeah. Yeah, come in.
Thank you. Are you Mrs. Watkins?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Why should you be? I ain't sorry. I ain't... Where's my husband, mister? What's happened to him?
Well, Mrs. Watkins, I'm afraid he's dead.
Oh, no. I knew. I knew it. Give me a handkerchief.
Oh, sure. Here.
How did it happen?
Car cracked up.
Bobby didn't have a car.
Well, it wasn't his car, Mrs. Watkins.
He was mixed up in something. He swore he wasn't. He swore up and down, but I knew it all along.
Would you like to tell me about it?
It was after we found out that I was about the baby.
Mm-hmm.
We needed money. We needed it bad. He told me he'd got a job, an honest job, but you don't make that kind of dough washing cars, mister. Do you?
No, I'm afraid not, Mrs. Watkins.
Jim, the gang. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Mac. Come on in. Mac, this is Mrs. Watkins.
How do you do, Mrs. Watkins?
Hello.
Jim, the gang was using the riverfront garage, all right. Legitimate repair set up in front, closed off section in back for doctoring hot cars.
Fine. Let's get a warrant.
No, I'm afraid not, Jim. They've already skipped.
Oh, great. Wouldn't you know it?
The wreck must have scared them off.
No evidence?
No, not even a fingerprint. Looks like the whole outfit slipped right through our fingers.
You're wrong, mister.
Ma'am?
They didn't all get away. Bobby didn't.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. 30 years ago, a high school education was considered pretty good. Today, if you want to hold any important position that pays a better than average salary, a college education is almost a must. Now, most fathers and mothers know this, and they know that their children may be handicapped without it. The problem is how to assure such an education on an average income. That was the problem of Mr. George Anvers before he became a member of the Equitable Society. Am I right, Mr. Anvers?
Correct. I have 2 little boys, and I guess like most fathers, I want them to have it better than I did. I figured a college education was the answer, but the question was, how could I do that on the kind of money I make?
And how did you solve that problem, Mr. Anvers?
My wife and I heard you describe an educational plan on this program.
That's our famous Equitable Education Fund.
That's right. So, as you suggested, we called our local Equitable Society representative. He showed me how we could put aside enough money over the next 12 years without financial hardship. The interesting thing about it is that if something happens to me, that fund becomes fully established with no more payments to pay. Incidentally, I'd like to congratulate the Equitable Society for employing men like our Equitable representative. He's a fine man and a good man to do business with.
I think every member of our radio audience will find his own local Equitable representative a good man to do business with. Your Equitable Society representative wants to help you solve your life insurance problems. He will analyze your problems and draw up a plan within your income that will give you the most for your life insurance dollar. So if you have a problem, such as how to be independent in your 60s, or how to own your own home free and clear, or how to provide for the future of your loved ones, call up your good friend and neighbor, your local Equitable Society representative. Consult your local telephone directory for his name under the name of Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Hot Sedan.
Reports compiled by your FBI show that the nearly 200,000 automobile thefts occurring annually in the United States break down into 3 general categories. First, as in tonight's case, there's the theft for resale, usually involving well-organized and well-equipped rings or gangs. Second, are cars stolen for use during the commission of another crime. The third category is the joyride theft, usually associated with juvenile offenders. Criminals in the second and third categories seldom possess the equipment or the technique to make off with a properly secured vehicle. And even the professional car thief is less likely to choose a locked automobile parked within a garage or on a well-lighted thoroughfare. Therefore, your FBI joins with your local law enforcement officers in urging you to lock your car, lock your garage, and report suspicious prowlers to the police. You can help protect your own property. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office, 48 hours after the discovery of the abandoned riverfront garage. Special Agent Jim Taylor is briefing State Trooper Orrin McHenry on the status of the case.
Lessee on the garage was listed Howard W. Evans, Rockford address. It's a phony, though.
What about the neighborhood, Jim?
Oh, we checked it thoroughly, Mac. The outfit operated as a legitimate front. There's no local connections.
Mm-hmm. You talked to that girl again?
Emmy Watkins?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's still lost, you know.
Well, I guess we're up a dead-end street, huh?
Maybe. We've got an agent checking with Customs to see if we can turn up any of the other cars. Not much chance. Oh, excuse me, Mac.
Yeah, sure.
Special Agent Taylor.
It's Chuck Humboldt, Jim. Is Mac there?
Yeah, right here. Hang on. It's for you, Mac. Chuck Humboldt.
Oh, thanks, Jim. Yeah, Chuck.
Mac, I got a hot one for you.
Yeah?
A back-to-school sale going on at Richmond's South Shore branch. Parking lot attendant just reported a stolen Nash Rambler.
Good deal, Jim, and I'll be right over.
I've been running this lot for more than 2 years. First time anything like this has ever happened.
I suppose you tell me how the loss was first noticed, huh?
Well, I see this lady wandering around the lot looking at cars. I figured maybe she's lost.
Now, what time was this?
About 2:30, 3 o'clock. When she tells me it's one of them little Nashes, I know. Right off, I know.
Oh, how come?
Well, I walked through the lot, see, coming back from lunch. There was only one of them little bugs. It was painted bright orange. That's why I noticed it particular. It's already gone.
No, what made you so sure?
Seen a guy drive it out, right past me.
Did you get a ticket on it?
Sure, took it myself. That's what I can't figure, Mr. Taylor. Nobody gets out of this lot without a ticket.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure it was the right ticket? Did you check the number?
There's a sale today, Mr. Taylor. We're pretty mobbed. You'd jam up the whole place.
Well, then the ticket could have been issued on a different car. Possibly handed to a Confederate who used it to steal the Nash.
Yeah, it could. But then how would whoever got the ticket in the first place get their car back?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Now, are you sure didn't anybody get a car without a ticket? Anybody at all?
Well, now that you mention it, there was one. But she couldn't be mixed up.
Who was she?
A dame that lost a check on a black Mercury. Old-time customer.
Was this a convertible with a light top?
How did you know that?
Well, that car's appeared in this case before.
No kidding.
Uh-huh.
No, Mr. Taylor. It just ain't possible. She just ain't the type.
Oh, what type is she?
Oh, you know, one of them see here young man numbers. About 50. Gray hair, no tip.
Well, did she find her ticket?
No, I guess not. I checked the driver's license against the certificate on the Merc, though. It was her car, all right.
Oh, do you remember her name?
Gee, no.
Well, did you get the windshield stub off of her car?
Yeah, it's right here in my pocket. Why?
Well, I'd like to check it against the ticket on the Nash.
Well, that'd be over at the check stand with the rest of them.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
You mean you honestly think old lady hoity-toity parked here, handed the ticket to some guy so he could use it to steal a car, and then came out and talked me into giving her her own back?
It's beginning to look that way.
Well, what do you know?
Comparison conclusively proved that the parking ticket issued on the Black Mercury convertible was the one used to effect the theft of the Nash automobile. Your FBI had now established a definite modus operandi for the car thieves. Legitimate tickets were being used to remove victim cars from the lots. Then later, the respectable-appearing owner of the decoy car would reclaim her property by professing to have lost her stub. Acting on this knowledge, stakeouts are set up on the parking lots of all department stores conducting sales in the 3-state suburban area. During a 10-day period, 4 such surveillances are established. Number of automobiles stolen? None. Number of suspects identified? None. Results? Nil. Then, shortly after noon, during sale number 5, an Oldsmobile convertible is reported missing. Special Agent Taylor and the parking attendant, who have been planted on the store parking staff, wait anxiously to see if the pattern will repeat itself.
Hey, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah?
That dame coming now, the tall one with the gray hat, that's her, that's the one.
Are you sure?
Sure as I'm standing here.
All right. You keep out of sight. I'll handle it.
Okay, sir.
May I help you, ma'am?
Why, yes, young man, perhaps you can. I seem to have mislaid my parking ticket. I don't suppose it's frightfully important, but it's very distressing.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
I'm in quite a hurry, too. I'm Mrs. Perry, an old customer, a very old customer. I can pick out my car, show you identification.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Mrs. Perry. We'll take your word for it.
Why, thank you, young man, thank you. I'm much obliged.
Not at all. Glad to be of service. B24 to ST348. Suspect now leaving parking lot in black Mercury convertible. License 17K for King 3665. Over.
ST348 to B24. Thanks, Jim. Is the car a hot one?
No, Mac. It's the decoy vehicle.
Hold on, Jim. I got her spotted. Here I go. Over now. ST348 calling B24. ST348 to B24.
B24. Go ahead, ST348.
Suspect has turned on a parkway. I think she's headed for the bridge.
Fine. I'll pick you up when the bridge approach. Stay with her, Mac.
Okay, Jim, if I can. ST348 to B24. Calling B24. I lost you in traffic, Jim. What gives? Over.
B24 to ST348. I think she's going to Earth. Yeah, there she goes. Into the Madison garage.
Madison garage, isn't that place okay?
It's supposed to be, Mac.
Funny. Wonder why she's gone in there.
So do I, Mac.
Control, huh? Not bad, Martha.
I should say it's excellent. My 200, please.
Okay. Here, silent seat.
Oh, very well.
Martha, sure you weren't following?
Look, you take me for an amateur.
The boss wants a report, you know that.
Very well. I left the store in the Mercury as usual. Drove to the Madison garage as usual. Had no trouble as usual. I met Michael, traded tickets, and drove out the Oldsmobile. Everything was just as usual.
Look, the boss tells me to play it safe.
And I just suggest
Are you in charge here?
Sorry, mister. You're too late. This joint's already closed up.
That's right. It's closed up, and for good.
The members of the auto theft ring in tonight's case were convicted of interstate transportation of stolen motor vehicles and received sentences totaling 45 years in federal penitentiary. Special Agent Jim Taylor had quickly realized that the Madison garage might well serve as a second relay point in the complicated transportation system of the car thieves. He therefore set up immediate surveillance at the far exit to the subterranean garage and was able to spot the stolen car as it emerged. Confronted with the evidence against them, the thieves made a full confession, naming all of their confederates. As the case you have just heard demonstrates, your FBI and other law enforcement agencies are starting a concerted campaign to wipe out the automobile thief. They ask your cooperation.
Almost without exception, our nation's leaders will tell you that life insurance is your best financial safeguard. Now, if you don't know much about life insurance, ask the man who does know. He's a neighbor of yours, your local Equitable representative. Your problem may be how to own your own home free and clear years ahead of time, or how to enjoy a comfortable and independent life at 60, or how to provide for the security of your wife and youngsters. Your Equitable Society representative knows the answers. You'll find him friendly and helpful. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Wayward Brother.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Robert Ye Libet. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Cavelia Leakey, Julie Bennett, Herb Butterfield, Whitfield Connor, Charles Maxwell, Dot Rankin, and Charles Stewart. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Wayward Brother on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. May I ask you this? What is your money problem? Do you lie awake nights worrying about what will happen to you in your old age? Or how to assure your children of a good education? Or what your wife and youngsters will be faced with if something happened to you? Well, if you make an average income, you'll be surprised how simple it may be to solve these money problems. To start the ball rolling, pick up your phone and call one of your neighbors. He's your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Now, in about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about this helpful, friendly neighbor of yours and how he may be able to help you, as he has helped others, enjoy the many advantages that come with membership in the Equitable Society. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, armed robbery. Its title, The Wayward Brother.
The majority of American citizens are souvenir hunters. These people enjoy bringing home a relic or some remembrance of a place visited. Shells from a beach, bark from a tree, souvenir ashtrays from established restaurants. And so it is with our men and women in the armed forces. Returning veterans often bring home enemy flags, enemy helmets, and, as happened in tonight's story, enemy weapons. Our case tonight emphasizes the dangers of bringing such weapons into this country. A serious problem which, unless properly handled, can easily become an asset to the dangerous criminal. Later in the program, we'll tell you how you can keep your war trophy from becoming an instrument of crime. But now, listen to the story of one returning serviceman and history that caused grave concern to the agents of your FBI. Tonight's FBI file opens in a large West Coast city. A veteran wearing his uniform stops in front of an apartment house, grins, throws his gear bag over the other shoulder, and quickly walks up the apartment steps and inside to the first door on the right.
Just a minute. Who is it, please?
Telegram for Frank Mason.
Well, he won't be here until tomorrow, but... Frank! Oh, Frank! Oh, Frank, put me down. Your leg. You shouldn't lift me
like I used to. Oh, this leg's as good as new. The doctors and wires set me back better than I left.
Oh, Frank.
Oh, Well, don't you ask me in?
Oh, silly. Come on. It's a mess, though. We didn't expect you until... Hey, how'd you get here so fast?
Oh, I caught a ride with a buddy. Oh, man.
They look the same? Frank, what are you doing? Get up.
Oh, no. I told myself over there the first thing home I was going to kiss this old floor.
Well, I'm glad you got to me before the floor.
Hey, where's Shrimp?
Well, in his room. And you better not call him Shrimp. He's grown some. I'll call him.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, sis. First, I want to show you some things. Here, just let me get this gear bag open.
What have you got?
Here. Right on top. There.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Best kimono Tokyo could offer. Oh, and here. Here's a parasol to go with it.
Oh, Frank, I don't know what to say.
Okay if I lay the stuff on the table?
Oh, sure.
All right. Oh, here we have an enemy sword. Yeah, they like to play King Arthur now and then.
And what's that?
Enemy flag, or what's left of it.
Well, how'd you get it?
Trade secret. Oh, here's a helmet. Thought maybe Shrimp could hang it up in his room.
Frank, is that your gun?
Well, it is now. It's an automatic. They call it a Tokarev.
And they let you bring it home?
Well,
hey, what's all the...
Hey, Shrimp!
Well, my gosh, it's good. Oh, I can't believe it. The leg okay?
Oh, you're swelling. Boy, you've really shot up. How tall are you now?
6 even.
Oh, I can see why May warned me not to call you Shrimp.
Frank, let me heat the coffee, huh? It's already made.
Yeah. How about some toast, too, huh?
Coming right up, Sergeant.
Oh, gee, this is great.
Hey, Frank, what's all this junk on the table?
Oh, just a few things I picked up over there. Oh, I brought you something, too.
Yeah. Frank, it's a beaut.
That's a .30 caliber automatic.
Yeah? Well, what do you know? Thanks a lot, man.
Oh, now hold on, kid. I brought that home for myself. Here. This is for you.
The tin hat? Oh, Frank, be a good Joe. Look, I always wanted a gun like this.
Why?
Oh, just for kicks, you know. Oh, come on, be a pal. Let me have it.
Oh, no, kid. Come on, let's go eat.
That you, Eddie?
No, sis, it's me.
Hey, on your second night home? I understood you soldiers like to tear up a town now and then.
That can come later.
You want to turn that off?
Okay. Eddie isn't home yet?
No. He should be along soon, though.
Does he always stay out this late?
Well, sometimes, yeah.
What kind of a job does he have?
He's a salesman.
What does he sell?
Oh, a lot of things. 1 week he sold subscriptions to a big magazine, and then he...
Few folks around the neighborhood tell me Eddie's mixed up with the wrong people. They say he seems to be spending a lot of money lately, but he hasn't done a lot of work.
Oh.
What is it, May?
I don't know, Frank.
Do you think he's in any kind of trouble?
I don't know. But after you left, he started running around with older fellas, started staying out late. Maybe you can talk to him when he comes home.
Sis, remember that automatic I brought home?
Yeah?
Yesterday morning, Eddie wanted me to give it to him.
You didn't?
No. Only this morning, I looked in my gear bag. The gun's missing.
Come on, kid, lift. That's the boy. Mac, these crates must weigh a ton.
Yeah, so will your wallet if we can just sneak enough of these to the car.
Yeah.
Come on, lift a little higher.
Hey.
What was that?
My gun. I knocked it out of my belt with the crate.
Sure. Now put the crate down.
It's a souvenir gun. My brother brought it back from Korea.
I don't care if it's an Eskimo gun. Only a sucker carries a gun in his belt.
Oh, it's sort of big for my pockets.
Not if you wear a coat, kid. Here, you can... Hey.
What's wrong, Mac?
Steps coming this way. Get down behind those crates.
It's the watchman.
I said get down, quick.
Mac, I think...
Quiet.
Nobody's seen us. He'll get us.
That's what you think.
Mac.
Here. You can put this back in your belt now.
Mr. Forrester?
Yes.
I'm Special Agent Carter. This is Agent Baxter.
How do you do, Mr. Forrester? The body is over this way, gentlemen, by those crates.
Any idea when the killing occurred, Mr. Forrester?
Well, it couldn't have happened more than 3 hours ago. That's when the watchman last checked in. This is the first section he would patrol after his check-in.
Well, then he must have surprised a thief or thieves attempting to steal government property here.
Yes. When he failed to check in early this morning, we came out to find him. And we did. Like this.
Shot twice in the neck.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll go back up to the street and wait for the coroner. This is a big pier. Easy to lose your way.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. If we need you, we'll call you.
Please do.
Jack, look here.
Yeah?
Bullets apparently went clear through him. Let's try and locate them.
Right.
From the position he fell, I'd say he was standing right about here when he got it.
That'd put the killer back by these crates.
Yeah. Probably crouched low. You fire up. Bullets hit the watchman from an angle. Let's see.
Ralph, take a look at that post up there.
Looks like a fresh chip.
And the watchman was standing in front of that. Help me move this ladder over.
Okay.
Okay, hold it steady. I'll go up.
What about it, Jack?
It's up here, all right. I'll get it out.
Okay, kid, your shot. Nice.
Now the 5.
Use a chalk.
Eddie.
Huh? Oh, hiya, Frank.
Friend of yours, kid?
Yes, my brother. Frank, this is Mac.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Hi. Eddie, suppose we walk home together.
Who's going home? It's not even noon.
Well, maybe your brother thinks you need an afternoon nap.
Suppose you keep out of this. Come on, Eddie.
Frank, I'm a big boy now. They let me in places like this without permission from my parents. I can buy a drink when I want to. So don't treat me like a kid, huh?
You didn't come home last night.
I stayed all night with Mac. Right?
Yeah.
Look, Frank, I'll be home for supper. We can talk then, huh?
All right, Eddie. We'll talk then.
Hey, nice shot, Mac.
Jack, did you check those crates at the pier for prints?
Yes, but there wasn't a clear print on the whole lot.
I was afraid of that.
We took an inventory of the property on the pier. Nothing was missing.
Well, chances are the killer was scared after he shot the watchman, gave up the idea of theft. What about any possible witnesses?
I was only able to locate one person in the vicinity at the approximate time of the shooting. His name's Rayburn, unemployed dock worker.
Do you hear the shots?
No. Claims he was sleeping up the pier a little way. We're holding him for trespassing on government property, and local police are booking him for intoxication.
Good. Oh, excuse me. Carter speaking. Oh, yes, Turner. Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. Good. Thanks a lot. Report just came in from the lab, Jack. The bullet we recovered was a .30 caliber. It was fired from an automatic called a Tokarev.
Tokarev? Well, that's what's being used in Korea.
Mm-hmm. Could have been brought home by a Korea vet, or maybe it got here some other way.
Well, I'll go over the list of returning veterans in this area in the last 6 months.
Fine. I'll have a check made at the pawn shops.
She isn't here, Eddie.
Oh.
I sent her over to Mrs. Kovacs.
What about dinner?
It can wait.
Well, I guess I'll wash up then.
Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, while I've been waiting for you, I read the evening paper.
So?
There's a story in it about a watchman who was killed during an attempted robbery of government property. The watchman was killed by a bullet fired from a Tokarev automatic. My gun's a Tokarev.
Quite a coincidence.
Maybe. The murder took place last night. You were gone last night.
You think I killed that watchman?
I'm not sure what I think.
Okay. Look, I didn't want to tell you, but I owed a guy $20. I just didn't have it, so I come up here, got your gun, and sold it for $25.
What's inside your coat pocket?
Huh? Oh, cigarettes.
Take a big pack to make a bulge like that, Eddie. You're a liar.
Now look, Frank.
Hand me the gun. Eddie, hand me that gun or I'll break your neck.
Okay. Here's your gun.
Eddie.
Stay right where you are, hero.
I've been on the wrong end of that gun before, kid. I took it away then. I can do it again.
Stay back, Frank.
Give me the gun.
I'm warning you.
Give it to me.
Oh, my leg.
Frank, I didn't mean to. I gotta get out of here.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's dramatic case from the official files of your FBI. Right now, let me ask you this. What will you be doing when you are in your 60s? Will you be a burden on others, dependent on them even for pocket money? Or will you be living the life of Riley on a comfortable monthly income? Perhaps the experience of Mr. Herbert Groman, a member of the Equitable Society, can help you decide. Mr. Groman, how did Equitable solve your problem?
Well, a few years ago, I suddenly realized that I was pushing 40. My wife and I began to worry about what we'd do when we were in our 60s. We didn't want to be a burden on our children. And then I tuned in this program one evening, and I happened to hear you talk about a mighty interesting retirement plan.
Well, that must be the Equitable Independent 60s plan.
That's it. Well, as you said, I picked up the phone and called the Equitable representative. And I'm mighty glad I did. He showed us how easy it is to win freedom from money worries and job worries when we reach the 60s. He explained how the Independent 60s plan would give us a handsome check every month. Money that would let us live where we pleased and go where we pleased. And he showed me how my wife could enjoy all these advantages if something happened to me. To tell the truth, I was surprised how little it cost. Believe me, our Equitable man turned out to be a friend in need.
And let me say a friend indeed. You see, all Equitable Society representatives are friendly and helpful. The Equitable Society selects its representatives not only on the basis of character and intelligence, but also on their attitude toward people. And they're specialists in life insurance planning, thoroughly trained men. They will show you how to prepare a plan that will give you the most for your life insurance dollar without putting a burden on your budget. So, if you don't know too much about life insurance, ask the man who does know. A helpful neighbor of yours, your local Equitable representative. There's no obligation. Simply consult your local telephone directory for his name. You will find it listed in the yellow pages under the name Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Wayward Brother.
A trophy of any kind is to be admired. It is to be kept and displayed proudly by the winner of such a trophy. However, trophies or souvenirs from a battle area demand careful attention. Any weapon brought home should be taken to a firearms expert and carefully rendered harmless. Too often a small child will pick up a supposedly harmless souvenir weapon and cause the death of a playmate or his own death. And as in tonight's case, if these weapons fall into the wrong hands, they present a threat to the public and the law enforcement agencies protecting that public. So to you servicemen and women who have brought such trophies home, remember that you took them while safeguarding the American public. Please don't jeopardize that public through carelessness. Tonight's FBI file continues a few minutes after the accidental shooting of Frank Mason. His sister May returned to the apartment. She quickly called a doctor, then made Frank as comfortable as possible.
Frank. Oh, Frank.
It's okay, May.
Drink some water. The doctor's on his way over. What happened?
I shot myself. It was an accident.
No, Frank, I saw Eddie run out as I came in. He did this, didn't he? He has your gun?
Yeah.
Oh.
May's in trouble. We've got to help him.
Help him?
When the doctor comes, tell him I shot myself when I was cleaning my gun. If he asks where the gun is, tell him you threw it away. You didn't want it around here anymore. You get that?
Yes, but why?
Honey, I'm not exactly sure what Eddie's done, but till we find out, we've got to protect him.
Oh, okay. But I'm going to talk to Eddie.
You know where he is?
Well, I have an idea. He has a friend called Mac. I know where he lives. When you get that leg treated, I'm going to see him.
Ralph, we've run through the list of pawn shops.
Anything?
No, not one trace of a Tokarev automatic. Someone must have brought that gun right back from Korea, and that someone either lost it or used it.
Well, that ties in with what I have here, Jack. The police picked up a footprint impression at the pier that might have been made by the killer.
Oh? They determined the exact size?
Not yet, but their lab is working on that now. And while I was talking with the police, a doctor turned in his required report on a gunshot wound. The victim is named Frank Mason, a Korean veteran.
Now, how was he shot?
Mason told the doctor he was cleaning his gun and it accidentally went off. The doctor didn't believe him since the gun was nowhere around.
Why, I still don't get our connection, Ralph.
The bullet the doctor took out of Frank Mason was a .30 caliber. I just had a report on it. It was fired from the same gun that killed the pier watchman.
I tell you, I shot myself.
Mr. Mason, you also say you were sitting down when you were cleaning the gun. We've pointed out that it wouldn't be possible for the wound to be in the position it is if you'd been sitting.
Look, I guess I know if I shot myself or not.
Perhaps.
Mr. Mason, how long have you owned a Russian Tokarev?
What are you talking about?
It was a Tokarev that fired the bullet into your leg. We know that. And that same gun killed a watchman last night.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
We're told you live here with your brother and sister, Mr. Mason. Where are they, please?
I don't know.
Well, the doctor says your sister was here when he attended your wound.
Yeah, she was, but she went out.
Funny she should leave you alone when you can't get out of bed, sir.
Well, she had something to do.
Like get rid of a gun, a Tokarev?
I told you I never heard of a Tokarev.
You were in Korea.
Yeah, but...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mason. We have a lot more questions to ask, and we have to get the answers to them.
Yeah, what is it?
Your name's Mac, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm Eddie Mason's sister.
Well, what do you want here at this hour? You woke me up.
I'm looking for Eddie.
I haven't seen him
I don't
tonight.
believe you. I want to come in and look around.
Miss Mason, you woke me up from a sound sleep. Now you want to keep me awake while you look around my apartment. Now, that isn't very nice, is it?
Eddie was with you last night.
That doesn't mean he's with me every night.
You made Eddie go to that pier. You're the cause of all this trouble.
Trouble?
Just tell me where my brother is. If you don't, I'll come back here with the police.
Oh. Well, come right in, Miss Mason.
Now, let's review the facts, Mr. Mason. You told us you were sitting down.
Well, maybe I wasn't.
Maybe you didn't shoot yourself at all, is that it?
Well, yes. I mean, look, you're trying to mix me up.
Might be for us, Ralph. I left this number.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead, answer it.
And now, let's get back to the gun.
Yeah, Tom.
Did your sister take it?
No, she didn't.
What about your brother?
Oh, look, I just ain't going to say anymore.
All right, thanks. Mason, what size shoe do you wear?
Huh?
What size shoe?
8.5.
And your brother, Eddie?
Well, same size. Why do you want to know?
A footprint was found on the pier that we feel sure was left there by the killer. The print came from a size 12 shoe.
Well, then Eddie couldn't have done it.
Done what?
What? I didn't shoot myself. Eddie shot me in a fight, but it was accidental.
Go on.
Eddie has my gun. He had it last night. But he was also with a man named Mac. I met him at a pool room up the street. He and Eddie hang out there a lot.
You know where this Mac lives?
No, but my sister does. She went over there. Look, I'm sorry I held out on you.
So are we, and I hope you didn't hold out too long.
Sure, I see Mac playing up here a lot, but I don't know where he lives.
Do you know his real name?
I'm afraid not. Mac don't make friends easy. Blows up all the time. Used to raise the roof if anyone so much as used his cue stick.
Cue stick?
Yeah. He uses a big number 36 over in the rack. Won't let anyone else touch it.
All right. Oh, Eddie.
There's been trouble, Mac.
Come on in.
Mac, the whole thing's blown up. My brother Frank found out.
Uh-huh.
I shot him, Mac.
Did you kill him?
No, I don't think so anyway.
That's too bad. We already had one complication.
Huh?
Oh, over there in the corner.
May.
Had to tie her up and gag her.
What for?
Never mind what for. Let's get out of here.
Oh, no, I'm letting her loose.
Now, wait a minute, kid.
Take your hands off me, Mac.
Your sister stays here.
No, she don't. She isn't going to be...
McDonald?
Kid, you still got that gun?
Yeah, but you don't get it.
Give me that gun. Come on, give it up to me.
Break it up.
Cover him, Jack. McDonald, we're special agents of the FBI. You're under arrest.
You stupid punk. I'll kill you.
You won't kill anyone else, McDonald. You have one life to pay for already.
MacDonald was turned over to state authorities and convicted for the murder of the watchman. He was sentenced to death. Eddie was also turned over to state authorities and was sentenced to a long term in prison. Special Agent Carter was able to locate the man called Mac in tonight's case when he learned Mac used a special cue in the pool room. Fingerprints were quickly found on the stick, and they were checked and matched with a local police record on Sam MacDonald. Luckily, the FBI was able to arrive at MacDonald's residence before any more violence could occur. But it could have been a different matter. Frank Mason's reluctance to assist the FBI could have been responsible for injury to his sister and the escape of a dangerous criminal. Your FBI is working ceaselessly in its efforts to protect you, the American public. Given your cooperation, they can work more quickly in the solution of each case. Remember, the FBI has one main purpose: to protect within the limits of its jurisdiction each and every citizen in these United States.
If you have children growing up, you want them to have a good education. Then consult the man who can help you solve your problem. He's a neighbor of yours, your local representative of the Equitable Society. You may be worried about owning your own home. You may be concerned about being dependent on someone in your old age. Life insurance is the best answer. And the man who knows the answer is your friendly, helpful, Equitable representative. Pick up the phone and call him. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, kidnapping. Its title, The Evil Samaritan.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Dick Carr. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Carter was played by Carlton Young. Others in the cast were Tom Brown, George Ellis, Bill Johnstone, Lou Merrill, Paul Richards, and Gil Stratton, Jr. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Evil Samaritan on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. There are two ways to look at the future, with fear or with confidence. Now, if you know that your wife and children are protected against any eventuality, if you feel sure that your old age will be independent and comfortable, if you are sure your children will enjoy a college education, if you can plan to own your own home free and clear, if you know these things, then you can look at the future with confidence. Now, there is one man, a neighbor of yours, who has helped many others enjoy this feeling of confidence. He's your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. In about 13 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about this friendly, helpful man and how freedom from worry may be yours with membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Kidnapping. Its title, The Evil Samaritan.
It is the business of your FBI to investigate crimes within its jurisdiction. And in the carrying out of that business, it is necessary that your FBI know as much as possible about the habits of criminals. Because crime prevention is also of definite interest to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A recent study undertaken by your FBI revealed a fact which will seem odd to those of you who are law-abiding citizens. But there are seasons in crime, just as there are seasons in every other business. During the fall and winter months, the criminal generally concentrates on crimes against property, crimes like auto theft, armed robbery, and burglary. But in the spring and summer months, the criminal's fancy turns to people, and the fashion is to commit crimes against the person. Crimes like felonious assaults and murder. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small private plane that is flying over the desert wasteland of one of our southwestern states. A young man is seated at the controls of the plane. He calls out to a girl who sits beside him.
Alice, see that mesa down there on the left?
Yes.
That's our landmark. 20 minutes more and we're at the ranch.
Kind of sorry to hear that. I really enjoyed this flight very much.
Yeah. I hope you'll enjoy the ranch, too.
Of course I will. Dick.
Yeah?
There's something I think I better tell you right now.
Yeah?
It's about your mother and Dad. Dick, I'm scared to death about meeting them.
Are you kidding? They're the sweetest guys you'll ever meet.
I know all that, but you're their only son. We're engaged?
Yeah, and they'll love it.
I hope so.
Alice, baby, will you please? Hey,
trouble, honey?
I don't know. Yeah, we got trouble.
What do we do?
Just stay where you are, honey. Keep calm.
I will.
I think this motor's coming back. We're now at about 800 feet. I'm going to try to set it down easy.
Well, you've got plenty of landing field, miles and miles of desert.
It isn't as flat as it looks from here. If we're lucky, we'll hit a good spot. Tighten your safety strap, Alice.
Sure.
I'm afraid we're losing altitude too fast. I'm going to try to set it down right. Just level her up a little more.
Dick, we're going to crash.
Easy, baby.
Oh, Dick. Dick!
Hold it, Hank.
Oh, boy. Oh.
There's that aeroplane. I told you I seen it fall.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look.
All right. Plowed into the sand pretty deep, huh?
Yeah.
You think there's people in it, Mike?
We'll find out right now. Hurry up. Let's have a look, see.
All right. Well, it stayed in one piece anyway.
Yeah. This looks like the door right here. I'll try it. There.
Anybody in there?
Yeah. Two of them. A man and a female.
Alive?
I'll see. Man's breathing. So's female.
Anything else in there?
Just looking around. Wait, here's some bags. I'll pass them on out to you.
Okay.
Here you are. Here's one of them.
Right.
Here's the other.
I got it. What about them people?
What about them?
Well, ain't you going to search them before we go through the bags?
No, I ain't.
Why not?
I'm thinking of lifting the people out, too.
What for?
So's we can tend to them.
What's got into you?
Nothing.
Oh, why don't we take what we can here and just leave them be?
Take a look at them bags. They cost plenty. So does a private aeroplane.
Well, so what?
So these here folks must be worth plenty cash. We'll get lots more out of being nice to them.
Well, I don't go along with that.
Nobody's asking you to, Hank. But that's how we're going to do it. Now, give me a hand.
Some 50 miles away from the scene of the plane crash, in an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is about to leave on an assignment.
Say, Jim. Yeah, Bill? Don't forget we have an invitation to try out the new police rifle range this afternoon. Oh, I'm afraid I won't be able to go out there today, Bill. Oh, why not? A report just came in from the Indian agent down in Movie. What about? Well, there was a murder committed on the reservation last night. Man's body was found early this morning. Ah. What's the story? The victim was an archaeologist. His name was Adams. He came in from the east about 3 weeks ago. Planned to spend the summer on the reservation. I see. Did he work alone? Yeah. Well, how was he killed? Stabbing. In a fight? Well, I don't know, Bill. There hasn't been much evidence collected to date. When was he last seen? Yesterday afternoon. He was believed to have been in the company of 2 other men. Any idea who they were? No, not yet, but I think we have the motive, all right. What is it? Robbery. Oh. I understand it was generally known that this man Adams carried quite a bit of cash. Oh. And when his body was found, his effects were pretty well ransacked, but ironically enough, the thieves never found his money. How was that? Well, he wore it in a belt around his waist. His assailant didn't search him that closely. Oh, Jim, these 2 men that Adams was riding with sound like pretty good suspects. Yeah, but I can give you a better answer to that after I've been down there.
Take it easy, mister. Huh? Just lie still.
Where am I?
In the cabin.
My leg.
I think it's busted.
How did
Wait. Where's Alice?
Gal
Where's
was
she?
in the plane with you?
Yeah.
She's right in the next room.
How is she?
Still passed out.
What's wrong? Is she injured? What is it?
Don't know.
Help me, Alfred. I'll go in.
I told you the leg was busted.
Oh, who's with Alice? Anyone taking care of her?
No.
Well, why not?
Now, look. We took you both in the airplane. Wasn't that enough?
I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. Very grateful, too.
Okay.
Is this your cabin?
Nope. But we're staying in it.
Well, where's my plane?
About 30 miles.
Huh? How far from a town are we?
About 30 miles.
Who else is here beside yourself?
My brother Mike.
Your car?
Nope. Horses.
Oh. Could one of you go to town at once?
What for?
A doctor. Young lady who was with me must need one. Looks though I do, too.
Well, see what my brother said.
Where is he?
Outside.
Yeah, please, would you call him in here?
I'll talk to him first.
Tell him I'll pay him well for his trouble.
I'll tell him. I'll be back.
That you, Hank?
Yeah.
How they doing?
Fellas come, too.
Yeah?
Asked me to come out and talk to you.
How come?
He wants that one of us should go into town for a doctor.
You tell him how far it is?
Yeah. Said he'd pay you good for your trouble.
How much?
Didn't ask. You finished going through their bags?
Yeah.
Find anything?
No cash, but I've been reading these here letters. This fella's family's real rich folks. They got a ranch 20-odd miles from here.
Mm. You gonna talk to him about getting a doctor?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Don't forget, he said he'd pay.
Hank, he's gonna pay plenty.
Bill, how things go on the rifle range?
I didn't get there. I've been working on an assignment myself.
Oh?
Pick up anything down in Moby?
Well, I think I have something to work on. I was lucky enough to find the knife the killer used. Several good prints on the handle.
Well, what about the two men on horseback?
Oh, I just got a general description of them. Nothing really worthwhile. I'm going to get the knife off to the laboratory right now.
I say,
Yeah?
I'm sending out a set of prints myself.
Oh, what on, Bill?
Call came in right after you left this morning. A family named Reed.
Mm-hmm.
They have a ranch about 20 miles out of town. They reported that their son had left Denver yesterday in his own plane. His fiancée was with him.
Huh?
The plane was to arrive at the ranch early last evening. After it was several hours overdue, searching parties were sent out.
Mm-hmm.
Early this morning, the plane was spotted from the air. Pilot landed, examined young Reed's plane, and found it empty.
Wow.
There were blood stains in the cabin and numerous prints of horses' hooves around the plane. Some clothing was strewn around the ground.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you say that Reed's plane landed?
On the Indian reservation. That's why the family called here.
Mm-hmm. Did you go out and look it over?
Yeah.
Find anything?
Just the fingerprints.
Huh. Well, Bill, I wouldn't say either one of us had an easy assignment.
Go on in, Hank.
Okay. Hey, where is he?
Huh?
He was stretched right out there in that bunk.
He couldn't have come out. He was right by the door.
Yeah, but I don't...
He's probably in the next room with his girlfriend.
But he couldn't walk. That leg of his would...
Look, I told you.
Yeah. Oh, mister, this here's my brother.
Hello.
I thought you couldn't walk.
I dragged myself in here. Look, what about a doctor?
She still passed out?
Yeah, will you get a doctor?
Well, that sort of depends, mister.
On what?
On what you figure it's worth.
Well, that's unimportant. Name your price.
Okay. $10,000.
What?
You heard me.
10,000?
You don't have to pay, but we don't have to get no doctor.
Oh, now, look, you can see for yourself this girl needs help.
She's your girl, mister. Why don't you help her?
Sure. You go get the doctor.
What? You know that's impossible. You know I can just barely move.
Then I figure you better pay.
I haven't got it.
You can get it easy enough. Just write a note to your folks.
No.
I happen to know their ranch is right close. Tell them to put up the money.
Yeah, but they...
Hank here can deliver the note.
But they wouldn't stand for that.
Yeah, I guess the girl don't get no doctor.
Look, you have horses here. I'll go into town myself.
You just stay put.
No, tell me. Let me out.
No. And he comes too, Hank. He'll write to his folks.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. But right now, let's discuss your own case. Let's say your income is average. Let's suppose you have Social Security. Would that be enough to keep your wife and children in comfort if something should happen to you? Now, that's a situation millions of breadwinners must face. If that's your problem, then you'll be interested in how Mr. Warren Hoyt solved this same problem through membership in the Equitable Society.
Well, I have a wife and 3 children. My income is maybe a little better than average, but Social Security wouldn't be a drop in the bucket to my wife and youngsters if I passed along. That's where the Equitable Society comes into the picture.
So you called your local Equitable Society representative?
Just as you suggested on this program. Well, the first thing he did was bring along a chart that showed my wife and me how to figure out how much more we'd need in addition to our Social Security.
That's the Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for Fathers and Mothers. It's free simply for the asking.
Well, then my Equitable friend figured out a plan that would keep my family well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed until my youngest boy finished high school.
That's the Equitable Family Security Plan.
That's right. You know something else, Mr. Keating? I'd like to say our Equitable representative is a swell guy.
Mr. Hoyt, all of our Equitable men are swell guys. Equitable representatives are selected for character, intelligence, and their attitude towards other people. They are thoroughly trained to solve life insurance problems. So if you have such problems, family security, education for your children, independence in your 60s, or home ownership, call your Equitable representative. There's no obligation. Ask him for your free copy of the Equitable Society's Fact-Finding Chart for Fathers and Mothers. He'll prepare a plan that will give you the most for your life insurance dollar. You have nothing to lose, perhaps everything to gain by consulting your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Evil Samaritan.
As you have seen aptly illustrated by tonight's case from the files of your FBI, there is no reasoning with the criminal mind, for there is neither logic nor compassion in the makeup of the criminal. The human being has no dignity as an individual to the criminal, because he has chosen to live his life outside the conventions set up and obeyed by his fellow beings. That lack of regard for his fellow man is the basic reason for the lack of success of every criminal. For one thing is as true in crime as it is in every other field of life, and that is that unless we have a common and mutual loyalty, we are doomed, because no one person is entirely self-sufficient. To rephrase that point, which the criminal can never understand, we are indeed our brother's keeper. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk. He has just finished reading a laboratory report.
Bill. Oh, Bill.
Yes, Jim.
Come on over here a minute, will you?
Surely. What do you want?
Well, this report just came in from the laboratory.
On the fingerprints you sent?
On the prints we both sent them, Bill. They're identical.
What?
Yeah, they both belong to the same man.
Well, what do you know? Who is it?
A man named Michael Harvey, also known as Mike Harvey.
What's his background?
Well, he was arrested about 12 years ago for a bank job. He's also been in trouble with local police, several states.
I see.
He's always worked with his brother. His name is Henry Harvey, also known as Hank.
Well, then they could be the two men who were seen with Adams that afternoon before he was murdered.
I would think so, yeah. Oh, I have a complete description here on both of them. Here, read it.
Oh, thanks. Mm-hmm.
You know, they must have come across that disabled plane.
Yeah. And they undoubtedly took young Reed and his girlfriend along with them.
That's right.
You know where they can be found, where they live?
No, but they're from these parts originally. Local police can probably help us on that.
Yeah.
Bill, I'll send out an alarm on these men.
Good. I'll run over and talk to the police.
How is he, Mike?
Coming around. Hand me a dipper of water.
Yeah, sure. His girlfriend was just moaning a little. I think she's coming around, too.
Leave her in there. I don't want him to see her again until he writes the note.
Okay.
Give me the water.
There you
That done it.
Please, I don't... Oh. It was still here.
That's right.
Where's Alice?
We moved you out of her room.
She's still unconscious?
Yeah.
You still want the $10,000.
That's right.
You feel like writing that note now, mister?
Time's passing, you know.
Okay. I'll write it.
Good boy. Got a pencil, Hank?
Yeah. No paper, though.
There's a bag over there. Go get it.
All right, I get it.
What'll I say in the note?
I'll tell you.
Here you are. Here's a bag.
Thanks. There you are. You can write it right there on the floor. Here.
Oh. Go ahead.
Dear folks, some good people saved my life. I'm staying with them. You got that okay?
Staying. Uh-huh.
What's your girl's name?
Alice.
Alice. All right. Say, me and Alice is okay. I want to pay these good people for helping me. Yeah. Give the man who brings this note $10,000.
Wait.
Come on.
$7.
He will let you know where we are. You got all that?
No. Where we are. Uh-huh.
All right, then say, don't tell the law about this. And mark your name.
What about a doctor?
When they pay the cash, you'll get one.
The whole purpose of writing this note is to get a doctor now.
Look, just mark your name.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim. This is Bill.
Oh, hi, Bill. How'd you make out?
Well, I've spent most of the afternoon here at police headquarters. The Harvey brothers turned up around here about 2 weeks ago. Lived at a hotel for about 5 days, then checked out.
Well, then they have no home here, huh?
No. But someone reported seeing them down near Mulvey the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
And they do have horses. Police say they know the desert country like a book.
Yeah, well, then they must be hiding out in the wasteland somewhere.
Mr. Taylor?
Excuse me, Bill. Yes, Miss Brown.
A message for you.
Oh, thanks very much. Bill.
Yeah?
Hold on a second, will you? A message just came in. This is from Reed's parents. They just received a phone call from a man who claimed he has a note from their son. He told them he'd be right out to see them. Bill, I'd better get over to their ranch.
What happened, Jim?
Well, I've had a busy 2 hours.
You got out to Reed's ranch in time?
I hadn't time to wait.
What do you mean?
The man who called him never showed up.
Oh, that's too
It
bad.
was one of the Harvey brothers, all right.
How do you know?
Well, when the man didn't appear, I questioned the Reeds about the phone conversation. They recall that he said he was telephoning from a drugstore.
Yeah?
Well, there's only 2 drugstores in the village. I went to both of them. I showed the storekeepers pictures.
I see.
The proprietor of one of them recognized the picture. The brother called Hank. Said that he had made a phone call there earlier and had inquired about a blacksmith shop.
He'd come on horseback?
Yeah. I went over to the blacksmith shop the druggist had sent him to. Blacksmith told me that Harvey had left his horse there to be shod. Said he'd be back in an hour.
Well, when was all this?
Oh, I'd say about 2 hours ago.
And did Harvey return?
Yeah, he came back in 5 minutes. Blacksmith said he seemed very nervous, urged him to finish the job up quickly, and as soon as it was done, he rode away.
Did the blacksmith learn where he was going?
No, but he did say he had a 30-mile ride.
Well, that doesn't tell us much.
Well, it could if he hasn't had too much of a head start, Bill. I've got an idea. This is what I think we should do.
Alice, it's all right, baby. I'm right here with you.
Huh?
I'm right beside you, darling.
Oh, Dick. Dick, where are we?
We're going to be okay, honey.
But the plane. What happened?
After we cracked up, 2 men came along, took us here to this cabin.
Oh.
You passed out for a while, that's all.
What happened to you? Why are you stretched out on the floor?
Oh, I hurt my leg a little.
Oh, Dick.
There's a doctor coming soon. We'll both be tended to.
Well, what about your leg?
Wait.
She come too, huh?
Yeah. What about your brother?
He's coming back. I just seen him riding down the hill.
Alone?
Yeah.
No doctor?
Look, that happens after the payoff, remember?
What's he talking about?
Nothing, honey.
What does he mean, payoff?
I'll explain it all to you later.
Mike!
I'm in here. Well, how'd you make out?
No good.
What happened? Wouldn't they pay?
I never delivered the note.
How come?
Because I seen this newspaper before I went there. Look, our picture's right on the front page.
What for?
Knocking that guy off. The FBI found out we done it.
But how?
I don't know how. We gotta blow out of here, Mike, fast.
Yeah.
Oh, what about them?
They stay here.
Dick, what's this all about?
These men wanted money. $10,000.
Why?
For you to leave here alive, lady, and we didn't get it.
You still can't leave us here like this.
I ain't gonna.
But you just said...
I said I was leaving you here. I didn't say how.
Come on, Mike. We're wasting time.
I know.
Now, wait a minute. What are you going to do?
What do you think?
Put away that gun.
Only after I'm done with it.
Dick.
Shut up.
Drop that gun, Harvey. Drop it.
All right, now raise your hands, both of you.
Who are you?
I'm from the FBI.
Well, how'd you get here?
We knew you had a 30-mile ride. Inasmuch as planes travel faster than horses, we circled in a 30-mile radius until we picked up your trail.
Thank you, stupid...
All right, Bill. Let's get these people out of here.
Tried in federal court for the murder on the government reservation, both Mike and Hank Harvey were convicted and received the death penalty. The manner in which the criminals in tonight's case from the files of your FBI were caught illustrates how little chance the criminal has competing against the forces of law and order. For in this case, the criminals used horses, and your FBI employed an airplane. With every field of science at their disposal, the various agencies of law enforcement, your local police, your state troopers, and the special agents of your FBI have cut the chances for criminal success down to the barest minimum, have proved again and again that crime is always an unprofitable career.
There are 2 ways to protect your family. First, safeguard your health. Second, safeguard their future. Your doctor is the man to see at least once a year to safeguard your health. Your local Equitable Society representative is the man to see to safeguard your future. You may be concerned about security for your wife and children. You may want to enjoy an independent and comfortable old age. You may want to own your own home free and clear. You may want to assure your youngsters a college education. Whatever your problem, your local Equitable Society representative is the man to see. He's helpful, friendly, and he knows the answers. Get in touch with him today. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Flight to Avoid Prosecution. Its title, The Frivolous Sisters.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Ted DeCorsia, Lamont Johnson, John Stevenson, and Kay Stewart. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. And let me remind you that in this national election year, one obligation of citizenship heads all the rest. The obligation of every qualified voter to choose his or her candidate, to register, and to go to the polls and vote. Tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Frivolous Sisters on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representatives in your community. Nothing makes us feel more secure than owning our own home free and clear. If you feel that way, you ought to know all about the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. Pick up your phone and call your local Equitable representative. He's a neighbor of yours. In about 16 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about your local Equitable Society representative and how he can help you enjoy the many benefits of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Flight to Avoid Prosecution. Its title, The Frivolous Cousins.
Between the ages of 12 and 20, there comes a span of years we call the teens. Many of us remember this period with great nostalgia, for in general, the teens should be a happy time of life. Remember, we use the word should, for many youngsters in their teens, through a lack of guidance, sway from the path of honesty. And as in tonight's case, a case involving two teenage girls, your FBI is often called into action through necessity. This is the story of such a case and how your FBI reluctantly but efficiently brought that case to an end. Tonight's FBI file opens in a southern city of moderate size. In the local park, the Hawkins Bakery Company is holding its annual employees' picnic. And as customary, Mr. Dwight Hawkins is presiding over a talent contest to select Miss Cupcake of the Hawkins Bakery chain. Lucy Jenkins, the final contestant, is finishing a dramatic recitation.
Sir Edward, I shall not shed a tear. Hush, speak not, or I may not remain so strong. Go, and with you goes my heart. Thank you. Now may I give credit where credit is due. The wonderful speech I just read was written by my cousin, Margie Jenkins.
Ah, thank you, little Lucy Jenkins. And you too, Margie. You know, folks, Margie's a Hawkins girl, too. Hey, yes, sirree. We've seen a lot of talent up here today. But now we make our choice. Which one of these 5 young ladies will be Hawkins' Miss Cupcake and have her picture on our special wrapper next month? It's up to the judges. Girls, you can take a break, but don't stray far from the stand. We'll have our decision in just a few moments.
Lucy! I'll be right down, Margie. Oh, Margie, I thought I'd die when that microphone made that screeching noise at first.
Why, honey, nobody even noticed it.
Honest?
Honest. Oh, but Lucy, honey, you shouldn't have told him that I wrote that speech. You know darn well I copied it out of Honest Love magazine.
Well, so what? Dear Margie, I want you to have a little fame, too. Heaven knows what this can lead to.
Sure, your picture on the new wrapper.
Oh, not just that. But it's who might see that wrapper that counts. After all, some talent scout might just happen to buy a box of Hawkins cupcakes, and he'll discover me right then.
I never thought of that.
And I'll owe it all to my cousin.
Now, Lucy, that's not true.
Oh, Margie, suppose I don't win. Betty Jane Smith was very good with her accordion number.
Now, Lucy, don't you be silly. If they put Betty Jane's picture on that wrapper, they'd never sell another cupcake all year. Why, that toothy smile of hers...
Attention, everyone. Will the 5 contestants please return to the stage?
I'll wait right here, Lucy.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Now, while we're waiting for the girls, let me remind you that Mrs. Collins has more lemonade ready for the table over there. And there's still plenty of pieces for one and all. Don't be shy now. You made them. You can eat them. In a line over there, girls. That's it. As you know, the judges are the 3 store managers in this area. And their impartial choice for Miss Cupcake is Miss Betty Jane Smith. Step forward, Betty Jane. You're the new Miss Cupcake. Oh, good heavens. Someone bring some lemonade up here quickly. Little Lucy Jenkins has fainted.
Well, here you are, Lucy. Are you sure that you feel all right now?
Yes, sir, Mr. Hawkins. I feel fine now.
I'll get out here, too.
Well, I can drive you on to your house, Margie.
Oh, no, it's real close. I'll just walk it after a bit.
Well, all right. Oh, and Lucy.
Yes, sir?
You're on night shift tonight, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Margie and I both handled the counter until 11.
Well, if you still feel shaky this evening, you can take the night off,
Oh, no, sir. I feel quite well enough. We mustn't let these things get us down.
Good girl. See you tonight, then.
Bye. Lucy?
Yes, Margie?
Lucy, you're as noble as that girl in the honest love story.
You're very sweet, Margie. But what's past is past. Sorrow is something every actress must experience. After all, they...
Oh, Margie. Oh, now, honey.
I wanted so to win. But they didn't like me.
Now, Lucy, you cut it out. You hear me? You're a fine actress. Someday you'll make those old judges wish they'd made you Miss Cupcake. When you're famous, you can come right back here and laugh right in their faces.
When I come back... I'm never even going to leave.
Oh, now, Lucy, don't you talk like that. Come on, now, you go in the house. I'll see you tonight at the bakery store, and I'll think of something. Don't you worry. Just leave it to Margie. $1.74, $75, and $2. Thank you, and come in again. Did you read it, Lucy?
I can't find the article you talked about, Margie.
Oh, you're on the wrong page. Here, give me the magazine.
You said it was in the television section.
Yes, but it's right over here. There, look.
Barry Johnson's show, a big success.
You remember Barry Johnson? He used to be in the movies.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when I saw this article, I said to myself, he's just the one to give my little Lucy a big start. I told you I'd think of something.
Margie, I just don't get it.
Oh, that's just because you haven't read the article, silly. Listen. Every weekday, Barry Johnson has an afternoon television program called Actresses Anonymous.
Uh-huh.
He selects unknown girls from his audience to come up on the stage and do an unrehearsed scene with him.
On television?
Coast to coast. And that's a darn sight better than being on a cupcake wrapper.
But that old show is in New York.
So we'll go to New York, Lucy. You want to go, don't you?
Oh, yes. But it takes money, and Papa would never let me go. Let alone give me the money to go there.
Well, neither would my mom. But we can't depend on them, Lucy. We gotta strike out on our own. Margie, now don't you fret, honey. 10, 11, 12. $13 and some change. That's not enough.
Well, then put it back, Margie. We'll think of another way.
I've already thought of another way, honey.
The following morning at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Ralph Godleo approaches the desk of Supervisor Neil Murphy. Godleo carries a large suitcase.
You sent for me, Neil?
Yes, Ralph. When do you leave for New York?
5:40 tonight.
You're giving testimony on that kidnapping case?
Yes, the one I worked on up there last year.
Well, if you're not leaving till 5:40, you can work on this report that just came in.
Yes, sir.
We had a call from the local police. Seems the main store of the Hawkins Bakery was robbed and a truck stolen.
Oh?
2 teenage employees seem to be responsible. Last night, the manager of the chain returned to his office and found a girl, Margie Jenkins, going through his desk, apparently looking for money. There was a gun in the desk, and when Hawkins surprised her, she grabbed the gun.
Shoot him?
No, but she threatened to. Then she called the other girl, her cousin, Lucy Jenkins. They tied him up and left the back way. We think they stole the bakery truck, the one that's missing. They also took the gun and a few dollars from the cash register.
How do we come in, Neil?
The truck was reported seen crossing the state line early this morning. That makes it interstate and our business. Well, I got to get some breakfast. You want to study this report? We can talk about it when I come back.
Margie, did you look at the points? That's what Papa always does when our car goes on the blink.
I wouldn't know what to find even if I did look at them. Oh. Well, stand back. No use keeping the hood up.
Oh, Margie, I'm hungry.
Well, go on back to the truck and eat some more pastry.
No. If I eat another cupcake, I'll positively die. Where do you guess we are?
Oh, about 10 miles inside the state line.
There hasn't been a car come by since we stalled.
Well, it's early yet. Now, honey, wipe that sad look off your face. Margie will get you to New York, all right?
But when? I'll either die of starvation or eat so much pastry I'll be as fat as a pig. Either way, it don't help my chances as a little old actor. Oh, and look at that. I'm beginning to get back some of my accent.
Oh, that's just 'cause you're so upset, honey.
I work so hard to lose.
Now, just relax. Go on, exercise.
Well, roll on, thou deep and dark blue seas. Roll on. Better?
Lucy, you sound like you was just born in England. Oh, hey, here comes a car.
Oh.
You get out on the road and flag it down. No, go on. I want to get something from the truck.
Hey there. Stop, please.
Why, what's wrong, honey?
My papa's bakery truck broke down. We need a lift to the next town so we can call him.
We?
Yes, that's my sister coming over now.
We'd be obliged to go just as far as you could take us, mister. We have to call my mother. She owns the bakery.
Your mother? This girl said you had to call your daddy.
Oh. Well, yes, but
Hey,
you see...
what is this? That's an out-of-state truck.
Will you please get out?
Uh-huh.
She won't shoot, honest. If you'll just get out.
Lucy, you get some rope from that truck.
Say, are you kids crazy?
Hurry up with that rope, Lucy.
Did you read the report, Ralph?
Yes. Why do you suppose they stole the bakery truck?
Couldn't even guess. That's the trouble with kids who break the law. You never know for sure why or what they'll do next. Excuse me.
Sure.
Murphy speaking. Oh, yes, Lou. Hold on a minute. Something on the truck, Ralph.
Oh?
Go ahead, Lou. Yes. Where? Yeah, got it. Yes, right. Thanks, Lou. Ralph, our teenagers had motor trouble 10 miles across the state line.
That'd be near Centerville.
Yes, right on the outskirts. They stopped a motorist, tied him up, left him in the truck, and stole his car.
You got a description of the car?
Yes, an alarm's gone out. Ralph, maybe you'd better start north now, stop off in Centerville, and send me back a report.
Lucy, up ahead there. It's not a big place, but it has a TV sign out in front.
Oh, pull in, Margie. Hurry.
Now, don't you jump out before I stop.
Well, hurry. It's already 2:45, and the Barry Johnson show started at 2:30.
Okay, now you can go.
I just have to see the show so I can be familiar with it by tomorrow.
Now, don't you fret. We'll at least see the end of the show.
The place isn't closed, is it?
No, come on.
Nobody here.
Oh, there's the bartender.
And a TV set right over the bar. Mister?
What can I do for you, ladies?
Well, would you turn your set on? We'd like to watch a television show.
Sorry, the picture tube's burned out.
Oh, no. Won't it work long enough for us to see about 10 minutes of the Barry Johnson show?
Wouldn't even work long enough for you to see the commercial.
Mister, do you have a phone?
Yeah, payphone right by the bar here.
How much would it cost to call New York?
$1.50, maybe?
Honey, I'm going to call the broadcasting company in New York and make sure they save us tickets for tomorrow's broadcast. We can take a train from the next town and be there in plenty of time.
A train? But we don't have that much money left. We hardly have enough to call New York.
Oh, you just wait now. Mister?
Huh?
This girl's an actress, a real good one. Would you like to lend her some money so she could have a break?
Honey, if I loan money, the only thing to break would be me.
Oh. Well, I'll have to ask you again.
Marge.
Now can we have that money, please?
What's with that gun?
I thought it might help you change your mind. We'd like your money, please. And 2 hamburgers, well done.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. They say your home is your castle, but it may be a castle in the air if you don't own it free and clear. Would your wife be able to keep up the payments? Well, let's listen to the experience of Mr. Ward Wellman, a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. You also wanted to protect your wife's interest in your home, did you not, Mr. Wellman?
I certainly did. I wanted her to own it free and clear. But I didn't know how to manage that until I heard you talking about a way for people like me on a modest salary to do it.
Well, that must be the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
That's it. So I telephoned our local Equitable man, as you suggested. He showed me how the Assured Home Ownership Plan, by combining life insurance with a first mortgage, would do 3 things. First, he showed me how my wife was assured of immediate ownership, free and clear, without further payments, if something happened to me. Second, how I'd be building up a constantly growing cash loan fund. Third, how I could use this cash fund to pay off the mortgages years ahead of time. I also liked the fact it was all covered with a single payment once a month. I'd certainly advise anybody buying a house to call up his local Equitable man. If he's anything like my Equitable friend, he's a mighty good man to do business with.
You'll find that Equitable men everywhere are good men to do business with. Your local Equitable man is selected for character, intelligence, and understanding. You'll find him friendly, helpful, and he really knows the life insurance business. He'll see to it that you get the most for your life insurance dollar. So, no matter what your insurance problem may be, ownership of your home, independence in your 60s, education for your children, or future financial security for your family, ask the man who knows best how to help you. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. His name is listed in the yellow pages under Equitable.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Frivolous Cousin. The
problem of a teenager turning to criminal activities is indeed a serious one. The seasoned lawbreaker will not take many unnecessary chances, weighing the fact that he might be caught against the value of taking the chance. But the teenager, filled with the exuberance of youth and a lack of experience, will rush into situations and, in general, is a more dangerous criminal because of his impulsive youth. We must remember that our children have unbounding energy and a restless yearning to expend that energy. If, through a lack of proper understanding or counsel, these children direct their energy toward unlawful activities, then, as is evident in tonight's case, the situation is extremely dangerous. Tonight's FBI file continues later that evening. Special Agent Ralph Godleo has arrived at the tavern and is questioning the bartender.
So help me, Mr. Godleo, I've never seen anything like it. One holds a gun on me while I make him hamburgers. The other empties my till and makes the phone call. Just as calm as could be.
Well, the descriptions you gave fit the girls we're looking for, all right. You say they spoke of taking a train to New York?
Yeah, guess they might even be there by now. They called and got tickets for that Barry Johnson show. The little one figures to be an actress.
You're sure they got tickets for the Barry Johnson show?
Well, I heard him call, didn't I?
I'm not doubting you, sir. I just want to get all the facts correct.
Well, you got 'em, mister. $30.60. That's what they took me for, and 2 hamburgers. You think you'll get these kids?
I think so. Our best bet will be to get them when they pick up the tickets.
Well, just so you get 'em. Business is bad enough without schoolgirls coming in here and cleaning me out. I tell you, they just stood there, calm as could be. And one even made me take her hamburger back and put pickles on it.
Ralph Godleo?
That's right. You're Bill James.
I didn't think you'd remember me.
Did your office brief you on this one?
Yeah, I've been here in the lobby since noon. Good view of the ticket booth from this position.
The girls haven't come to pick up their tickets, huh?
No, I haven't spotted them so far.
There's just one trouble, Bill. One of the ushers just told me this Barry Johnson show is packed with teenage fans. When they open those doors out there, there's a mad scramble for the ticket booth. Usher says it's a real stampede.
Maybe we should move in closer to the ticket booth, then. They've opened the doors. That usher was right.
Come on, Bill. Let us through, please.
Ralph, you'll never get close enough to that booth.
Well, let's try and spot him in this crowd.
Ralph, there's just too many girls. This should be Johnson's dressing room.
Yes? Yes?
Mr. Johnson, I'm Special Agent Godleo, and this is Special Agent James. We're from the FBI. Here are our credentials.
Oh, gentlemen, I'm afraid I don't understand.
May we come in, please?
Why, yes, but I'm due on stage in a few moments.
We won't take long, sir.
Well, won't you sit down?
No, thank you. Mr. Johnson, 2 young ladies we're anxious to apprehend are seated in your audience. We were unable to catch them at the ticket booth, but their tickets were picked up.
I see.
We've tried to spot them in the audience, but there are just too many women. They might be wearing bandanas, but at any rate, it's impossible for us to recognize them unless we walk up and down the aisles.
We're afraid that might arouse suspicion. Now, if you'd give us your cooperation, I think there might be a safer way.
Well, I'll do anything I can, certainly. When I was in pictures, I played several parts where I was an FBI man. Very interesting pictures, incidentally.
Yes, sir, I remember those pictures quite well.
Now, we know one of the girls has aspirations to be an actress. Your show uses amateur talent, doesn't it?
Yes. I do 3 scenes with young ladies chosen from the audience.
Good. We'd like you to do this.
Oh, Mr. Godleo, you and James can wait right here in the wing.
Fine.
You'll have a good view of anyone who comes up on the stage.
We want Barry.
Oh, dear. I'd better get out there.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Hello. All you wonderful young ladies. Hello. Oh, that's a real welcome. But now, we're in a rush, and we have to get right down to picking our would-be actresses. Is everybody ready? Yeah! Fine. Now, the first part we have to cast is that of a Southern girl. Now, any of you young ladies who want to act and can speak with a real accent, You just come on up here. Meanwhile, here's Slammin' Sookie Smith and his band to get you in the mood for the show.
Have you spotted them yet, Mr. Gambier?
No, sir.
But I could have all of them come over here this way more.
We can see well enough from here.
I count 10 girls on the stage now. That seems to be all that's coming up.
Well, I'd better get back out there. You signal me if you want me.
Well, Ralph? I can't figure it. Lucy Jenkins came here to be an actress. We're fairly certain she's in that crowd. Why isn't she?
What is it?
Stay here. I'm going to talk to Johnson. I just had an idea.
Now we cast the next part. Oh, young ladies, this is a very difficult one. The part calls for great dramatic ability. It's an English part and demands someone who speaks with almost perfect diction. Now, all of you who fit the part, come on up here and go backstage where our producer will interview you. Sookie, a little more music, if you please.
Ralph, look at all of them getting up.
Yes.
You spot the Jenkins girl yet?
No. This one definitely isn't her. Wait, look at those two. Description fits.
Here they come.
Pardon me, miss.
Yes, sir. We're looking for the producer. This is my manager.
How do you do?
Lucy and Margie Jenkins.
Oh, that's right. But how
We're
did you...
special agents of the FBI.
What?
Here are our credentials. Here's a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest? Oh, but mister, I just came up here to get a part. I want a career.
For the past 2 days, you've had one. And now it's ended. Come along, please.
May and Lucy were convicted in federal court for the interstate transportation of a stolen motor vehicle. May was sentenced to 3 years in a federal reformatory for women, and Lucy received a 2-year suspended sentence and was turned over to local juvenile authorities. In tonight's case, the trail left by the young criminals was not difficult to follow because the girls made little effort to cover up their crimes. But the speed and efficiency which the FBI employed in following that trail was the important factor. For these girls, without conscience, did bodily harm to persons who stood in their way, and doubtless would have harmed many more persons had your FBI not ended their criminal careers quickly. For this is one of the purposes of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to protect you, the American public, within the limits of its jurisdiction, against harm from malicious assault, no matter what the age of the assaulter.
One of the most wonderful feelings in the world comes when you finally own your own home free and clear. Now, if you'd like to bring that great day years closer, then call your local Equitable Society representative. He'll be glad to tell you about the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. Or perhaps you have other life insurance problems. Talk them over with your Equitable man. Consult your local telephone directory for his name. You'll find it listed in the yellow pages under Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, kidnapping. Its title, Wide Open City.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Freddie Steiner. The author was Dick Carr. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Ralph Godleo was played by Carlton Young. Others in the cast were Irene Anders, Joe Forte, Tony Hughes, Catherine Keith, James McCallion, Victor Rodman, Chester Stratton, and Les Tremaine. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Wide Open City on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The dream of millions of Americans is to own their own home, and own it free and clear. Now, if you're buying your own home or planning to buy or build, you owe it to yourself to investigate the advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. And you can get all the details just by picking up your telephone. Yes, simply call your local Equitable Society representative. Your future security, your peace of mind is his business, and you'll be glad to do business with him. In about 13 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about this friendly, helpful neighbor of yours and how he may help you, too, enjoy the many advantages of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, kidnapping. Its title, Wide Open City.
America has always been a growing land, an expanding nation pushing toward tomorrow. At this moment, new communities are springing up like gawky adolescents, full grown before they are hardly aware of it. A sudden oil strike, a giant engineering project, a rich mineral discovery, or a huge industrial development may produce a sudden flow of population and create an overnight metropolis. But too often criminals and racketeers, lured by easy money and the instability of rapidly developing communities, are among the first arrivals at modern frontier towns. Your Federal Bureau of Investigation is always alert to this potential danger and always ready to cooperate with hard-pressed local authorities in matters of mutual interest. The case you are about to hear is a good example of the struggle which sometimes takes place at the 20th century frontier. Tonight's FBI file opens on a riverfront wharf near a recently discovered oil field. Two men are loading heavy crates onto a motor launch tied against the dock piling. In the shadows of a nearby warehouse, a third man silently watches them.
That's the last one, Eddie.
Okay, get ready to shove off.
Hold up a minute, boys. I want to talk to you.
It's a cop. Yeah, I'll try to stop. What's the trouble?
You own this launch?
Sure.
What about these crates you're moving? They belong to Brad Waterbury.
We've been hired to move them.
I'd like to see your bill of lading.
Now, look, we can't sit here all night, John. This is a rush job.
Just come up here and show me your bill of lading, then you can get underway.
Okay. Nothing but red tape every time a man turns around.
Well, there have been several burglaries along the riverfront lately. I'm just... Stay where you are. Don't try to move that boat.
Doesn't look like there's much you can do about it, mister.
Well, maybe there's something I can do about you. Where's that bill of lading?
You know, I just remembered. I left it on the launch.
All right. You're under arrest.
Well, what do you know?
Come in.
You wanted to see me, Chief?
Oh, yes. Alderman Hendricks, this is Officer Wilton.
How do you do, officer?
How do you do, sir?
Sit down, Jeff.
Thanks.
I'm sorry I haven't met you before, Wilton, but I've only been in Riverdale a short time, and what with running for election and organizing the new city government, well, you understand how it is.
Yes, sir.
Now, my boy, let's get right down to it. As you know, one of the reasons I accepted public office was because I felt we had to have some real law and order here. And that wasn't just campaign talk, I meant it. A boom town like this can get out of hand if somebody doesn't watch it right from the beginning.
Well, I'd say Riverdale has already gotten out of hand, Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, I know, but that doesn't give us any excuse to go overboard.
Overboard?
I'm talking about that man you arrested on the dock the other night.
Eddie Williams?
Yes, I believe that's his name. You should have used a little more discretion.
Well, he's one of those wharf thieves who've been operating here for the last few months. I'm positive of it, sir.
Well, I'm just as anxious to see those robberies stopped as you are, but Williams is employed by the River Freight Company. He was engaged in a legitimate shipping operation when you arrested him.
Well, those crates contain stolen drilling equipment. Brad Waterbury identified them as his property, swore out a complaint.
Jeff.
Yes, Chief.
Waterbury came in to see me this morning. He says he was mistaken. I'm going to have to turn Williams loose.
And that means he could bring suit for false arrest. I'll have a talk with him. I hope I can persuade him to forget it, but you see how serious this could have been, Wilton.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, I've got to be going. I'm making a speech at the luncheon club. Nice to have met you, Wilton. So long, Chief.
Well, there it is, Chief.
I don't want your badge, Jeff. Put it back on.
Do you believe I was wrong about that Williams guy?
I don't know what to believe anymore. But I need you on the force. I've got 8 men, 8 cops in a city of 20,000. You were a cop before the oil strike. You know what's happened here.
Sure. The whole town's gone rotten. It's wide open. Gambling in half the bars, 8 or 10 robberies a week. Every cheap hoodlum in the state has moved in on us.
That's why you can't quit me now.
Well, what good am I to you? Or the other cops either. Every time we make an arrest, somebody puts up bail and the suspect skips town. Or if he should come to trial, he has a tight alibi and our witnesses get forgetful, like Brad Waterbury.
I know it looks pretty hopeless, but sooner or later we'll get things back to normal.
How? Somebody's giving these crooks protection, fixing it so we can't lay a finger on them. Even our fancy new alderman seems to take orders.
Hendricks just happened to be here when Waterbury came in to see me.
Yeah, quite a coincidence.
Stick it out a little bit longer, Jeff. We'll get a break. We'll find out who's behind all this.
Okay. You know I can't quit, Chief. I don't know how to do anything else except be a cop. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to have a little talk with Brad Waterbury anyway.
I made a mistake, that's all, Jeff. Anybody can make a mistake.
You were pretty positive about those crates the other day, Brad.
Well, they did look like my stuff, but one piece of drilling equipment isn't much different from another. I should have made certain before I opened my mouth.
Then those weren't your tools, is that it?
That's it, Jeff.
Who convinced you?
I don't know what you mean.
You reported a couple of burglaries before this one.
Now, what if I did?
Listen, Brad, if somebody's been putting pressure on you, tell me who it is.
Hey, move those crates over there, fellas.
Right.
Jeff, why don't you take it easy? Look, I've lived here in Riverdale for over 20 years. Never made more than enough to keep my head above water. Now I'm making real money, selling everything I can get in stock. I like things the way they are.
You like being robbed?
I said I wasn't robbed. Not this time. But even if I was, what's a couple of crates of machinery, more or less? There's lots of other machinery, lots of customers waiting to buy it. I got no complaints. For the first time in my life, this town's doing me a good turn.
8 days later, at a nearby FBI field office, Officer Wilton is talking with Supervisor Dennis Logan and Special Agent Jim Taylor.
That's the situation as I see it, Mr. Logan. I'm not sure who's behind these rackets in Riverdale, but somebody's getting a lot of protection.
From what you tell me, Chief Douglas isn't involved.
No, sir. I'd stake my life on the chief. He hates what's been going on as much as I do, but his hands are tied.
We've always found that the vast majority of police officials are honest and efficient.
How much do you know about this Alderman Hendricks?
Not much. Came to Riverdale right after the first gusher was brought in. Made a lot of friends, got himself elected to office.
Wilton, I wish we could help you. We've been getting reports on Riverdale for the last 6 months. But whoever's running things there has been smart enough to avoid federal law violations.
I think I may have found an FBI angle. At least I hope so.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I've been spending my off-duty hours watching Eddie Williams since he was released from jail. He and an ex-convict named Steve Burgess are running a small river freight business.
Could be a front for moving stolen property.
That's what I figured, too. Well, anyway, I've seen them load stuff into boats and head downriver. And they don't come back till the next day.
And the state line's only a few miles downstream. Is that what you're driving at?
Yes, sir.
You have any evidence that they carried stolen goods over the state line?
Well, no, sir. Not real evidence.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't enough to bring you into the case?
No, I'm afraid not. We have to be certain that the matter's within our jurisdiction.
I guess I was a little too anxious.
Oh, you were absolutely right in telling us what you found out, but until there's a definite federal violation...
Yes, well, maybe if I dog Williams a little harder, he'll get nervous and make a slip. I figure whoever's been protecting him is behind all the other rackets in Riverdale.
Frequently works out that way. But don't take too many chances.
Don't worry about me. Thanks for listening, Mr. Logan. Mr. Taylor.
Alderman Hendricks speaking.
This is Steve Burgess, Mr. Hendricks. I've got a little business problem I'd like to talk over, if you've got a minute.
And what is it?
That fellow you had a little conversation with last Monday, the one who paid us a visit at the wharf.
What about him?
He's still devoting a lot of time to the neighborhood.
Is he finding out any of our business procedures?
I'm not sure, but by the way he keeps glued to us, he could.
That mustn't happen, Burgess.
What do you suggest?
Can't you handle a little detail like this without coming to me? You say the person in question spends his evenings on the wharf?
That's right.
Well?
Okay, Mr. Hendricks. I just wanted to get your business opinion before I did anything. We'll handle it.
Is he still following us?
I think so. Yeah, here he comes.
Anybody else on the pier?
No, I don't see anybody.
Okay, I'll hide in this doorway. You lead him on until he comes up even with me.
All right. Something I can do for you, officer?
No. I just like to come down by the river and sort of wander around. Do you have any objections?
Why should I object? You got him cold, Steve.
Help me put him in the boat. He says he likes the river. Let's find out how well he likes it.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Fear about home ownership was a worry that hung over the head of Mr. Elliot Granger until he became a member of the Equitable Society. Wasn't it, Mr. Granger?
Yes, it was. Until I heard you describe a plan that seemed to me to be just what the doctor ordered.
Well, that's the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the AHO plan.
Yes. It seemed to be a plan that's tailor-made for people like me.
And what did you do?
Well, I took your advice and called my local Equitable representative. He explained how the AHO plan would help my wife own it free and clear without any more payments if something happened to me. In other words, it's a low-cost first mortgage plus life insurance protection, all covered by a single payment once a month. Now when my friends talk about buying or building, I tell them to look up my friend, the Equitable man.
Yes, your Equitable man is a good man to know and a good man to do business with. He's a specialist, experienced in all kinds of life insurance. So, whatever your insurance problem, if you want to own your own home free and clear years before you hoped, if you want to assure a college education for your youngsters, if you want to enjoy a carefree, independent life after 60, if you need financial protection for your wife and children, pick up your telephone. Talk it over with a friendly, helpful neighbor, your Equitable Society man. There's no obligation. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. He's listed in the yellow pages under Equitable. That's EQUITABLE. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Wide Open City.
In numerous communities, law enforcement agencies are hopelessly understaffed. The case you are hearing clearly shows the demoralizing results of such a situation. But even in old and well-established cities and towns, police forces are sometimes not large enough to meet minimum requirements. There is no money saved by ineffective law enforcement. The price of crime is many times higher than the cost of the most effective police force, and you always pay the bill. Real crime prevention is the greatest economy any community can undertake. So don't wait until an outbreak of lawlessness or racketeering causes you to insist on greater protection. Insist on it now. All law enforcement agencies are working for you. See to it that they have the staff to do their job. Tonight's FBI file continues the next morning at the nearby FBI field office. Supervisor Logan is sitting at his desk when Special Agent Taylor enters.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Logan?
Oh, Jim. You're driving over to Riverdale this morning, aren't you?
That's right, sir. We got a tip some slot machines have been shipped in from back east. I'm going to try and run them down.
Well, I may have to switch on to something else, at least temporarily.
Oh?
Just had a call from Chief Douglas. Officer Wilton has disappeared. He didn't come home last night.
What?
So far, we don't know what's happened to him, and until we do, we can't move in. But check with the chief anyway.
Sure. Maybe Wilton just ran into something suspicious. Stayed on the job.
Yeah. I'll keep in touch, Taylor.
Gentlemen, I'm not going to waste my time telling you what a mess you've made of things.
What's wrong, Mr. Hendricks?
Wilton, that's what's wrong.
You gave me the okay?
I didn't think you'd be foolish enough to take him across the state line.
What difference does it make where we bumped him off?
He isn't dead.
What?
We put a couple of slugs in him and dumped him overboard.
I tell you, he's still alive. They just found his body. He managed to get ashore. If he recovers consciousness, you're through.
Fine.
Oh, I can handle a small-town hick like Chief Douglas, but I can't handle the FBI on a kidnapping case.
What should we do?
Get out of town as fast as you can. Take the launch. Go down to Harbor City.
They'll find us there, same as they would here.
Not if you can keep out of sight for a couple of days. The Rio Paula is due to dock on Friday.
Yeah, that's right.
If you had any brains, you'd have thought of that yourselves. Well, go on, get moving.
Calling Dr. Ciancimino. Dr. Ciancimino, report to the front office, please.
Orderly. Pardon me, I'm looking for Officer Wilton's room.
Oh, he's still in surgery, sir.
Oh? Well, is Chief Douglas around then? They told me he was here.
Yes, sir. He's in the waiting room just around the corner there.
Oh, thanks very much. Chief Douglas?
Yes?
My name is Taylor, FBI.
How do you do? You've heard about Wilton, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir. Your office informed me. I reported the details to our agent in charge. He assigned me to the case.
Good.
Tell me, how is he?
It's a miracle he's alive at all.
Oh, he's not able to talk.
The doctor says it may be hours, days. He doesn't know when.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I'm afraid there's not much we can do.
Well, he came to see us a couple of weeks ago about a man named Eddie Williams. Said he'd been following Williams and a friend of his, trying to get some evidence on him. I don't know whether he told you this or not.
He didn't have to. I knew Wilton well enough to be pretty sure that he wasn't going to drop a lead just because somebody put a little pressure on him.
Well, then maybe we ought to start with Williams. Sounds like he's our best bet so far.
I already sent a man down to the freight office to bring him in for questioning.
Oh.
He and his partner have left town. Their boat's gone, and there's no sign of them.
I see.
I put out an alarm, but I don't think it'll do much good.
Mm-hmm. What was the official name of their organization again?
River Freight Company, Incorporated.
Well, thanks, Chief. I'll check with you later.
Logan speaking.
Miss Taylor, Mr. Logan.
What's up, Jim?
You remember Wilton telling us that Williams and his friend ran a freight service?
Yeah.
Well, I've been out of the bank going over the company accounts.
Find out anything?
Yeah, a couple of things. In the first place, the outfit doesn't show any income, just outgo.
Oh?
Yeah, it runs in the red about, $1,500 a month.
Sounds like somebody's doing some fancy bookkeeping. How do they keep making up the deficit?
The company treasurer deposits a personal check about once a month.
Treasurer?
Yes, sir. Alderman Hendricks.
I see.
I thought I might have a talk with the alderman before I come back to the office tonight.
Well, use your own judgment. I'll be working late tonight myself. If you want to get together...
All right, sir. I'll bring the records and any information I can dig up.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Taylor?
Thank you.
I'm frank to admit I don't know why an FBI agent would want to talk to me, but if there's anything I can do for you...
Well, I'm working on the Wilton case.
Oh, a great tragedy, Mr. Taylor, but I suppose it's the price that has to be paid for law and order.
Mr. Hendricks, do you know a man named Eddie Williams?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I do. Oh, you don't think he's involved in this vicious attack on Wilton, do you?
Is there any reason why I should?
No, of course not. At least no reason I know of.
Was Williams a friend of yours?
Certainly not an intimate friend. Oh, I think I know what you're driving at, Mr. Taylor. I imagine someone has told you that I interceded for Mr. Williams when he had a little difficulty with Officer Wilton a couple of weeks ago. But I'm a politician, and politicians do have obligations to their constituents.
Do you know where Williams is now?
At his place of business, I imagine.
The freight office is closed. Williams and his partner have apparently left town.
That's odd. Well, perhaps they're delivering a shipment somewhere. I'm sure they'll be back in a day or two. If they were planning to be gone for any length of time, they would have notified me.
Oh?
Yes. You see, I own an interest in a little concern. It isn't common knowledge, but I suppose you'd find out sooner or later anyway.
Probably.
It's just one of my numerous investments in Riverdale. A town as new as this needs capital. I've tried to supply my share.
I see. Is your investment in the freight business profitable?
Well, to be very honest, I haven't paid much attention. I suppose in the long run I make a few dollars, but in time I anticipate a very healthy profit. This city is growing, Mr. Taylor, by leaps and bounds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hendricks. I guess that's all for now. And these are the monthly bank statements, Mr. Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the canceled checks. Oh, yes, and these are Hendricks' bank statements.
That's quite an account, huh?
He also has a safety deposit box. I imagine it's bulging, too. Now, I've consolidated the company checks for the last 6 months on this ledger, except for local office expenses. Salary to Williams and Burgess, the main items are payment for diesel oil to the Harbor City Fuel Company.
Looks like they've been buying oil about 3 times a month.
Yes, sir. Amount would have supplied fuel for an equal number of trips between Riverdale and Harbor City.
And we can be pretty sure that's where they've been getting rid of the stolen machinery.
Well, I've called the Harbor City Police and our field office there. They'll keep a lookout for Williams and Burgess.
Good. They have any leads on stolen machine tools?
No, sir, not a one.
Suppose the tools have been shipped outside this country. They'd bring a bigger price somewhere else.
That's right, sir, they would.
Let's get over to the library. They have copies of the Harbor City Times, and we can check ship movement reports. Here we are. When was the oil purchased last month?
Well, the checks are dated the 7th, 19th, and the 30th.
Oh, sorry. Let's see. See, the week of the 7th, SSTL Jackman sailing for Hawaii, the Rio Paula for Central America, the Bessie L for Argentina, and the Phillips and Queen for Antwerp. 19th, you said?
That's right, sir.
And none of the same ships seem to be in port. Only wait a minute. The Rio Paula. And the Rio Paula sailed again on the 31st.
There's a shortage of machine tools in Central America right now and an oil strike. They'd need the same kind of equipment that's being used in Riverdale.
Where's the last issue of the Harbor City Times?
Here, sir.
Thanks. And the Rio Paula's in port now, due to sail tomorrow morning.
down here, Chief Douglas. This officer said you wanted to see me, that he was supposed to bring me in.
That's right, Mr. Henry.
If you have something you want to talk about, why don't you telephone me? I'm not accustomed to being treated like some kind of a criminal.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Hendricks?
Well, I might have expected some kind of nonsense from the chief, but I always heard the FBI was careful and efficient.
We try to be. Now, if you don't mind answering a few questions.
See here, both of you. I don't know what this is about, but let me remind you, Chief, that I'm a person of some influence in this town, and if I were you, I'd start planning on being retired in the very near future.
There may be some changes in the city administration, Hendricks, but I don't think the chief will be bothered.
What are you talking about?
There are two friends of yours in the next room making a statement.
Friends of mine?
Williams and Burgess. They were arrested last night aboard the Rio Paula.
Oh.
And the captain of the ship's been doing some talking, too. No, I wouldn't plan on running for re-election, Mr. Hendricks. You won't be able to do much campaigning.
Eddie and Steve were tried in federal court and found guilty of violations of the federal kidnapping statute. Each received a life sentence in a federal penitentiary. Hendricks was also convicted in federal court and was sentenced to a term of 20 years in a federal penitentiary. Tonight's case, based on the activities of a corrupt public official, shows how an entire community may sometimes fall under the control of a criminal in disguise. Fortunately, this is a rare occurrence. FBI files and investigations show that the vast majority of office holders, both elected and appointed, are honest, efficient, and loyal. They are men who devote their lives to the service of their fellow men. But the few exceptions to this rule are all the more despicable because they are a challenge to democratic government. Many people have the mistaken idea that in government there will always be graft and corruption. This is not true and need never be true. Exercise your privilege to vote. Vote wisely, and then maintain a continuing interest in the public servants you have elected. Elections are held at infrequent intervals, but men hold office 365 days a year. If one of them should prove derelict in his duty, it's up to you to do something about it.
If your dream is owning your own home, get acquainted with your local Equitable representative. Ask him about the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. Now, he's a neighbor you can trust. Perhaps you're interested in independence in your 60s, or education for your children, or future financial security for your family. Well, just consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. You'll find it listed in the yellow pages under Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Flight to Avoid Prosecution. Its title, The Swamp Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Burt. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Tony Caruso, Eddie Firestone, Lou Merrill, Steve Pendleton, Barney Phillips, and Warren Stevens. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
you go to your doctor when you want advice about your health. It's just as important to consult a professional man when you want financial security for yourself and your family. There is such a man in your community, your local Equitable Society representative. He's not only a trained specialist in insurance matters, but he's a solid citizen and a friendly neighbor. In about 15 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about how he may help you discover the many benefits that may be yours with membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Impersonation. Its title, The Baby Peddlers.
Any criminal who is plotting to swindle you, the American public, is well aware of your habits, your virtues, your weaknesses. For this is his business, to hit his intended victim at the most opportune spot at the most opportune time. Many swindlers hide their activities under the guise of a very innocent-appearing business, fake charitable organizations, phony welfare leagues. For in appealing to your heart, the criminal knows your generosity may be aroused, but seldom your suspicion. In this country, there are many legitimate charitable organizations soliciting funds for extremely worthwhile causes. But the representatives of these legitimate organizations carry complete and authorized credentials. The swindler does not. He carries only the hope that the innocent-appearing spiel he has rehearsed will convince some generous citizen to give him money. In tonight's case, you will hear of two criminals hiding their scheme behind perhaps the epitome of innocence, a baby. Tonight's file opens in a drive-in restaurant in Hollywood, California. Mrs. Jane Bakeman sits in her car talking to her friend, Anna Maxwell, a car hop at the drive-in.
So this guy orders a cup of coffee for $10, then acts like I should crawl in the car and hold his hand while he sips it.
Gee, Anna, how do you manage these guys?
You get used to it.
How much longer till you quit for the night?
Well, I was off 3 minutes ago, but until Blue Sedan over there finishes eating, I gotta wait. You in a hurry?
Sort of. I want to drive you over to the flat. Got something to show you.
Hey, you buy something new?
Uh-huh.
Don't tell me that bull-legged husband of yours sent you some extra dough. 3 days ago, you were flat broke.
No, Harry didn't send me any money. But he wrote and said that the director says if they stay on location much longer, he might give Harry a bit part.
Oh, honey, don't kid yourself. It won't happen to Harry Bakeman. Once an extra, always an extra. Blue Sedan's finished. Just a sec. Will that be all? Yeah, it's right here. Uh-huh. Thank you very much. Night. Wait till I throw this tray in the rack. I can leave. Phew. Well, I'll be glad to get home and out of this bo-peep costume.
You'll stop by the place first and see what I bought, won't you?
Oh, sure. Only I don't see what all the mystery's about. And where did you get the dough to buy something new?
I got some money.
And you say Harry didn't send it?
No.
Okay, keep me in the dark.
Now, Anna, it's a surprise. I'll tell you where I got the money, but you'll have to wait and see what I bought.
Fair enough.
I sold Sonny.
Come again?
Sonny, I sold him.
The baby?
Yeah. A week ago, I met a woman in the park, and she thought Sonny looked so cute in his carriage. She said she couldn't have any children of her own, and she was trying to adopt one.
Well, sure. A lot of rich people do that.
Oh, she's rich, all right. Martin Casey's wife.
The Martin Casey?
Uh-huh. But just because he's a big shot, they don't hurry adoptions up. They told Mrs. Casey she'd have to wait a whole year.
Now, wait a minute. I'm all mixed up. You said you sold Sonny.
That's right. To Mrs. Casey. I met her in the park again today, and I sold Sonny for $1,000. Oh, but Anna, just wait till you see what I bought.
Well, I don't see anything new.
Look behind you in the corner.
What is... Oh, no.
Isn't it beautiful? They haven't delivered the roof area yet, but the radio and the record player work fine.
How much?
$769.42. That includes the installation. And take a look at this. Did you ever see such a big screen?
You sell your kid and buy a TV set? Look, what about Harry? When does he get home from location?
About 3 more weeks.
What are you going to tell him?
Well, maybe I could tell him Sonny ran away.
A 1-year-old?
Well, I'll think of something by that time, Anna. Maybe you could even help me. Hey, look. It'll work even without the aerial. Look at that screen.
I don't see a thing.
Look at the size of it. It'll warm up soon. There. Wouldn't you know I'd get a Western?
Maybe you'll see Harry ride by with a posse. Hi, I'll turn this down.
Never mind. Hello? Oh, yes, read it, please. Oh? No, never mind sending it over. Thank you.
What's the matter?
Harry.
What about him?
Western Union just read me a telegram from him.
He got bit by a horse?
He'll be back in town the first of the week.
Oh, no.
Oh, Anna, you gotta think of something.
I have to think of something. You sold the kid.
But I have to get him back now.
Well, I don't know. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Get the baby back. Of course. Honey, that's quite an idea.
Yes, Morgan. I've known all along you and Catherine were seeing each other. I've even been...
Okay. Cut it. That's okay, Martin. We'll make a pickup. Now, the line is, I've even been thinking of calling you in for a chat myself. You got it?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Oh, just relax, boy. Georgie, wipe off Mr. Casey's forehead. It's getting a little shiny. Lou, can we shoot another take without a reload? Good. Okay, here we go, folks. Georgie, get out of there. And roll 'em.
Scene 14, Boston, take 2.
Speed 14, Boston, take 2. Mark it.
Okay, Martin. Action.
Yes, Morgan. I've known all along you and Catherine were seeing each other. I've even been thinking of calling you in for a chat myself.
Print it. Okay, we're on the wrong set, boys. It's very nice, Martin. You can relax. We'll call you.
I'll be in my dressing room.
Okay, Brucey, new setup. Let's get the reverse in that doorway next. Go ahead and reload,
Mr.
boy.
Casey?
Yes?
I must speak to you right away.
What?
I'm a federal officer.
I don't understand.
Well, I'll get right to the point. Mr. Casey, 3 days ago you bought a baby.
What? Come into my dressing room, please.
All right, sir.
Now then, Miss...
Johnson.
Yes. How did you know about the baby?
Well, we know all about it, Mr. Casey. And it concerns us very greatly. You see, that baby was kidnapped.
Kidnapped? But my wife got it from the mother.
No, your wife bought it from the baby's nurse, posing as the mother. She's confessed everything. That's how we found out you had the child.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, Mr. Casey, I do sympathize with you, but steps must be taken, you know.
Go on, please.
Well, the FBI is cooperating with us on this. You can arrange for me to take the child, and I'll return it to the real parents. That way no one will need know about it, and we'll save you all that embarrassing publicity.
Oh, yes, the publicity. That could be quite a thing.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Well, I could call Frances, my wife, and arrange for you to pick up the baby, but...
Yes, sir?
Well, just one thing. My wife paid that woman $1,000 for the baby.
I'm afraid there's no way of recovering that, Mr. Casey. The nurse spent all the money before the FBI arrested her.
Oh.
And, now, if you'll please call your wife. I am in a hurry. I promised the real mother her baby would sleep in its own bed tonight.
down and watch, Anna.
Jane, look. I brought Sonny.
Oh, hello, Sonny. Anna, watch this man dance. He's just wonderful.
Now, look. You take this kid. Here.
Oh, I wanted to watch.
Here.
Oh, all right. Oh, now, Sonny, don't cry. Bouncy baby. That's a boy.
Jane.
Yes.
Jane, wait till you hear what happened.
You got in the studio to see Martin Casey.
Oh, of course. But it all went so smooth. That's the good part. This pitch is worth money in the bank.
I don't follow you.
You will. Look, you get dressed and go out again and sell Sonny.
What? I just got him back.
Will you listen to me? You get the dough for him, then I'll go to whoever you sell him to and get him back again.
Oh.
It's foolproof. You can get more than that TV set, and I can quit at the drive-in.
Oh, gee, I don't know about this, Anna. Harry's coming home.
When? The 1st of next week. That gives us 5 days. We should be able to sell Sonny twice by then.
You really think so?
Oh, of course. Now, look. You know that orphan home over by La Brea?
Yeah.
Well, the first thing in the morning, you take Sonny in his little cart and walk near that main building. When you see anyone coming out, pass him and let him see Sonny. You know what to do from there.
Sure. You really think it'll work, huh?
Well, if it'll work once, it'll work again.
Meanwhile, in a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Watkins is seated beside the desk of Agent Jim Taylor. Taylor has just finished a phone conversation.
That was a long talk, Jim.
That was Martin Casey.
Oh.
He just spoke to his lawyer, and now he's complaining about a federal representative who called on him today.
Who was the caller?
Pretty obvious it was an impersonator. A girl.
What was the pitch?
Yeah, seems Casey's wife met a woman in the park and bought her baby.
Bought her baby?
Yeah. Pretty rough, huh? Anyway, this impersonator called on Casey this afternoon, told him the baby had been kidnapped, and told him the FBI would return the baby to its real home without publicity.
And Casey bit?
Yeah, and you can't really blame him, Ed. Publicity means a lot in his life. This frightened him.
That still isn't an excuse for buying a life in the first place.
No, there's no excuse for that. In a way, they deserve what happened, but the people who sold the baby deserve even more.
Well, we know at least 2 women are in on the scheme. I wonder if that's all.
It's hard to say. 2 could work it alone.
Just what did the Caseys pay for the baby?
$1,000.
Oh, that's a sizable nick.
Yeah. Ceiling price for a human life. Come on, Ed. Let's go out and interview the Caseys in person.
Jane, for Pete's sake.
Huh? What, Anna?
I'm trying to work out my routine. Now, what was the name of the people who bought Sonny?
I told you. Mr. and Mrs. Dennis McGough.
Oh, yeah. McGough.
He said he was a set designer with the Majors, and she didn't bat an eye when I asked for $1,000. She's nice. She's even going to keep calling the baby Sonny.
That's real sweet.
She asked me what to call him, so I told her even though his real name was Harry Bakeman Jr., we thought Sonny was cuter.
Jane.
She did, too.
Jane.
Huh?
You told her the kid's real name?
I just told you I did.
Honey, let me break it to you easy. The police frown on what we're doing.
So what?
So you gotta be more careful.
Oh, don't be silly. The last woman didn't check, neither will this one.
Well, just watch it from now on, huh? I better get going and pick up our meal ticket.
Oh, yeah, and if he cries, just... Oh, I'll get it.
If it's a drive-in, tell him to get a new Bo Peep.
Hello?
Hello, honey. Guess who?
Oh, no.
Decided to fly back. Nothing but the best.
Harry, where are you?
I'm at the airport. Kiss Sonny for me, and I'll be home in half an hour. Bye.
Bye, Harry. Anna.
I'm thinking.
He'll be home in half an hour.
Jane, how much of this junk in this flat do you want to keep?
Well, just some clothes and the TV set.
Oh, forget the set. Pack your clothes. Quick.
Anna, I can't leave the set. It costs so much.
Okay. We'll have the cab driver loaded up, only we've got to hurry. Come on, I'll help you pack.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI.
Do you have Social Security? That's good. But if you have a wife and children, it is much better to provide full security for them. Mr. Robert Warson, a member of the Equitable Society, knew that. And that worried you, didn't it, Mr. Warson?
You bet it did. Do you know of a family of 5 today who could live comfortably on about $105 a month?
Frankly, no.
Well, that's all my Social Security would pay to my wife if something happened to me. But then, a few months ago, I heard you describe a fact-finding chart that would show me how much more I would need to keep her and the children in comfort.
That's our famous Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. The fact-finding chart is free to any of our listeners.
Well, I called my local Equitable Society representative. He came over with a fact-finding chart. In 5 minutes, we learned how much my wife and children would need to keep them well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed until the youngest graduated from high school. I discovered that all I needed for full security was a little extra life insurance. And that's when I joined the Equitable Society.
Now you're protected by the Equitable Family Security Plan.
Yes, indeed. And I think any man with a family and only Social Security owes it to them to call up his local Equitable man. A good man to do business with.
Indeed he is. Your local Equitable Society representative is selected on the basis of character, intelligence, and friendliness. His business is to bring you freedom from worry. So no matter what your insurance problem, owning your own home, providing education for your children, or future security for your family, call him. Ask for your free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Consult the yellow pages of your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. It's listed under Equitable.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Baby Peddlers.
Children were made to love, not to sell. A child brings into a home a foundation, the foundation of a generation to come. There are many kind, generous persons who wish a child in their home. These people wish to spread their security to an insecure little human being. However, because there are so many families who seek a baby, the process of adoption often takes more than a year. If you are one of the persons on the long waiting lists of the adoption agencies, we ask you to remain patient. Do not seek a black market baby. Do not leave yourself open to the cunning, depraved mind of the criminal and his scheme to hurt you through the happiness you seek. Remember, it is not legal to buy a human being. There are many written laws against it. There are even greater unwritten laws against it. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Special Agent Taylor has just returned from investigating another complaint. He finds Agent Watkins waiting for him.
Anyone call while I was out, Ed?
No calls, Jim. You get the whole story from Mr. and Mrs. McGough?
Yeah, practically the same as it was with the Caseys. Description fits the girl as being the same, and she again posed as a federal officer.
They take the McGoughs for $1,000, too?
With no trouble at all. Mrs. McGough was a little smarter, though, when it came to giving up the baby.
Well, what happened?
Well, when she was told the baby had to be returned, Mrs. McGough didn't believe the impersonator. Said she wanted to call this office and check.
Good for her.
Impersonator said that would be all right with her, and when Mrs. McGough turned for the phone, she was slugged from behind.
Then our gal grabbed the baby and ran, huh?
Yeah, that's it. But we have more to work on this time.
How's that?
Well, when the McGoghs bought the child, the mother or nurse, or whoever she really is, told her the child's name was Harry Bakeman, Jr., and that's not all.
Go on.
She also said the child didn't have anyone to play with, and that's why she was selling him. Said his daddy worked in pictures, was gone a lot, and she had to work.
Jim, you know that could have easily been a story.
I don't think it was, Ed.
Why?
I checked with Central Casting. They have a cowboy extra registered with them. His name is Harry Bakeman. Harry Bakeman?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Mr. Bakeman, I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
The FBI? Something's happened to Jane and Sonny. What is it, mister? What's happened?
Take it easy, Mr. Bakeman, please. May I come in?
Oh, sure.
Thanks.
I've been going near crazy just waiting here. I called Jane, told her I'd be here. What happened, mister?
I haven't seen your wife and son, Mr. Bakeman. I'd like to question you about them, though. Now, you say you called and said you'd be here. Where were you, sir?
Well, I've been in Montana on location with a movie. I just got in a few hours ago. I called Jane. I figured she'd wait here.
I see. Now, is your wife short and blonde, and is your boy called Sonny?
Yes, sir, that's them.
What about a tall, red-haired girl? Would you know who that might be?
Why, sure, that's Anna. Anna Maxwell. She's a friend of Jane's.
I see. Anna Maxwell.
Mister, why are you writing all this down? You know where my family is?
No, sir, I'm afraid not. Mr. Bakeman, what I have to say isn't very pleasant, but, well, we have reason to believe your wife and her friend have been selling your son.
What?
They've been selling your boy to couples who want children. Then they go back and trick the victims into giving the child back to them.
Mister, you're mistaken, that's for sure. Jane wouldn't...
Mr. Bakeman, do you mind if I look around? Maybe we can find a lead as to where they've gone.
Jane, hurry up with that bottle. Jane.
Sonny, here's the bottle. Don't you cry. Oh, gee, I hope it's warm enough. He won't go to sleep unless it's warm enough.
Getting spoiled in those rich homes, huh? Well, we're not doing so bad ourselves.
I don't know. This apartment is so fancy. How long can we afford it?
Listen, honey, with an address like this and clothes like I bought today, little Anna's going to land herself a rich husband in no time. Then we won't have to sell Sonny anymore. We can give him to someone for keeps.
Yeah, or maybe even send him back to Harry.
Oh, stop thinking about Harry. Sit down. Relax.
As soon as I take this dress off, I don't want to wrinkle it. I'm wearing it when I take Sonny out tomorrow.
That's what you think.
Why not? It's the prettiest dress I ever owned.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Honey, you're selling this baby because you have to. Remember? If you have money for dresses like that, who's going to believe you haven't enough money for a maid to keep Sonny?
Oh, yeah.
You wear the old dress. You'll be wearing the new one soon enough. Maybe we'll even get you a new husband, too. Rich instead of saddle sore.
What'd you uncover, Ed?
Well, I checked the milk company that used to deliver milk to the Bakemans.
Yeah?
She didn't order it delivered anywhere else.
Well, that figures. She can pick milk up anywhere.
You think they're still in Hollywood, Jim?
Yeah, here at least in L.A. Sure a big enough place to hide in, and they know their way around here.
I left a man to watch that orphanage on La Brea. Chances are they'll try another spot, though.
Yeah, I thought of that. Well, we'll have a man cover each one, but they might just contact people on the street or park or anywhere. We can't cover this whole city.
No.
Hey, what about those pills we found in the flat?
Oh, I checked the drugstore and Mrs. Bakeman bought them. They were for headache. If she wants any more, she can pick them up at any drugstore. No reason for her to come to this particular one.
Well, we may have something here.
Oh, what's that?
It's a list of everything we found in the Bakeman flat. On this list is a bill of sale from the Jenkins radio store for an expensive television set.
So?
So included in the bill of sale is an order for the dealer to install a roof aerial within a week. There was no roof aerial on the Bakeman flat.
Shh, not so loud. Sonny's asleep in the chair.
Oh.
Where have you been? What are you all dressed up for?
You like the dress? Well, listen to this. I go out and I rent a snazzy convertible, see? Then guess where I drive to?
The beach?
Back to that crummy drive-in. I took a chance. I didn't figure Harry'd be around to see me. He wasn't.
But why go there?
Are you kidding? After all the nights I slaved in that place for chicken feet, I pulled in, I honked the horn, and I ordered the best meal in the place.
Was it good?
I don't know. I didn't eat it. I called for the manager and told him to take it back. And I drove off.
Gee, I bet you had fun.
Hey, where are all those drapes pulled back?
Oh, I just had the roof aerial installed. They put it in down through there this morning. The set plays real well. And... Oh, we need a sign on that door.
You quiet, Sonny. I'll get it.
Now, Sonny, stop crying.
Anna Maxwell?
Well?
Are you Anna Maxwell?
Yeah, but just who are you? I'm very busy.
I'm aware of your activities, Miss Maxwell. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Anna, who is it?
You better come here, Jane. This gentleman is... Get up!
Anna, what... Oh, mister, where'd she go?
Running downstairs where a friend of mine will help her into a car. Shall we join them, Mrs. Bateman?
Anna Maxwell was found guilty in federal court for impersonating a federal officer and was sentenced to a term of 3 years in a federal reformatory for women. Jane Bateman was turned over to state authorities and was sentenced to a term in prison for selling her baby. The special agents Taylor and Watkins were able to locate the women criminals in tonight's case when Agent Taylor checked with the radio store which had sold Jane Bateman the television set. They reported to Taylor that Mrs. Bateman had called them from her new address and had given instructions for them to come and install the roof aerial which she had coming with the television set. Thus, a child was returned to a loving parent, and 2 criminals were prosecuted for their heartless act. For heart and love are words which never describe the criminal who deals in black market babies. And with relentless energy, your FBI tracks down these men and women who violate federal laws within its jurisdiction and put souls up for sale. It is the duty of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, within the limit of its jurisdiction, to protect and safeguard all citizens at all cost.
You'd be surprised how simple and easy it is to plan for the future financial security of your wife and youngsters. Get acquainted with your local Equitable Society representative. Ask him for your free copy of the Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for fathers and mothers. He'll be glad to talk it over with you and without obligation. No matter what your problem may be, a carefree life after you retire, college educations for your children, home ownership free and clear. You don't have to be rich to enjoy freedom from worry. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. It's listed in the yellow pages under Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, homicide. Its title, Mama's Boy.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Dick Carr. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Colleen Collins, James Dobson, Georgia Ellis, Catherine Keith, James McCallion, Henry Morgan, and Steve Pendleton. This is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mama's Boy on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. When you have a health problem, you go to your doctor. If you have a legal problem, you consult a lawyer. Now, there's another expert you should include among your professional advisors. He's your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, a trained specialist in the financial security of families. He's a solid citizen, a neighbor of yours,
A friendly, helpful man who knows how to help you plan for your family's future security. In about 14 minutes, we want to tell you more about him and how he can help you, as he helped many, many others, enjoy the advantages of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Homicide. It's titled, Mama's Boy.
Many people have the mistaken idea that professional criminals are usually men or women of superior intellect who have perverted their talents. This is rarely the case. And even those who may be said to have a distorted intelligence all lack one basic human ingredient, common sense. Once a lawbreaker has been found guilty and served a prison sentence, common sense would tell him that there is no future in crime. But the so-called professional criminal sneers at the average man with his ideals of morality and justice, and, ignoring the evidence of his own life, convinces himself he will be smart enough to avoid being caught again. And so the vicious circle of crime and punishment continues. The records of your FBI and all other law enforcement agencies are merely the records of men and women who did not have common sense. Tonight's FBI file opens in front of an all-night roadside diner. A middle-aged man comes out from the small cafe and approaches one of the trucks parked nearby. He tosses away a toothpick and climbs into the cab.
Hey, what are you doing in here?
I was hoping you'd give me a lift as far as Jefferson.
I'm sorry, fella. The company's got rules against picking up hitchhikers.
Well, it's a dark night, and nobody saw me get in. How about a break?
Yeah, I'd like to, pal, but they're awful strict. I'd be risking my job.
It's better to risk your job than your neck.
Huh?
It's loaded, mister.
Take it easy, will you?
Then get moving.
Sure.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Walters.
Why, Peggy.
May I come in?
Why, of course, dear, of course. How have you been?
Fine, just fine. Is Billy home?
Yes, he's in the den working on his stamp collection.
Still?
He's worse than ever about it. The whole house is filled with stamps. Books and books of them. It keeps me busy just dusting them.
Well, I don't like to disturb him.
Oh, nonsense. He's just ruining his eyes anyway. This way, Peggy. How is your husband?
Oh, you know Mike.
Yes. Yeah, here we are. Company, Billy.
Oh. Peggy.
Long time no see. How are you, Billy?
Fine. Just fine.
Well, I'll just leave you two young people together.
Oh, don't run off on my account.
Oh, I've got a cake in the oven. I better see how it's doing.
You haven't changed a bit, Peggy.
Neither of you. Including the stamps.
I just got a brand new set from Tunisia. If you'd like to look at them before I stick them in the books.
Oh, all a stamp means to me is something you put on a letter.
But wait till you see these.
Billy, there's something I've got to tell you.
Huh?
Billy, Mike, and I are all washed up.
Oh?
You were right about him. I never should have married him. He's been chasing around, and
Oh, sorry, Peg.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I was fed up anyway.
Oh, well, what do you plan to do?
Go away for a while. Get a divorce. But I'll need some money.
Oh.
Now, don't look so worried. I'm not asking for gifts. I just thought maybe we could do some business together and each turn a profit.
You're still in the same line, aren't you?
Well, not exactly.
Billy, I read the papers. I know you pretty well, and I can tell which jobs are yours.
I guess you can at that. What'd you have in mind?
Can you handle $30,000 worth of furs?
From where?
Mike hijacked a truck this morning. Hasn't even unloaded it yet. All you have to do is get in and drive it away. And Mike will be out $30,000.
Oh, you are mad at him, aren't you?
What do you think?
Well, can't say that I blame you. I'm not exactly fond of him myself.
Well, that's why I came to you. I thought you might like to return some of his past favors.
Uh-huh. How much do you want?
1/3. $10,000 in cash. And in advance.
Advance?
Well, I can't very well wait around until after you steal the truck. Mike might get wise.
Yeah, but I haven't got that kind of dough.
Couldn't you get it?
Oh, I don't know. Mom has been taking care of the finances lately. Not sure how much she has put away.
Oh, I'd rather you didn't tell her about this deal, Billy.
Oh, but I have to, Peg. You know that. I never done a job without Mom's okay.
Hello.
It's Peggy, Mike.
Where are you?
Corner drugstore.
How'd it go?
Well, I'm not sure. He's got to talk to Mama first.
Oh, then we're in. What dame can resist a bunch of furs?
Well, I'm supposed to go back to their place in an hour. If she says okay, we can close the deal.
Oh, fine. Pick up the dough and give him this address. Tell him he'd get in through a window and back, and that nobody will be here after 7 o'clock.
What about the furs? Have you moved them?
Sure. They're in an empty store I rented over on Greendale Street. I left a couple of full crates in the truck in case Junior gets suspicious before he drives off. After all, he ought to get something for his $10,000.
We're taking an awful chance, Mike.
Look, hon, this truck's hot. I've got to get rid of it. This way, I not only get rid of the truck, I get rid of Billy.
But something might go wrong.
What can go wrong? You won't get 10 blocks before the cops pick him up. I'll make sure of that.
How?
By tipping him off as soon as he drives away.
You're not going to hide in the warehouse tonight.
Will you stop worrying, Peggy? I know what I'm doing.
About a half hour later, at the local FBI field office, Supervisor Jed Bryant looks up as Special Agent Jim Taylor enters.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Bryant?
Oh, yes. Sit down, Jim.
Thanks.
You've been assigned to these truck hijackings that have been going on lately?
That's right, sir.
I'm afraid I've got another one to add to the list.
Oh?
The highway police report that a Burgess transit driver has been found in a gully just over the state line. He's been shot, apparently left for dead.
And the truck's missing, of course.
Right.
The driver able to tell us anything?
Not yet. He's still in a pretty bad way.
Well, that sounds like the same area where those other 2 trucks were waylaid. What was this one carrying?
Furs. Big shipment.
Uh-huh.
They're marked pelts, so if they turn up, that'll give us something to go on.
That's good.
Of course, we don't know that whoever hijacked this truck drove it on into town.
I think I've got a way of finding out, Mr. Bryant.
Oh?
Yes, after the last robberies, I asked the attendants on the Tri-State Toll Bridge to keep a check on every commercial vehicle that uses it. A truck heading this way would have to cross the bridge.
Oh, use my phone.
All right, sir, thanks. Mr. Bryant, you have the license number for the truck there?
Oh, yes. Right here.
Thank you, sir. Hello? This is Jim Taylor speaking. I'd like... Oh, fine, Mr. Watson. Yes, that's what I called about. Are you still keeping records for me? Good. I'm interested in a Burgess transit truck. License number 3Y57682.
The police figure the hijacking took place around 4 a.m. this morning.
Okay. Sometime early today, Mr. Watson. Yeah. That's it. About 5:15, huh? Anyone get a look at the driver? Oh, I see. Well, Brookdale Avenue. Yes, sir, that does help. Yes, thanks a lot. Bye.
Watson was on duty himself. He spotted the truck, but he didn't notice the driver.
What about Brookdale Avenue?
Well, Watson remembers the truck turned off that way.
Brookdale only leads out onto the peninsula.
Well, we could block off the area and begin a search. Can't be too many buildings large enough to hide a truck that size.
Yes, I'm sure the local police will be glad to cooperate, Jim, and I'll assign Fred Thompson to give you a hand.
All right, thank you, sir. If the truck's still somewhere on the peninsula, we ought to be able to turn it up.
Red queen and the black king. Jack 6 on a 7. Oh, where are those red jacks?
Bye, Mother. It's 7 o'clock. Peggy said that was the best time to come for the truck.
Oh, yes.
I ought to be back in an hour or so. Still be early enough for us to go to the movies.
Billy,
Yes?
I've been sitting here thinking about you and Mike Jorgen. You never got along together, even when you were little boys.
Yes. That's why I'm looking forward to this job tonight. Gives me a chance to get even with him.
Maybe Mike feels the same way about you.
I suppose he does.
Then how can you be sure this whole thing isn't some kind of a trick?
Well, Peggy wouldn't try anything like that, Mom. She's through with Mike.
Is she? She turned you down for him once before. She'd do it again if she had the chance.
What's the point in bringing this up now? We can't back out. You already gave her the money.
I know. Get me my coat, Billy.
What?
I'm going with you and make sure you don't get into some kind of a mix-up.
Oh, but, Mom...
Now, don't argue with me. Just get me my coat like a good boy.
Who is it? Mike?
Yeah.
Just a minute, honey. Well, what are you two doing here?
You don't mind if we come in, dear. I trust we aren't interrupting anything important.
Why, no, I was just packing.
I thought you told me you'd left Mike.
Why, I did.
Sounded like you were expecting him when we knocked.
Well, you see, I was afraid he'd come back. You got the furs all right?
As a matter of fact, we didn't.
Oh?
The crates were all empty except for 2 on top.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. I went along with Billy and saw that he checked very careful. I always like to be certain that I'm getting my money's worth when I buy something, especially the way prices are these days.
Well, Mike must have already gotten rid of the furs.
That's what we decided, too.
Well, I didn't know. I'll be glad to give you back your $10,000.
Do you still have it, Peg?
Well, no, not here in the apartment, but I can get it.
From Mike.
What are you talking about?
It's probably just a coincidence, but we found $10,000 in Mike's pocket.
Mike's pocket? Where is he? What's happened to Mike?
He's dead, Peggy.
Dead?
We found him hiding in the warehouse office, and Billy... Well, you know Billy's never liked Mike. Now, Peggy, you mustn't carry on so. I think you better spend the next few days with us. It isn't right for you to be alone at a time like this.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's dramatic case from the official files of your FBI. If something should happen to you, your Social Security would be a help in providing for your family, but it would not be enough to keep them. Now, if you'd like to find out how to turn your Social Security into full security, then the experience of Mr. Benjamin Hall may be valuable. Meet Mr. Hall, a new member of the Equitable Society.
When I found out that my Social Security would pay my wife only about $25 a week, I got worried with prices what they are today. And she and the kids wouldn't be able to even make ends meet.
And how did you find freedom from this worry?
Well, I heard you describe a fact-finding chart on this program that would help me figure out just how much extra money my family would need to keep them well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed until the youngest got through high school.
That's the famous equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. It's free to all our listeners.
Well, I telephoned our local Equitable Society man, and he brought the fact-finding chart along with him. He showed me how easy it was to figure out how to turn my Social Security into full security under the Equitable Family Security Plan, and at very little additional cost. So I'd like to tell any family man who has Social Security this. If you want full security for your family, call up your own local Equitable man. You'll be glad that you did.
That's excellent advice. And you'll find your Equitable Society man a good man to do business with. He's a neighbor of yours, friendly, helpful, and he knows the answers. He'll help you get the most for your insurance dollar. Now, maybe your problem is owning your own home, or education for your children, or a comfortable living when you're over 60, or you want to turn your Social Security into full security. Call your local Equitable man and ask him first for your free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Consult your local telephone directory for his name. You'll find it in the yellow section under Equitable.
That's Equitable.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, Mama's Boy.
In the case you are hearing tonight, your FBI was confronted by a mother and son who were both involved in crimes which led inexorably to murder. Criminal family combinations are not uncommon to the FBI. Examples like the Barker family readily come to mind. But there is no sound evidence to prove that a tendency toward crime is the result of hereditary factors. Frequently, the professional criminal has a brother raised in the same environment, faced with the same obstacles to overcome, who matures into a respected, responsible citizen of his community. All criminals have a multitude of excuses and rationalizations to explain their lawlessness and to gain your sympathies. Few of them rarely, if ever, put the blame squarely where it belongs, on themselves. Tonight's FBI file continues early the next morning in the basement of the Walters residence.
Good morning, Peggy. I see you're awake. Did you have a good night's sleep?
How could I, tied up like this?
Well, we didn't get any rest either. Mom and I stayed up till morning talking. Well, it isn't good for her. Do you know she'll be 60 on her next birthday?
I couldn't care less.
You shouldn't feel like that, Peggy, after the way she's been worrying about you.
Oh, sure.
Well, she has, and she's decided that it's all right for me to let you go.
What?
Yes, I told her that we ought not to hold a grudge, and she agreed. Well, of course, you'll have to promise not to go to the police about Mike.
Oh, I won't, Billy. I swear I won't.
Don't get excited, Peggy. I'll take your word for it.
Well, go on. Untie me.
Well, there's one other thing first.
Oh?
The furs. We want to know what Mike did with them.
I don't know. He didn't tell me.
Oh. I see.
Honest, Billy?
Well, I'd like to believe you, Peg, but I'm afraid that Mom, she'll be awfully hard to convince.
You always have to do just what Mama says.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Peg.
Why do you think I married Mike instead of you? A woman wants a man, Billy. Someone she can look up to. I liked you once. A lot.
Oh, no, you didn't. Not really.
I'll prove it to you, Billy. Turn me loose. I'll find out where Mike hid the furs, and when I do, we can go away together, just the two of us, and we can...
Breakfast is ready, Billy.
Huh? Oh, I was just asking Peg about the furs.
Yes, I know.
And she says that Mike didn't tell her what he did with them.
Now, don't worry about that now, Billy. You go on upstairs and eat your eggs before they get cold.
But, Mother...
I'll stay here with Peggy. Maybe she'll feel more comfortable talking to another woman. We'll just have a nice little hen party while you're eating.
Yes, Mama.
Brian speaking.
It's Taylor, Mr. Bryant.
Oh, yes, Jim.
The police search is paid off. They found the Burgess truck in a warehouse on 11th Street.
Good.
Well, not too good, I'm afraid. The furs are gone except for a couple of cases.
Oh?
And the owner of the warehouse has been murdered.
Oh.
Yes, sir. He's a man named Mike Jorgen. Found his body in the warehouse office.
Jorgen.
There's quite a record, Mr. Bryant. Small-time racketeer, several arrests for burglary.
Oh?
One of the back windows have been left open. Apparently the killer or killers came in that way.
Was there more than one?
Well, we found some footprints just inside the window in a layer of dirt. Looks like they were left by a man and a woman. I'm having casts made now for the lab. Oh, Mr. Bryant, anything new on that driver?
I had a call from the hospital. They think he may recover consciousness in an hour or so.
Oh, fine. I'll ask the police to send a picture of Jorgen over for possible identification then.
You think he hijacked the truck?
So far, sir, that's my guess.
Any leads on why he was killed?
No, but it's just possible that somebody turned around and stole the furs from him. Of course, we can't be sure yet. Oh, I'm going to go over and have a talk with Jorgen's wife.
You can stop fiddling with those stamps now, Billy, and get the furs.
She knew where Mike hid them?
A vacant store, 213 Greendale Street. There's a back entrance. You can park our truck in the alley.
She lied to me again.
What did you expect? Well, you better hurry along.
All right, Mom.
And, Billy.
Yes?
I don't think you'll ever be interested in running off with Peggy again.
Is she?
Oh, no. She isn't dead. But I had a little trouble persuading her to tell me the truth. She isn't quite as nice looking as she was.
Mama.
I had to do it for your sake, son. She wouldn't be good for you. You need a mother to look after you.
Taylor, I've got some news for you.
Yes, Mr. Bryant?
You were right about Mike Jorgen. The Burgess driver positively identified his photograph. No question but that he was the hijacker.
I figured.
Did you ever talk with Jorgen's wife?
No, sir, she wasn't home.
Oh?
She lives in an apartment house on Elm Drive. Neighbors saw her leave last night with a young man and an elderly woman. She hasn't been back since.
Oh.
We got a search warrant for her apartment, turned up a rental receipt for a vacant store on Greendale Street, and Fred and I went right over.
Were the furs there?
No, apparently they had been, though. The fellow who runs the cleaning business next door told us that Jorgen had unloaded a lot of crates yesterday morning. Another man had just hauled the same crates away about an hour before we arrived.
Could you get a description of this other man?
Well, the cleaner was pretty vague, sir. We found some footprints, so I've had casts made for comparison with the prints that we found in Jorgen's warehouse.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. There's a little piece of cloth on a nail near the back door of the store, as though somebody had ripped their coat, and a newspaper clipping that may have fallen out at the same time.
Oh?
There didn't seem to be any fingerprints in the clipping, just smudges, but the item itself might lead us someplace.
What do you mean?
Well, it's about a stamp auction to be held next week.
Stamp auction?
That's right, sir, and
Excuse me, Mr. Bryant.
Oh, yes, Fred.
The list of Mike Jorgen's friends and enemies that you asked the police about just come in, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Fred.
They gave us all the personal details they have. Take a look at that third man, Billy Walters. He has a very interesting hobby.
Yeah. Here, Mr. Bryant, what do you think?
Is that you, Billy?
Yes, Mother.
Did you have any trouble?
Oh, no. Found the furs all right, just what Peg told you. Put them in the shed. What's the matter?
Your jacket's torn.
Huh?
There, in the pocket.
Oh, I must have done it on one of the crates.
Huh. Looks like part of the cloth is gone. Well, I'll just have to put on a patch. You're so careless with your things, Billy.
Sorry, Mother. How's Peg?
Same, I guess.
Are we going to let her go now?
How can we, Billy?
Well, you did promise.
Believe me, son, if I thought we could trust her, I'd be the first one to say turn her loose. Under the circumstances,
She wouldn't
though.
make any trouble for us. She wouldn't dare.
Billy, why are you always taking her side? She isn't the sort of girl for you. I've told you that time and time again.
Yes, Mom, you have.
Of course, if you think more of her than you do of me, if you want to risk both our lives and let her make a fool of you again.
Okay. When do I have to take care of her?
As soon as possible, I should think. But you don't have to do it yourself, Billy.
What's the matter?
Shh. Thought I heard somebody out in the back. Listen.
Yeah.
Be careful, Billy.
Who are you? What are you doing out there?
Just having a look at the furs in your shed.
What?
We're special agents of the FBI, Billy. Want to have a little talk with you and your mother.
Emma Walters and her son Billy were turned over to state authorities and were found guilty of the murder of Mike Jorgen. Both received life terms in a state penitentiary. Mike Jorgen's wife, Peggy, was sentenced to 3 years in a federal reformatory for women for her part in the disposal of the goods stolen from interstate shipment. In tonight's file, you heard how a hijacking led in turn to assault, murder, another hijacking, and kidnapping. Only the swift action of your FBI prevented a second murder. FBI records show that many crimes are similarly interrelated, and because of this interrelationship, the solution of a comparatively minor offense often simultaneously solves other more serious offenses. This is one good reason why your FBI and all other law enforcement agencies are deeply concerned with every act of lawlessness, no matter how trivial it might seem on the surface. This is one reason why you, the average citizen, has a duty to report any evidence of crime that may come to your attention. To excuse or overlook an offense on the grounds that it seems unimportant may encourage the criminal to further more dangerous acts or enable him to hide more serious offenses already committed. Remember, your obligation never lies with the criminal. It always remains with your community, your state, and your country.
If you are interested in the future security of your family, the answer is no farther away than your phone. Call up your local Equitable Society representative. Ask him to send you the Equitable Fact-Finding Chart for fathers and mothers. It's free. There's no obligation. No matter what your life insurance problem may be, independence after 60, education for your children, or assured home ownership, your Equitable representative can help you plan wisely and economically. Just consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, kidnapping. It's titled, Pickup.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Burt. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tom Brown, Walter Catlett, Isabel Jewell, Jeanette Nolan, Paul Richards, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Pick up on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. How would you like to meet a man who could show you an easy way to provide for the future financial security of yourself and your family? Well, just pick up your telephone anytime and call your local Equitable Society representative. Giving you peace of mind is his business. Talking things over with this friendly, helpful neighbor won't cost you a penny. In about 14 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about him. He can help you, too, enjoy the many benefits of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, kidnapping. Its title, Pickup.
In the field of fiction, the recurrent theme of the perfect crime almost invariably concerns the act of murder. Yet in cold fact, the murderer is, among all criminals, the least likely to evade apprehension and arrest. Figures in the uniform crime reports compiled by your FBI show that in 1951, 94.9% of the murders committed in the United States were cleared within the same calendar year. Today and every day, law enforcement officers throughout America are proving the truth of the old adage that, though it has no tongue, yet murder will speak. Tonight's FBI file opens on a street corner in an eastern city. It is approximately 1 a.m. A cold, drenching rain has been falling intermittently for several hours. The two young women who stand beside a bus stop sign, peering down the almost deserted street, hold soggy newspapers over their heads in an effort to shield themselves from the elements.
Oh, here it comes again. Oh, isn't that bus ever going to come? Oh, this newspaper leaks like a sieve.
I'm sorry. I should have brought the umbrella.
You certainly should have.
Oh, I still think we should have let Bob Hershey drive us home.
Oh, Ellie, not me. Just one dance and he gets fresh.
Want to lift, girls?
Ignore him.
Well, come on. It's raining.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, you both look about half drowned. That's why I stopped. Well, how about it? You want that ride?
Oh, I guess not. Thanks, anyway.
Hey, look, this isn't a pickup. I mean, I don't usually do this.
Sure.
Well, have it your way.
Wait a minute, mister. Ellie, he looks all right. Besides, that bus is never going to come.
I don't know, Joanne.
Oh, Ellie, you can protect me. Okay, mister. You've got passengers.
This is the place, isn't it, Ellie?
That's right.
Okay.
Joanne, why don't you spend the night with me? We could go to work together in the morning.
Oh, all right.
Hey, wait a minute. I said door-to-door delivery.
Oh, thanks, Arthur.
I got to drive all the way to West Park. Anyhow, I want company.
Well, that's very nice.
Oh, come on, be a sport.
Coming, Joanne?
Yes, I think so.
Forget it, Ellie. She's going home.
Oh, Art, please.
I said I'd take you home now, didn't I? What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Joanne, Joanne!
While her friend Eleanor Haig watches, the man they know only as Art drives Joanne Gordon onto the approaches of a bridge which crosses a river into an adjoining state. Approximately 1/2 hour later, feeling some concern for the safety of her friend, Eleanor Haig attempts to contact her by telephone. There is no answer. The following morning, Joanne Gordon fails to report for work at her job. The next day, she is still missing from her desk, and the telephone at her apartment still does not answer. Finally, on the morning of the third day, Eleanor Haig goes to the police and makes out a missing persons report, stating that Joanne Gordon, age 28, born Davenport, Iowa, blonde, blue-eyed, single, has disappeared. 24 hours later, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor emerges from the elevator. He is met by Special Agent Richard Schwartz.
Jim.
Oh, hello, Dick.
That girl the SAC wanted us to interview.
Yeah?
She's waiting in the interrogation room.
Good. She the one the police sent over?
Yeah, that's right. Name's Eleanor Haig. Here's the file.
Thanks. Suspected kidnapping, huh?
Uh-huh. She saw the missing woman being taken across the state line, so the police referred it to us.
Oh, go ahead, Dick.
Thanks.
Miss Haig?
Yes?
Miss Haig, I'm Special Agent Taylor. This is Agent Schwartz.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Do you mind answering a few questions for us?
Oh, anything at all.
Fine. Now, your friend, Joanne Gordon, she wasn't in the custom of going off with strange men?
No.
And she's been missing for the last 4 days, is that right?
Yes.
At first, when she didn't come to work, I thought... Well, she'd been talking about taking a few days off to go visit her brother and sister-in-law in Florida.
Mm-hmm. You checked them?
Yesterday morning. They hadn't heard from her.
I see.
Now, this car that picked you up, Miss Haig, you didn't get the license number?
I'm afraid not. It was raining, you know.
Would you recognize the car again, do you think?
I might. It was a black coupe with red seat covers.
Mm. What about the driver? A man who, called himself Art.
I don't know. He was 30 or 35, but he looked younger. Sandy hair, real short cut. You know, a butch.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to find Joanne, aren't you, Mr. Taylor? You're going to be able to find her.
An all-points bulletin is issued containing the most detailed available descriptions of the missing woman, her supposed abductor, and the coupe in which she was last seen. During the following 4 days, reports are received from persons in 5 eastern seaboard states, each claiming to have seen Joanne Gordon and a man called Art. Each story is carefully checked. Each proves a case of mistaken identity.
Dick, I'm waiting for a report on the soil content from Eleanor Haig's shoes.
Oh, you think she might have picked up some debris from the car floor?
Might.
She just called, Jim.
She what?
She's had a letter from Joanne Gordon.
Legitimate?
Well, she's not sure. She thinks so. It's typed. Has a few mistakes a professional stenographer might not make, but it sounds like her friend was pretty excited.
Oh. What's it say?
That she's with Art, that they've gone to Shore City, that they're planning to get married.
New Jersey postmark?
No, Baltimore. Letter says she was mailing it on the way.
What about the signature?
Well, that was typed, too. Well, the Haig girl says that's not too unusual.
Maybe it's all been a wild goose chase, Dick.
Yeah, it could be. We'd better run it through the lab for fingerprint and typewriter identification just in case.
Excuse me. Agent Taylor. What? Black coupe. Yeah. What about the upholstery? That's right, red seat covers. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yes, thanks. It'll help.
That our car?
Sounds like it. Midvale Police reports a black coupe abandoned on a side street. Been there over a week.
Steering wheel, dash, and door handles have been wiped clean.
Sounds suspicious.
Police have that license report for you yet?
Yeah. Car's registered to the Wellington Tire and Rubber Company.
That adds up.
Oh?
I found a blank salesman order book in the glove compartment.
Company car, huh?
I guess so.
You turn up anything else?
Some cigarettes in the ash receiver. Lipstick marks on about half of them.
Well, check them against the missing woman's brand.
Sure. I also found this piece of paper. Looks like it's torn from a letter.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "Therefore, we will be glad to hold your reservation for the week of the 4th. Thank you for your patronage, and we trust that you will be pleased with your stay here. Yours very truly, the Sands Hotel, by J.D. Evans, assistant manager."
Sands Hotel, huh?
Yeah. There's one in Shore City.
That's right.
I'll put through a call after I talk to the laboratory.
All right. I'll see what I can turn up at the Wellington Tire and Rubber Company.
Yes, Mr. Taylor. That automobile is most certainly one of ours. Matter of fact, I was discussing it with our transportation director just this morning.
Oh?
We were considering reporting its disappearance.
Well, why didn't you, Mr. Wellington?
Well, Arthur Foster, the salesman assigned to it, has been one of our most trusted employees. We wanted to give him every opportunity to straighten it out.
You say had been?
Yes. He came in here, I guess about a week ago, I think it was, collected commissions due, and handed in his resignation.
Did he give any reason?
Said it was his doctor's orders. Nerves were shot. Had to take a long rest.
He didn't say where he was going, did he?
No, he didn't.
And the car, sir?
Well, we waited a day or two expecting it to come in, and then I called his wife.
And?
Well, she seemed to think he was still on the road.
Well, have you talked to her since?
No.
Well, do you know his address?
Lives somewhere out in the suburbs. Nice little house. Controller will be able to give you the address.
All right, fine. Thank you, sir. Oh, there's one more thing.
Yes?
When Foster was last in, you wouldn't know if he used a typewriter.
Yes. As a matter of fact, he did. Said he had a couple of letters to get out, and I told him to use the machine in the salesman's office. First door, right down at the end of the hall.
I just talked to that assistant manager at the Sands Hotel at Shore City, Jim.
And
Arthur Foster had a reservation, all right, but he never kept it.
Uh-huh.
You get a lab report on that typewriter sample?
Yeah, it checks with the letter that Eleanor Haig got. Character spaced even, light stroke. Lab says there are indications the letter was written by an inexperienced typist.
Well, that rules out Joanne Gordon.
Now, the letters are phony.
Foster's her man, all right. The lipstick on those cigarettes checked, too. Same brand the missing woman always used.
Well, now all I have to do is find him. And her.
What about his wife?
Nobody home. I'm going up there again this afternoon. Excuse me. Agent Taylor. What? Yeah. No, we're expecting that. Yeah. All right, thanks very much. We're only missing one now, Dick. They found Joanne Gordon. She's been choked to death.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. How much money do you think your family would need to keep them in comfort if something happened to you? There's an easy way to find out, a way that will show you how to turn your Social Security into full security. Now, one of our Equitable Society members would like to tell you how he did just that. Mr. Herbert Niles.
Well, I've got Social Security, but I found out not so long ago that would give my wife and children only $107 a month. Now, I'd like to know how any family could live on that at today's prices.
Not very many. So what happened?
Well, my wife and I heard you describe a chart on this program that sounded like the answer.
That's the famous Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. It's free to everyone. Did it help you, Mr. Niles?
You bet it did. I called up our local Equitable man right away. The chart in less than 10 minutes helped us figure out just how much extra money would be needed to keep my wife and youngsters well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed until the youngest was through high school.
Then what did you do?
Well, when I found out that with a little extra money, I could turn my Social Security into full security, I became a member of the Equitable Society. That Equitable Family Security Plan is just what every family man needs. Anybody who has Social Security and wants to turn it into full security for his family ought to call up his local Equitable man right away.
That's good advice. If you want to turn your Social Security into full security, call your local Equitable representative. First, ask him for your free copy of the Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. You'll find him very helpful in solving your family security problem. He's a specialist in insurance. He's a solid citizen in your community, and you'll find him friendly and helpful. Consult the yellow pages of your local telephone directory for his phone number. You'll find his name listed under Equitable.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, Pickup.
The investigation of a crime commonly passes through several phases, among which perhaps the most important is that of identification. Frequently, as in tonight's case, identification may depend on a grain of soil, a scrap of fabric, a bit of hair, a smear of blood or food or cosmetic, the imprint of a rubber heel, a typewriter key, an automobile tire. In the hands of the trained scientist in the FBI laboratory, these often microscopic indications of a criminal's passing form his clear signature, sometimes on his own death warrant. Tonight's FBI file continues at the city morgue. Special agents Jim Taylor and Richard Schwartz pause before the slab which contains the body of Joanne Gordon.
This is it, Jim.
Oh, I called Eleanor Haig. She said she'd meet us here.
Uh-huh. How'd you take it?
Not too bad. I guess she was really expecting it.
Coroner's report in yet?
Yeah. She was strangled, all right. Died almost instantly.
Nice guy. clean cut.
Hold it, Dick.
Mr. Taylor, is this absolutely necessary? I mean...
I'm sorry, Miss Haig, but I'm afraid we need a definite identification.
Definite? Then there's a chance that this isn't Joanne?
There's a chance, yes. All right, Dick. Well, Miss Haig.
Yes. Yes, that's Joanne.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
That bracelet. She's still wearing it. A boyfriend sent it to her from Arizona. He called it a good luck bracelet. Turquoise and silver, see? For good luck. Take me out of here! Take me out! Take me out! Yes?
Mrs. Foster?
Yes?
I'm Special Agent Taylor, the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You may come in.
Thank you.
Sit down if you wish.
Thanks. Now, your husband is Arthur Foster?
That's right.
He's not here.
My husband's a traveling salesman, Mr. Taylor. He's on the road.
I see. Would you mind answering a few questions about him?
Why? What's he done?
Mrs. Foster, you may have read in the newspapers about the death of a Joanne Gordon.
Joanne Gordon. Yes, I've read about her. You mean you think my husband...
I'm afraid it looks that way, Mrs. Foster.
Well, that's ridiculous. That's perfectly ridiculous.
Well, I know how you feel, but there are several facts that, well, need to be cleared up.
For instance?
Your husband did drive a black coupe, didn't he?
Belonged to the company, yes. He's using it now.
No, I'm afraid not. As a matter of fact, he's not working for the Wellington Company anymore.
I don't believe it.
Well, you can check that if you like.
Art's a good husband. He's reliable. We have a family, Mr. Taylor. 2 daughters. He's a good father.
When did you see your husband last, Mrs. Foster?
Week ago Friday.
Well, that was the night the girl disappeared. What time did he get here?
Late. Quite late. He'd been on the road.
I see. And he left the next day?
Yes, in the morning. Mm-hmm. We'd planned to go to Shore City for a few days, but he said it would have to be postponed. Something about work.
And since then?
I told you, he's on the road.
No, Mrs. Foster.
I don't know what you're up to, Mr. Taylor, but I'm not going to let Art be persecuted like this.
Persecuted?
Just because that crazy doctor at the sanitarium said that...
He was in a sanitarium, huh?
I don't have to answer your questions. Do I, Mr. Taylor?
No. No, ma'am, you don't, but we want to find your husband, Mrs. Foster. We want to talk to him. Whether he's innocent or guilty, we want to find him.
He's innocent.
If he is, I give you my word that we'll do everything possible to clear him just as quickly as it can be done. If he's guilty, he should...
You've already made up your mind to it, haven't you?
I work with facts, Mrs. Foster, not opinions. You said you have a daughter.
2 of them.
Well, whoever did this thing is still at large. We want to catch him.
Get out!
Very well.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll answer your questions.
Dick, how'd you make out at the sanitarium?
I talked to the head psychiatrist, Jim. He remembers Arthur Foster, all right.
No?
He was in for observation, attempted suicide. It was only a preliminary study, but it seems there were some definite indications of mental aberration. His wife had him released before they could go any further.
Any homicidal tendencies?
Well, the doctor said that often goes along with a suicide try, especially by violent means.
Yeah.
Are you working up a report on the case?
Oh, no, not yet. This is just kind of a master sheet on Arthur Foster. It contains everything we know about him to date.
Show anything useful?
Not much, I'm afraid. He's a normal American guy on the surface. A couple of years of college, played football. He liked fishing, photography. He used to work summers as a guide at some fishing resort down the bay.
Boat's a pretty good place for a guy to hide.
Yeah, it's that. I'll contact the Coast Guard. I'll make a small craft check.
What about the wanted circulars? They ready?
Coming off the presses now.
The net around Arthur Foster is made of fine mesh. Circulars containing pictures and a full description are distributed to police departments, county and state law enforcement agencies, and service organizations in 18 states. Coast Guard and customs officials are alerted to be on the watch for the wanted man, as are ticket agents for all forms of interstate transportation. Foster's home, his former place of employment, and all of his known haunts are put under 24-hour surveillance. A week passes, and another, and Arthur Foster has not been taken into custody. On Thursday of the third week, nearly a month after Joanne Gordon and Eleanor Haig had accepted a ride in the rain from a stranger, a message is received at the local field office from the sheriff at Wilbur Cove. A man answering the description of the fugitive has been seen in the vicinity and is believed to have taken possession of a deserted fishing shack located several miles up the beach. Special Agent Jim Taylor hurries to Wilbur Cove to investigate.
There it is down there, Mr. Taylor. The tar paper shack by the tidelands.
Okay. How many men have you got, Sheriff?
5 deputies staked out in those dunes.
They armed?
Yep, rifles.
All right, tell them to cover me.
You mean you're going down there alone?
That's right.
Ain't you figuring on shooting it out with him?
Not if I can help it. Foster! Are you in there, Foster? This is an agent of the FBI, Foster. Open up. Are you Arthur Foster?
That's right. Come on in. I was afraid you'd never get here. I killed her, didn't I?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to.
You want to talk about it?
I guess so.
You left Eleanor Haig off in front of her apartment. Then what?
Me and the other girl, Joanne, we stopped over the bridge. Had something to eat. Then we drove around for a while, parked on a side street. I started to kiss her, and I don't know what came over me. It was like a light. Right behind my eyes. It hurt. Seemed like it just lasted a couple of seconds. I got strong hands, see, but I didn't know it could happen, not that quick. I didn't know you could in only a couple of seconds.
Well, then you knew she was dead.
Not right away. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe she'd fainted. I kept trying to bring her out of it, and then I knew.
And after that?
Drove around for a while. Then I went home.
Body still in the car?
Yeah. All night. The garage. Next day I started out. I figured I'd drive to the bay, and I got scared, and I dumped her. Well, I guess you know the rest.
Yeah, most of it.
There's just one thing that I don't get.
Yeah?
What happened to me? I was just an ordinary guy. Sure, I chased around a little, but I'm no killer. What happened? Why did I do it? Why? Why?
Arthur Foster was turned over to state authorities for prosecutive action on the murder charge. Following psychiatric examination, he was pronounced of unsound mind and was committed to an institution for the criminally insane. Since the Second World War, crimes such as the one dramatized tonight, crimes of violence, crimes against the person, have shown an alarming rate of increase. To this problem, law enforcement alone is not the answer. No swift solution and quick arrest can bring a dead girl back to life. No conviction or execution can restore laughter to a shattered childhood. Your FBI urges you to exercise caution when dealing with strangers, to report suspicious persons to the police, to cooperate with your local authorities in order to speed the day when the streets of America will be paths of light on which you and your children may walk without fear.
There's one thing I wish you'd keep in mind. You don't have to be rich to provide future financial security for yourself and your family. And there's a man who can prove it to you. Get acquainted with your local Equitable Society representative. He'll be glad to bring you free and without obligation Equitable's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. He'll be glad to analyze your problem and present a plan that serves your best interests. No matter what your life insurance problem, home ownership, your children's education, independence when you quit work for good, he knows the answers. Just consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. You'll find it in the yellow pages listed under Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, Snow Screen.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Robert Yale Libet. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Irene Anders, Michael Ann Barrett, Sally Cassell, Walter Catlett, Tony Hughes, Bill Johnstone, and James McCallion. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Snow Screen, on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representatives in your community. I think you'll agree with me that there's nothing sadder than people over 60 who are utterly dependent on their children or relatives. Get acquainted with a man who can show you how you can enjoy carefree independence in your 60s. He's a neighbor of yours, your local Equitable Society representative, and you like doing business with him. In about 14 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about this friendly, helpful neighbor of yours and how he can help you to take advantage of membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, bank robbery. Its title, Snow Screen.
In the fiction of crime, from the days of Poe and Victor Hugo to the era of the comic book and the pulp magazine, the conflict between lawbreaker and law enforcer has usually been depicted as an individual battle, a duel of wits and skill, with the arch criminal pitted against the relentless lawman. Since the inception of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, however, the facts have been less romantic, more successful. The records of your FBI show that seldom, if ever, is apprehending a criminal a one-man job, although each case is assigned to a single agent in a single office. Many men cooperate in its solution. Scientists, technicians, local and state peace officers, members of other federal agencies, and as many other special agents as may be needed. Any or all of these may work on a single case. Even as in the case you are about to hear, in the most remote areas of its jurisdiction, the full striking force of your FBI is available to be used as needed. As in all wars, in the ceaseless battle against crime, the odds are with the big battalions, and the odds are on our side. Tonight's FBI file opens on a lonely homestead in one of the territorial possessions of the United States. It has been snowing for several days, and the drifts are piled high against the snug wooden cabin in front of which a young girl is unharnessing a dog team.
All right, fellas. Go on in. Go on. Get warm. Go on. I'm home, Pa. Where are you?
By the fire. What there is left of it.
I'm sorry, Pa.
What took you so long?
Oh, I couldn't cut just any old scrub pine. This tree's a Christmas tree. It's special.
Oh.
I got a fine one, too. I got a beauty. You just wait and see.
Fire's dying out, Betsy. How many times do I have to tell you?
Oh, sure, Pa, sure. You don't mind about the tree, Pa? I thought it'd be nice for us to have a real Christmas. Just the two of us. It'd be like it was when Ma was alive and, well, like it used to be.
Go on. Why don't you say it? Like it was when I was a man, when I had my legs, when I wasn't a cripple.
You know that's not it. I'll start supper.
I ain't hungry.
You will be when I fix it.
What's the matter with him? You sure you unharnessed him right?
Yeah.
Well, go see what's wrong.
All right, Pa.
Shut that door. You want to blow out the fire?
What is it, mister? What happened?
My sled went through the ice.
Oh. Come on. You better get inside. Oh, you're too big for me to carry. Look, can you walk some? If you lean on me?
I can try.
Yeah, come on. All right, easy. Almost there. Come on. Easy. Come on.
Well, what was the matter with him?
It's a fella, Pa. Stranger.
What's he after?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Now, don't hold with taking these strangers, Betsy. You know that.
Well, he's hurt, Pa. I think he's hurt bad. Here. Now, you lie down.
Betsy.
Here now. Now, you take it easy, mister. You're going to be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, just fine and dandy.
The next morning at FBI Field Headquarters in the Territorial Capital, Special Agent Jim Taylor reports to Supervisor Andrew Wagner.
Good morning, Taylor.
Morning, sir.
Here's your transportation back to Seattle. My secretary stopped at the airport on her way in.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mr. Wagner.
You're all cleaned up on that security check?
All I can do up here anyway. Well, my next stop's Portland, Oregon, then home for Christmas. Oh, Mr. Wagner, when do I take off?
Well, I'm afraid that part's not so good. Oh? Seems the whole territory's weather-bound. Not likely to be any planes out for 3 or 4 days.
That's fine. Well, I guess I get a white Christmas whether I like it or not.
Jim, I hate to take advantage of your predicament, but as long as you're stuck up here, we could use some help up in the Thorndike area.
No, what is it, sir?
Somebody blew the vault in the Thorndike National Bank yesterday.
Is there anybody on it?
Brad Stanford's our resident agent. He's been working with the United States Marshal's office.
Any leads?
Looks like it was pulled by a young prospector named Dave Adams. Seems he used a dog sled for his getaway, headed for the backcountry. In this weather, he may be pretty tough to find.
When do I leave, sir?
Say, that's quite a tree.
You feeling better?
Feeling great, thanks to you.
Forget it. Anybody'd have done the same.
I'm not so sure your pa would have.
Oh, don't mind Pa. It's just that he's... Well,
I know.
Look, hold the ladder, will you? So I can put on the star?
Sure.
There. How's that?
It's fine. That's a real cute music box.
My ma brought it all the way from Arkansas.
Well, what do you know? Here, I'll help you down.
Thanks. You new up here?
I'm new.
How come you lost your rig?
I'm doing some prospecting up the valley. Went into Thorndike for supplies. Coming back, the way the snow was falling, I couldn't tell the trail from the stream.
You're lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Betsy, that stranger in there with you?
Yeah, Pa, he's here.
Tell him to be getting on his way.
No, Pa.
It ain't fitting to have him hanging around.
But, Pa...
You tell him, you hear?
I hear you.
I guess it's time for me to say thanks. And goodbye.
No.
Huh?
You ain't strong enough to go yet. Besides, it looks like maybe we'll be snowed in.
Would you mind if I stayed?
No. I'd like it.
Jim Taylor. Oh, hi, Brad. Yeah, just on my way over to your office.
Mr. Wagner phoned you'd be up.
Well, I'd have been here sooner, but I waited for the teletype on your suspect to come in.
Oh, good. Did it show anything?
Oh, here, I'll read it to you. David Adams is his real name. Home of Seattle, age 23, couple of years of college. He majored in metallurgical engineering.
You got a record?
18 months in state prison.
Robbery?
No, auto theft. Seems a bunch of kids got drunk after a football game, heisted a car, and cracked it up. Adams was driving. Model prisoner, recommended for parole, passed the board, reported in regularly. Had parole board's permission to move to Alaska.
Well, there's nothing against him up here either until this.
Brad's identification pretty positive?
Circumstantial, but it adds up. He had a fight with the bank manager over a loan, threatened to get even. Several witnesses saw him shortly after the crime carrying a heavy gunny sack, and when the robbery was reported, he became a fugitive.
Sounds like our man, all right. Any word on him?
No, not so far. I've got the party searching the back country.
What about his home base?
He had a camp in Three Smokes Valley. We'd established surveillance.
Good enough. Well, Brad, where do I start?
Well, I'm headed over to the bank to recheck the vault. Why don't you drop your gear at the hotel and meet me there?
Better let me do that, Betsy. That pump's pretty stiff.
It's most frozen solid.
You shouldn't be doing this kind of stuff, Betsy.
I manage.
Do you?
It ain't so bad in the summertime.
A place like this needs a man to run it. There.
Paul runs it.
I didn't mean that. I meant, well, do the chores. Cut the wood, clear the land. You know.
Well, like a hired man?
Well, yeah, sort of. Here you are.
Well, who'd come work way out here?
I would.
You're kidding.
No?
Why? Well, why would you?
Lots of reasons.
Pa wouldn't hear of it.
How about you?
I don't count.
Seems to me you ought to. Seems to me you do all the work.
Maybe.
Betsy?
Yeah? No, wait. Please. No. Please. Don't do that. Not ever again.
Didn't you want me to?
Sure. Sure I did, but...
But what?
Come on. Before we freeze to death.
Do I stay?
I'll think about it. Come on.
Sorry I'm late, Jim.
Oh, hello, Brad. You've given the place once, or...
Did you find anything?
Oh, not much. You know, it's a pretty neat job of vault cracking for an amateur.
Yeah. Adams might have done some extracurricular studying in prison.
It's possible.
He was an engineering student, remember?
Mm-hmm. They use stick dynamite, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Most prospectors keep it handy.
What's this in the hinge here, Brad? Scrap of green paper.
Huh? Oh, it must be part of the explosive racker.
Yeah.
Yeah, heavy grade, wax, light green in color. I'll have it checked for brand identification.
All right.
Oh, a couple of reports came in.
On our fugitive?
Maybe. Fellow on the edge of town sighted some half-frozen dogs dragging torn harness straps. One of the snowplow operators reported a jagged hole in the South Fork of Little Frenchman Creek, about 12 miles north of town. Hole the size a sled would make going through the ice.
And you think it's Adams?
Oh, pretty sure.
They found the sled?
No, not yet. There's a party up fishing for it now.
Hi.
Hi.
I just been checking the dogs. They're bedded down for the night.
You ain't been hired yet.
Am I gonna be?
So, just a stranger, huh? Just a poor boy needing help, huh?
Pa, what's the matter?
Fine friend you picked, Betsy.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm a-talking about him. Nice friend for you. Fellow that robbed the Thorndike National Bank.
Pa, you're crazy.
Heard all about it on the radio just now. Had a description of the bandit. His description. Said he was a criminal, an ex-convict.
Oh, no, Pa, he can't be. I don't believe it.
Fellow there hunting had a gunny sack. Figure he carried the loot in it. Why don't you look in his gunny sack, Betsy?
All right, Pa. If it'll make
Betsy, wait. It's true.
What?
I'm the one they're looking for.
And all that you told me?
That was true, too. I'm the man they're hunting, but I didn't rob the bank.
Oh.
I don't expect you to believe me. That's just it. I don't expect anybody to believe me.
Get him out of here, Betsy, before he kills us in our sleep.
No, Pa.
What? Are you crazy?
Maybe.
Betsy, I order you...
Pa, he's staying here. He's staying for as long as he wants to.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, do you want to be dependent when you're 60, or would you rather lead a comfortable, independent life? Mr. Andrew Marble had that choice to make, and he solved it with membership in the Equitable Society. Is that right, Mr. Marble?
Yes, indeed. You see, I'm old enough to know that I'm not going to make a fortune unless I strike oil in my front yard. Oh, I do all right, but with the high cost of living, it's tough to put aside much for a rainy day. So my wife and I began worrying about our old age. Well, that's when I called up our local Equitable Society man. You see, I heard you talking about a very interesting retirement plan on this program.
And that's called the Equitable Independent 60s Plan.
That's right. Well, he explained how the Independent 60s Plan would pay me a nice fat check every week when I retired. how we could live where we wanted and come and go as we pleased, and how my wife could enjoy all these good things immediately if something happened to me and with no further payments. Well, I couldn't resist it when I saw how little it cost. And now when the boys at the shop start talking about the future, I tell them to call up my friend, the Equitable Society representative.
That's very good advice. If you want to live a carefree, independent life after 60 or 65, call up your local Equitable Society representative. Ask him about the Equitable Independent 60s plan. You'll find him a good man to do business with. He's a trained man who will show you how to get the most from your insurance dollars. So, whatever your insurance problem, future security for your family, education for your children, ownership of your own home free and clear, consult your local Equitable representative.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, Snow Screen.
Crime is every man's business. The thief who steals a car in Peoria, or holds up a bank in Honolulu, or embezzles a widow in Pasadena, robs you. For it is you, the public, who foot the bills of crime. Increased taxes to pay the cost of law enforcement, prosecution, tribunal, and penitentiary. Increased insurance premiums to make up for the toll of theft and vandalism. Decreased value in your money due to portions of the national wealth being diverted from the normal channels of legitimate commerce. Thus, even when operating as in tonight's case, many thousands of miles from your home city, the FBI is serving you. For no matter whether a crime is committed in continental or territorial United States, no matter who perpetrates it, who suffers from it, you are its indirect victim. Tonight's FBI file continues beside a jagged hole in a frozen creek some 12 miles north of Thorndyke.
Haul away. That's it. Easy now. Here she comes. You want to take a look, Mr. Stanford?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's young Adam Sled, all right.
You sure, Monroe?
Yeah. Bought in my store. Remember distinctly. Back in September, maybe October.
I wonder why he ran the stream.
Well, either he didn't know much about handling a dog team, or he was trying to throw us off the trail.
Do you fellas find any other sign of him?
No, we were lucky to pick up the sled.
Yeah. If he's under there, the body may not come up until spring.
Brad, I don't think he's under there.
Well, how do you figure, Jim?
Come here. Take a look at the edge of the crack. See the stains at the rim of the hole?
Yeah. Looks like blood.
Uh-huh. It's frozen over, and those small cracks are all around. They could be finger holes.
Makes sense.
Well, they couldn't have gotten very far on foot in that storm.
Too bad the snow covered the trail.
Where would he go, Brad?
Well, he'd have to find some kind of shelter. He'd freeze to death.
Many houses in this area?
Yeah, about a dozen. 14 small homesteads. Pretty well spread out.
You checked them yet, Brad?
No, not yet.
All right, let's divide them up and go pay our Christmas calls early.
Is he asleep?
Yeah,
You think he'll call the police?
there's no phone.
That's one break.
What are you going to do, Dave?
I don't know.
You could turn yourself in.
No.
But if you're innocent...
Who's going to believe me? I'm an ex-convict.
But you didn't rob the bank, Dave.
I could have. That'll be all they'll need. They know that I've
Wait.
got a...
Someone coming. Quick, into my bedroom. Stay there. Go on. Yeah?
Are you Miss Wells?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI, Miss Wells. Here's my credentials.
Oh. Oh, I see. Well, come on in.
Thanks. Miss Wells, is your father in?
Well, he's sleeping.
Oh. Well, I don't want to alarm you, Miss Wells, but... Well, you may already know the FBI is hunting for the man who's been identified as the one who robbed the bank at Thorndyke.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, well, we have reason to believe that he's somewhere in this area.
Huh?
Oh, I assure you, there's nothing to worry about. You haven't noticed any prowlers, have you, or seen anyone suspicious?
Well, no. No, I haven't.
What about your outbuildings, the sheds and the barn?
Oh, we don't keep stock over the winter, but the dogs, they'd have known.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you don't mind, Miss Wells, I think I'll take a look around back there. Just to make us both feel better.
Yeah.
Anything come in, Brad?
Just the report on that dynamite wrapper.
Oh, you got it there?
Yeah, let's see. It's off a stick of Northern Chemicals Thunderpack Type 3. It's a new product. Just been one shipment into Thorndike. Arrived 2 weeks ago.
You check sales on it?
No, not yet. I'll get the local boys on it later in the day.
Brad, would Adams have access to that stuff?
Why, it's possible, but he wouldn't be likely to need to replenish his explosive stock. His claim's not working.
Yeah. You think we could be after the wrong man?
Well, could be. I'd still like to hear Adam's story. Did you check every resident on your list?
All except Matthew Wells. His daughter said he was sleeping.
Well, she runs the place anyway. Has ever since Matt was crippled.
Crippled?
Mm-hmm. Threshing accident. Made him a complete invalid.
Brad, are you sure?
Oh, sure. He hasn't been out of a wheelchair for more than 2 years.
Well, who else lives with him now?
Nobody, as far as I know.
Come on, Brad, let's go.
Oh, where?
Back to the Wells place.
Yeah.
Morning, Miss Wells. Excuse me.
You.
You're Dave Adams.
Yeah.
I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI, Adams. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I thought you said he'd gone.
Well, he had. I didn't tell him anything, Dave. I swear I
That's
didn't.
right, Adams. You told me.
Huh?
See, the ground froze last night. When I checked the outbuildings, I saw footprints between the pump and the house, a man's footprints. And later I found out that Miss Wells' father was an invalid.
All right, let's get it over with.
Dave, ain't you even going to say goodbye?
Betsy, just you forget I ever said hello.
Wind up the gramophone, Betsy. Oh, don't bother. I'll do it myself. Well, ain't you going to open up your present?
Yeah, sure. It's nice, Pa. It's real nice.
Prettiest dress in the catalog. Had to send all the way to Seattle for it.
I said I liked it, Pa.
You was the one wanting a real Christmas. You don't seem very merry to me.
No.
Why don't you forget him,
Don't,
Betsy?
Pa, please, don't. Dave!
Merry Christmas, Betsy.
Oh, darling. You shouldn't have come here. This'll be the first place they'll look.
It's all right, Miss Wells.
Huh? Mr. Taylor.
Adams is free, Miss Wells.
Well, then, he didn't.
No, he didn't. We found out that only 3 men had bought the kind of dynamite used to blow up in the vault.
And Dave wasn't one of them?
That's right. But a known bank robber was. Our resident agent in Nome picked him up boarding a plane for Japan, and the missing currency and securities were all in his possession.
Oh, Dave.
Betsy.
Well, I guess I'd better be getting back to town. Oh, Adams, if we need you, you'll be here?
Pa?
He'll be here.
Thanks, Pa. And, Mr. Taylor, I don't know how to tell you.
It's just our job, Miss Wells. Well, sometimes it's more pleasant than others.
Well, anyway, thanks and Merry Christmas.
The bank robber was convicted in federal court and sentenced to a term of 10 years in a federal penitentiary. Despite its apparent simplicity and speed of solution, statistics in the files of your FBI show that 32 members of law enforcement agencies were actively involved in the investigation of the case you have just heard, ranging from agents on the spot to laboratory experts more than 5,000 miles away. On Christmas, as on every other day, the men who enforce your laws stand ready to move against crime and violence, to seek out the guilty, to protect the innocent, to make secure your home, your family, your fireside. It is in behalf of each of these thousands of peace officers throughout the United States, its territories and possessions, that your FBI takes this opportunity to wish you a safe and Merry Christmas.
Now, if you want carefree independence, you don't have to be rich to get it. Right now, telephone your local Equitable Society representative. Ask him about the Equitable Independent 60s plan. No matter what your life insurance problem, Independent 60s, assured home ownership, education for your children, family financial security, he'll be glad to analyze your needs and present a plan that won't strain your budget. Just consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative. You'll find it listed in the yellow pages under Equitable, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Sunshine Syndicate.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Robert Ye Libet. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor is played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Walter Catlett, Sam Edwards, Georgia Ellis, James McCallion, Roland Winters, and Carlton Young. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, who again wish you and yours a very Merry Christmas. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Everybody, every family has problems, and it doesn't matter how much money you make. Your problem may be home ownership, or education for your children, or provision for accidents or sickness. Whatever it is, worrying won't help. But you can consult a neighbor of yours who may help you best of all. He is your local Equitable Society representative. He's friendly, helpful, and he knows the answers. In about 13 minutes, I want to tell you more about your Equitable Society representative and how he may help you, too, enjoy peace of mind through membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Escape. Its title, The 3-A-Day Fugitive.
In the 1951 fiscal year report made by Director J. Edgar Hoover, there was a summary reflecting the investigative accomplishments of your FBI during the year. One of the results showed that in a single year, your FBI had apprehended more than 6,000 fugitives, an average of well over 100 a week. Some of those fugitives were bad check artists. Some were auto thieves. And some, like the one in this evening's case, were killers. Tonight's FBI file opens in a western state. It is early evening. A mud-splattered sedan, driven by a bushy-haired man in a loud sports jacket, rumbles along a desolate stretch of highway. With him are two women.
Isn't this part of the country beautiful?
Yeah. Academy Award scenery.
I can't eat scenery.
You still hungry?
What do you think I've been doing back here, eating on notices?
I'll ad-lib a sandwich for you.
Well, that'll be your first ad-lib since we hit the road.
And far across the hills they went, in that new world which is the old. Tennyson wrote that.
Who?
Alfred Lord Tennyson. At the Institute, we had to memorize his poetry and recite it out loud. That's how we learned cadence.
Huh?
How to get a ripple in our voice when we read a line.
Oh, too bad you got a ripple with this broken-down material.
Oh, I enjoy working with you and Woody. As Professor Wilkins told me, this will give me a background in case I'm ever called upon to play a vaudeville actress in a drama.
Oh.
Hey, Lady Dracula, what's wrong with the material?
Well, the last time it got a laugh, it was used by a traveling troupe at Valley Forge.
The sailor bit is brand new. But I buy it, and what happens? The stagehands know it better.
I felt I had the proper perspective.
Let's run through it and throw it in the first show tomorrow.
Without warning anybody?
I'm on my hands and knees in the sailor suit. Now, Gloria, you come on stage left. Come on. Come on.
Oh. Sailor, what are you doing?
The Admiral told me to swab the deck.
But you're in Philadelphia.
Ruth, you've got the next line.
I know. I didn't forget it at the last show. I just didn't have the nerve to say it.
If we do it right, we'll get a laugh.
Okay, so I walk up to you and I say, Sailor, what are you looking for?
My wallet. I'll be court-martialed unless I find it.
Where did you misplace it?
Across the street.
Well, why don't you look over there?
There's more light here. Then you both get down on your knees with me while they're laughing.
We can't bend that fast.
Oh, no.
What's that?
Well, it's either the tire or a critic. Oh, what a great little spot for a flat.
Do we have a spare?
Yeah, but no jack.
Ad-lib one.
Dandy. Hey, those lights up ahead. That must be Crystal City.
Where are you going?
To find a gas station. Clever?
Woody, you don't have to walk all the way down there. Look at those big rocks.
What about them?
At the Institute, they taught us to improvise when the property man couldn't secure the correct articles.
Honey, get with it.
Well, if we roll the car up onto a rock, it would lift the wheel enough to allow us to change the tire.
Sorry, girl, that's not my line of work. You two wait here. I'll be right back with a jack, then we drive into town and hit the sack. That was written by Tennyson, too. Sam Tennyson.
Can I help you, sir?
I hope so, pal. My car's got a flat.
Where?
Down the road, and I got no jack. Can you mosey over and fix it?
Sorry, I can't leave the station.
Well, will you lend me a jack without a cosigner?
Yes, if you'll be sure to...
Sure to what?
Bring it back.
Oh, I'll drop it when I come past.
You'll have to sign a receipt.
Okay. Gee, must be half past lonesome working here.
Get 'em up.
What?
Don't move or I'll shoot.
Pal, if you don't want to lend me the jack, say so.
I almost didn't recognize you. Just stand there while I call the sheriff.
Meanwhile, at the FBI field office in a nearby large city, Special Agent Taylor approaches the desk of Agent in Charge Malden.
Taylor, were you in on the Frank Dudley arrest?
Dudley?
2 years ago. He's the hold-up man who used that woman as a shield and killed her when he got outside the bank.
Oh, yeah.
Bank robbery charges are still pending against him.
Yes, I know, Mr. Malden. I arrested him.
He'll have to try and do it again.
But he was given a life sentence.
I know. He was being brought in from the state prison to testify at a trial here. Oh. When the train was about 10 miles outside of Crystal City, he slugged the guard and escaped.
Well, when did this happen?
Tonight. Dudley got the guard's gun and an extra clip of ammunition, so don't take any chances.
All right, sir.
I think you know Sheriff Gardner at Crystal City.
Yeah, Lee and I have worked together quite a bit.
He had the local radio station broadcast an alarm, and his men are covering the area. But if Dudley gets up into those hills back of Crystal City, he'll be hard to flush out.
Oh, has anyone been in touch with the prison?
I've got a call in for them now. You might as well get started, though.
All right, sir.
If I get anything from the warden, I'll put it on the teletype.
Ruth, is there anything else I can do?
No, kid. I just got to tighten these lugs.
Oh, then you're finished?
Except for putting on the hubcap. You know, I knew we'd have this job done before Big Chief Leonard got back.
Oh, he's coming.
Where?
Down the road. See him?
Oh, for once his timing is perfect. He's back just in time to miss doing any work. Come on, let's get back in the car and ignore him. You know, it'd serve him right if we just drove off and left him standing.
Hold it.
Huh?
What is this?
Come on, get in the car. We'll take a little ride.
But we've got to wait here.
This gun says you don't. Come on, get moving.
Say, pal, what's with that sheriff?
He's coming now. There's his car.
Well, now we'll get this thing straightened out. Hey, by the way, pal, about that jack. I still got to get that flat fixed.
We can talk about that later.
Hello, Adams.
Hi, Sheriff.
Sheriff, tell him I'm not the guy you're looking for.
He's the one, isn't he, Sheriff?
Oh, I'm not sure.
What is this, a rib?
Well, he looks like that description you gave on the radio.
Well, yes and no.
I'm a comedian, not a crook. I can prove it. You came here down the side road?
That's right.
Well, it's my car you passed. The one with the two girls in it. They're part of my act. We were on our way to Crystal City. Now drive me back to the car and the girls will give you a rundown on me.
There's no car parked on that road.
Oh, now I know it's a rip.
An FBI man is on his way here now.
FBI?
I'll have to hold you till he arrives.
Mister, where are we taking you?
You'll find out.
Ruth, look. There's a policeman up there.
That's a roadblock. Now listen, and listen carefully. Just stay right in line. I'm going to lay down on the floor under these suitcases. When you get to the cop, just give him the right answers.
Why should we protect you?
Because I got this gun.
That policeman must have one, too.
Before he took me, I could get one of you, maybe the both of you. Okay, you.
What?
Just lean back and pile them suitcases on me.
Yes, sir.
All right.
There.
Yeah, that's good enough.
The policeman's waving us up.
Good evening. You see a man walking along the highway?
No, sir.
Where are you coming from?
Auburn. We're showgirls. We're opening tomorrow night in Crystal City.
Oh? Okay. Go ahead.
Now, make that right turn and head up into the hills.
Sheriff.
Hello, Taylor. May I have your man for you?
Oh, good. Where is he?
The next room.
Okay.
I don't know for sure whether it's Dudley or not. He answers the general description, but he claims he's some kind of actor.
Oh, thanks, Sheriff.
Hey, Sheriff, how long are you going to keep me here?
Is this the man?
Yep.
Well, Sheriff, he's not Frank Dudley.
Well, hallelujah. Give me 5, pal. I'm Woody Webster, the man that makes you laugh.
Hi.
On the chance you wasn't, Frank Dudley, I kept the roadblocks up.
Good.
Now, Sheriff, what about my car? Those dames will think I walked out on them.
Be with you in a minute, Webster.
Oh, I brought some pictures of Dudley for you, Sheriff. We ought to post these as soon as possible.
All right.
Sheriff.
In here, Tom.
I left Clark in charge at the block.
Deputy Ford, this is Agent Taylor.
Hello, Ford.
How do you do, sir?
Sheriff, I got to get back to those dames.
Webster, I told you that there was no car parked on the back road.
But I left it there.
Well, that back road's near the railroad tracks, isn't it?
Not too far.
Webster, when'd you leave your car?
Oh, about 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Well, that'd be a little while after Dudley jumped off the train. You know, it's entirely possible he came along after you started for the city and commandeered your car.
But those 2 girls in the car are my partners. We're supposed to open tomorrow.
Say, were those girls in a gray sedan?
That's the crate.
They went through the roadblock 15 minutes ago. Headed the other way.
Mister, how much further are we going?
Just past those big trees. There's a cabin. Just stop right in front.
What for?
I'm meeting someone there.
I hope we have enough gas to get back.
There's no car here. No lights on the inside either. Maybe his car's around on the other side. Let's pull up a little.
Enough?
That'll do. I guess he didn't make it. Shut off the motor.
Why?
Shut it off. Let's have them keys.
Here.
Now, come on, get out.
Where are we going?
We're going into the cabin and wait for my pal.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. If your problem is protection for yourself and your family, no matter what, then I'm sure you'll be interested in the experience of Mr. Willard Trigby, one of the 5 million members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Will you tell us, Mr. Trigby, what influenced you to join the Equitable?
Well, my wife and I were worried about how we could send our boy to college. And then one night we heard you describe an easy way to plan ahead for our son's education.
That's the Equitable Education Fund.
That's right. Our local Equitable representative explained how the education fund made it easy to provide for our boy's education while he was growing up.
That's spreading the cost of his education over 10 or 15 years instead of 4. Not only that, but if something happens to you, the fund becomes fully established and no more payments are necessary.
That's what I like about it. And another thing, Mr. Keating. Our Equitable representative is a man I like to do business with. He's genuinely friendly and very helpful, and he's certainly solved our problem.
That's an excellent description of an Equitable representative. You see, Equitable men are specialists. Providing protection is their business, and they know it from A to Z. They are not only specially trained, but they are backed up by a staff of experts in the Equitable Home Office, actuaries, technicians, and economists. So please bear this in mind. No matter what your insurance problem, it will pay you to get acquainted with your local Equitable man. He'll discuss your problem without any obligation. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable representative, or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The 3-A-Day Fugitive.
The wanton attack on the prison guard by the killer in tonight's case, and the subsequent taking of the female hostages, were typical of the seriousness of crimes committed in this country in the last year. According to the latest FBI Uniform Crime Report, more than 12,000 people met death at the hands of killers during 1951, and almost 150,000 people were feloniously assaulted. Including all categories, crime increased more than 5% over the previous year, which means your crime bill is up that much. For do not make the mistake of many people who feel impervious to the criminals in our midst. The girls in tonight's case felt that way too, until too late. Without warning, crime can strike anyone, including you. Tonight's FBI file continues a few minutes later at the office of Sheriff Gardner.
Sheriff, have you come up with my partners?
Not yet, Mr. Webster, but we sent out an alarm on your car. You can wait around if you like and see if we get any word.
Thanks.
Hi, Sheriff.
Aye. Heard from the prison yet?
Yeah. Dudley told one of his cellmates he was going to meet a pal at a cabin.
Where?
In the hills up behind here. That's all the location he mentioned.
Lots of cabins up there.
How many roads run off the main highway, Sheriff?
Quite a few. This green line's Route 33.
Oh.
Now, here's the intersection Webster's car went through.
Well, then if Dudley was with the girls, they might have gone up Oak Hill Road, Skyline Drive, or any one of these others.
We just don't have enough men to cover all of them.
Sheriff, I never did this kind of bit, but if I can help.
Excuse me, Webster. Sheriff Gardner.
A woman just called in about Webster's car.
From where?
Oak Hill Road. She saw it going up about 10 minutes ago.
Thanks, Tom. We'll get right on it.
Let us out. Let us out.
Take it easy, kid.
But he can't leave us locked in here.
That ain't in our contract.
Oh, how can you just stand here and not do anything?
Honey, at my age, you just save your strength for a spot where it might do some good.
Maybe if I yelled that one of us was sick, he'd open the door and we could hit him over the head.
That bit went out with mustache cups. The best thing that we can do is to just be quiet and not get him annoyed.
What's that?
Maybe it's his friend.
George, where you been? I got stopped at a roadblock.
Let's get on the Erie.
Where'd you get the outfit? Out of one of the suitcases in the car I came in. I made a couple of dames bring me here. Dames? What are they doing with that? Oh, how do I know?
He must have on one of Woody's costumes.
We better stay here till they pull down those roadblocks. We can't. Why not? The cops will be looking for those dames. I'm going east. How? By plane. Let's call the airport and find out when the next one is.
I can't hear them anymore.
Well, maybe they'll come back after they call the airport.
Hold it, Sheriff. There's a car.
Looks like Webster's.
Come on, let's move in. You ready?
Go ahead.
All right. No one in this room.
Thank you.
Are you both all right?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm County Sheriff.
Where's Dudley?
Who?
Look at this picture. Is this the man who locked you in there?
That's him.
Do you know where he went?
Well, somebody came here in a car after he heaved us in there.
How long ago?
Well, maybe half an hour.
Can you tell us anything about his friend?
No, we never saw him.
Well, the guy who brought us here was talking about some outfit he was wearing.
And he said something about an airport.
Sheriff, is there an airport in Crystal City?
No, but there's one at Lexington. That's 15 miles from here.
15 miles, huh? Well, they left about a half an hour ago. Well, maybe they haven't gotten there yet. Let's alert them. This is car 3. Can you hear me?
Come in, car 3.
Hello, Ford. Is Mr. Webster there?
Yeah, just a minute. Webster. Hello?
This is Agent Taylor, Mr. Webster. We found your partners.
Are they okay?
Yes, but your suitcase was broken into, and from what the girls heard, the escaped man stole an outfit of yours.
Which one?
They don't know. I'd like a list of what you had in your bag so we can check to see what's missing.
Well, I had the props for the banana nose bit, the paddle your own canoe, no touch of the balloons, eat a piece of pie, and saltwater taffy cut to fit the kisser.
Can you describe those a little more fully?
Well, in the banana nose bit, I come out and open with a slight laugh, you see.
Well, Mr. Webster, I mean, can you describe the things you had in the bag a little more fully?
Oh. Well, for the banana nose, I got a prop schnoz with a little electric light in it, a pair of baggy pants, a breakaway tuxedo, and a pair of shoes about 3 feet long.
Go on, please.
In the paddle your own canoe bit, I use a hot water bottle, a derby with a hole in the brim.
Pair of pants with patches on the knees.
Right.
And a hot water bottle.
Yeah.
Well, that's it.
Then there's a sailor suit missing.
Oh?
Yeah. And Dudley's about the same size as Webster.
And those clothes we found must be the ones he took from the guard on the train.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. But even a sailor's uniform wouldn't have done him any good at the airport. Nobody boarded the last flight at this stop.
Well, he must have had a definite reason for taking it.
Hey, maybe he decided to thumb his way, Figured the uniform would get him a quick lift.
Oh, well, I thought of that, Sheriff, but I think he's too smart for it. After all, he's in a car now, and he knows we've got no description on the car or the driver.
That's true.
He might fool a lot of people with that uniform. He was in the Navy during the war till he was dishonorably discharged.
Mm-hmm. You ever wear a uniform during a job?
No, that's not his pattern. My guess is he took this for transportation.
Well, they won't get through the roadblocks this time because every car is being checked inside and out.
Hold on, Sheriff. I just remembered something on that map of yours. Let's take another look at it. Not in the waiting room.
Not on that plane.
The girl at the counter told me she had a call asking when the next plane was taking off. If that was him calling, he may wait till the last minute, then make a run for it.
The man who called identify himself?
No, but you... Wait a minute, Sheriff. Somebody just coming out from behind that building.
Oh, a sailor.
Yeah. Heading for this gate.
Uh-huh.
It looks like Dudley.
He's big enough to be.
It's him. Hold it, Dudley.
Need a look out.
No, you don't. All right, Sheriff. Pick up his gun while I put the cuffs on him.
Webster, you're on next.
Okay. Hey, girls.
Yeah?
Girls.
How do we look?
Oh, swell,
Yeah?
swell. Look, I wrote a new opening joke for the restaurant bit. Let's throw it in this show.
How does it go?
Well, after you two sit down at the table, I bring you each a menu, just like we do now. Then, Gloria, you say, this is printed in French.
This is printed in French.
No.
This is printed in French. Oh, this is printed in French.
That's it. Then Ruth points to her menu and says, I'll have some of this. I do a double take and say, Madam, that happens to be what the orchestra is playing. Pretty good, eh?
If that gets a laugh, I'll carry you piggyback to the hotel.
Look, the FBI man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Taylor.
Hello, Mr. Webster. I'm glad I found you. Here, your sailor uniform's in this bag.
Thanks. Hey, that means you found the guy.
That's right. We arrested him a little while ago.
Isn't this exciting?
How'd you come up with him?
Well, the things you girls heard gave us the lead.
Huh?
You said you heard Dudley mention the airport and the fact that he was wearing an outfit of some kind?
Oh, then you found out about the outfit being the sailor suit. We're hep up to there.
Well, the first time the sheriff showed me a map of this particular area, I noticed a naval air station close by. Dudley must have known about it, too.
Oh, so that's why he glommed the uniform.
That's it. He wanted to hitch a ride on a Navy plane.
To where?
Well, any place, as long as it was far away. He did that during the war, but we arrested him when the plane landed. This time, he never got off the ground.
Frank Dudley was returned to state authorities to serve the life sentence previously imposed upon him. After the capture of Frank Dudley at the Navy airport, a slip of paper was found in his pocket bearing the name of a man with whom he had once been arrested. That man was located, and when arrested, the FBI laboratory found that the tires on his car matched the tire tracks found in front of the cabin. After seeing the laboratory report, he confessed and received a prison sentence for conspiring to aid a federal fugitive. In tonight's case, You heard how a special agent of your FBI, in cooperation with a local law enforcement agency, was able to free a trio of innocent people taken hostage, and also to prevent a killer from making good his escape. Because he was armed, and because he was a known killer, there is a chance Frank Dudley would have added to his list of victims had he been successful in remaining free. Of course, no one will ever know who that potential victim would have been, or where he lived, or when the killing would have taken place. One thing, however, is certain. Wherever you are, you're safer because this homicidal maniac is again behind prison bars. Safer because of the efforts of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Part of the American dream is owning your own home, giving your children a good education, retiring someday with enough money to enjoy life. If that's your dream, too, what are you doing about it? If nothing is your answer, why not consult a man whose business is making dreams come true? He's your neighbor, your local Equitable Society representative. He's helpful, he's honest, and he knows the answers. It will pay you to do business with him. Simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The 5 Fathom Stick-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Sally Cassell, Walter Catlett, J.C. Flippen, Frank Gersel, Tony Hughes, Charles Maxwell, Victor Rodman, and Peg Placentra. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Making a lot of money isn't always the answer to a secure future. The answer is how well you manage the money you make. Most people with average income can protect wife and family, guarantee their youngsters' education, own their own home, and provide for comfortable retirement. How? The secret can be yours by consulting your local Equitable Society agent. In about 14 minutes, I'd like to tell you more about these helpful, friendly men whose purpose it is to build financial protection for American families. Be sure to listen. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, auto theft. Its title, The Respectable Felon.
American engineering and production skills have made the automobile a commonplace possession. However, because of our defense effort limits the number of cars manufactured, the demand exceeds the supply. When that situation exists, whether the article be a car, a food, or anything else, the criminal takes the opportunity to satisfy part of the demand. This evening's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation describes the workings of one particular group of car thieves. A group whose operation was so unusual, it merited more than a full page of description in a recent issue of the FBI Law Enforcement Bulletin. Tonight's FBI file opens on a highway in a western state. It is late at night. A car weaves from lane to lane, passing to speed on one car on the right, the next on the left. This is the American male behind the wheel of his car. The man who knows about accidents. But accidents are things he reads about in the paper when they happen to someone else. Instead of starting on his trip a few minutes earlier, he is conceited enough about his driving to know he can pick up those few minutes by driving a little quicker than usual. A little quicker each time he gets away with it. For there are men who do get away with it until the law of averages catches up to them, as it did to the man in this car. Later that night, at a garage near the scene of the crash, State Trooper Hornell is examining the wrecked car when his superior, Captain Belmont, approaches.
That's all that's left?
Yes, Captain.
How many people were in it?
Just the driver. He was still alive when I pulled him out, but he died in the ambulance.
Any identification on him?
No. I sent the license plate number to the Motor Vehicle Bureau, but they may not be able to help us.
How come?
Well, this must have been a stolen car. After I wired motor vehicles, I found that a new motor number had been stamped in.
You checked the number against that stolen car sheet?
It's not listed. Here's the new number.
How about the original motor number?
Too mutilated to read.
I have that section removed and sent to the FBI laboratory. Maybe they can help.
All right.
In the meantime, I'll get a copy of the dead man's fingerprints and try to find out who he was.
Captain Belmont?
That's right.
Special Agent Taylor, FBI.
Oh, nice to know you, Taylor.
Thank you, Captain. I've got a report here from our laboratory on those motor numbers you sent in. The original numbers were on record in our files.
Yeah.
There's a chance this ties in with a ring that we've been trying to crack for some time.
Oh?
Pardon me, Captain.
Yes, now.
I got an identification on the dead man. His name was Leo Murray.
You find out anything about him?
He lived just outside of Decatur. He was married and had a good job at the Decatur bank.
Would you know where he got the car?
No. The Decatur police went to Murray's house for us, but his widow's been under a doctor's care since the accident. The doctor said we could question her tomorrow morning.
The Decatur police tell you anything about Murray?
Well, he had no record, and his accounts at the bank were even to the penny.
Doesn't sound much like a member of a stolen car ring.
No, but I think we ought to talk to Mrs. Murray anyway.
Well, I'm afraid that Hornell and I'd be tied up all morning. You mind handling the interview alone?
No, not at all, Captain. Mrs. Murray, where did your husband get the car he was driving?
He bought it
When?
last month. Why do you want to know?
Well, the car was stolen 2 months ago.
Oh,
From whom did Mr. Murray buy it?
I don't remember the man's name.
Was it from a private party?
Yes. There was an ad in the paper.
I wonder if I could see your husband's canceled check.
Well, he paid cash. The man said he needed the money right away, and that's why he sold the car so cheap.
I see. What did this man look like?
Well, I never saw him, but he met Leo downtown.
Your husband have any suspicion that the car might have been stolen?
Oh, no. Why do you ask?
Because of the way he drove on the night of the accident. The state trooper chased him quite away at top speed.
Oh, that was partly my fault.
Oh?
Well, he had to be in San Francisco on business that next morning, and instead of leaving right after the bank closed, he came home and had dinner with me.
How did Mr. Murray contact the man who sold him the car?
Let me see. Well, he had to write to some box number at the paper. There must be a copy. Leo always made a carbon.
Where did he file them?
In the den. I'll try to find it for you.
Mrs. Murray located a copy of the letter. Agent Taylor made a note of the box number, then proceeded to the newspaper office. The box had been given up. Agent Taylor interviewed the clerk who had taken the ad. She remembered the man who had placed it.
Does this drawing look like him?
The clerk shook her head. No, it didn't resemble the man. The one who had placed the ad had red hair, was tall, broad-shouldered, well-dressed, seemed to be in his middle 40s. No, he wasn't a regular customer. No, he hadn't been in since the previous month. No, he paid for the ad in cash. Every question seemed to produce the same answer. Then Agent Taylor interviewed another clerk who broke the log jam and allowed the investigation to continue.
Captain, we got a break at the newspaper office.
Yes, I know. I got your message about the man with the red hair.
You check his description against your files?
Yeah. He has no record with us, and none of my men recognized him.
Well, I found another clerk after I'd called in. She also remembered the redhead. Gave me the name of another man to whom he sold a car.
Somebody besides Murray?
Yeah, and the second man confirmed the description. Captain, I don't know if this is the same ring I've been working on, but it's definitely a mass operation.
Who's the other car buyer?
A doctor in Decatur. I examined his car. I found this new motor number stamped on it.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, I've checked on both purchases. Neither one had any idea they were buying a stolen car.
Did the doctor have transfer papers on his car?
Yeah.
Well, they've got the seller's name and address on the back.
Yeah, I know, but the redhead used the name John Smith, and the address turned out to be the post office.
Oh. Well, I'll check this motor number against our list.
All right. Oh, I've already wired it onto my office.
I'm sure this will turn out to be a stolen car, too, but suppose it is. How'll that help us find the redhead?
When I called my office, I asked them to teletype the new motor numbers on both cars to our Detroit field office.
What for?
Well, if we can trace each motor number from the time it left the factory, we might find out how the redhead got them.
There are FBI field offices in every part of the country. Each is available when an investigation demands their help. In this case, the Detroit field office submitted the motor numbers to the factory. The following morning, they reported that one of the cars had been delivered to a sales agency in Chicago, the other to an agency in San Diego. Those field officers were requested to follow up. A few days later, Agent Taylor returned to see Captain Belmont.
Captain, I've got a report on that first stolen car.
Good.
It was bought from a sales agency in Chicago by a young soldier. He was transferred to Denver, took the car with him. When he got shipping orders for overseas, he sold the car to a used car lot.
In Denver?
Yeah. Our field office there checked. The lot's operated by legitimate people.
Mm-hmm.
Their records show the car was sold to a man from Fresno and 3 months ago was repossessed.
And taken back to Denver?
No, the finance company sold it to a lot in Oak City.
We're getting a little close to home now.
Well, that's run by a legitimate businessman, too, though.
Oh, I see.
A Mrs. Wilson was the next owner. She had the car about a month, and it caught fire. It burned so completely, the insurance company declared the remains a total loss. The insurance company disposed of the wreck to a junk dealer in Oak City named Parker.
Parker? I don't think I know him.
Well, the Oak City police give Parker a clean bill of health.
But if everybody who owned the car was legitimate and it wound up on a junk heap, how did the redhead come by it?
Well, that's the part we've got to find out.
Taylor,
Oh, yes, Hornell?
teletype coming in for you.
Thanks. Excuse me, Captain.
It's from your office.
Thanks very much. Oh, it's the report on the second car.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few owners.
So I see.
Hey, this car was wrecked and declared a total loss by the insurance company, too.
The same company?
No. But look at that next line. The wreck was sold to the same junk dealer in Oak City.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Right now, I'd like to ask you a question. Are you betting against yourself? If your wife, your family, your home, your health, and your old age are not protected, then you are gambling against unnecessary odds. And the first thing to do is get acquainted with a man who can help protect you best, your Equitable Society agent. Here's what Mr. Paul Warden, a member of the Equitable Society, has to tell you about his experience. Mr. Warden, how did you get to know your Equitable agent?
Why, through this program, Mr. Keating. You see, I was worried about the future, about what would happen to me. And I didn't know just what to do about it until I heard about planned life insurance over this program.
And then what did you do?
Well, I called my local Equitable Society representative.
What kind of man was he, Mr. Warden?
He was friendly, sincere, and helpful. He discussed my problems and answered all my questions, frankly and fully. The upshot was I joined Equitable, and ever since I've enjoyed financial peace of mind.
I think you'll find that's typical of what Equitable representatives are doing everywhere. They are ready, willing, and able to give you the benefit of their wide experience and training in life insurance. They know how to fit the right life insurance plan to every individual money problem. They know how to protect you and your loved ones no matter what. Every Equitable agent is a specialist, a professional man highly trained. And back of him and back of you is a staff of trained experts in the Equitable Society Home Office. Technicians, actuaries, economists. So please remember this. Stop betting against yourself. Protect yourself, your family, your children. Enjoy peace of mind. Get acquainted anytime, anywhere, and with no obligation to you with a friendly, helpful man who knows the answers. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Life Assurance Society representative. You'll be glad you did. And now back to tonight's FBI file, The Respectable Felon.
The latest issue of your FBI's Uniform Crime Report shows how widespread auto theft has become. No section of the country is immune, and unfortunately, citizens in every part of the nation are equally guilty of aiding both professional and amateur car thieves through sheer carelessness. In some cases, the car was stolen when people parked and not only left keys in the ignition, but obligingly left the motor running. A few cities have had to go so far as to make it a crime to leave keys in an unattended car, and even that drastic move has not entirely eradicated the offense. Last year, the value of stolen automobiles rose to more than $95 million. If you drive a car, you can help prevent thieves from duplicating that figure in 1952. When you park, remove the keys and shut off the motor. Then lock the car. Tonight's file continues at Parker's Junkyard in Oak City.
Parker?
That's right.
Parker, I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh, what can I do for you?
I'd like to find out something about a couple of wrecked cars you bought.
Yeah, let's get out of the noise.
How many wrecks do you handle?
Oh, all I can get. They're top-grade scrap. Here, go ahead.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a little better.
Parker, you keep records of the motor numbers?
Yeah? Which ones were you interested in?
These?
Just a minute. 43497. Now, sing out if you see it before I do.
All right.
4349761.
That's it.
Well, I had that one. I sold it.
To whom?
See, George Griffin. What's that other number?
All right. Here.
97979. Here we are. 973448221. Huh. Sold that one to George Griffin, too.
You know Griffin?
Oh, so. He's only been in a couple of times.
Hey, by any chance, would he have red hair?
No.
What can you tell me about him?
Well, he come in a couple of months ago looking for wrecks. He had a list of what he wanted, like, say, 3 Chevys, 2 Fords, 4 Cadillacs, 3 Olds, a couple of Pontiacs. I remember he bought 21 altogether.
Did he say why he wanted wrecks of those specific cars?
You get so many crazy orders every day in this business, I never asked him.
He come with a truck?
No, he picked out what he wanted, paid spot cash, said he'd send a truck around that afternoon. Well, the truck was in and out the next couple of days, picking up a few things each trip.
You have Griffin's address there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. George Griffin, 93 Broadway.
Fine, thanks very much.
Have a chair, Mr. Taylor. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Like a cigar?
No, thanks. I wonder if you'd mind answering a few questions for
Not
me?
at all.
I understand you bought quite a few wrecked cars a couple of months ago.
Wrecked cars?
Yeah, from a junkyard named Parker's.
Oh, yes, that's right. I make so many deals, it's hard to remember all of them. These cigars are made special for me. Sure you won't change your mind?
No, thanks. What did you want those wrecks for?
I must have sold them to somebody.
Mr. Griffin, what business are you in?
Just what it says on the door, brokerage. Without men like me, the wheels of commerce couldn't turn.
What do you deal in?
Anything. Now, suppose you wanted, 50 tons of Brazilian coffee, and you didn't have the dollars, but you did have enough Swiss watches to cover the deal.
Yeah.
Well, I'd find somebody with coffee who wanted watches, get a commission from each side, and make everybody happy. Say maybe you'd like a drink.
Oh, it's a business call, Mr. Griffin.
Well, a man might as well enjoy his business. If he doesn't, he ought to change.
Can you tell me who you sold those wrecked cars to?
I was afraid you'd ask me that.
Afraid?
While we were talking, I remembered what happened on that deal. A stranger walked in off the street and offered me a 20% bonus if I could find him certain wrecked cars within 24 hours.
Who was this stranger?
He did tell me his name. For the life of me, I can't recall it.
I see.
He paid cash in advance, waited here while I went out in the shop to fill his order, then he left.
And whose truck picked up the wrecks?
His.
Where can I find this man?
I have no idea.
Is that the first time he did business with you?
First and last.
And what does he look like?
I really don't remember him too well.
Or tell me, would you know where the truck delivered those wrecks?
Well, if I knew that, I could probably tell you where to find the man. Why do you ask about him?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that.
Don't tell me he's mixed up in something shady.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Griffin. But I'm sure going to keep trying to find out. Captain, did you get my message?
Yes, Taylor, and we've got quite a file on Griffin.
What's his record?
He's been arrested 6 times on suspicion of everything from black market operations during the water hijacking.
How many convictions?
None. Closest he came to jail was a 2-year suspended sentence.
If he's that slick, he must have held me pretty cheap.
Why?
Story he told me today wouldn't have fooled a 6-year-old. What they're obviously doing is stealing cars first, then buying wrecks of the same make so they can use a clean motor number. Some of the cars are stolen in other states.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for an operation that size, they'd need a pretty big place to work on those cars. Where's Griffin been arrested?
Always in an office.
Well, no lead there.
Excuse me.
Sure.
Captain Belmont.
Is Agent Taylor there?
Just a minute. For you.
Oh, thanks. Taylor speaking.
This is Bill Parker at the Oak City Junkyard.
Sure, Mr. Parker.
One of my men just told me Griffin was here.
When?
Yesterday. He had another list, but this time we couldn't fill it.
Is he coming back?
No, I understand he seemed to be in a hurry to get the stuff.
Do you know what was on the list?
Yeah, 3 Packards, 1 Chrysler, 2 Buicks, and 5 Cadillacs.
Cadillacs. Anything else?
No.
All right, Mr. Parker. Thank you very much for calling. Griffin was at Parker's junkyard looking for these wrecks.
Pretty brazen.
Well, he went there yesterday before I interviewed him. He didn't get what he needed. He seemed to be in a hurry to have the order filled.
There are quite a few other junkyards in Oak City.
Well, let's check all of them.
It seems a simple matter to decide to check every junkyard in a particular area, but the various steps take time. First, a list was made by Agent Taylor and Captain Belmont. Then each yard was called. A few made the same report that Parker had. Griffin had been in the day before, but hadn't obtained what he wanted. Finally, 1 yard reported that Griffin had been in on the previous day and had made a purchase. They also reported Griffin's truck had been in and had just left.
Captain, when Griffin's truck was here, it was parked in that corner. Let's look around over there, huh?
Right.
The owner identified the truck and told me the driver had company. Our friend, the redhead.
Hey.
That ties Griffin and the redhead together.
He fill his whole order?
No, not quite.
And then we better cover the other yard.
Oh, I called Hornell. He'll finish checking the list for us.
Good.
Griffin's truck must have hit that wall pretty hard.
Why?
Well, the owner told me that chunk there was knocked out of the wall by the truck.
Oh. He didn't happen to make a note of the license number, did he?
No, but he added a few details to what Parker told us. Truck's a 10-ton Cleveland Special.
Big job.
Yeah.
Well, if this wasn't gravel, we'd have gotten some tire tracks.
Wait a minute. Look, there's a heel print.
Where?
That lump of clay there.
Yeah. Nice clean one.
Yeah, but every shoe store in town sells this brand.
Well, let's keep looking.
Hey, Captain?
Yeah?
You notice there's quite a few of these lumps of clay around here, but they're only in this corner of the yard.
Say, that's right.
They must have been knocked off the truck when it backed into the wall.
Yeah, could be. Hey, they're fresh, all right. You can feel the dampness. It hasn't rained here for days.
You check the Weather Bureau and get a list of the places in this area that have had rain?
Oh, sure.
Fine.
Sure.
Now, Pick up a few of these lumps and send them on to the laboratory.
Taylor, here's your message.
Oh, thanks. Laboratory reports earth samples contain metal shavings, emery dust, ferns, pine needles, and large amounts of coarse clay similar in general structure to samples previously obtained from areas surrounding Mount Paxton.
Well, Paxton's one of the places it rained yesterday.
Captain, I just heard from a junk dealer in Decatur.
And Griffin buying there, too?
Yes, and his truck left the yard 5 minutes ago.
Order roadblocks on all highways.
Any word yet?
Yeah, just came in.
Fine.
Not so fine.
Fine?
A gas station on Route 9 reported a truck stopped there to fill up 10 minutes ago.
Route 9. Well, that's beyond the roadblocks, isn't it?
Yes. Must have gone through before we got set up.
Captain, the truck was just seen again.
Yeah, where?
On the ridge route near Mount Paxton.
Can we set up a block on that road?
Yes, but they might turn off the ridge route in half a dozen places.
All right, let's get cars and do some patrolling ourselves.
Nothing on Road 3.
No trucks over here either. Cornell, how about the back roads?
No traffic at all.
Hey, I just spotted something.
Where?
Dirt road across the ravine. Wait till I get my glasses on it.
Can you pick it up?
That's behind some trees. Coming into the clear now. It's a truck.
Griffin's?
I'm not sure yet. Yeah, it's Griffin's truck.
We'll cut over there and meet you.
Truck turned down that dirt road, Captain.
Leads to Floyd Mason's farm.
Oh, who's this Mason?
An old farmer who died last year.
Well, and Griffin must have taken it over. Well, come on, Captain. Let's go take a look around.
Right.
When Hornell sees our cars parked here, I guess he'll know where we've gone, huh?
Oh, sure.
These woods give the place great cover, don't they?
Yeah, he couldn't have found a much better hideout.
You been out here before?
Oh, once or twice. There's a clearing around this bend. Across the clearing is a barn.
Hey, that's quite a barn.
And Griffin's added to it.
Oh?
It wasn't that big. And it used to have windows.
One of those doors is partly open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could make it to that clump of trees. We might be able to see inside.
Well, let's take a chance and run for it.
Right.
Come on. Let's hold it here.
Right.
Yeah, look, there's the truck.
Mm-hmm. Not unloaded yet.
Look in there, will you? Complete paint shop, acetylene torches.
Yeah, we can only see part of it.
Yeah.
Want me to go back to the car and call for more men?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Hey, hold it. There.
What?
Door's opening. Look, there's somebody coming out. 2, 3, 4, 5 men.
There's the redhead.
Yeah. No Griffin, though.
And the door's opening again.
There's Griffin. All right, Captain, let's take them.
George Griffin and his accomplices were found guilty and sentenced to substantial terms in the federal penitentiary. And so Special Agent Taylor, in cooperation with 2 members of the state police, was able to apprehend not only the leader of the stolen car ring, but also the other members. As you heard, the vital clue to the whereabouts of the ring's hideout came from the FBI laboratory, when the lump of red clay was analyzed by the petrography section. Throughout the laboratory, work is going on even as you hear this broadcast. Work on other important investigations. In many of those cases, as it did in this one, the laboratory will give a special agent in the field the piece of information he needs. For scientific knowledge in the hands of the technicians at the FBI laboratory has come to be an important part of the never-ending fight against crime. The relentless battle of the Federal Bureau of Investigation to protect the property, lives, and freedom of you, the American people.
Today and every day in the year, scores of Americans sign their personal declaration of independence from money worries. These are the heads of families who join the Equitable Society. If you, too, want protection for your wife and family, if you want to assure your children's education, if you want to enjoy a comfortable and independent old age, get acquainted with the man who knows best how to help you. No matter where you live and without obligation, consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Escape. Its title, The 3-A-Day Fugitive.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were May Clark, Whitfield Connor, Sam Edwards, Bill Johnstone, and Steve Pendleton. This Is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The 3-A-Day Fugitive on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.